Wen Rong had long known that Qi Jingzhou would never marry her. He merely smiled slightly, his deep voice calm and unruffled. "Happy birthday, make sure to treat yourself." Wen Rong gave a vague smile, realizing her birthday wish would ultimately remain unfulfilled, and he showed no sign of reluctance. Spring had come as a fleeting dream, yet upon awakening, one must confront reality. Chapter 1. Beloved Pet. In early March, the warmth was soon to cease. When Rome awoke to find the sky outside overcast and snowflakes began to fall, making the ground appear somewhat slick. Sipping her coffee, she sank into the embrace of her lazy sofa, casting her gaze upon her phone. Upon unlocking the screen, the first message to greet her was from teacher Jean, inquiring after her well-being. "Dear daughter, have you finished work? It's your birthday today, don't forget to order yourself a cake." The first voice message was quickly followed by a transfer notification. "Don't work too hard, take care of yourself, eat on time. A little something from mom and dad, please accept it and choose a gift you like. Wishing our little princess a happy birthday." When Rome's lips curled into a smile, only to hear the next voice message from teacher Jean, whose cheerful tone suddenly turned anxious. Rome, haven't you been with Qi for 5 years now? It's time to consider marriage. If you have any concerns, please share with your mother, your father, and I will support you. However, marriage involves both families. Perhaps I should speak to Qi and arrange a meeting with his parents." When Rome felt a shiver at the weight of that meaningful gaze, her hand instinctively tapping the screen multiple times to silence her phone. The air thickened with awkwardness. Her parents had yet to meet Qi Jingzhou in person. Blinking, when Rome regained her composure, slowly rising with her coffee cup, a faint smile still adorning her lips. Just then, the entrance door swung open, and before she could react, Qi Jingzhou stepped inside. The hallway light flickered on, casting a warm glow over him. Standing at an imposing height of 189 centimeters, he was clad in a standard white shirt and black suit jacket, the kind typically issued in the political sphere, yet it seemed remarkably tailored on him. The jacket hung open, his tie loosened, the collar of his shirt unbuttoned, and the soft orange light softened the sharp angles of his face and the broadness of his shoulders, as if he were cloaked in a divine aura. When Rome stared, momentarily forgetting to silence her phone, the man seemed to sense her gaze, turning his head with his eyes landing precisely on her. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, the air was still, save for teacher Jean's anxious thoughts still resonating. Rome, your mother isn't pressuring you to marry early, it's just that being alone outside makes your father and me uneasy." Ding! The doorbell rang unexpectedly and Qi Jingzhou, unperturbed, walked over to answer it. "Director Qi." Peering towards the entrance, when Rome spotted Qi Jingzhou's secretary, Cheng Fei, who stood with a bouquet of vibrant red roses and a gift bag in hand. Cheng Fei, noticing her, offered a polite smile. "Miss Wen, happy birthday." "Thank you." When Rome smiled back, but before she could finish her gratitude, she noticed Cheng Fei's expression tighten as he raised a hand to cover his mouth, his tone becoming careful. "The dishes from Yuan are ordered and will arrive in about 10 minutes. Director Qi, shall I wait downstairs?" Qi Jingzhou answered flatly, abruptly closing the door with a decisive thud before turning back towards her, his expression suddenly cold, a hint of displeasure evident at the corners of his mouth. When Rome was puzzled but sought to maintain the atmosphere, forcing a smile as she approached him to accept the roses and gift, softly murmuring her thanks. "Thank you." Then she added quietly, "If only you had mentioned the food order earlier, I wouldn't have spent all this time cooking. Not the same, your cooking is far better, and I love it." When Rome smiled, wanting to say that 5 years was ample time to cultivate numerous habits, especially since she was well acquainted with all his preferences. She didn't rush to open the gift but placed the flowers and the gift bag on the counter, turning just in time to see Qi Jingzhou retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. "Today, let's make an exception and share a couple of glasses." When Rome beamed, "All right." As the red wine touched her lips, its astringency mingled with the warmth of his breath, his soft voice brushing against her ear. "Happy birthday, my little kitty." When Rome's smile faltered, her lips instinctively pressing together. Though it was a common term of endearment between lovers, it felt oddly unsweet, as if a lump had formed in her throat. "Little kitty," echoed like a master's call to a beloved pet. She struggled to suppress her emotions, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the delicate stem of her wine glass. Chapter 2. Filling in the numbers. Should we unwrap the gift first? You will surely adore it. When Rome lowered her gaze, fixating on the logo adorning the gift bag. Without a glance, she knew it was jewelry. Over the past few years, he had showered her with such opulent, extravagant gifts, yet they lacked novelty. When they first began their relationship, she had heard whispers among Qi Jingzhou's acquaintances, who affectionately referred to him as King Zhou. His generosity was well known, and without Wen Rong needing to utter a word, lavish presents flowed to her like a river. She once jested that she felt like a favored concubine, seizing the opportunity to gather more treasures while she was still in his good graces. Qi Jingzhou merely smiled at her teasing, and the following day, he instructed his secretary to deliver a box full of cash, allowing her the freedom to purchase whatever her heart desired. How novel. While others offered cards, he bestowed cash. It was then that Wen Rong realized that those in their circles were generous behind closed doors. Yet their personal finances must remain impeccably clean to avoid falling prey to political adversaries. Qi Jingzhou had connections and was at a prime age for ascension. He was wholly devoted to his political career, exercising extreme caution in his daily affairs. Over their 5 years together, they had never gone public. Few were aware of his romantic involvement, and the public perception of Director Qi was that of a young, accomplished, principled, and ascetic individual. At this moment, when Rome could scarcely tolerate the word clean, for her existence was rendered ironically stark against that very notion. Please take a seat. The dishes have arrived. I will answer the door. Qi Jingzhou pulled her toward the island counter, but before the gift could be unwrapped, the doorbell rang once more, prompting him to answer it. When Rong stood by the counter, her gaze unconsciously tracking his retreating figure, unblinking. She watched silently, her thoughts unspoken. As Chung Fei departed, the atmosphere grew tranquil once again. The aromas of wine and cuisine subtly enveloping the dining area. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, and he maintained a composed smile. Drinking on an empty stomach like this will surely make you dizzy. Would you like to take a couple of sobering pills? When Rong shook her head, her glass of wine gently clinking against the counter. She needed the courage that alcohol provided. Why pretend any longer? It was her birthday today. She was the star of the show. As she brewed her emotions, still pondering how to articulate her thoughts, Qi Jingzhou, with a serene expression, pulled out a chair. Let us eat first. Come, sit beside me. When Rong focused on his hand, then met his eyes, which sparkled with a gentle smile. She puffed out her cheeks, exhaling slowly, her tone unusually calm. I want to eat the cake first. Very well. Qi Jingzhou acquiesced, waiting for her to settle beside him before he carefully lifted the cake box, leisurely unraveling the black and gold ribbon that adorned it. When Rong watched the logo on the box with indifference, a black swan, a custom cake from an international luxury brand. In terms of attire and sustenance, Qi Jingzhou had never skimped on her. As the box opened, the sweet aroma of cream wafted towards them, mingling with the refreshing scent of fruit and floral notes, an exquisite fragrance that effortlessly overshadowed the bustling warmth of the dishes spread across the table. Shall we make a wish first? Qi Jingzhou inquired, raising a uniquely shaped candle with an arched brow. He secured the candle in place, retrieving a lighter from his suit pocket, and with a flick, ignited the flame. The flickering light danced among the blooms. When Rome observed quietly, her hands clasped together as she closed her eyes. The sincerity and earnestness of her wishing process illuminated her fair complexion, casting a soft glow that accentuated her delicate features, her brows and eyes painted with grace, her countenance strikingly beautiful in its perfection. Qi Jingzhou leaned casually against the back of her chair, his long legs crossed as he twirled a golden lighter with leisurely grace. His penetrating gaze was fixed upon her, silently scrutinizing her every expression. When Rome opened her eyes and decisively extinguished the candle with a single breath, a wisp of smoke spiraled upwards before dissipating into nothingness. She turned her face, her eyes clear and tranquil as still water, meeting his gaze with unflinching honesty. I have fulfilled my promise. My family is urging me. I wish to marry soon. Qi Jingzhou's eyelids appeared slightly narrowed, the dark circles around his pupils flickering momentarily, yet he refrained from responding. When Rome maintained her steady gaze, her fingertips subtly tightening as if grasping an invisible taut string, she inhaled deeply, summoning her courage. My father's health has deteriorated. He has been in and out of the hospital for the past 6 months. The matter of marriage has been broached repeatedly over the last year, and each time, you feign ignorance. I understand your intentions. Just like today, he clearly heard everything, yet chose to remain silent. Her eyes fell, dense lashes casting shadows over her dimming gaze. Plans? The golden lighter, which had been spinning between her fingers, was now clenched in her palm, its presence a reminder of her anxiety. Qi Jingzhou listened quietly to her words, a faint haze of emotion surfacing in his dark eyes, his feelings inscrutable. He had indeed not contemplated marriage in recent years. And with Wen Rong being 4 years his junior, why the urgency? Time slipped by in silence. Qi Jingzhou seemed lost in thought, and when Rong felt as if she had been waiting an eternity, her tightened fingers gradually loosening, her heart sinking with each passing moment. Before he could speak, an abrupt ringtone shattered the quietude. Qi Jingzhou retrieved his phone from his trousers, rising from his seat as he answered the call. His strides measured and steady as he crossed the living room. When Rong's eyelashes fluttered, her gaze following him, he stood tall before the floor-to-ceiling window, one hand in his pocket, listening to the call with an air of calm detachment, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. He had previously mentioned a flight scheduled for the following morning. From across the expansive living room, Wen Rong sat solitary at the island, taking small bites of cake. The atmosphere was quiet, somber, and distant. An urgent matter has arisen. I cannot accompany you tonight. Please finish your meal. We can talk later. The two of them shared a lavish feast, yet Wen Rong lacked the appetite to indulge, consuming very little. Qi Jingzhou, however, devoured 2 bowls with evident hunger, the majority of her meticulously prepared dishes disappearing into his stomach, while the special order from the royal garden remained untouched. Wen Rong observed this with a hint of self-mockery, reflecting that, regardless of circumstances, Qi Jingzhou was a remarkably competent boyfriend. Few men could match his level of attentiveness. Generous, tolerant, and considerate, he consistently fulfilled her emotional needs, save for the singular desire for marriage. Yet, she too played her role well, embodying the devoted partner, the virtuous wife, and the lover, catering to his every aspect. In this light, neither party left feeling shortchanged. Once he set down his bowl and chopsticks, Wen Rong remained quietly in her seat, devoid of any inclination to portray the dutiful wife. Qi Jingzhou glanced at her before rising to clear the table, but his efforts were limited to merely placing the dishes into the dishwasher. He approached, gently cradling Wen Rong, half pushing, half embracing her into the bedroom and guiding her to sit at the edge of the bed. Wen Rong observed him with a cold gaze as he rummaged through the bedside drawer and produced a checkbook. It's your birthday. Do not be displeased, just fill in a number. His hands, pale and slender, with nails perfectly rounded, resembled a work of art, rendering the checkbook both shabby and unremarkable in contrast. Wen Rong fixed her gaze, her eyelids slightly reddened. You said to talk, and this is merely asking me to fill in a number? Qi Jingzhou frowned, a wave of frustration rising within him. Do not bring marriage into this. It is not part of my plans, Xiaomi. Do not cause a scene. Chapter 3. An unpleasant parting cause a scene? Wen Rong's vision blurred, her lips instinctively tightening, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. After 5 years together, is discussing marriage really causing a scene? A sudden surge of fatigue, long dulled by indifference, overwhelmed him, pounding against his temples. He placed the checkbook on her lap, suppressing a torrent of irritation, and turned to change in the wardrobe. When Rome was left there, staring at the open wardrobe doors, a weight pressing against her heart as frustration surged within her, causing painful thuds against her chest. When Qi Jingzhou emerged, now clad in a crisp suit, he adjusted his tie while striding barefoot toward the living room. We must address this matter eventually. When Rome could no longer contain herself. Fine, I will cause a scene. No matter how busy you are, you can at least respond to me. It's merely a matter of yes or no. Rising to her feet, tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill, but she stubbornly held them back. There was no option to wait. After 5 years, she had not even received the title of a legitimate girlfriend. At least her family knew her boyfriend's surname was Qi. What about you? Do your parents even know who Wen Rong is? He, a man whose authority grew with age, often instilled fear in those around him when he became serious, his anger even more daunting. Yet, through her blurred vision, Wen Rong could not concern herself with fear. She spoke coldly, just tell me, is it a yes or no? Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow deeply, his tone heavy. I have already mentioned that marriage is not part of my current plans. You are still young. There is no point in quarreling over this. Is it that marriage is not in your plans, or is it that marrying me is not in your plans? Wen Rong, do not be unreasonable. How have you changed so much? Changed how? When Rong hurled the checkbook at him, her eyes reddened as she demanded answers. Qi Jingzhou gazed at her with dark eyes, silent. Tears streamed down Wen Rong's cheeks as she oscillated between laughter and sorrow, raising a hand to her forehead, pacing by the bed, attempting to conceal her emotional turmoil. However, to Qi Jingzhou, she appeared merely restless. You have not been idle for 5 years. Yet you cannot devise a single plan concerning me. How remarkable. You want to even sketch a future for me. You are too lazy to deceive me. She halted, her damp lashes blinking away tears, fixing her gaze on Qi Jingzhou. His eyes were shrouded in a heavy gloom, and after she had finished her barrage of questions, he stared at her for a moment before tersely uttering, You are too impulsive, Wen Rong. The door slammed shut with a deafening bang, leaving only an expanse of chilling silence in the air. Wen Rong stood silently for a moment, suddenly feeling drained, hardly comprehending how she had softly collapsed onto the ground. Her restlessness was palpable. He had this effect on her. After Qi Jingzhou departed, Wen Rong curled up on the carpet beside the bed, leaning against the nightstand in a daze, lost in thought until darkness enveloped the room. Her phone buzzed repeatedly. She wished to answer, but her body betrayed her. As her consciousness gradually returned, she realized she had unknowingly succumbed to slumber, attempting to rise only to find her lower body utterly numb. When Rome pinched her leg with a wry smile, contemplating the meaning of being utterly disheartened, she was experiencing it firsthand. As her legs slowly regained sensation, the tingling pain pierced through her bones. Supporting herself against the bed's edge, she finally managed to stand, her mind suddenly sharp and her emotions unnaturally calm. Was it really that simple? She thought. It was nothing of great significance. Marriage had never been her ultimate goal, merely an excuse. His lack of approval was anticipated. In the reality of society, the longer two people remain together, the more fragile their bond becomes, and when distance is introduced, separation becomes inevitable. In this world, no one is irreplaceable. Life continues regardless. Coming to this realization, Wen Rong exhaled a heavy breath and proceeded to the bathroom to wash her face. After emerging, she directly entered the dressing room, retrieving her suitcase to pack her belongings. As she did so, she mused that if Qi Jingzhou were to witness her actions, he would likely deem her pretentious and incomprehensible. With this thought, Wen Rong smiled softly, patiently folding each chosen garment with care and neatly arranging them in the suitcase. Finally, she pulled out another smaller suitcase, opened the safe, and meticulously packed away all the jewelry and cash that had been gathering dust. Her phone had died and displayed a black screen, requiring a brief charge before it could be turned on again. The influx of messages and over 20 missed calls were all from Teacher Jean and Lawyer Wen. The phone rang only twice before it was swiftly answered. A tense voice calling out, "Rong Rong. My dear daughter? Mom, it's me." Though Teacher Jin's stern reprimands were irksome, warmth blossomed within Wen Rong's heart, and her nose tinged with a hint of emotion. "It's all right, Mom. Today was busy with the conference. I didn't notice my phone was dead." Teacher Jean fell silent for a few seconds, her tone softening. "It's your birthday. Why do you exhaust yourself so? Can't you take a day off?" Teacher Jean, unable to contain her joy, offered a flurry of advice, and Wen Rong nodded in agreement, assuring her to sleep early, leading her mother to contentedly end the call. Gazing at her phone screen, Wen Rong pondered for a moment, first sending a leave request to the HR department, then explaining to her superior, Mr. He, the reason for her early vacation. As the manager of the guest services department at a state-owned hotel in Yen City, she was the youngest female manager among the hotel's leadership. Mr. He was vaguely aware of her background and, impressed by her outstanding performance, had always taken care of her, granting her leave without hesitation. Feeling a sense of relief, Wen Rong proceeded to book a flight to Shucheng for the following day. With everything methodically arranged, she lay on her bed, subconsciously tapping on Qi Jingzhou's WeChat profile, her gaze flickering. Caught between harsh words and blocking him, she chose silence. Ultimately, nothing was accomplished. I turned off my phone screen and lay on the bed, staring into the darkness. The boundless silence stretched time into an eternity. Chapter 4. Departing without farewell, returning home. 5 years ago, upon graduating, when Rome arrived at this hotel to apply for an internship, initially serving as an intern in the public relations department. Securing an internship at a state-owned hotel's public relations division necessitated not only academic qualifications and capabilities, but also beauty and charm as essential criteria. Her first encounter with Qi Jingzhou occurred during a government department's business meeting, which occupied the hotel's conference room. Due to Wen Rong's youthful allure, her supervisor in the public relations department intentionally brought her along to engage with the attendees. It was a rather cliched encounter. She was inexperienced and clumsy, while he played the role of the gallant savior. Although Qi Jingzhou had only recently been transferred to Yanshi and held a position of moderate standing at the banquet, the senior executives present afforded him considerable respect. Wen Rong felt both grateful and enamored, yet she was not bold enough to pursue him directly. The hotel's conference hall was frequently booked by various organizations, with the heads of these units changing in waves. Thus, after this meeting concluded, it was uncertain who would come next. Initially, she assumed it was a fleeting encounter, a chance meeting where a chivalrous figure extended a helping hand. To express her gratitude, after the banquet, Wen Rong found the meeting registration form and noted down his phone number. Summoning her courage, she sent him a message, conveying her sincere thanks and subtly hinting that she might return the favor in the future. By returning the favor, she meant that if his organization came back, she could discreetly facilitate some conveniences for him. Every public relations officer holds onto the client resources they painstakingly maintain, as such resources provide the foundation upon which their careers rest. As a novice, Wen Rong strained to accumulate her own clientele, and her initial intention in contacting Qi Jingzhou was to forge a connection with him. However, at that time, she was merely a small fish with modest aspirations, hoping to cultivate a good rapport with Qi Jingzhou, ideally securing introductions to clients from other provinces who might visit for business purposes. She would also earn a commission from bookings. Unexpectedly, Qi Jingzhou proved to be quite perceptive, gradually directing numerous clients from within the system to her over the subsequent 6 months. Through these interactions, their relationship blossomed, evolving into one where they could exchange light-hearted banter over WeChat. Another 6 months passed, and during the year-end summary meetings held by various organizations, when Rong encountered Qi Jingzhou once more, he appeared significantly more mature, accompanied by a secretary and exuding an air of authority befitting a leader. That evening, by what seemed either serendipity or design, she found herself seated beside him. Despite their intermittent WeChat correspondence over the past 6 months, primarily concerning work matters, this was their first time being so physically close. Feeling somewhat awkward, she vividly recalled his first words to her. "Have you taken the hangover remedy?" Qi Jingzhou seemed to take the opportunity to pour her a drink, casting a brief glance her way, a charming smile gracing his handsome profile. As if he found her somewhat endearing in her awkwardness, he softly remarked, "I have some on hand. It's wise for young women to drink less at social events, as it can be detrimental to their health." When Rong, suddenly aware of her blushing cheeks, quickly averted her gaze. After a moment, she extended a hand beneath the table, her voice barely a whisper. "Thank you." Silence enveloped her until a tingling sensation ignited in her palm from an unexpected touch. In the present moment, amidst the revelries, aside from her own glass of self-poured wine, she refrained from accepting drinks from anyone else, let alone any concoctions of questionable nature. Yet, at that time, when Rome exhibited no hesitation, even to this day, she remains perplexed as to why she felt so unguarded around Qi Jingzhou, ultimately consuming the substance, without a second thought. Throughout the evening, even as the gathering dispersed, she remained remarkably clear-headed, barely teetering on the brink of inebriation. The nature of her relationship with Qi Jingzhou underwent a profound transformation that night. When Rome's beauty was indisputable, she was an only child, with a mother who taught at a high school and a father who ran a law firm, thus enjoying a life of considerable privilege. Her parents showered her with love, nurturing her with boundless support and understanding. She had studied piano and dance, immersed herself in the arts, and her exceptional demeanor only served to enhance her allure. From her middle school years through to her university graduation, she was often regarded as the belle of the ball, never lacking in admirers. When Qi Jingzhou pursued her, it came as no surprise to Wen Rong. She had even contemplated the merits of his character, noting that he surpassed her in many aspects: youthful, accomplished, with a promising future, and a permanent residence in the capital. She felt fortunate to have caught his attention. Thus, she did not play hard to get. After just 2 private dates, they found themselves holding hands. This initial gesture marked the beginning of their youthful romance, which blossomed over the following year into embraces, kisses, and moments of passion. Qi Jingzhou was a man of integrity, possessing commendable values and refinement. Although he occasionally displayed a somewhat conservative demeanor and exhibited a strong will, she found his protective nature endearing rather than off-putting. She resembled a bird lured into a gilded cage by a hunter, relishing the care she received. However, one day, a startling realization dawned upon her. The hunter was, in fact, a prince who needed to ride forth on a white steed to prove himself before ascending to the throne. When Rome came to recognize her own insignificance, her previously inflated sense of superiority dwindled in Qi Jingzhou's presence, revealing itself as mere pretension. Even when lying beside him, she could not claim the recognition of being his girlfriend. He knew her intimately, yet she remained a stranger to him. If her life were a flat realm, Qi Jingzhou occupied a central position, surveying all from above. In contrast, his existence resembled a sphere, with her clinging to its periphery, unable to discern the inner workings or differentiate the nuances, struggling even to find her footing. She pressed her arm against her aching eyelids, stifling tears. The playful banter of their once affectionate exchanges now felt like a dark prophecy. Ultimately, she was but a favored concubine, and the king would never make her his queen. That night, she drifted in a half-dream, lost in a haze. The following morning, she awoke with heavy eyelids and a disorienting sense of weightlessness. After hailing a cab, she arrived at the airport an hour later, just in time to board her flight. The departure unfolded with remarkable ease, leaving no moment for hesitation. Once airborne, she covered her face with her hat, devoid of any sorrow, and succumbed to sleep, awakening only as the plane touched down. During that solitary hour in the air, her mind could not help but spiral into thoughts, primarily concerning how to explain her situation to her teacher, Mr. Jean, and her father, the lawyer. For every girl, a breakup is a calamity, and she wished to shield her parents from worry. At the moment she stood at her doorstep, when Rome leaned against her suitcase and exhaled deeply, she patted her face to adjust her expression, a broad smile curving at her lips as she pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" came the softly inquiring voice of Teacher Jean from within. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Hey, don't rush me. I need to free up my hands. Although separated by the door, the playful banter inside resonated with warmth. When Rong's eyes crinkled with delight, and as the door swung open, she feigned surprise, arms wide open.
Dad.
The figure standing in the doorway was momentarily taken aback. When Rong's exaggerated grin froze on her face as she gazed at the man blocking the entrance, equally stunned. As they stared at each other in astonishment, Lawyer Wen peeked out from behind the man, recognizing the visitor, and his face lit up with joy. Rong.
Indeed.
It is Rong, Teacher Jean. Your lovely daughter has returned home.
Quick.
Come inside. Lawyer Wen beckoned with a face full of delight. When Rong blinked, discreetly lowering her gaze before pushing her suitcase inside. The young man standing by the door offered a gentle smile as he reached out to take the handle from her hand. Allow me. Thank you, when Rong replied politely, smiling as she relinquished her grip and walked past him, removing her hat and mask. The aroma of meat simmering in the kitchen wafted throughout the house, mingled with a faint, warm scent that emanated from the individual standing beside her. Lawyer Wen hurriedly took her hat and hung it on a coat rack, his tone a mix of exasperation and amusement. Rong. Teacher Jean, drying her hands, emerged swiftly from the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with laughter.
Mom.
When Rong softly called out, reaching out to embrace her, quietly complaining, look at Dad, I wanted to surprise you, and the moment I stepped in, he started lecturing me. Teacher Jean chuckled lightly, lifting her arms to wrap around her beloved daughter, casting a playful glare at Lawyer Wen. Ignore him. He has just become chatty with age. After a while without a case, he has no one to spar with, so he practices his eloquence at home. Faced with his wife's teasing, Lawyer Wen could only shake his head with a wry smile, refraining from retorting in front of their guest. Teacher Jean cherished the moment, embracing her daughter warmly. Let me see, have you lost weight again? Oh, dear. What is wrong with your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? When Rong smiled and nodded yes. I was busy until late last night, packing my suitcase, and woke up early this morning to catch my flight.
I am utterly exhausted.
I'll help you. When Rong began to remove her coat. No need. Teacher Jean insisted firmly, pushing her hand away. You've been on a long flight. You must be tired. Let me take care of it, you go rest. Stop tugging at each other. Hyong is watching. Lawyer Wen reminded the mother and daughter, helplessly. Teacher Jean paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she glanced at the young man beside her husband. When Rong followed her gaze. It's all right. Andy must have missed Rong dearly, Qi Hyong said with a smile, his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, accentuating his refined features. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers that exuded elegance. Oh, that is not how it should be. When Qingyu quickly interjected, halting him. You are our guest. It's rare for you to visit our home. How could we let you cook? Certainly, he should not be allowed in the kitchen. Jean Lihua quickly interjected to dissuade him. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the living room, punctuated only by the faint sounds of the couple bickering in the kitchen. When Rong glanced at Qi Hyong, managed to smile, and moved forward to retrieve her suitcase. The wheels glided over the wooden floor, rolling softly towards her room until the door creaked shut, leaving the air still, save for the noisy chatter of the television, which felt both lively and solitary. Qi Hyong stood at the end of the corridor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After finishing her packing, when Rong changed into a comfortable outfit. To protect her privacy, she occupied the only room in the house with a private bathroom, which also facilitated her personal grooming. After applying a cold compress with a towel for quite some time, she looked in the mirror and noticed her eyes were less swollen. She wondered if her parents had worried upon seeing her red-rimmed eyes. As she gazed at her reflection, she blinked and found herself speculating about Qi Hyong's intentions for this visit. Just as she became lost in thought, Jean Lihua knocked on the door, calling her to dinner. I know. I'm coming, she replied, quickly gathering her hair into a bun as she collected her thoughts. The dining table in the one household was modest, comfortably seating four. The two men occupied one side, while the mother and daughter sat opposite them. Jean Lihua busily served Wen Rong, not forgetting to attend to their guest. Hey, Hyong. Serve yourself. Eat more. You look so much thinner than before you went abroad. I almost didn't recognize you. Qi Hyong smiled warmly as he held his bowl. The food here is still more to my liking than what I've been accustomed to. Auntie's cooking is delightful, especially your braised fish. It's even more fragrant than I remember. Jean Lihua beamed with delight. Then eat up. Just be careful of the fish bones. I remember you don't eat scallions or cilantro, so I made sure not to include them. Only Auntie remembers my tastes, he replied. Of course I do. When Qingyu chimed in cheerfully. You're just like Rong. You love what she loves and avoid what she avoids. You two are clearly meant to share a meal. Wen Rong paused, half a sweet and sour meatball still in her mouth, instinctively lifting her eyelashes to glance at the person across from her. Qi Hyang's gaze met hers momentarily, his eyes twinkling with mirth before he naturally turned away. Uncle is right, you both always used to say that. Ha ha ha, otherwise, how could you come to our home? Family is always welcome. Wen Qingyu grew more animated, casting a glance at Wen Rong as he continued. Mom was so happy that she immediately cooked a feast. On ordinary days, just the two of us, she makes do with whatever. Jean Lihua shot him a reproachful look, adjusting her glasses with a sigh. Did I really make do? The doctor advised you to eat lighter. Don't make it sound like I'm mistreating you. Am I serving you incorrectly? I didn't say you mistreated me. That is not what I meant. You just said that I merely made do with you. What I meant was... yes, my fault. I misspoke. You only have my best interests at heart. That's right. Teacher Jean works hard. Teacher Jean has dedicated her life to teaching Chinese literature, and now, in her retirement, she speaks with a gentle and unhurried demeanor, embodying a naturally tender disposition. After spending half a lifetime together, Wen Qingyu is equally refined and understanding. Even their daily banter never escalates into genuine quarrels. Wen Rong, with no intention of interjecting, quietly enjoys her meal, finding pleasure in the conversation around her. Qi Hyang casts a discreet glance her way and smiles, remarking, Uncle and Auntie are still so affectionate. This remark causes Jean Lihua's face to flush with embarrassment, and Wen Qingyu awkwardly chuckles, falling silent. Nevertheless, they should eat quickly, otherwise, the dishes will grow cold. Qi Hyang serves food into Wen Qingyu's bowl, suggesting they converse after the meal, as he has many topics to discuss with Uncle and Auntie during this rare visit. Oh yes, let us eat first. We can chat over tea later, Wen Qingyu responds. After the meal, Wen Qingyu invites Qi Hyang to the balcony for tea. Wen Rong assists Jean Lihua in clearing the table, listening to the occasional sounds of conversation from the living room. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asks Mom, why is he here? Does he have something to discuss? Who? Him? Jean Lihua, wiping a plate, glances at her daughter and reproaches her softly, call him Brother Hyang. You must be more respectful. Wen Rong pouts, plucking a grape from the fruit platter. Soon enough, an explanation arrives. Wen Rong muses to herself, realizing the truth of the matter, and cannot help but shake her head with a slight smirk. No one visits without a reason, she reflects. What kind of talk is that? Jean Lihua disapprovingly interjects, giving her a pointed look. Wen Rong furrows her brow, silently arranging the fruit platter, refraining from further comment. Observing her daughter, Jean Lihua sighs deeply, imparting a weighty message. Sensing the conversation veering into uncomfortable territory, Wen Rong quickly lifts the fruit platter, interjecting, all right, I'll take this to them. Without waiting for Jean Lihua's response, she briskly exits the kitchen. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Jean Lihua exhales a long sigh, her face betraying her concern. Upon reaching the balcony, she finds the two men engrossed in serious discussion. Qi Hyang pauses mid-sentence, glancing her way, and she nods with a warm smile, expressing her gratitude. Closing the door behind her, she collapses onto her bed and reaches for her phone, checking unread messages from her department head and subordinate, who inquire about work matters. After spending some time coordinating with them, she sets her phone down, intending to take a short nap, when a buzzing sound interrupts her. Another message arrives. She opens it to find her supervisor, Feng Qian, expressing concern when, please take care of your family matters first. Whenever you have work arrangements, feel free to let me know. I'll do my best to avoid disturbing your vacation. Feng Qian is astute. She is 3 years older than Wen Rong and already has a 3-year-old son. Wen Rong, having ascended the ranks at a young age, inevitably attracts jealousy and discontent, often subject to whispered criticisms. Yet, it is undeniable that she possesses valuable resources, consistently exceeding performance expectations each quarter. Everyone in the hotel knows that Wen is a pillar of strength. In the customer service department, one person's ascent brings prosperity to all. With their year-end bonuses threefold that of other departments, the internal competition awards issued quarterly are even more enviable, stirring feelings of jealousy among peers. Yet, while others may harbor discontent, the entire customer service team remains in reverence, knowing that everyone has families to support and who would dare oppose financial gain. In daily life, the greatest fear for all is when Wen Rong takes a vacation or goes on a business trip. When the leader is absent, the various mischiefs within the hotel arise, and any matter that reaches the customer service department is deliberately delayed, as they know they hold the power. Questions must be directed to the leader for signatures, and one must not rush, for there is no room for error. When General Manager Wen is present, it is akin to having a stabilizing force, ensuring peace and prosperity for all. Crucially, apart from the customer service department, Every other department secretly hopes for Wen Rong to seek employment elsewhere. Even the slightest hint of change stirs rumors that she might indeed be considering a new opportunity. Just 3 months into the new year, her eagerness for vacation seems unusual, sparking speculation among her colleagues. The whispers of concern create an atmosphere of anxiety within the customer service department. Unable to contain her curiosity, Feng Qian tentatively broached the topic. It's still uncertain. You all stay busy. I'll book my own flight. Her words were succinct yet vague, carrying a tone of detachment. Strangely, Feng Qian felt a foreboding sense of unease. Wen Rong took a deep slumber that afternoon, awakening as dusk approached. Yawning, she emerged from her room, stretching lazily, and noticed Jean Lihua and Wen Qingyu bustling in the dining area and kitchen. Awake? Wen Qingyu eagerly lifted a dish from the table. Dad's warming up your food. You must be hungry. Just sit here, it will be ready shortly. Wen Rong blinked, glancing at the wall clock, then peered into the kitchen. It's only 6. Why are we eating so early? Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, she pouted. Oh, I must be having leftovers. It's specially saved for you. Jean Lihua shot her an exasperated look. Honestly, my dear, have I ever made you eat leftovers? Wen Rong chuckled, sending a heart gesture towards her mother. My beloved mom, love you. Jean Lihua couldn't help but smile, urging her to wash her hands quickly. As Wen Rong sat down to eat, she began to sense a shift in the atmosphere. After spitting out a bone, she cautiously raised her eyes. Across the table, Teacher Jean and Lawyer Wen sat side by side, their gazes fixed upon her. Wen Rong felt a chill run down her spine, thinking, oh no, here it comes. Wen Qingyu began thoughtfully, it's just us now. You can speak honestly to your father and mother. Have you encountered any difficulties? Wen Rong, gripping her chopsticks, lowered her gaze. Can I finish my meal first? Of course, take your time, Jean Lihua gently reassured, tugging at her husband's sleeve. Eat first, there's no rush. We will talk after you're done. With a sigh, Wen Qingyu refrained from pressing further. As Wen Rong quietly continued her meal, the intensity of their stares made it feel as if a bone lodged in her throat, making swallowing a struggle. Fearing she might choke if she continued, she soon set down her utensils, leaned back in her chair, took a deep breath, and calmly declared, Dad, Mom. Jean Lihua and Wen Qingyu gazed at her, their eyes widening slightly, instinctively holding their breath. Chapter 7. Qi Dog. My eyes brimmed with tears, and Wen Rong's lips quivered uncontrollably as she spoke in a low, feeble tone. I've broken up with him. Please don't mention marriage again. I don't want to do anything but stay at home and spend time with you. Is that all right? A breakup. This proclamation was both unexpected and, in a sense, anticipated. Yet, how could 5 years of affection end so abruptly? What parent could endure such news about their daughter without further inquiry? Wen Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, instantly concluding that that rascal had mistreated his daughter. The typically gentle and amiable lawyer felt his fists clench. He opened his mouth, ready to unleash his fury, but Jean Lihua swiftly pressed her hand against his. All right. Let us not question her. Wen Qingyu glared at his wife, only to find her smiling tenderly, soothing their daughter with gentle words. Wen Rong felt a sharp pang in her heart, lifting her face with tear-stained eyelids as she nodded. Yes, in a couple of days. I will accompany Dad for a checkup. I won't leave until he recovers. Good. Jean Lihua smiled. What a good daughter. That night, the lights in the Wen family's living room were extinguished. A breakup at this juncture. One could easily surmise the reasons. What sort of person was Qi to dare bully my daughter? If not for his years of restraint, the cursed bastard would have rolled off his tongue. Jean Lihua removed her glasses and sat on the edge of the bed, silently listening to her husband vent his anger, even crossing her legs as if engaged in a conversation with someone else. Wen Rong got together with him right after graduation. 5 years. How many of my daughter's youthful years have been wasted like this? She insisted on staying in Yen City to gain experience. I never agreed. You indulged her, letting her do as she pleased. Look where that has led her. Deceived. If only she had listened to me, she wouldn't have suffered this loss. Perhaps now she would be by our side, thriving in her career, with suitors lining up outside our door. What business does that Qi have in this? Wen Qingyu felt dizzy with anger, trembling as he clutched his heart. I can't take this. It's infuriating. If killing weren't a crime, I'd grab a cleaver and head to Yen City to confront him. Teacher Wen, what are you doing? Jean Lihua furrowed her brow, raising her eyes to him. What are you shouting about? Does cursing help? Does blaming others do any good? If you truly let your anger get the best of you, it would only add to our troubles. Wen Qingyu gasped for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can I not be angry? That's my daughter. Look at how she has been wronged. Jean Lihua rolled her eyes lightly, placing her phone down with a thud, sitting up straight and slowly attempting to reason with him. Try to see the silver lining. Don't get lost in your frustration. Heaven. Jean Lihua scoffed dismissively. What gives that Qi boy the right to be considered my daughter's destiny? Don't hold him in such high regard. Wen Qingyu was taken aback. Rong is our precious child. You and I are the ones who shield her from the storm. The world may be vast, but parents are paramount. As long as we stand firm, her world shall not crumble. A wife possesses the innate ability to provide comfort, and upon hearing her words, his spirits inexplicably lifted. Jean Lihua remarked, "It is merely a romantic relationship, not a binding contract of servitude. This matter is one of mutual consent. If we find joy together, let us indulge in it, and if discontent arises, we shall part amicably and seek new companions." When Qingyu's brow furrowed, he opened his mouth as if to speak. However, Jean Lihua raised a finger to silence him. "Hold your tongue for now." Wen Qingyu responded, "I know my daughter well. Throughout her life, when has she ever suffered? She is innately resilient. If they choose to part ways, I have faith that Rong is not merely the one who was wronged or abandoned." Jean Lihua spoke with conviction. Even rearing a dog for 5 years fosters an emotional bond. When the dog passes, sorrow is only natural. When Qingyu stared at his wife, momentarily forgetting his anger. "What you say makes sense." "Indeed." Jean Lihua shot him a glance. "Remember, do not mention the dog at home. Focus your attention on accompanying our daughter. Since we are both free, let us take her out to clear her mind, allowing the allure of the outside world to captivate her attention. She will soon be rejuvenated." Wen Qingyu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, good. Tomorrow, we shall go out for a breath of fresh air." He pulled back the covers and climbed into bed, already contemplating whether to take a short trip. A family vacation was a rare and precious opportunity, worthy of meticulous planning. Having spent half a lifetime together, Jean Lihua could discern his thoughts with a mere glance. She inquired, "Is the matter with Hyang complicated?" When Qingyu lay down, distractedly waving his hand. "It is nothing major, just a brief acknowledgement. Those few individuals are all familiar with him. A casual visit will suffice, and they will assist him." Wen Rong's grandmother owned a piece of land in the southern suburbs of Shucheng, nestled among picturesque hills, with vast bamboo forests, lakes, and waterfalls. A few years prior, it had been developed into a tourist attraction, and many local families converted their homes into guest houses, with the local government providing ample support. The Wen family, having some spare funds, decided to follow the trend and finance the transformation of the grandmother's house into a 3-story inn. "Very well." Wen Qingyu readily agreed. With the arrangement settled, the couple felt a sense of ease and turned off the lights to sleep. "I will take care of it," he assured. "No need for trouble. Uncle Wen, I am well aware of the address." Qi Hyang's voice was warm and cheerful. "Oh, it is no trouble at all. I maintain regular contact with them." Wen Qingyu chuckled and added, "By the way, Teacher Jean asked me to inform you, knowing you are considerate, that she fears you might come to visit us and find us unavailable." Qi Hyang paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "When will you be returning for a checkup? Remember, I promised to accompany you." "No need, you are busy." "If you insist, Uncle Wen, I would feel uncomfortable with such formality." Sensing the seriousness in his tone, Wen Qingyu hesitated momentarily, but smiled and agreed, "All right." Only then did Qi Hyang smile as well. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Jean Lihua and Wen Rong had already packed their luggage, and the mother-daughter duo was ready to embark on their journey. "Old Wen, are we ready to go?" "Absolutely." The family of 3 spent 2 days in their own guest house, coinciding with the weekend, during which the demand for rooms exceeded supply. In the bamboo forest of March, the spring bamboo shoots flourish abundantly. Many city dwellers seize the weekend to hike and forage for shoots, while visitors from afar come to enjoy the scenery. The surrounding accommodations are nearly booked to capacity. With a multitude of guests and demands, Wen Rong is busily occupied, hardly having the mental space to contemplate other matters. The plane lands in the evening, and upon exiting the airport, the driver is already waiting in the car. Cheng Fei hands his luggage to the driver and turns to inquire. Qi Jingzhou stands beside the car, expressionless, gazing at his phone screen. After a moment, he furrows his brow, a hint of unexplainable emotion crossing his face. Lowering his phone, he casually asks, "Have all the details for tomorrow's meeting been properly handed over?" Qi Jingzhou responds with a faint acknowledgement, then lowers himself into the car. Cheng Fei quickly shuts the door behind him and hastens to the front, getting into the vehicle. The dark red flag car merges into the flow of traffic, enveloped in a profound silence within. Cheng Fei discreetly glances at the rearview mirror. An inexplicable heaviness lingers in the air. After a moment's hesitation, his 5 years of honing the skill of reading emotions tell him that it is prudent to refrain from asking questions at this juncture. He tightens his lips, silently averting his gaze, too apprehensive to speak. 39 minutes later, the car enters the underground parking lot of Wanhemingzhu. Cheng Fei swiftly opens the door and steps out, releasing a quiet breath of relief, skillfully retrieving the luggage from the trunk. As he raises his gaze, he notices Qi Jingzhou already striding towards the elevator lobby. Cheng Fei drags his suitcase, mustering the courage to follow, pressing the elevator button first, then hesitantly attempting to gauge the situation. The golden, polished elevator doors reflect Qi Jingzhou's meticulously sculpted features. He speaks in a calm tone. Wait, there's something I need you to handle. Cheng Fei gulps, his heart sinking. Understood. The elevator doors slide open, and they step inside one after the other. Presumably during dinner time, the elevator does not stop until reaching the 9th floor. Qi Jingzhou steps out first, and the sensor lights illuminate instantly, softening his facial contours as he appears more approachable while opening the door. As soon as the door swings open, the entrance light flickers to life. He steps inside, his feet landing on the crimson welcome mat, intending to change his shoes at the cabinet, but his gaze halts at the disarray of white leather slippers strewn on the floor. Cheng Fei stands at the entrance, bending to push his suitcase inside, and upon straightening, instinctively surveys the room. The living room is dark, suggesting no one is present. Just as he is about to comment that Miss One has yet to finish work, the words die on his lips as he instinctively scents the air, frowning and murmuring. What is that smell? Qi Jingzhou, too, detects an unusual odor permeating the house. Yet today, it feels different. The air carries a sour, oppressive scent akin to spoiled food. Cheng Fei remains oblivious to the darkening expression on Qi Jingzhou's face as he instinctively moves further inside to investigate, casually turning on the main light in the living room. The crystal chandelier casts a warm, brilliant glow, illuminating the entire space. As Cheng Fei approaches the midpoint between the living and dining areas, the smell intensifies. And he turns his head, his eyes widening uncontrollably. A wave of regret floods over him, and his eyelids twitch as he stiffly turns to Qi Jingzhou. Upon seeing his grim demeanor, his mind races, and in a stammering rush, Cheng Fei exclaims, Qi Bureau, I'll clean it up right away. Qi Jingzhou's chest rose and fell momentarily. Without changing his shoes, he strode into the dining room with long strides, his gaze fixed on the island counter, where a lavish spread of food lay untouched, each dish positioned exactly as it had been before he left. The bouquet of roses at the edge of the counter, however, had withered and dried, neglected and forlorn. Cheng Fei was bustling about, hurriedly discarding the spoiled food into the trash bin, stacking the plates one by one. Qi Jingzhou stood at the edge of the island, casting a downward glance at the drooping roses, his expression dark and his emotions inscrutable. After a moment of contemplation, he turned sharply and walked towards the master bedroom. Cheng Fei was enveloped by a sense of foreboding, his hands trembling with anxiety as he cleaned up. Unable to resist glancing towards the master bedroom, he was all too aware of Qi's obsessive cleanliness. Surely, he must feel that the entire house was sullied. Good heavens! What was transpiring between these two? Was it really worth it for Wen Rong to disregard everything so carelessly? He felt immensely wronged on her behalf. When she left, did she even have the capacity to consider Qi Jingzhou's cleanliness issues? Cheng Fei, in a flurry, dutifully prepared to stack the plates into the dishwasher. But as he opened the door, a foul odor assaulted him, nearly making him retch. His face turned ashen as he pinched his nose and peered inside. To his horror, there were filthy dishes festering within, already on the verge of mold. Cheng Fei felt nauseated, his complexion wan as he pressed the door shut with a finger. There was absolutely no need to continue cleaning. Given Qi's temperament, he would likely demand the entire island counter be dismantled and discarded. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, silence reigned. Qi Jingzhou stood in the walk-in closet, surveying the wide-open wardrobe and the empty safe. Lowering his gaze to the checkbook in his hand, he noted the top check, artistically inscribed with a string of numbers, 5 followed by 6 zeros, 5,000,000. His eyelids flickered slightly, his gaze darkened, and an inexplicable flame of anger surged within him, his grip on the checkbook tightening to the point of whitening his knuckles. 5 million, 5 years.
Ha!
How much patience he had developed. When Rome was not an unreasonable person, she needed him, and once everything was explained, she would surely understand. It seemed he had indulged her too much. Suppressing the tumultuous anger within, Qi Jingzhou took out his phone, opened his contacts, and navigated to Wen Rong's chat window. Their last correspondence had been on her birthday. Not a single word from her in recent days, and she had even dared to play the runaway. The more he reflected, the more his anger flared. His thumb struck the screen with vigor. Where are you? His fingers paused, then he swiftly deleted the message and retyped. Are you trying to leave? His thumb hovered over the send button before hesitating once more. After a brief moment, he erased the message entirely. Qi Jingzhou's eyes were shrouded in darkness as he pressed the lock screen, tucking his phone into his pocket. Bad habits could not be indulged. It was time for her to learn a lesson. Chapter 9, Avatar. His heart burned with wrath, nearly consuming him, yet it settled into a heavy silence in an instant. Qi Jingzhou restored his expression to one of indifference. After casting a final glance at the emptied safe, he turned and emerged from the cloakroom, exiting the master bedroom. He walked straight ahead, not veering his gaze, striding purposefully towards the entrance, where he coldly addressed Cheng Fei. Go to the hotel and arrange for the maid to come and clean tomorrow.
All right.
Cheng Fei, who could hardly contain his impatience, quickly acquiesced, pushed open the dining room window, and hurriedly followed suit, dragging his suitcase behind him. The door to the living room slammed shut, plunging the interior once more into darkness and silence. The conference room reserved for the business meeting the following day was, as usual, at the hotel where Wen Rong worked. The meeting was scheduled to last 3 days. Regardless of whether the leaders would stay overnight, the rooms had been secured in advance. After arranging accommodation for Qi Jingzhou and depositing his luggage, Cheng Fei seized an excuse to leave in haste. Upon returning to his own guest room, he immediately took out his phone to contact the head of the guest services department, Feng Qian. The phone barely rang twice before it was answered. Feng Qian greeting him warmly. Secretary Cheng? How may I assist you? Cheng Fei smiled politely.
It's me.
I was hoping to connect with General Manager Wen, but I can't seem to reach her. Oh, you're looking for General Manager Wen. Feng Qian hesitated for a moment before cautiously explaining. She is currently on leave and not in Yen City. If there is something urgent, you can tell me, and I will do my best to assist you. Cheng Fei was taken aback. On leave?
Since when?
Feng Qian was momentarily stunned as well. Cheng Fei furrowed his brow, thinking it was not something he could share with her. He inquired further. I recall General Manager Wen being diligent in her work. Has something happened?
Oh.
The leaders just mentioned that after the meeting, they wanted to invite General Manager Wen to dinner and finalize the arrangements for the conference room in June. What a pity. Feng Qian's heart sank. She dreaded when officials began to wax eloquent. Such statements often preceded attempts to exert pressure. Feeling overwhelmed, Feng Qian maintained a pleasant demeanor, saying, It has always been like this. When Director Qi is here, he only wants General Manager Wen to personally attend to him, disregarding everyone else. She had grown accustomed to this. Seeing his aim achieved, Cheng Fei chuckled. Yes, indeed. Feng Qian smiled and nodded repeatedly, affirming, Director Qi is considerate towards our General Manager Wen. However, she is quite well. Thank you for your concern, Director Qi and Secretary Cheng. Let us leave it at that. You have your tasks. Wait a moment. Cheng Fei feigned curiosity, pressing further. What exactly is the reason for General Manager Wen's leave? Is everything all right? Nothing major. Feng Qian replied with a casual tone. It's probably a family matter. Her elderly relatives may not be in good health. In situations like this, we are powerless to assist. Cheng Fei nodded, understanding, and exchanged a few courteous words before finally hanging up. With her elderly relatives in poor health and being the only child, it was understandable that she had to leave in haste, not intentionally disappearing without notice. Contemplating the situation, the reasonable Secretary Cheng composed his thoughts and knocked on Director Qi's door. The door opened to reveal Qi Jingzhou, just out of the shower, wrapped in a bathrobe, his expression cool as he fixed his gaze on Cheng Fei. Cheng Fei managed to smile, speaking softly, I have a work report for you. He promptly entered the room and closed the door behind him, standing straight as he began to speak.
Qi,
I recently inquired at the hotel and learned that Miss Wen is currently on leave for a couple of days. Given their relationship, it would be appropriate to check in on her, especially since Wen Rong's parents are unwell. Surely, this provides a perfect opportunity to extend a hand. Qi Jingzhou, with a subtle movement of his dark eyes, flicked the cigarette butt and lighter onto the table while casually picking up his phone.
Indeed.
Wen Rong had mentioned before that her father's health was not great. They had discussed this matter over the phone one evening. However, he had been preoccupied with pressing affairs, with numerous matters pending after the new year, and had absent-mindedly inquired about the illness and its severity. Wen Rong had replied that it was a chronic issue, a consequence of aging, and he had not dwelled on it further. Aging brings with it a need for thorough medical examinations, should there be any issues. She could reach out to him for assistance in contacting more authoritative doctors. Wen Rong had merely responded with a light-hearted acknowledgement and did not elaborate further. Subsequently, he became engrossed in governmental duties and then went on a business trip. During this time, he happened to overhear Wen Rong expressing concern for her parents' health over the phone, and the conversation had shifted towards the topic of marriage. He had dismissed her parents' frequent health complaints as mere tactics to prompt marriage discussions. Upon reflection, however, perhaps there was genuine concern for their well-being, and he had not acted appropriately. Opening the chat history, Qi Jingzhou frowned slightly, contemplating how best to extend his greetings. Cheng Fei, perceptive to the atmosphere, quietly excused himself. Without lifting his gaze, Qi Jingzhou acknowledged him. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the suite, allowing his mind to gradually regain clarity and composure. Engaging with a woman over trivial matters was unnecessary. A faint smile played on his lips as he settled onto the sofa, pondering momentarily before tapping the screen, intending to compose a message asking, "How is your father's health?" However, he was taken aback to see that Wen Rong's profile picture had suddenly changed. He focused intently for a couple of seconds, unable to resist the temptation to click on the avatar. Mere moments ago, it had been a serene blue sky with white clouds. But now it was replaced by an image of a young woman in a white cotton dress sitting amidst a bamboo grove. He tapped the screen, enlarging the photo, and realized it was indeed Wen Rong. With her head slightly tilted, her eyes gently closed, and a subtle smile playing on her lips, she was illuminated by sunlight, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to the moonlight filtering through the bamboo. Qi Jingzhou found himself entranced, unable to look away. After a prolonged moment, his eyes stirred with a hint of emotion, and his lips pressed together in a straight line. The joy she radiated seemed more akin to a leisurely outing than the anxious pallor of someone troubled by their parents' health. Qi Jingzhou's brow furrowed once more as he recalled that Wen Rong had never been fond of using photos as her profile picture, having often been harassed by unseemly men as a result.
She found such attention vexing.
Yet now, she had chosen to display this stunning image as her avatar. A sense of inexplicable agitation washed over him, prompting him to impulsively delve into her moments. Chapter 10: Shopping and Watching Movies Together. When Rong's moments typically featured advertisements promoting the hotel, there was nothing particularly new. Qi Jingzhou casually scrolled through, gradually relaxing his furrowed brow. Yet, in an instant, he recalled something, and the previously relaxed lines on his forehead knitted together once more. She was discerning about her public and private life, often selectively blocking certain individuals from viewing her posts. The tasks at hand involve shielding oneself from friends and family, while simultaneously blocking superiors, clients, and colleagues in daily life. However, his past remains entirely exposed. Regardless of the social circle, he can observe everything. He feels inclined to capture beautiful photos and change his profile picture, yet lacks the motivation to share updates online. This seems unreasonable. Is this young lady sulking, perhaps even having completely blocked him? The mere thought of such a possibility darkened Qi Jingzhou's expression. He curled his lips in a cold smirk, instantly dismissing any inclination to express concern. She appears to be in high spirits, leisurely taking photos, which suggests there is nothing urgent to attend to. When Rong, having stayed in her hometown for 2 or 3 days, found herself with a bit of free time in the middle of the week. After a relaxing shower in the evening, she lay in bed, applying a face mask while browsing her phone. Today, 2 university students from the Fine Arts Academy were staying at her guest house and, struck by her beauty, attempted to discreetly capture her image during dinner, only to be caught in the act. The young women felt embarrassed and quickly explained that it was merely a habit. Upon encountering something beautiful, they felt compelled to document it. They praised Wen Rong's beauty, even showing her the candid photos they had taken. Wen Rong, charmed by their youthful exuberance, held no ill will. After viewing the photos, she agreed to add them as friends, welcoming them to return in the future. The student sent her the pictures, and as she gazed at them, she couldn't help but reflect on how she had not changed much over the past 5 years. Though her enthusiasm for admiring her own images had faded over time, by the time she realized, she had already saved the photos. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called her. Out of habit from work, she answered without a second thought. "Hello?" A familiar voice chuckled on the other end. Rong, it's me." When Rong failed to recognize the caller. "Who is this?" A long silence ensued, and as she began to sense the identity of the caller, she pressed her lips together and cleared her throat before asking, "Is there something you need at this late hour?" When Qi Jingzhou spoke again, there was no hint of awkwardness. His tone was effortlessly cheerful. "I inquired today, and Uncle Wen mentioned he has a follow-up appointment the day after tomorrow. I happen to be free, so I'll accompany you." When Rong instinctively declined, saying, "No need, I can drive. It's enough for me and my mother to go together." However, with the hospital's crowdedness, requiring assistance for registration, consultations, imaging, and medication can be time-consuming, making an extra pair of hands beneficial. Qi Jingzhou interrupted her with a smile. "Don't be polite with me. I'm genuinely concerned about Uncle Wen's health." "So it's settled." After a brief pause, he advised her if there's nothing else, get to bed early. "Good night." Watching the call end, when Rong found herself speechless, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Was this person out of touch? She grumbled silently, irritated by Qi Jingzhou's intrusive behavior. and lost her appetite for further thoughts. In the midst of this, Jean Lihua remembered that they were running low on toothpaste and shampoo. Considering the time was still early, when Rome drove to a nearby supermarket. As she approached the checkout, she noticed the items she had scanned: blue slippers, a gray towel, a black toothbrush, and a new pillowcase. A sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to glance at her mother. "Miss Jean, when did you pick these up? Does Dad really need these things?" Jean Lihua continued to pile the items onto the counter without looking up, explaining, "Who said they're for your father? I'm just picking them up for Hyang." When Rome blinked, questioning whether he would not buy it himself. "TSK, Jean Lihua shot her a glance, nudging her aside as she took out her phone to scan the code. "One must always be prepared, do you understand? When he was in high school, he often stayed at our home, and it was only after entering university that he completely moved out." When Rome chuckled silently, "Teacher Jean, isn't this a bit excessive?" "Excessive? Don't forget your daughter is at home. It's not appropriate to leave a grown man alone overnight. It could lead to misunderstandings." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jean Lihua, both amused and exasperated, packed the items into a shopping bag while lightly scolding her. "What do you mean by leaving him casually? This is simply hospitality. I have said it is better to be prepared, even if it may not be necessary." "Enough chatter. Hurry and take the bags." When Rome pursed her lips, reluctantly accepting the shopping bag. As the mother and daughter exited the supermarket, Jean Lihua continued her gentle admonitions. "Hyang is like a half-son to your father and me. I know you are grown up and have your own priorities, but he is your brother, and we are family." She added, in front of Hyang, "You must not express any childish emotions, do you hear me?" When Rome's lips twitched, and she muttered under her breath, "If he is my brother, then let him change his surname to Wen and see if he agrees." "Enough of that." Jean Lihua playfully tapped her lightly on the back, half amused and half reproachful. "His parents passed away early, and he has no siblings. How could he casually change his surname? That would leave the Qi family without anyone." When Rome rolled her eyes slightly, unwilling to engage further in such trivial discussions. However, Jean Lihua caught her gaze and could not resist asking, "What is troubling you?" This struck a nerve with Wen Rong. Her eyelashes fluttered as she turned her face away, feigning indifference while muttering softly, "Who is close to him? We haven't seen each other for 6 years. I am an adult now, and men and women should maintain a safe social distance." As the two conversed, they arrived at the car, where Wen Qingyu stepped out and took the shopping bag to place it in the trunk. Jean Lihua discreetly observed her daughter, but refrained from further inquiries. Seizing the chance, when Rome climbed into the car, allowing the conversation to come to a natural halt. Teacher Jean followed suit, her expression contemplative. It was only when Wen Qingyu joined them in the car that when Rome drove away. Upon returning home, the trio exited the elevator. With a facial recognition scan, they opened the door, discovering a pair of men's leather shoes beneath the shoe cabinet. Accompanied by the sound of running water from the kitchen, Jean Lihua called out, "Hyang?" Sure enough, Qi Hyang emerged from the kitchen, still wearing his gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a black shirt and trousers that accentuated his tall figure, but with an apron tied around his waist and his sleeves rolled up, holding a stalk of celery. This attire struck a curious balance between the refined businessman and the domestic cook, resulting in a rather incongruous appearance. When Rome lowered her head to change her shoes, offering a brief acknowledgement. "Ah, you are quite early today. It's only 4 o'clock. I thought you had just finished your work," Jean Lihua said, slipping into her slippers while rolling up her sleeves and moving closer, gently taking the celery from Qi Hyang's hand. "Don't worry about that. Let me handle it. Quickly go wash your hands." Qi Hyang stood casually, one hand resting on his hip, a warm smile gracing his face. "There's no need, Auntie. I'm here to showcase my culinary skills. The ingredients are all yours. How could I possibly let you cook? Come on, step outside, and hand me the apron."
"No need for that."
As they continued to decline each other's offers, when Rome quietly dragged her suitcase toward the room, she closed the door, effectively shutting out the sounds from the living room. She no longer cared who would cook, focusing instead on unpacking her belongings. After retrieving a change of clothes, she entered the bathroom for a shower. Just as she changed into her loungewear, her phone on the bed buzzed. Picking it up, Wen Rong casually answered the call. "Xiaoxia. President Wen. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Wen Rong smiled. "No, I'm not busy. Go ahead." "Well, it's like this. Director Qi and his team have taken over the venue for a few days. The meeting will last 3 or 4 days. Yesterday, Secretary Chen contacted me, saying Director Qi wants to invite you to dinner, but I told him you're on vacation." Upon hearing the name Qi, the smile that adorned Wen Rong's lips gradually faded. She barely registered the rest of what Xiaoxia said. The invitation to dinner was merely a roundabout way of conveying that Director Qi was looking for her. Wen Rong's lips curled in a sardonic smile. How absurd! If he truly sought her out, Would he struggle to reach her? Why the need for such oblique hints? This was merely Cheng Fei's way of suggesting that she should bow down to Qi Jingzhou, relying on the fact that none of her acquaintances knew about her 5-year romance with him. Having already parted ways, why should she still be at his beck and call? President Wen? Wen Rong gave a soft hum in response. I understand. You needn't worry about this. Just focus on your own matters. To Xiaoxia, her words signified that she would handle it. Wen Rong felt restless, offering a few perfunctory responses before ending the call. As a general manager, one is entitled to a half-month vacation. Occasionally treating oneself to an extended break is not unreasonable, especially with family matters as an excuse. He would surely understand. Some things require time to heal, and given her ample financial means, she ought to indulge in self-care. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Wen Rong's half-lowered eyelashes fluttered slightly, suddenly realizing that perhaps she didn't love her work as much as she thought. Knock, knock, knock. Rong, are you busy? The knocking interrupted Wen Rong's reverie. She set down her phone and opened the door to find her father, Cheng Yuhui, standing there with a warm smile. Finished up? Wen Rong brushed her damp hair back, her eyes curving gently. My scalp itches. I just finished showering. What's up, Dad? Wen Rong blinked.
All right.
I'll be there shortly, just need to dry my hair. Okay.
Take your time.
They're still making the filling. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the Wen family dining room was harmonious. After a tiring, Teacher Jin's already commendable culinary skills had flourished. She had become adept at making dumplings single-handedly, rolling and filling with remarkable speed. The remaining 3 could hardly keep pace with her. Qi Heong, with sincere flattery, remarked, Auntie, your skills are worthy of a restaurant. Teacher Jin chuckled. Oh, it's not that exaggerated. At my age, I can only manage a little at home, but it's more than enough to cater to these 2. Not just 2. I also benefit. For years, I've craved Auntie's cooking, Jean Lihua chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, Qi Heong nodded with a warm smile. Wen Rong languidly added filling to the dumplings, resembling an outsider, silent as a statue. Qi Heong cast a glance her way, seemingly casually inquiring about her well-being. This question, of course, was of concern to the elderly couple, who turned their attention to Wen Rong in unison. No need to rush. Let us wait until your father's health check clears up, and he feels a bit better. The 3 obedient listeners, however, harbored divergent thoughts. Jean Lihua and Wen Qingyu exchanged a knowing look, silently agreeing to explain on their daughter's behalf. I wish for her to stay home a little longer. As one ages, the longing for children intensifies. Now that old one is facing health issues, we truly need Rong around. Wen Qingyu sighed as well, lamenting the trials of being an only child. As we grow older, we find ourselves unable to part from her, yet we fear being a burden. Wen Rong, with a hint of exasperation, raised her eyes. Please, what burden? Indeed. How could it be a burden? Qi Heong interjected with a smile. I am here too. Had it not been for your care back then, I might have struggled to complete my studies. Now it is my turn to repay your kindness. Wen Rong cast a sidelong glance at him, lowering her gaze in silence. Jean Lihua, however, was deeply moved. Heong, you mustn't trouble your uncle and aunt. Do not say that. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Aunt, we are family.
Wen Rong furrowed her brow momentarily, then suddenly stood, rubbing the flour from her hands. Speaking without looking up. We're out of chili sauce, right? I'll go downstairs to buy some. Without waiting for the 3 to respond, she turned and entered the bathroom to wash her hands. The air in the dining room became momentarily still. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Jean Lihua's eyes. When Wen Rong emerged from the bathroom, changed and ready to leave the house, she deftly directed her husband. Old Wen, go chop the vegetables. As soon as I finish wrapping, I'll start cooking. Oh. But Qi Heong rose first. I'll handle it, as promised. Tonight's dishes are on me. He took a seat. Qi Heong paused, instinctively glancing at Jean Lihua, whose expression was calm but her smile faintly restrained. Jean Lihua clapped her hands, her tone turning serious as she ordered, Old One, go chop the vegetables. Wen Qingyu, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hesitated as he glanced at Qi Heong, then hurried into the kitchen, straining to listen. In the dining room, Jean Lihua lifted her gaze to Qi Heong, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she straightforwardly asked him, Chapter 12. Rong and I were each other's first love. For a brief moment, the air thickened. We've already parted, Auntie. Jean Lihua's expression shifted to one of surprise as she scrutinized his eyes.
Why?
I remember your relationship was quite strong. That girl would always seek you out, reluctant to part even when you went abroad. The feelings have faded. Qi Heong resumed his seat, explaining to her with a composed demeanor. Eventually, we realized we were not suited for one another, so we parted amicably, wishing not to hinder each other. His demeanor was polished and gentle, with clear, warm eyes, their brown irises often glinting with a soft smile at the corners as he spoke in a calm, reassuring manner, exuding an air of credibility. Jean Lihua, maintaining her composure, furrowed her brow, then sighed with a hint of regret. Regrettably, I recall that young lady as quite beautiful, exceptionally polite, and hailing from a respectable family. She was indeed a commendable individual. Qi Heong offered a faint smile, lowering his gaze, while his Adam's apple bobbed subtly as he nonchalantly diverted the conversation. In youth, one often lacks the capacity to contemplate deeply. Only after enduring the trials of reality does one truly discern their desires, rendering the past inconsequential. Jean Lihua's expression was intricate. She advised, "You must not solely focus on your career. It is also essential to contemplate your lifelong commitments. My husband and I, having aged, tend to be rather verbose. Yet we cannot help but worry for our children. Rong, being our daughter, has accumulated some savings over the years, which makes me hesitant to pressure her too much. If I rush her into a relationship, she might not find a suitable partner, and it would weigh heavily on us in our later years. However, it would be prudent for you to have someone to care for you sooner rather than later." This discourse bore the hallmark of a senior's earnest concern for a junior. Yet upon closer inspection, Qi Heong discerned the underlying implications. His intuition suggested that Jean Lihua had seen through something profound. He lowered his gaze in silent contemplation, hesitating between candidness and evasion for several moments, ultimately recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Thus, he took a breath, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Auntie, has Rong broken up with that person from Yanshi?" He raised his head to meet Jean Lihua's gaze, his expression earnest and subdued. Jean Lihua furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Yet, from her reaction, coupled with her earlier remarks, Qi Heong was already convinced that he had surmised correctly. His demeanor softened, his shoulders relaxing as his tone gentled. Under Jean Lihua's astonished gaze, Qi Heong rose to his feet, articulating each word with clarity. "During the year of the college entrance examination, I promised her that once she was admitted to Yanda's economic and trade program, we would be together. Rong and I were each other's first love." He slightly hunched over, bowing his head in apology. "I regret not revealing this until now. Leaving her to study abroad was my folly. I implore you, uncle and aunt, grant me an opportunity to make amends." Jean Lihua was left speechless, her shock palpable. At that moment, Wen Qingyu abruptly burst through the kitchen door, his grip on the kitchen knife tightening to the point of trembling, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shouted, "You scoundrel! Are you playing both sides?" He brandished the knife menacingly at Qi Heong, exclaiming, "How dare you toy with my daughter? You ungrateful wretch! I must have been blind."
Hey,
"Old Wen!" Jean Lihua exclaimed in alarm, swiftly seizing his arm. "What are you doing?"
put that down.
"What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing?" Wen Qingyu was quaking with rage, strands of his once neatly combed gray hair falling out of place. He pointed the knife towards Qi Heong, bellowing, "Get out. Keep your distance from my Rong. Just leave." "Qi Heong, you should go, quickly." "I apologize, Uncle Wen, it is my fault." Qi Heong stood still, his jawline taut as he bowed his head in contrition. Wen Qingyu's face darkened, ready to berate him further, but he was taken aback as Qi Heong adjusted his trousers, bending his long legs to kneel before them. The couple paused, their eyes wide with a mix of astonishment and anger. Qi Heong knelt, his knees slightly apart, hands resting on his thighs as he silently acknowledged his wrongdoing. "Please believe me when I say that I genuinely love Rong. It was merely that back then, burdened by debt, I lacked the confidence to seek your approval and could not provide her with a better, more stable life. My inadequacy led me to choose a cowardly retreat, causing her pain." He lifted his gaze, the golden-framed glasses slightly askew, his eyelids tinged with crimson, revealing the shame and plea in his eyes. "Please trust that the only individuals I care for in this world are uncle and aunt, as well as Rong. I am willing to sacrifice everything to atone for my past mistakes." The emotions of the three individuals were heightened at that moment. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Wen Rong stepped inside. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her eyes faltered for a moment, glancing over each face, before she firmly pushed the door shut, her gaze ultimately landing on Qi Heong. "What is happening? Has the loan shark come knocking?"
Qi Young.
This time upon entering the house, the air was devoid of the stale, musty odor that had once permeated it. Cheng Fei placed down his luggage, and seeing that Director Qi had no further instructions, he cautiously closed the door behind him as he left. Qi Jingzhou retrieved a set of pajamas from the cloakroom and headed straight into the bathroom for a shower. After washing up, a pang of hunger struck him, and he exited the living room to prepare a meal. Opening the refrigerator, he was greeted by an abundance of yogurt, juice, water, and a neatly arranged layer of eggs. Additionally, there was a drawer filled with women's facial masks and eye patches. His gaze lingered on the masks for a few seconds before he reached for a bottle of water. Hesitating for a moment before closing the door, he grabbed 2 eggs. He opened the freezer to find an array of ice cream, with no other frozen food suitable for cooking. Wen Rong did not favor frozen meat or convenience foods. She cooked fresh meals daily, purchasing ingredients on her way home from work, ensuring that any leftovers would not last beyond the next day. He stared at the contents, decisively shutting the refrigerator door. While frying the eggs, Qi Jingzhou found it difficult to concentrate, distracted by the sizzling sounds of the pan. The subtle noise filled the space around him, rendering the home no longer so empty and silent. Once the eggs were cooked, he plated them and sat at the island counter to eat. The egg white was crisp to the bite, yet the yolk was still oozing with bright yellow liquid. He furrowed his brow, abruptly dropping his chopsticks and taking a large gulp from the bottle of mineral water. The sound of swallowing echoed in his ears as the water washed away the lingering taste, cooling his stomach in the process. After setting down the water bottle, an unexplainable anger ignited within him. His frustrated gaze swept over the brilliantly lit living room, momentarily unable to discern whether he was vexed by his inability to cook even a simple egg or by Wen Rong's abrupt departure with no word since. The phone connected swiftly. Hello, Director Qi. Please order dinner for me tonight, and also replenish the refrigerator. Tomorrow, find someone. Before he could finish, the thought of a stranger wandering around his home, cooking in the kitchen that Wen Rong had used, deepened the furrow between his brows and stirred a wave of nausea in his stomach. He closed his eyes and, with a heavy heart, changed his mind. No need to find anyone. Just leave it as it is. Hanging up the phone, I flipped through the call and WeChat records. A week had passed, and I was still hanging on to him. It was utterly exasperating. Chapter 13. The Check. Cheng Fei felt immensely burdened. He swiftly ordered a meal from Yuan and made a special trip to the supermarket for a substantial purchase. Director Qi, the food has arrived, right? Before he could finish his words, the other party turned away with a cold expression. Cheng Fei swallowed hard, dutifully carrying 2 heavy shopping bags into the house, closing the door behind him and placing the items on the island in the dining area. Glancing at Director Qi, who sat silently at the island, eating, he let out a heavy sigh and rolled up his sleeves, diligently opening the refrigerator to categorize and store the freshly bought meat, eggs, dairy products, and fruits. The double-door refrigerator was packed to the brim. Cheng Fei paused for a moment, then stepped closer to peek into the living room. The crystal chandelier illuminated the spacious room brilliantly. Qi Jingzhou, clad in a pure black silk pajama set, lounged in the corner of the large dark gray leather sofa. His long legs crossed, head bowed as he focused on his phone. Whether he was handling work was unknown, but his face bore a sullen expression, his brows knitted tightly, exuding an air of frustration that made him seem quite unapproachable. Swallowing again, Cheng Fei stood straight and cautiously inquired, Director Qi, everything is tidied up. Do you have any further instructions? Qi Jingzhou remained silent, showing no response. The atmosphere felt inexplicably oppressive. Cheng Fei stood there obediently, choosing not to speak, silently counting in his mind. This continued for a full 123 seconds, almost 2 minutes. Suddenly, Qi Jingzhou turned off his phone, stood up from the sofa, and strode towards the master bedroom. Yes,
Director Qi.
As he watched Qi Jingzhou disappear down the hallway, Cheng Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him and hurriedly turned to leave. Once the living room door closed, the house returned to its desolate quiet. Qi Jingzhou stood at the entrance of the cloakroom, coldly staring at the suitcase on the floor, devoid of any desire to pack it. Simply ignoring it and walking over to the bed, removing his shoes and lying down. The expanse of the bed felt overwhelming, and he closed his eyes, striving to empty his mind and relax. Meanwhile, at the Wen residence, the meticulously prepared dinner also went uneaten. When Qingyu isolated himself in his room, resolutely refusing to come out and eat with Qi Heong, Jean Lihua lacked the motivation to make dumplings, dawdling in the kitchen as she prepared dishes. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black. Unable to endure the peculiar atmosphere any longer, Wen Rong turned off the stove, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the kitchen, casting a cold glance at Qi Heong, who sat listlessly at the dining table. Come with me. With that, she turned and walked toward the entrance. Qi Heong looked up at her, paused momentarily, and then slowly stood up. The two entered the elevator one after the other, and as the doors closed, neither spoke. When the elevator doors opened, Wen Rong stepped out first. During mealtime, the garage was dim and desolate as they walked into the corner one after the other. Wen Rong suddenly turned around, her arm outstretched, pointing at him. Stand there and listen. Qi Heong halted, understanding her intent, and took a step back voluntarily. Wen Rong gazed at him with a cool demeanor, arms crossed, and spoke in a tone befitting a negotiation. Facing her indifferent gaze, Qi Heong furrowed his brow, bit his lip, and nodded in acknowledgement. I am a dog. Regarding what happened back then. Qi Heong's expression stiffened, his brow furrowing deeply as he lowered his voice and quickened his pace. My relationship with Xiaomyun is not as you perceive it. Yes, she does have feelings for me, but my interactions with her were solely to secure a place as a recommended student. At that time, you refused to listen to my explanations. I do not wish to hear them now. Wen Rong interjected sharply. I have never betrayed our feelings. He impulsively stepped forward, reaching out to touch Wen Rong, but she recoiled with a look of disgust, raising her hand to ward him off, retreating 2 steps as she coldly admonished him. Do not touch me. Qi Heong stood rigidly, his brown eyes fixed on her with a heavy gaze, his jawline taut. Wen Rong gathered her coat tightly around her, her brow furrowed. After 6 long years, there should be no words left unspoken. You chose to go abroad with Xiaomyun, and when I changed my number, she still managed to find me through roundabout means. Qi Heong, do not tell me that your cohabitation is merely a figment of her imagination, nor that the kiss marks on your body were left by another woman. Qi Heong's expression shifted slightly. Even in the dim light, Wen Rong could see his eyelids tremble. She coldly curled her lips. If I had harbored even a glimmer of hope for you back then, it has long since vanished the moment I decided to hold hands with another man. You, Qi Heong, are dead to me. Do you understand? From now on, please exercise restraint and do not disturb us again. Just leave. Wen Rong had no desire to linger for another moment. She stepped out from the narrow space between the 2 cars, heading towards the elevator hall. Rong. Qi Heong quickly caught up with her, his tall figure blocking her path, his eyes reddened and voice trembling. No, I swear I have done nothing with her. Wen Rong had not anticipated his relentless pursuit. Her last vestige of patience had evaporated. She chose not to look at him and attempted to sidestep past him. Qi Heong grasped her wrist tightly, his voice a desperate whisper. Trust me, I truly have in tea. Qi Heong, I disdain you, Wen Rong replied icily. Qi Heong tightened his grip, his throat constricting as he managed to speak. I am but a dog, your dog, Wen Rong. You once said that if I sullied you, you would no longer want me. I have never forgotten that, and if you doubt me, I shall prove it to you. Wen Rong forcefully pulled her hand away, turning her face to glare at him. I have found another dog. I will not require you any longer. Do you understand? I have no desire for you. Even if it means raising a child alone after divorce, do not hold on to false hopes. Wen Rong proceeded directly to the elevator hall, asserting, just go, do not return. The atmosphere at home remained tense. During dinner, although Jean Lihua and Wen Xingyu endeavored to maintain an appearance of normalcy, constantly seeking topics to engage Wen Rong, their forced smiles betrayed the underlying awkwardness and discomfort. She lay in bed, exhaling deeply, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, as she turned off the lights and closed her eyes, her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts that refused to settle, rendering her unable to find peace in sleep. The next morning, the Wen family departed early for the city's first hospital. Halfway there, Wen Rong noticed a large black vehicle following them, which had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, closely trailing them to the hospital, only pulling away when they parked. Accompanying her parents into the outpatient building, she handled the registration and collected their tickets before guiding them to the outpatient corridor to queue. Just as they arrived, Wen Rong's phone began to ring. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression subtly furrowing as she handed the diagnostic materials to Jean Lihua. Mom, please sit here for a moment. I need to take this call. All right, go ahead quickly. Wen Rong briskly turned into the stairwell at the end of the corridor before answering the phone. Hello? Is there something you need? Wen Xiao, President Wen, it's like this. Director Qi, there's a check. When would be convenient for you? I'd like to settle up with you. Chapter 14. The settlement fee? Inside the business vehicle, the air conditioning was inexplicably off, and the temperature fluctuated between hot and cold. Cheng Fei, who had already begun to sweat, felt a chill creeping down his spine as the silent seconds passed on the phone. The alternating temperatures made him shiver, and tilting his neck, he forced a smile and asked amiably, President Wen, what do you think? Cheng Fei felt a tightness at the back of his neck, managing a strained smile. Fully aware that Wen Rong was intentionally ignoring him, yet he still tried to subtly remind her. Please come at your convenience. Wen Rong, however, was not in the mood to engage in such roundabout games, frowning as she replied, I'm not in a hurry, just let me know when you've decided. President Wen.
When?
The line went dead with a series of beeps. Cheng Fei swallowed hard, mustering the courage to turn his face, only to find Director Qi staring frostily out the window. his profile exuding an icy demeanor that made the temperature inside the vehicle feel as if it had plummeted to the depths of winter. Director Qi. President Wen said, "She's not in a hurry. What do you think?" Qi Jingzhou's lips pressed into a straight line, remaining silent. It appeared that this situation had escalated significantly when Rong had completely severed ties.
Damn.
He instinctively touched the pocket of his suit jacket, where Qi Jingzhou had handed him a check for 5 million when he got into the car, now tucked away securely. Could this be a settlement fee? Cheng Fei felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Secretary Cheng, Qi Jingzhou initiated. Yes, Director Qi. Previously, I asked you to contact the first hospital in Shucheng. How did that go? However, 2 months had passed without further mention from Qi Jingzhou, so Cheng Fei had set that matter aside.
Oh.
I had relayed a message back then. Would you like me to follow up now? Cheng Fei cautiously inquired. It seemed that Director Qi was not entirely devoid of empathy. Even if a separation was imminent, he would not neglect Miss Wen's well-being. This was yet another 5 million, along with the efforts to ensure her future. One must realize that Qi Jingzhou had always been uncompromising, never indulging in personal favors, whether in work or daily life. Qi Jingzhou continued to gaze out the window, giving a faint acknowledgement. Inquire about her father's illness and its severity. Cheng Fei nodded, understood. He turned to make the call. Wen Qingyu had long suffered from chronic gastritis. In his youth, he dedicated himself to building a reputation, immersing himself in lawsuits, which led to irregular eating habits that ultimately weakened his stomach. A year prior, he and his wife had come for a health checkup, where they discovered superficial gastritis. Though it may not sound severe, those who have experienced it know that it is quite difficult to treat, often leading to gradual weight loss. By the time the diagnosis was made, Lawyer Wen had already lost 13 pounds, aging him significantly. He was naturally tall and slender. This rapid weight loss had alarmed the elderly couple. As people grow older, sudden weight loss is a grave concern, as it sharply declines one's immunity and resistance, making them susceptible to illness. Having previously contracted the influenza virus and endured a high fever for 3 consecutive days, I now find myself still plagued by a lingering cough that persists intermittently. Jean Lihua recounted the situation to the seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Wen Qingyu interjected, suggesting that it was not as severe as it seemed and that with a light diet, recovery would be swift. The old physician nodded knowingly, asserting that such an ailment requires nurturing. Western medicine cannot provide a complete cure. After merely 2 months of traditional herbal treatment, immediate effects are unlikely, and true recovery may take 1 to 2 years. Patience is essential. Wen Rong eagerly inquired whether any further examinations were necessary. The old doctor glanced at her and shook his head. He recommended that they check the pulse when picking up the medicine, and that imaging could wait for 6 months, as the patient's stomach issues should not necessitate frequent endoscopies. With a hint of melancholy in her eyes, Wen Rong expressed her gratitude to the doctor. The old physician nodded and offered additional dietary restrictions. Jean Lihua engaged in a thorough back and forth, appearing to comprehend the advice fully. Ultimately, the doctor adjusted the prescription. And Wen Rong thanked him as the family prepared to leave, only to be met with the entrance of another visitor. The old doctor immediately rose, greeting the newcomer with a warm smile. Director. The new arrival, distinguished with graying hair and of a similar age to the physician, had a full forehead and thinning hairline, exuding a commanding presence while also appearing affable. Busy? Not at all. Please have a seat. Oh, it's nothing urgent. I just stopped by to discuss a patient's case with you. When Rong's family quietly exited the examination room, gently closing the door behind them, the traditional medicine clinic was not as bustling as its Western counterpart, leaving the corridor tranquil. Upon their exit, they spotted Qi Heong waiting at the door, holding several bags. Pretending not to notice, Wen Rong headed straight for the payment counter with her card and receipt. Uncle Wen, Auntie. Humph. Wen Qingyu let out a disgruntled sound, sulking as he linked arms with Jean Lihua to catch up with Wen Rong. Qi Heong pursed his lips and followed at a leisurely pace. After the morning meeting, Qi Jingzhou received Wen Qingyu's electronic medical report. Having reviewed it thoroughly and conducted additional research online, he had a clear understanding of the situation. In summary, the illness was not severe, yet recovery would not be swift. Improper daily care could potentially exhaust the body, or even lead to gastric cancer. This condition requires nurturing for a duration of 1 to 2 years. It appeared that aside from advising the hospital, he could offer little else. Resigning was not a trivial matter, Qi Jingzhou thought with a frown. Wen Rong had joined this hotel post-graduation, rising to the rank of general manager in merely 5 years, a feat enviable by many. Replacing her would undoubtedly be a challenge. However, Wen Rong was different. He had nurtured her from the ground up, and she had scarcely experienced the need to curry favor with clients. She need not worry about losing her job. The material foundation he had provided over the past 5 years far outweighed the benefits of a managerial position. She had become accustomed to his indulgence. She dared to leave home for days on end without a word, and resigning seemed inconsequential. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts as Cheng Fei entered.
Directori.
Several documents require your signature. Approaching the desk, he placed the folder on the surface, casting a quick glance at Qi Jingzhou's countenance, which was marked by a brooding expression. Cheng Fei lowered his gaze, unable to suppress his silent musings. If you do not wish to part ways, then why insist on doing so?
Just as he pondered this,
The person seated behind the desk spoke in a low voice. The check. Cheng Fei lifted his eyes. Qi Jingzhou, furrowing his brow as he reviewed the documents, coolly instructed, hand it over. Cheng Fei blinked, uttering a soft acknowledgement, and promptly retrieved the check from his suit pocket, extending it with both hands to lay it flat on the desk. Chapter 15. Covert Maneuvers and Pressure. Qi Jingzhou took the pen to sign, then pushed the document back towards him. Yes, Director Qi. Cheng Fei picked up the document. Qi Jingzhou continued. Additionally, please communicate to the various departments that their meetings over the past 2 months, which have already been scheduled, should be postponed. Cheng Fei responded, understood. That will be all.
You may leave now.
At 11 o'clock, the Cultural Tourism Bureau has arranged a lunch appointment for you. It's time to depart. All right, prepare the car. I will be down shortly. Cheng Fei silently turned and swiftly exited the office. As he closed the door, he subtly pursed his lips and shook his head, thinking to himself, how childish, covertly applying pressure. Women are meant to be appeased, aren't they? After all, he had done plenty of that in the past. These men. They simply cannot understand. When Rome was blissfully unaware of the traps being laid for her, she was too busy learning the art of herbal medicine from Jean Lihua. The concoction I brew yields better results and provides greater assurance. You, my dear, know nothing. When Rome, perplexed, shook her head and stirred the simmering herbs in the pot, choosing not to engage in a debate. Are you planning to just watch? Should we switch to another doctor for a second opinion? No need to change. I've done my research. Besides, this is about medication. Should I really compare prices? Jean Lihua, while preparing vegetables, engaged her in casual conversation. A couple of years ago, our math teacher, Zhang, who was afflicted with gastric issues like your father, attended a reunion after retiring last year. When I saw her, she had lost 40 to 50 pounds and looked even thinner than I. When Rong glanced at her in surprise. Thinner than you? Jean Lihua, ever concerned with her appearance, had maintained her figure and youthfulness even in retirement, appearing more vibrant than her contemporaries. The once plump Zhang was, in fact, 2 years younger than Jean Lihua and had only just retired this year. Indeed, before my retirement, I knew she had gastric troubles and began taking herbal medicine. Little did I know, after a year of on and off treatment, she lost all that weight, her complexion becoming sallow. It's not merely a diet. Just think how frightening that is. The elderly doctor I referred you to is quite reliable. When Rome nodded, understanding Jean Lihua's stubbornness, and refrained from further persuasion, trusting that the old Chinese physician was competent. Their conversation paused as they finished washing the vegetables. After a while, Jean Lihua approached to chop the vegetables and scrutinized her daughter, gently broaching the subject again.
Yes.
When Rome nodded without raising her eyes, unreserved in this discussion. I do not shy away from talking about it. It's just that it has been so long, and I wish not to burden you with worry. Jean Lihua halted her chopping, her expression betraying concern. My dear, if there is something to discuss, you must share it. If you remain silent, I tend to overthink, which only heightens my anxiety. When Rome remained silent, sifting through the medicinal herbs in the clay pot before setting down her chopsticks, resolved to recount the entirety of her relationship with Qi Heong. In truth, I was the one who pursued him first. Jean Lihua, placing her kitchen knife aside, listened attentively. With a calm demeanor, when Rome spoke as if recounting someone else's tale, Jean Lihua was aware that their families resided in the same neighborhood, and Qi Heong happened to be a student in her class, distinguished in both appearance and academic performance. After the tragic loss of his parents, Qi Heong found himself alone in the city, lacking relatives or friends, and still a minor. As his homeroom teacher, Jean Lihua could not bear to witness the boy drop out of school, thus she effectively took him in. Over time, he became like a son to the Wen family. During that period, he would tutor me on weekends, and on inclement days, he would come to pick me up from school, treating me with great kindness. When Rome smirked slightly, noting how many girls in high school secretly slipped him love letters. Mother, you must be aware of this? Qi Heong was rather handsome. Jean Lihua also managed a faint smile, though it was strained. She was torn between feeling anger at her daughter's early romantic pursuits and the embarrassment of her own naivety. He knew I had feelings for him. Eventually, he was accepted into Yen City University, promising me that if I worked hard for the college entrance examination and succeeded, we would be together. Thus, after the exams concluded that summer, we officially began our relationship. You are aware of what transpired afterward. He received an opportunity to study abroad and left with that Xiaomyun. We parted ways. Her tone was nonchalant, devoid of sorrow.
Yet,
Jean Lihua's emotions were tumultuous. Which young girl does not feel heartache upon ending her first love? Wen Rong simply chose not to share her grievances, swallowing her feelings of injustice and sadness. Concerned for her daughter, Jean Lihua felt a deep pang in her heart. After careful consideration, she concluded that it would be better to address everything at once. The discomfort would only be endured this one time. Is your relationship with Xiao Qi, perhaps, due to your mother pressuring you to marry? No, Wen Rong replied, her expression neutral as she gazed at the white steam rising from the pot, her demeanor emotionless. There was never a possibility of marriage. We would eventually part ways. Jean Lihua furrowed her brow in confusion. No possibility of marriage?
why?
If it was impossible to marry, then why were you together in the first place? Did he deceive you? Wen Rong cast her eyes downward. No, we liked each other, and at that time, I needed companionship. Before Jean Lihua could ask further, Wen Rong preemptively interrupted. The teacher quietly regarded her daughter, refraining from further inquiry. When the conversation turned to Qi Heong, her tone remained light, but upon mentioning Xiao Qi, it was evident she wished to say little more. What companionship? Surely, as her mother, she understood her daughter better than that. Wen Rong could not possibly engage in casual relationships. This was clearly indicative of unresolved feelings. In the following days, Qi Heong visited the Wen household daily. Even knowing that Wen Qingyu and Jean Lihua were still upset, he persisted, each time leaving gifts at the doorstep before quietly disappearing. The elderly couple, rising early each morning, would find an array of boxes and fruits piled up at their door upon stepping outside. Initially, she chose to feign ignorance. But after being queried several times by the neighbors above and below, she ultimately had no choice but to carry everything inside to avoid any trouble. In the corner of the living room, a small mountain of belongings began to accumulate. Wen Rong, feeling lethargic, decided to disregard it, as she was already overwhelmed by incessant calls from her workplace. Early that morning, she received a condolence call from the esteemed director He. Xiao Wen.
How has your leave been?
Is everything well at home? If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to assist you. Chapter 16. Longing to see her. Wen Rong understood the underlying intent of the call and felt a headache creeping in as she rubbed her temples. I am doing well. Thank you for your concern, Director He. That's good to hear. I shall rest easy, he replied cheerfully, before shifting to the main topic. Wen Rong felt a slight twitch in her brow and endeavored to maintain her composure. Director He, I have been informed of the situation. I will first communicate with the client to ascertain the reasons. Director He agreed amiably. Very well, since it is your responsibility. I wouldn't wish to intrude on your holiday. Please keep me updated as soon as you have any news. Alright, goodbye, Director He. Upon hanging up, Wen Rong felt a surge of frustration rising within her. However, after taking 2 deep breaths, she managed to suppress her anger. Qi Jingzhou merely sought to force her into submission. How laughable. Such a thing was utterly impossible. She was the one who intended to sever ties with him. Submission was not an option for her. Without hesitation, she tossed her phone aside and forced herself to remain calm. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. She could simply resign. That would save her the trouble of concocting excuses to extend her leave. That very afternoon, Wen Rong even began submitting her resume online. With her qualifications and experience, finding a job in Shucheng was quite feasible. Before dusk, she had received 3 interview invitations. This time, she was genuinely pushed to her limits, which sparked the notion of resigning. He had not fared well that week either. On the night the municipal heating was shut off, Qi Jingzhou, after finally falling asleep, was abruptly awakened by the cold. He had to rise, turning on all the lights in his home, checking the room temperature, and inspecting each window before it dawned on him. The heating had ceased at midnight. If Wen Rong had been present, she would have preemptively retrieved the silk quilt on the night the heating was turned off, to guard against the chill. She disliked using the air conditioning, claiming that the dry air in spring and autumn could lead to discomfort, insisting that if it were necessary, a humidifier must accompany it. Qi Jingzhou closed his eyes and let out a long, weary sigh. How dull. After a prolonged silence, he reached for his phone, habitually sending a message to Secretary Cheng. Cancel Saturday's arrangements and book me the earliest flight to Shucheng. Meanwhile, Wen Rong was preparing for her interview on Monday. On Saturday, she dressed up to go out, intending to purchase formal attire. To her surprise, as soon as the elevator doors opened, she collided with Qi Heong. They both paused momentarily, and Wen Rong, avoiding eye contact, exited the elevator and walked past him. Wen Rong. The persistent voice trailed after her like an unwelcome shadow. Wen Rong rolled her eyes internally and quickened her pace. Qi Jingzhou, however, caught up with her, placing a hand against her car door, his gaze earnest and gentle. Where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. Are you so free? Wen Rong could not contain herself any longer, furrowing her brows in impatience as she gazed at him. Qi Jingzhou, where is your sense of dignity? Are you so eager to hear unpleasant words? Qi Jingzhou pressed his lips together, his hand resting on the door handle of her car, gently squeezing it as a warm smile graced his lips. Regardless of whether you forgive me or not, I must clarify my intentions. Until I have done so, I will not relent. Unless you wish to see me frequently in this manner. Wen Rong was genuinely irritated. She frowned, her gaze darkening as it fell upon his hand against the car door, her tone turning icy. Move aside. Qi Jingzhou even went so far as to open the car door for her, his eyes glimmering with warmth as he advised. We can discuss this outside. I'll follow behind you. Drive safely. With one foot already inside the car, Wen Rong paused at his words, casting him a cold sidelong glance before settling into her seat and fastening her seatbelt.
Get in.
Qi Jingzhou's eyes lit up, a flicker of delight shining through as he hastily gathered his belongings, rounded the rear of the car, and climbed into the passenger seat. Wen Rong, her expression devoid of emotion, ignited the engine and began to reverse. She showed no intention of granting him the opportunity to speak, merely disliking being followed. Since he insisted on clinging to her, well, she would not hesitate to be unkind in return. A mischievous thought flickered in her mind. Qi Jingzhou, however, had a sense of propriety. He likely understood that Wen Rong was not so easily softened. Once inside the car, he remained silent, offering her no chance to unleash her frustrations. As the journey progressed, and they had covered half the distance, Wen Rong, gripping the steering wheel, shattered the silence with a cold glare. You claim to want to explain, yet here you are, not uttering a word. Are you toying with me? Qi Jingzhou glanced at her, a soft smile gracing the corners of his eyes. I did not wish to distract you while you drive. It could be unsafe if you were to become upset. Wen Rong's lips curled slightly. You seem to value your life. Primarily, I do not wish for you to be harmed because of me, he replied gently. Wen Rong let out a restrained sigh, choosing to remain silent. She had to suppress the urge to force him out of the car midway through their journey. However, it mattered not. She could always leave him at the shopping mall. It had been several years since Wen Rong last roamed the malls of Shu City, and in recent years, the city had undergone significant changes. Following her navigation, she circled around before finally locating the entrance to the underground parking lot. At last, she parked her car, grabbed her bag, and stepped out. Qi Jingzhou followed closely behind her, locking the car door and tossing the keys into her bag. Wen Rong did not spare him a glance, her focus entirely on the overhead signage. Successfully locating the elevator hall, she stood waiting for the elevator, while Qi Jingzhou stood beside her, engrossed in his phone. She pretended not to notice him, treating him as a stranger. Yet, he stuck to her like a persistent shadow, following her wherever she went. Though he was indeed clingy, he said nothing, merely trailing her silently, casting a shadow over her shopping experience. Thus, she purposefully selected a brand-name formal attire store, quickly trying on a professional outfit and handing it to the sales associate for packaging. As she prepared to check out, Qi Jingzhou finally spoke, his first words breaking the silence. Charge it to my card. The sales associate extended her hands to receive his card. Wen Rong's tone was cool and distant as she interjected, I do not know him. Qi Jingzhou's hand, holding the card, froze in midair as he turned to look at her, surprise and amusement dancing in his eyes. Wen Rong had already presented her card, smiling as she expressed her gratitude to the saleswoman. The saleswoman, taken aback, merely glanced at the refined gentleman before quietly accepting Wen Rong's card. After signing the receipt, Wen Rong tucked the card away, carrying her neatly packaged clothing as she turned to leave. Qi Jingzhou, wearing an expression of resignation, followed her, seeking conversation. Did you purchase a suit with the intention of seeking employment in Shucheng? It's none of your business, she retorted, standing at the escalator's edge, glancing at the mall's directory before stepping onto the descending escalator. Now that you wish to converse, I happen to desire a cup of coffee. You have but the time for a single cup, he said, casually placing a hand in his pocket, his gaze soft as he observed her, a faint smile gracing his lips.
All right.
The two entered the cafe on the first floor, where Wen Rong scanned for available seats, only to see Qi Jingzhou stride ahead, gesturing towards a corner table. Hey, over here, she called, and as she followed his gaze, she was met with a familiar yet unfamiliar face, causing her to pause momentarily. Let us go. The time for a cup of coffee is ample, Qi Jingzhou urged. Wen Rong lifted her gaze, studying him intently, a newfound appreciation blossoming within her. She had underestimated him, for he had seemingly anticipated her decision to convene in the cafe. Chapter 17. Wake up, you are not that important. Encountering Xia Miyun here was entirely unexpected for Wen Rong. However, once they settled down, she observed Xia Miyun's equally shocked and surprised expression, revealing that she too had not anticipated Wen Rong's presence alongside Qi Heong. The atmosphere in the booth was tinged with an odd and awkward tension. Wen Rong remained silent. Qi Heong was the first to order 2 cups of coffee. Once the server departed, he stretched his long legs and reclined comfortably in his chair, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he initiated the conversation. I invited Miss Xia here today to clarify the misunderstandings from years past. I have heard that you privately sent some rather unsightly photographs to Rong. I would like to hear your explanation in person, as this has caused me considerable distress. Xia Miyun, her thickly mascaraed eyelashes fluttering, suppressed her discomfort and feigned calmness, muttering softly, "Are you out of your mind? You summoned me here to discuss something so trivial." She bit her lip, casting an embarrassed glance at Wen Rong before muttering a low insult at Qi Heong. "Couldn't you have spoken for yourself?" Wen Rong. Qi Heong replied with a wry smile, "I can clarify many matters, but this one eludes me and is particularly significant. I would appreciate it if you could elucidate." Xia Miyun's face faltered, clearly reluctant to speak. Yet, meeting Qi Heong's earnest and focused gaze, she hesitated for a moment, then noticed Wen Rong's indifferent and cold demeanor. Though it was undeniably embarrassing, driven by an unknown impulse, she finally mustered the courage to say, "All right, I suppose it falls upon me to clarify.
I'm sorry, Wen Rong.
It was, in fact, I who coerced Heong all those years ago. Years ago, he consistently rebuffed my advances. In a fit of rage, I conspired with others to orchestrate an accident, intending for him to bear a substantial debt, compelling him to seek my assistance." When Rome furrowed her brow, remaining silent. With no other options left, he reluctantly agreed to tutor me for a fee of 50,000 a month. When Rome was acutely aware that it was precisely because Qi Heong could never be found that she began to suspect his infidelity. At that time, her suspicions were indeed justified. Qi Heong's actions were tantamount to betrayal in her eyes. Subsequently, when my family discovered my reckless behavior, they intervened. In my rebellious state, I proposed that Qi Heong accompany me abroad for a year, offering him a one-time payment of 500,000. Reflecting on these events now, Xia Miyun appeared utterly composed, exhibiting no sense of guilt regarding her past actions. For someone of her privileged background, these incidents resembled little more than a youthful game. Once played, they lost all significance, leaving her devoid of emotion or burden when reminiscing. Qi Heong, ever observant of Wen Rong's reactions, sensed her patience waning and felt compelled to interject. "I can clarify the matter of the debt, but Miss Xia, please address the issue of the photograph directly." Pausing, he glanced at Wen Rong before adding softly, "During the first 6 months abroad, we indeed rented adjacent apartments, yet I have no recollection of that photograph bearing a kiss mark." After such a long time, he could not recall ever having a mark of that nature on himself. She stood, handbag in hand, casting a cool glance at the man beside her, whose long legs obstructed her exit. Realizing the situation, Qi Heong stood as well, graciously making way for her. When Rong stepped out of the booth, carrying her shopping bag, and strode away without a backward glance, Qi Heong nodded in farewell to Xia Miyun, hastily following after Wen Rong. "Rong," he called, catching up to her and firmly taking the shopping bag from her grasp, his tone earnest. "You know the truth now. Can you listen to my explanation?" When Rong continued forward, her voice devoid of emotion. "I am not deaf, nor are you mute." A flicker of relief crossed Qi Heong's eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. "Back then, I tutored a middle school student, but that family was bribed by Xia Miyun, claiming I harassed their underage daughter and threatening to escalate the matter with the school. I found myself unable to explain, as such matters are difficult to articulate, and ultimately agreed to pay them off. They demanded 1 million but offered a deadline. Unable to risk causing you trouble, I consented to tutor Xia Miyun to repay that debt. Later, I went abroad for that 500,000. At that time, you were still upset and had changed your phone number, which made it impossible for me to reach you. I was too afraid to ask Uncle Wen and Auntie, fearing for their concern." As Wen Rong remained unresponsive, Qi Heong grew increasingly anxious to clarify the situation. It wasn't until they entered the elevator and arrived at the garage that he disregarded the curious glances of those around them, feeling an overwhelming need to convey everything in one breath. "Xia Miyun incessantly finds trouble. The days there have proven exceedingly difficult to adapt to. I must work 3 part-time jobs to earn my living expenses, sleeping merely 5 or 6 hours each night, leaving no time to contemplate other matters. As for the photographs, they were likely taken on your birthday. That night, after finishing my shift at the bar, it was already 3 in the morning. I wished to reach out to you, At the very least to wish you a happy birthday and to clarify my intentions, yet I found myself without your contact information. In a moment of emotional turmoil, I inadvertently drank too much, and upon waking, rushed off to class, oblivious to anything amiss. Having nearly conveyed my explanation, I noticed Wen Rong, devoid of any emotion, merely continuing forward. Qi Jingzhou could no longer restrain himself and grasped her hand, turning her to face him. Wen Rong regarded him with a cold gaze. His expression was a complex tapestry of regret, bitterness, anxiety, and a flicker of unmasked hope in his eyes. Rong, I truly have not betrayed you. Trust me just this once, will you? Even if you need me to prove my sincerity, I am willing to do so, provided you simply say the word, Wen Rong held his gaze for a prolonged moment, then gently smiled and pushed his hand away. Even if you haven't, what difference does it make? Qi Jingzhou's eyelids fluttered, his expression freezing in place. Wen Rong's eyes met his with calm assurance, her tone steady. I have loved another. I was with him for 5 years, sharing every day and night. I am intimately aware of his likes, dislikes, and habits. I even took pleasure in preparing meals for him, savoring our time together. With you, however, we shared merely a year of youthful innocence. What makes you think you can so easily replace a man who stood by me for 5 years? Wake up. You are not as significant to me as you believe. Chapter 18. A meeting? Time seemed to stand still for Qi Jingzhou. There is nothing more excruciating than hearing the person you love acknowledge in person that they love another. The light of hope in his eyes extinguished in an instant as he stared at Wen Rong, his brown irises betraying a faint, desolate emptiness. Wen Rong recognized that her words had struck home, and it was time for Qi Jingzhou to awaken. She shook her head slightly, unwilling to linger any longer, and turned to walk towards the parking lot. As she reached for her keys to unlock her car, her hand barely grazed the door handle when a hoarse voice resonated behind her. If. Qi Jingzhou removed his gold-framed glasses, his eyelids slightly reddening as he swallowed hard. Wen Rong paused, a fleeting image of Qi Jingzhou's stern visage crossing her mind, prompting an unconscious furrow in her brow. You two are not the same. What is different? Is it the roles we play, or the circumstances we face? Qi Jingzhou's lips curled slightly as he adjusted his glasses, his expression regaining its usual composure as he stepped forward, meeting Wen Rong's gaze directly. His demeanor gentle yet resolute. I understand that your previous words were intended to dissuade me. Well, I have misjudged my approach. Since neither of us is the same as we once were, let us start anew. You may choose him after me, just as you can choose another after him. I am willing to be that other. Rong, I will pursue you once more, no matter how far you have wandered. I will surely catch up. The plane landed at 11 o'clock in the morning. Secretary Cheng, diligent and responsible, had arranged for a driver in advance. As Qi Jingzhou emerged from the airport, he smoothly boarded the vehicle. The driver followed the navigation, steering away from the city center. Lush green bamboo adorned the roadside, and the storefronts flanking the streets were uniformly designed, exuding a hint of the ancient city's charm, rich in literary and artistic ambience. As Qi Jingzhou gazed out, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Cheng Fei, it has indeed been quite arduous lately. Qi's eyes were bloodshot, and he emanated a sense of gloom and fatigue, reminiscent of someone who had endured several sleepless nights. It was rare for him to have an opportunity to unwind, so Cheng Fei deemed it best not to disturb his rest. Silently, he signaled to the driver to maintain silence. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Wen Rong. Half an hour later, as the car finally pulled into the garage, Wen Rong saw Cheng Fei's message. Miss Wen, would you be available to meet? Contemplating this intriguing message, she turned on the interior light and fell into brief reflection. Would it be convenient to meet? How could they meet? After much consideration, she concluded that a face-to-face meeting might not be feasible. Perhaps it was a suggestion for a video call? She frowned slightly, instinctively reminded of the matter concerning the check, feeling inexplicably vexed. After being sufficiently bothered by Qi Jingzhou that day, she had no desire to add to her troubles. Upon entering her home, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of a home-cooked meal. What delicious dish was being prepared? Wen Rong changed her shoes, carrying her bag and packages to the dining table, and remarked with a smile, "It smells wonderful." Wen Qingyu was setting the table and, noticing her eager expression, chuckled and urged, "Hurry and wash your hands, it's time to eat." Meanwhile, as the Wen family gathered for dinner, Cheng Fei and the driver were also growing hungry. However, Qi Jingzhou had yet to awaken. What could they do? They could only continue to wait. Unable to contain himself any longer, Cheng Fei sent another message. "Director Qi is downstairs at your residence, Miss Wen. Could you spare a moment to meet?" This time, however, Wen Rong remained unresponsive. Cheng Fei, with a furrowed brow and pursed lips, stared at the unyielding phone screen, beginning to suspect that Wen Rong was deliberately ignoring them. An hour and a half later, Qi Jingzhou abruptly stirred awake, suddenly realizing that the car had come to a halt. He glanced out the window and pinched the bridge of his nose. When did we arrive? It must have been about 2 hours ago. Had he slept for 2 hours? Qi Jingzhou rotated his stiff neck, and noticing Cheng Fei's hesitant speech and peculiar tone, he furrowed his brow and looked up. Cheng Fei blinked and, with a slight shift of his eyes, instinctively inquired, "It's nearly 2 o'clock. Would you like to find somewhere to eat?" They were both quite hungry. Qi Jingzhou fixed his dark gaze on him, remaining silent. Cheng Fei felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly unable to withstand the pressure, and, disregarding the need to maintain decorum in front of the driver, almost blurted out that Miss Wen was ignoring them. Fortunately, Qi Jingzhou spoke first. "Yes. Let us eat first." Cheng Fei noted that the vicinity of the community was dotted with numerous small eateries, albeit cramped and modestly decorated. 3 individuals descended from the vehicle, each impeccably attired in tailored suits, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the surroundings of the street. The foremost among them, Qi Jingzhou, exuded an air of refinement and elegance, his tall stature and handsome features marking him as a paragon amongst men, radiating an aura of restrained composure. Approaching from a distance, they were flanked by 2 subordinates, their presence reminiscent of officials on an undercover inspection. Upon entering the modest noodle shop, the atmosphere instantly shifted to one of solemnity. Qi Jingzhou, unfazed by the attention, nonchalantly chose an empty seat and, disregarding the curious glances of others, ordered a bowl of mushroom noodles in a calm tone. Cheng Fei, having retrieved a pack of disinfecting wipes from beneath his arm, meticulously began to sanitize the table. Meanwhile, the driver scurried about, fetching utensils from the sterilizer and requesting a pot of broth from the owner. The proprietors of the noodle shop, visibly anxious, whispered to one another while stretching dough. "Surely they are not from the Food Inspection Bureau, are they?" One murmured. "Quiet. Let us not speak carelessly. If they are here for an inspection, we have nothing to fear. Let's ensure the vegetables are thoroughly washed," came the reply, their hushed voices just loud enough for Qi Jingzhou to overhear. Maintaining an impassive expression, he feigned ignorance to the murmurs surrounding him and withdrew his phone from the pocket of his jacket, his gaze fixed downward as he scrolled. Once Cheng Fei finished cleaning the table, he sat down and took the driver's preheated bowls and chopsticks, placing them before Qi Jingzhou. Leaning forward, slightly, he lowered his voice to inquire, "Director Qi, shall we arrange accommodations for tonight?" Qi Jingzhou paused briefly, his eyes still on the screen, and responded with a question of his own. "Have you contacted her?" Cheng Fei's breath hitched, his eyelids flickering, and he mumbled an ambiguous reply. Qi Jingzhou raised his eyes, his gaze penetrating. Cheng Fei hesitated, forcing a smile, and muttered, "Perhaps you should try reaching out yourself?" Qi Jingzhou's expression darkened, and a long silence ensued. Chapter 19. She is serious. When Rong finished her meal and engaged in conversation with teacher Jean and lawyer Wen regarding job hunting. Upon learning that she intended to seek employment in Shucheng, the elderly couple's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly exchanged experiences and offered advice. Wen Qingyu, foregoing his afternoon nap, immediately grabbed his phone and began combing through his contacts, nearly collaborating with teacher Jean to meticulously reconstruct the extensive network of connections he had built over years as a lawyer. Observing their fervor, Wen Rong felt a mixture of amusement and bittersweetness. Thus, the trio moved from the dining area to the tea table on the balcony, sipping tea while continuing their discussion. Time slipped away unnoticed as they conversed. It was not until the sound of her phone ringing from within the house interrupted them that Wen Rong rose to check, thinking it might be a call from her workplace. "Just in time. I should also give them a heads up," she remarked. It was then that Jean Lihua recalled something and quickly asked, "At your level, if you wish to resign, I suspect your employer would be reluctant to let you go. Wouldn't they?" When Rong's step faltered, a hint of helplessness crossing her face. Inside, the phone had fallen silent. Closing the door, she approached the bedside to retrieve her phone. The screen illuminated, revealing a missed call, and her gaze momentarily froze. Before she could fully grasp the situation, the same number dialed again. The phone vibrated in her hand, sending a tingling sensation through her palm. The incoming number, despite having long lost its accompanying name in her contacts, was instantly recognizable to Wen Rong. He called her, and a torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. Her gaze flickered momentarily, her thumb hesitating in midair before she finally swiped to answer. Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes were cold and distant, his gaze aimlessly fixed on the world outside the car window, the deep furrow in his brow slightly easing as the call connected. Silence enveloped the receiver. He lowered his phone, confirming the connection, then raised it back to his ear. "Is this convenient for you?" he asked, but the person on the other end remained silent. After a few seconds, Qi Jingzhou's deep-set eyes shifted slightly, his tone instinctively softening. I'm in Shucheng and would like to see you, Xiaomi. Wen Rong pursed her lips, her voice devoid of warmth. Is it necessary? Detecting the chill in her tone, Qi Jingzhou understood it to be a sign of her lingering anger. He paused for 2 seconds, then patiently coaxed her. I'm just outside your community.
Come out.
And let us talk face to face, shall we? Wen Rong closed her eyes for a moment, before sitting on the edge of her bed with her phone in hand. I thought I made myself clear last time.
Not clear, Xiaomi.
This time, let us have an honest conversation. Just tell me what you want. To pick you up. The corners of Wen Rong's lips twisted in sardonic amusement. Do you really think that will make me feel moved? That you love me so much I'm indispensable to you? Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes clouded over, his lips pressed into a tight line, silence enveloping the line once more. Wen Rong lay back on her bed, covering her eyes with her arm, feeling utterly exhausted. First it was Qi Heong and now Qi Jingzhou. Both men left her feeling drained and weary. You cannot give me what I desire, and I no longer wish to pretend that I am content. Leave now. I do not wish to see you again. Her voice was low and devoid of strength as she ended the call. In the car, Qi Jingzhou lowered his phone slowly, his gaze flickering thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. After a long moment, Cheng Fei cautiously inquired, Director Qi, what are your plans for tonight? Qi Jingzhou's gaze remained outside as he replied succinctly, I'll stay nearby for the night. Make arrangements and send me the address. Understood. Cheng Fei complied eagerly, lowering his head to search for nearby hotels. Once the call ended, Wen Rong lay quietly, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. Approximately half an hour later, she gathered her scattered thoughts and picked up her phone, intending to prepare for her interview the next day.
Buzz.
A text message arrived, revealing an address along with the room number. No further words accompanied it. Yet in an instant, when Rong grasped Qi Jingzhou's intent, he awaited her tonight. This might be the last thread of his patience. But how could she, to utter harsh words while eagerly rushing to meet him? When Rong forced a bitter smile, deleting the message and refocusing her mind on preparing earnestly for the interview ahead. Darkness descended outside. The decor of the budget hotel suite was exceedingly simple. Qi Jingzhou sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips holding a cigarette, which he did not smoke for an extended period, merely staring blankly at the opposite residential complex. Outside, the lights shimmered as night fell, countless homes illuminated, with Wen Rong residing behind one of those windows. He had not ventured out for dinner, remaining on the sofa from dusk until darkness enveloped the sky.
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight.
And then 1 a.m, when Rong did not arrive. Qi Jingzhou raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, his long fingers pressed against his forehead. Eyes closed in frustration. Having sought her out personally, she had not even shown her face. It was at that moment he truly realized that Wen Rong was genuinely getting married, not merely stirring up emotions for effect. Qi Jingzhou rubbed his face and turned his gaze toward the opposite complex, his eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, lost in thought. He sat before the floor-to-ceiling window the entire night until dawn, when his phone on the glass coffee table suddenly lit up. Qi Jingzhou glanced over. The message was from Cheng Fei. After a brief pause, he reached for his phone and made a call. Book the earliest flight. Cheng Fei replied, Oh, all right, Chief Qi. I just checked. There's a flight to Yanji City at 10:30 and the next one ISNT until 7 in the evening. 10:30 it is. Arrange for the checkout. Yes, Chief Qi. After hanging up, Qi Jingzhou stood up, his expression neutral, and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. After drying his face, he quietly regarded the person in the mirror, his countenance devoid of any emotion. Let it be for now. She needs time to gather herself, he thought, resolving to handle his affairs and make arrangements in the capital before seeking her out again. When Rong tossed and turned throughout the night. At 6 o'clock, when the alarm rang, she opened her eyes, got out of bed, and prepared herself. She endeavored to adjust her mood and demeanor, applying makeup and changing into suitable attire. And after a light breakfast, she set out early for her interview. Throughout the morning, she attended interviews at 2 companies, one for a hotel executive position and the other for a public relations manager at a trading company. Just as her final interview concluded at noon, she decided to find a nearby Western restaurant for a solitary meal. However, to her surprise, as soon as she placed her order, someone plopped down in the seat opposite her.
Hey.
Dining alone? Chapter 20, Pursuit. When Rong looked at the suddenly appearing Xia Miyun with indifference, casting a casual glance around the empty seats, remaining silent. Xia Miyun, with a beaming smile, waved her hand lazily in explanation. I have a meeting nearby, and while waiting for my companion, I spotted you entering alone. She scrutinized Wen Rong. Are you working around here? Have you reconciled with He Yang? Wen Rong leisurely laid out her napkin, faintly curling her lips at the inquiry.
Miss Xia.
We are not acquainted. Xia Miyun, unfazed, rested her chin on one hand, smiling as she replied, while we may not be familiar, I am a friend of Hyang. He is also a partner of my fiancé, so, in a sense, our relations are not too distant, wouldn't you agree? Wen Rong calmly shook her head. Distant. I am not well acquainted with Qi Hyang. Xia Miyun was taken aback. But weren't you too? The disdain for engaging in conversation was almost palpable on Wen Rong's face. Xia Miyun blinked, her expression curious as she hesitated before standing up. Perceiving her subtlety, Wen Rong ceased to speak further. Just then, a waiter approached with their meal, and she picked up her knife and fork, preparing to dine in tranquility. Wen Rong hesitated, turning her face away with a hint of exasperation. Is there something else, Miss Xia? You are indeed a woman of peculiar charm, captivating a man whom others strive tirelessly to attain. I have witnessed him dismiss women of superior lineage, appearance, and intellect, yet his heart remains solely with you. What, then, is there to feel awkward about? So many years have passed. How many 6-year spans can we afford to squander? Cherish this man who is both remarkable and devoted to you, for such men are rare. Should you miss Qi Hyang? Wen Rong chuckled lightly, setting down her utensils with unhurried grace, and interrupted Xia Miyun with a wry smile. By what right do you speak to me in this manner, Miss Xia? Xia Miyun was momentarily taken aback. Wen Rong raised an eyebrow, her gaze laced with a touch of mockery. Are you the fiancé of Qi Hyang? Or perhaps one of his former suitors? Or maybe I am merely a defeated adversary in your eyes. Xia Miyun gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom Wen Rong's sharp tongue, as she had come with good intentions. How others perceive Qi Hyang is of no concern to me. My feelings for him are none of your business, Miss Xia. You have overstepped your boundaries.
How dare you?
Xia Miyun was about to erupt when a familiar voice called out from behind. Apologies for the wait. We encountered a technical issue that required additional time to resolve. The man wrapped an arm around her waist and glanced at Wen Rong, assessing her with an unwavering smile. Have you met a friend of mine? I don't believe I've seen you before. Wen Rong lowered her lashes, calmly cutting into her steak and completely ignoring their presence. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Let us leave, she said, turning away. The man looked between the two, politely nodding toward Wen Rong before hastily following Xia Miyun. With no further interruptions, Wen Rong found her ears relaxing, and her hunger surged as she savored the delectable steak. The meal was well prepared, and the waiter departed with the menu. Chun-Li, sporting a faint smile, observed his sulking fiancé across the table and could not help but chuckle as he advised, Enough with the pout. Are you trying to compel me to kiss you? Xia Miyun rolled her eyes, indignantly arranging her napkin while casting a glare in Wen Rong's direction. Why did you engage with her? Shouldn't you have informed Lao Qi first? Xia Miyun's irritation deepened. You just pretended not to recognize her. Chun-Li, while sending candid photos to a close friend, shook his head with a bemused smile. I truly did not recognize her. This is the first time I've encountered the living embodiment of the white moonlight. I've only seen her in Lao Qi's phone before.
Ah.
The white moonlight indeed lives up to her name, shedding the youthful innocence yet remaining a timeless beauty. Wen Rong sat there casually, surrounded by impeccably dressed business elites, her demeanor effortlessly exuding elegance, without any need for pretense. It became clear to him why Qi Hyang was so selective. Wen Rong was genuinely hungry, having polished off her steak, pasta, and a creamy soup with finesse. As she dabbed her mouth with the napkin, preparing to rise, she caught a glimpse of a shadow drawing closer. With a subconscious glance, Qi Hyang stood by the table, clad in a black shirt and trousers, his gentle demeanor accentuated by a faint smile as he looked down at her. Wen Rong, I happen to be feeling a bit peckish as well. He pulled a chair beside her, inquiring softly, would you care for a bit more? The fruit salad here is quite delightful. Having had a restless night, she felt fatigued and disinclined to engage in conversation. Qi Hyang, sensing her mood, gestured for the waiter to hold off on taking their order and inquired with genuine concern. How did the interview go?
How are you feeling about it?
Wen Rong turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Unperturbed, Qi Hyang pointed towards the large building across from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Our branch office is located in that building, from the 13th to the 23rd floor. The HR department and the personnel from Chungfa Trade are on the first floor. They saw you come in for the interview this morning. A slight smile tugged at her lips as she glanced at the nearby Xia Miyun and Chun-Li. Oh, it seems that your network is quite extensive, Mr. Qi. With so many in the company recognizing me, I am genuinely taken aback. It's not that they know you. The company is filled with engineers who can hardly contain their excitement upon seeing a beautiful woman. They were snapping photos in the elevator and sharing them in the group chat, even pressuring HR to lure you over to Chungfa Trade. He chuckled, offering an explanation before adding, however, It was indeed Chen Li who informed me of your presence here. He had no reason not to come. Wen Rong, would you be interested in visiting my company? Wen Rong replied coolly, I am not interested in being your rumored girlfriend. Qi Haong regarded her, his brown eyes glimmering with amusement. Before revising his approach, I am quite familiar with General Manager Xia from Qingfa Trade. If you are genuinely interested. No need, Wen Rong interjected, her tone cool and direct, fully aware that this was a precarious situation, and she had no desire to pursue it further. Have you finished speaking? If so, please step aside. The mirth in Qi Haong's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resigned expression as he nodded good-naturedly and stood up, allowing her passage. Wen Rong rose from her seat, and the persistent figure behind her followed closely, his tone gentle, allow me to escort you to your car. This statement was far from a request. Wen Rong chose to ignore him entirely. Exiting the restaurant, she found the elevator adjacent. Qi Haong, hands in his pockets, maintained a respectful distance, refraining from initiating further conversation, his demeanor measured to the point of being non-intrusive. As she settled into her vehicle, he stood by the window, waving goodbye with a silent smile as she drove away. Unable to resist, Wen Rong glanced at the rearview mirror, an inexplicable irritation brewing within her. To her surprise, she suddenly had to slam the brakes, realizing she had been rear-ended, still within the parking garage. With a bemused expression, she lowered the window to peer back. Before she could comprehend how the collision occurred, Qi Haong rushed over, his eyes filled with concern. Wen Rong, are you alright? Did anything happen? Wen Rong shook her head, reassuring him. I'm fine. Yet he had already reached through the window to open her door and unbuckle her seatbelt.
Please step out.
The driver of the vehicle that had struck her had also hurriedly exited to approach. A young girl, appearing as though she had just stepped out of university, stood with a look of fear and guilt, nervously wringing her hands as she observed Wen Rong alight from the vehicle. Sister, I am truly sorry. I accidentally pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. I sincerely apologize. Are you alright? As a fellow female driver, Wen Rong felt reluctant to reprimand her. A glance at the damaged rear of the vehicle revealed that the taillight was completely shattered. The girl covered her mouth, on the verge of tears. Her eyes reddened as she repeatedly muttered apologies, bowing profusely. The weight of moral obligation rendered any display of anger inappropriate. Wen Rong waved her hand in dismissal, suggesting they proceed with insurance, and advising her to drive safely in the future. Thank you, sister. Thank you so much.
Qi Haong tightly interjected,
Kindly reminding her to contact the insurance company. However, the young girl was utterly oblivious, clearly lacking any knowledge of the matter. Qi Haong had no choice but to assist in managing the situation. Once the insurance company was contacted, it was necessary to take the vehicle to the 4S shop. Qi Haong glanced at her and said, I am familiar with this area. I shall drive. Given your recent accident, it may not be safe for you to drive. Wen Rong regarded him for a moment without a word before turning to enter the car. Once everything was settled, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Upon returning home, she felt compelled to explain the situation briefly to her parents. She spoke succinctly, omitting any mention of Qi Haong. Fortunately, it was not a significant accident, and she was unharmed. Thus Mr. Jean and Lawyer Wen did not express excessive concern. The following day, she rose early, completed her preparations, and headed downstairs to catch a taxi. To her surprise, upon exiting the building, she found a black G-Class vehicle blocking her way. The passenger door was ajar, and Qi Haong sat casually in the seat, his long legs slightly apart, facing the entrance. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, with a Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist, he casually held a cigarette between his long fingers. His posture exuded a blend of confidence and elegance, radiating the allure of a successful man, likely captivating even the blindest of women. Wen Rong regarded him with an impassive expression. It's quite early, she remarked. Qi Haong noticed her and flashed a smile, extinguishing a cigarette before rising to his full height and swinging the car door wide open. Get in. I'll give you a ride. Wen Rong remained still, unwilling to move. Qi Haong blinked and glanced at his watch, reminding her. Uncle Wen and Auntie usually head out for their morning exercise at 6. It's now 6:40. They haven't come down yet. If you leave, they should be down shortly. Wen Rong frowned and crossed her arms. Do you have nothing else to do every day? Can you not linger around me incessantly?
Qi Haong,
unperturbed, smiled, and explained gently, I live nearby now. Knowing your car broke down and that you might need to attend interviews in the coming days, I thought it prudent to wait a while and perhaps catch a stroke of luck. Wen Rong's demeanor remained cool, her lips pressed together in a straight line. Honestly, I will leave by 8 at the latest. If you don't come down, I will simply go.
Qi Haong wore a relaxed smile,
His sincerity evident as he raised an eyebrow. Let us not delay important matters. It's on the way, so please get in. Wen Rong scoffed lightly. How do you know it's on the way for me? The business district in Shucheng is quite compact. All the reputable companies are clustered within a few miles. Qi Heong explained with a gentle smile. Even if it isn't on your route, I can still drop you off. Do you think I lack the means for a taxi fare? Wen Rong, with a cold smirk, adjusted the strap of her backpack and turned to leave. Qi Heong hurriedly stepped in her path, his gaze warm yet filled with helplessness as he sighed. Wen Rong could hardly believe her ears. Am I being excessive? If not, why do you always avoid me? If you truly do not care, shouldn't our encounters be as mundane as those of ordinary friends? She scoffed. How ridiculous.
Qi Yang.
Ordinary friends wouldn't linger around me like a haunting shadow. If someone like Xia Miyun were to cling to you in such a manner, how would you respond? Qi Heong chuckled lightly. You still care. Wen Rong's expression turned icy. I have no desire to engage in such trivial banter. We are both adults. Your actions are your own concern. However, could you refrain from disrupting others' normal lives? If this continues, I will call the police. Qi Heong maintained his smile, nodding in agreement. All right, then feel free to call the police. Wen Rong was taken aback by his audacity. Let the entire community, all the elders upstairs and downstairs, know that I am pursuing you, lest some well-meaning individuals start arranging blind dates for you. Are you out of your mind? With her patience exhausted, she removed her backpack and hurled it at him. The chain struck her neck, causing a slight sting, yet Qi Heong remained unfazed, catching the bag with ease and grinning. Let us get in the car. Continuing this way is unproductive. Many may have already seen us, and if rumors arise, do not blame me. He turned, clutching her bag, and walked around to the back of the car. Wen Rong's neck flushed with anger. Qi Heong, we mustn't be late for the interview. He called over his shoulder as he opened the car door and got in. With a clenched fist, Wen Rong paused to weigh her options before finally entering the vehicle with a stern expression. Qi Heong, unable to hide his amusement, raised an eyebrow as he locked the doors and leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. Don't touch me. She snapped through gritted teeth, fastening the seatbelt herself. The sleek black SUV glided out of the community and merged into the bustling traffic. The atmosphere in the car was tense, with neither speaking for a while. Leaning against the window, Wen Rong rested her chin on her hand, her emotions gradually calming. Finally, she opened her eyes and said, to the first hospital, please.
Thank you.
Qi Heong, surprised, glanced at her. To the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Wen Rong turned her face away, her tone distant. Just for a physical examination. Qi Heong regarded her again but refrained from further questioning. 20 minutes later, the car parked in the hospital lot. Wen Rong exited the vehicle, and Qi Heong followed closely behind her. Arriving quite early, the pre-employment examination was completed swiftly. As she emerged from the restroom, Qi Heong awaited her at the door, holding a paper bag that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. How did it go? He inquired casually. Wen Rong averted her gaze, affirming with a nod as she rolled down the sleeves of her shirt and stepped outside. Qi Heong, carrying the paper bag, fell into step beside her and asked in a light-hearted manner, still considering the hotel? You're at the prime age for marriage, facing maternity leave and childcare in the future. Securing a position here won't be easy. This hotel has a discerning eye. Wen Rong furrowed her brows and cast a discontented glance at him, yet remained silent. Qi Heong raised an eyebrow and adjusted his glasses. I mean no offense, but I believe starting anew over there may not be an easy endeavor. Have you considered switching careers? Your university major is law, and inheriting Uncle Wen's legacy would be commendable, especially since your family runs a law firm with ample connections and resources. Wen Rong coldly replied, Qi Heong, you're overstepping. Chapter 22, Early Pregnancy. Qi Heong fell silent. Towering over Wen Rong, he walked beside her, his gaze lingering on her beautiful profile, refraining from further attempts to speak. It was not until they had entered the car, and he had closed the door for her, that he handed her a paper bag through the window. After having drawn so much blood, you should eat something. Wen Rong caught the bag, feeling its warmth. The sunlight outside was bright, causing her to squint as she glanced at it. Qi Heong circled the front of the car and took a seat, igniting the engine as he asked, where to? Wen Rong remained silent. He turned to look at her and noticed she had lowered her head, her delicate fingers massaging her brow, her eyes shut as if she felt unwell. Rong? What's wrong? Wen Rong opened her eyes, still feeling a bit dizzy, and furrowed her brow as she leaned back, closing her eyes once more.
Qi Yang frowned,
reaching out to touch her forehead. What's the matter? Perhaps it's low blood sugar. Low blood sugar? A flicker of concern crossed Qi Heong's eyes as he hurriedly opened the center console and retrieved a box of fruit candies, popping it open. Have a piece of candy. Wen Rong caught a whiff of the sweet, fruity aroma, her eyelashes fluttering open to take a glance. The colorful candies appeared delectable, Yet somehow, the flavor surged into her lungs, causing her stomach to swell uncomfortably. Her expression shifted, and she swiftly pushed the door open to exit the car. Rong Rong. Qi Heong stood frozen for a moment, leaving the box on the seat as he rushed out after her. Wen Rong crouched by a flower bed, retching painfully, tears spilling from her eyes due to the discomfort, yet having eaten nothing that morning, she could only expel bitter bile. Qi Heong picked up her discarded bag from the ground and gently patted her back, his expression a blend of panic and helplessness. Are you okay? Is it a reaction to the needle? Should I call a doctor? Wen Rong was unable to speak, merely gesturing for him to stop. The hospital was bustling with activity, and just then, a young nurse passed by the flower bed. In a moment of desperation, Qi Heong called out, "Nurse, nurse, please help me with her." The nurse approached calmly, glancing at Wen Rong, who was just recovering from the wave of nausea. It's early pregnancy, isn't it? Quite normal. Once you've vomited, you should feel better. Wen Rong was taken aback. Qi Heong was equally stunned until the nurse shook her head and walked away. The two exchanged a bewildered glance, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Wen Rong's eyelashes trembled, her gaze revealing a hint of contemplation as she pressed a hand to her chest and gradually rose to her feet. Qi Heong sensed her hesitation, and the air around him grew heavy with a sudden chill, an indescribable emotion sweeping over him. With a serious expression, he firmly pulled Wen Rong close, his grip leaving no room for resistance, and propelled her into the car, slamming the door shut. "What's the date?" Qi Heong enunciated each word carefully. Wen Rong furrowed her brow, her lashes cast down, remaining silent, equally perplexed. Qi Heong clenched his jaw tightly, raising his hand to strike the car door with a resounding thud, his tone measured and restrained. "Wait for me here." As Wen Rong lifted her gaze, he had already turned and strode away. Half an hour later, when Rong emerged from the restroom, a pregnancy test in hand, her expression was devoid of emotion as she approached him. Instinctively, Qi Heong glanced down at the test, unable to discern its significance, then raised his eyes to her face, suppressing the urge to snatch it from her grip, and asked in a hushed voice, "What does it say?" When Rong halted, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the test, her mind a blank slate. Observing her reaction, Qi Heong's heart sank in an instant. A lump formed in his throat, making it difficult to swallow. He raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose and retreated 2 steps, leaning against the wall. A surge of unnameable rage coursed through him, igniting an impulse to lash out, but the last vestiges of his reason silently cautioned him against uttering that man's name. After a prolonged silence, as when Rong began to move forward again, Qi Heong instinctively straightened and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Without answering, she quickened her pace. His expression darkened as he lengthened his stride to catch up with her, witnessing her rummage through her bag for identification before heading directly to the registration machine in the consultation hall. With practiced ease, when Rong secured an appointment with the obstetrics and gynecology department, the earliest slot was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By now, Qi Heong's emotions had stabilized considerably. He glanced at the silent Wen Rong and reached out to grasp her arm. "Let us grab something to eat first. I'll accompany you this afternoon. Just go." Wen Rong furrowed her brow, stuffing the identification and the pregnancy test into her bag. Rong, this is my issue. You needn't concern yourself with it. Can you please stop being stubborn?" Qi Heong snapped, unable to contain his frustration any longer. The atmosphere around them fell silent, turning the two into the focal point of onlookers. Wen Rong's brow knitted tighter as she raised her arm to free herself from his grasp and turned to leave. Qi Heong, disregarding everything, caught up to her and firmly grasped her shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Can you please stop making a scene? We can discuss everything once you have a diagnosis, all right? Rong, this is no trivial matter. You cannot face it alone, do you understand?" When Rong avoided his gaze, her eyes fixated on the ground, slightly misty, Qi Heong regarded her, a flicker of pain crossing his deep brown eyes, gradually overshadowing his anger. He swallowed hard, opening his arms to envelop Wen Rong in a comforting embrace, his hand tenderly stroking her soft hair. "Do not be afraid. I'm here." Wen Rong remained silent for a few seconds before pushing him away and continuing her solitary path. A single pregnancy test had unraveled all of Wen Rong's composure. She had no desire to deal with the afternoon's interview. Qi Heong clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, to avoid a public spectacle. She was left with no choice but to get into the car first. As silence enveloped them, Qi Heong feigned calmness, as if nothing had transpired, gently inquiring, "It's still early. Would you like to have a meal first? Or perhaps we could book a nearby hotel for a brief rest." When Rong felt the pressing need for solitude, she needed a moment to contemplate the fate of the tiny life within her. "Whatever." Qi Heong glanced at her, igniting the engine and driving off. The vicinity surrounding the hospital was not devoid of hotels. As the car glided into the parking lot of the five-star hotel, two individuals gracefully made their entrance into the lobby, their striking appearances capturing the attention of the front desk attendant. However, they chose to reserve 2 separate rooms, inciting a flurry of curious glances from the receptionist. Unfazed by the suggestive looks, Wen Rong collected her room key and ascended the stairs alone. Upon exiting the elevator, she found the corridor enveloped in silence. As she unlocked her door, Qi Jingzhou leaned against the door frame. "I understand your desire for solitude, but we must converse," he insisted. Wen Rong stood in silence, refraining from uttering a word. "No matter the decision you make, whether to stay or leave, it is not solely your affair. Allow me to enter. We need to talk." Qi Jingzhou, denied entry, lingered outside the closed door, standing alone in the corridor for what felt like an eternity. Inside, Wen Rong set down her bag and walked directly to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the towering buildings and bustling traffic, she was surrounded by the vibrancy of the city, yet felt an overwhelming emptiness within, her mind clouded with uncertainty. Was it that instance? Just 2 days prior to his business trip, the situation had escalated somewhat, and it seemed the condom had failed. What was she to do? Chapter 23. Yes, I am pregnant. Wen Rong covered her face with her hands, leaning against the window as she slowly crouched down. It was her decision to end the relationship, unrelated to the child. It felt beneath her dignity. She had no intention of engaging in such an act. Uncertain of how long she remained in that position, her legs eventually lost sensation, prompting her to sit on the floor, leaning against the window, her head tilted back in exhaustion. Staring at the ceiling, her dark eyes slowly roamed, her thoughts gradually crystallizing, bringing her a sense of calm. The first notion that surfaced in her mind was the unfulfilled promise of a $5 million check. The child was hers. She was certainly capable of providing for it. She had amassed considerable savings and was not in a rush to support a family. She could treat this as an extended sabbatical. At worst, she could seek employment after the child was born. Who said one must marry to have children? As long as she had the means to support her offspring, it was nobody else's concern. As for Qi Jingzhou, Wen Rong's gaze darkened. In truth, his genes were quite commendable. Resolute in her decision, the afternoon interview lost its significance. Wen Rong picked up her bag and peered through the peephole, finding no sign of Qi Jingzhou before finally opening the door. However, in the adjacent room, Qi Jingzhou was still alone, smoking in silence, completely unaware that Wen Rong had merely feigned her presence and had already slipped away. Upon returning home, her parents were seated in the living room, engrossed in a television program. Jean Lihua was peeling an apple, glancing over with a smile. Not going after all? Wen Rong changed into her slippers and placed her bag beside the sofa. Not going? What happened? Have you decided to return to that hotel from yesterday? Not at all, she replied casually. I don't want to work for the time being, Mom. I want to take a year off. A year off? Jean Lihua exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Wen Qingyu instinctively turned his head, muted the television with the remote, and inquired, You were looking for a job yesterday. What prompted this sudden desire to take a year off? Rong, is something wrong? Wen Rong lowered her gaze, hesitating as she retrieved her bag. As she unzipped it, she spoke cautiously. There is something. I don't wish to hide it from you, but you must promise not to react too strongly. The elderly couple's expressions were tense as they simultaneously focused on her actions, their eyes betraying an unmistakable anxiety. What could possibly cause such excitement? It was evident that something significant had transpired. When Rong lifted her eyelashes to regard the two, her hand clenched tightly around the pregnancy test hidden within her bag, hesitating over whether to reveal it. Observing her expression, Jean Lihua's eyelids twitched, her eyes widening uncontrollably as she stammered, Daughter, you went for a checkup. Surely you haven't found out you're pregnant? What? Wen Qingyu sprang to his feet, his reaction exaggerated as he gasped in astonishment. Wen Rong was taken aback by Jean Lihua's perceptiveness and startled further by Wen Qingyu's dramatic outburst. Under the incredulous and disbelieving gazes of her parents, she clenched her jaw and, in a moment of defiance, placed the pregnancy test upon the coffee table. Yes, I am pregnant. The living room of the Wen family fell into an abrupt silence. Wen Rong composed herself, mustering her resolve, and stated her intentions with solemnity. I have decided to carry this child to term, and I do not intend to remarry. This child will be a part of the Wen lineage, and I am fully capable of raising him alone and providing him with a good education. Dad, Mom, I hope for your support in my decision. After speaking, she gazed calmly at her parents. The courage to take charge of her own life and the acceptance of her reality, along with the willingness to face the consequences, stemmed from her parents' unconditional love and support over the years. She was confident that her parents would respect her choice and stand by her side. Wen Qingyu and Jean Lihua, one standing and the other seated, stared blankly at their daughter, momentarily rendered speechless. It was not until an apple they had been holding fell to the ground, striking a foot and rolling to Wen Rong's feet, that Jean Lihua blinked and regained her composure. After a moment's reflection, she instinctively furrowed her brow, her expression even graver than Wen Rong's. Rong, do you understand the immense responsibility that comes with raising a child alone? You may not care, but at the very least, you must respect the child's wishes. Wen Rong paused. You can choose whether to bring him into this world, but you must take full responsibility for that choice. This is our grandchild, and your father, and I can assist you in caring for him. Jean Lihua glanced at Wen Qingyu, her tone becoming more insistent. However, a child's early experiences are crucial. They will shape their entire life. If you choose to have him, he must be raised in a healthy and nurturing environment. We absolutely cannot agree to you being a single mother. A child cannot grow up without a father. Wen Qingyu was bewildered.
No.
Teacher Jean. The absence of a father does not seem to be the crux of the matter. How is it not? Jean Lihua shot him a fierce glare, pulling him back into his seat as she continued her serious discourse with Wen Rong. In any case, a child cannot be without a father. Rong, this is your mother's final and only boundary. The atmosphere in the Wen household remained grave throughout the afternoon. As seasoned parents, Jean Lihua and Wen Qingyu meticulously shared their experiences with Wen Rong, covering everything from pregnancy to childbirth and on to the child's growth and educational planning, dissecting each aspect thoroughly. Wen Rong, blessed with a naturally fair complexion, has always possessed a slender waist and long legs, epitomizing beauty from a young age. As she entered puberty, her figure blossomed into graceful curves. Despite her delicate frame, she is not emaciated. Her physique does not betray any hint of frailty.
Today,
Wen Rong leaves an impression of enchanting elegance, appearing almost ethereal. Her parents have yet to fathom the prospect of their daughter becoming a mother. It is only at this moment that they realize the fragility of a girl like her, whose delicate constitution belies any notion of robust fertility. The thought of her keeping this child weighs heavily on Wen Qingyu's heart, causing him to feel breathless with anxiety. As discussions about their future progressed, he could no longer contain his concerns. Now that you've made this decision, you ought to stay home and rest. I will handle the wedding preparations with Teacher Jean, and we will inform our relatives and neighbors. Jean Lihua nodded in agreement. Your father is right. We must consider that if word gets out, the neighbors upstairs and downstairs will surely come visiting, and they will ask too many questions. As their plans were settled, night fell. With the door closed, Wen Rong sat on the edge of her bed, enveloped in silence, feeling as if she had accomplished a significant task and could finally relax. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her phone.
Chapter 24, Wedding Preparations.
Her contact list displayed 3 missed calls from Qi Heong. Without hesitation, she opened the WeChat messages, particularly noting the first hotel where she had even completed her pre-employment physical. As she glanced at the caller ID, a subtle ache pulsed at her temples. Answering the call, she spoke. Hello, Mr. Xiaowen. How are things progressing with the contracting unit you were in touch with? I've been awaiting your update. His tone revealed a hint of urgency, suggesting that the hotel's performance this month was likely impacted. She patiently reassured Mr. He before adding, as someone in your esteemed position, I know you can discern the underlying implications of my words. He paused, then his tone grew serious as he bluntly asked, Xiaowen, what is your situation? Transferring your clients to others. Are you planning to leave? At this juncture, Wen Rong had little left to conceal. She feigned a sorrowful tone. I apologize. Mr. He, I've encountered some family issues. My elder relative's health is declining, and I intend to fulfill my filial duties. I also plan to marry soon, and may have to remain in my hometown. I regret disappointing you, and hope for your understanding. Mr. He erupted in surprise, his voice rising sharply. Understanding? Don't give me that. Realizing his reaction was excessive, he took a deep breath and softened his tone. Xiaowen, I've told you before, if you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. Throughout your years at the hotel, have I not always looked out for you? Every year, I've been the first to recommend you for promotions, prioritizing your advancement. You have always been resilient and capable. Don't let a minor setback dissuade you from your path. You have been here for 5 years, ascending to the position of general manager. And the connections you have cultivated are indeed a rare treasure. In 3 years, when I depart, if you take the reins, you will undoubtedly have a chance to succeed me. If you were to transfer to another organization, you would have to start anew, enduring yet another 5 years to reach such heights. Do you not find that lamentable? Wen Rong listened quietly, remaining silent. Mr. He sighed deeply, his tone grave. I advise you to contemplate this matter with care. Do not concern yourself with the clients for now. Focus on adjusting your emotions and state of mind, and reflect thoughtfully on my words. In short, I must inform you that I will not approve your resignation. This outcome was within Wen Rong's expectations. Her expression remained unchanged as she hesitated before speaking. Mr. He, not allowing her to finish, abruptly hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Wen Rong. That evening, after dinner, Jean Lihua came to assist Wen Rong in packing her belongings. Early the next morning, while the community was still quiet, the elderly couple escorted their daughter downstairs and hailed a cab at the community gate. The driver kindly helped load the suitcase into the trunk. When Qingyu, from behind the rear window, urged Wen Rong gently to eat well, not to overthink, and reassured her that her parents would always be there for her. Wen Rong felt a pang of emotion, her eyes misty as she managed a faint smile. Yes, all right. Wen Rong reached out to grasp her father's hand. He reminded her to take her medication on time and not to worry about him, for she would be just fine. All right, good. When Qingyu's eyes also glistened with tears as he gently squeezed her hand before stepping away from the car. Driver, please take it slow. My daughter is pregnant, so be gentle, thank you. The driver, a kind-hearted man, readily agreed. Rest assured. Wen Rong bid farewell to her parents with a soft smile and a nod. Offering no further explanation, the driver mused aloud, remarking that they say a married daughter is like spilled water, yet one cannot deny that biological parents remain irreplaceable. In times of need, one must still rely on them. Perhaps you were blinded by love back then, failing to consider the ramifications, weren't you? Wen Rong listened, finding some truth in his words. She smiled and replied, I can only blame my youth at the time. The driver, encouraged by her response, sighed, saying, You young ladies today have mostly grown up in a bubble. As the saying goes, you all have love-struck minds, overly simplistic in thought. When it comes to marriage, it is not only about physical appearance. One must also consider family background. This is the bare minimum. Moreover, marrying far away is a line that should not be crossed lightly. Wen Rong refrained from responding. Perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of discussing such matters with a pregnant woman, he continued, Of course, love is indeed important. Everyone has their own way of living. In recent years, tourism has developed in our area, and the suburbs are quite nice. I see that your in-laws' place has been designated as part of the scenic area. The conditions there must be quite favorable. Wouldn't you agree? Wen Rong merely smiled and nodded. Sensing her disinterest in conversation, the driver continued to talk for a while before falling silent. Not wanting to remain in silence, he turned on the car radio to listen to music. Wen Rong leaned against the car window, quietly observing the verdant landscape rushing by. While listening to the popular music playing on the radio, her mind gradually settled into a state of tranquility. At that moment, she was residing in her family's guest house. Waking up naturally each day, and after meals, she would leisurely stroll through the bamboo groves in the mountains. In the evenings, she would video call her elderly parents. Life had become exceedingly pleasant. As March came to a close, on this particular day, teacher Jean discussed the progress of the wedding banquet plans with her via video. Today, Qi Heong had also come to visit. He was aware of the wedding banquet arrangements. When Qingyu squeezed into the video frame, his face serious as he asked Wen Rong, Has that fellow been harassing you again? Wen Rong blinked, replying, I've blocked his number. He did try to call again. But I don't answer unknown numbers anymore. When Qingyu's expression softened, and he gently reminded her, Your mother and I have discussed this. We'll put on a complete show. To outsiders, we'll say that your fiancé has a unique job and is often abroad. So we'll keep the wedding banquet simple here, just a meal with everyone and no gifts required. We've already arranged for the actors to make an appearance on the day. He expressed his only concern. The only worry is that Qi Heong might cause trouble. In Chapter 25, the Wen family of 3 were all exceptionally talented individuals. In the video, when Qingyu and Jean Lihua sat side by side, earnestly advising Wen Rong, Just in case, you should also promote the news of your upcoming marriage yourself, so it doesn't come as a shock. If those who are oblivious disrupt things, it will seem fake and could easily be exposed. Jean Lihua nodded in agreement, adding, Yes, I asked the male actor, and he is willing to cooperate with you for photos. We could take a picture for a wedding poster. Or you could share something on social media to create a wedding vibe. When Qingyu emphasized, in summary, the more realistic, the better. The elderly couple was genuinely concerned. Wen Rong found it amusing yet exasperating, replying, All right, I understand. After a moment of thought, she added, Nowadays, there are professionals who specialize in photo editing. Just send me the actress pictures, and I'll find someone to edit them. There's no need to trouble ourselves with taking actual photos. After all, it was all for show. It must be said that 3 heads are better than 1. The Wen family, each a talent in their own right, devised a detailed and meticulous plan within a single afternoon. After all, what was it to have a child? A trivial matter. Organizing a wedding banquet and hiring an actor to play a role. The purpose was to help Wen Rong shed the label of being an unwed mother. thus shielding her and her child from future gossip. Furthermore, once the banquet was held, Wen Rong would be regarded as a married woman. As for whether she would find a stepfather for the little one in the future, that would be a matter for Wen Rong and her child to decide. With a well-thought-out plan in place, the trio set into action. After hanging up the phone, Jean Lihua sent over the photo of the actor portraying the groom. That evening, Wen Rong placed an order on an online marketplace and arranged for a wedding poster to be edited. After some consideration, for the sake of realism, she searched for several images online of couples holding hands. She positioned her hand at the right angle, took a photo, and sent it to someone for editing. The recipient was taken aback. He sought out the Wen family directly, but the elderly couple refused him entry, denying him even the opportunity to speak. After inquiring around, Qi Hyun learned that the Wen family had already secured a venue for the wedding banquet and had personally confirmed it with a hotel. He was compelled to accept the reality that Wen Rong was indeed getting married. Ironically, in just a few short days, he remained oblivious to the identity of her fiancé. Could it be that she had reconciled with the father of her child? Meanwhile, he was mired in a haze of confusion and despair. The father of the child, far away in Yanshi, was entirely unaware of his child's existence. Qi Jingzhou was still in a meeting. In recent days, various urban redevelopment projects were approaching completion, necessitating numerous meetings in the extensive government office building. Cheng Fei was busily attending to his duties, having just received a confidential letter from the higher-ups in the capital. He delivered the documents to Qi's office and, before heading to the conference room, took a moment to grab a drink in the secretary's pantry. While sipping water, he casually pulled out his phone, pretending to be engaged in leisure. After finishing half a glass, he set it down, ready to return to work, when a message popped up on his screen. The sender was listed as Manager Su. The name seemed unfamiliar, clearly belonging to someone he seldom communicated with. However, the brief greeting piqued Cheng Fei's curiosity. "Hello, Secretary Cheng. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Su Yan, the General Manager of the Hotel's Public Relations Department. Moving forward, I will be responsible for your organization's conference venue at the hotel. I would like to visit Director Qi personally when you have the time, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Cheng Fei stared at the words hotel and, upon reading the message, was momentarily taken aback. The call was quickly connected. Secretary Cheng? I hope I'm not interrupting you. Is there any directive from your side? As he walked into the office, Cheng Fei held the phone with one hand, his expression serious, adopting a tone of detached formality. Manager Su, correct? Yes.
I am Su Yan.
I believe you saw the message I sent. Indeed, I just read it. I called to inquire why such a transition was made internally on short notice. Previously, this was handled by General Manager Wen. Oh, I see. Su Yan chuckled awkwardly before explaining in a somewhat affected tone. We only received the notification today as well. We heard that General Manager Wen is taking an indefinite leave of absence. The hotel decided to prioritize the overall situation and, to avoid disrupting business operations, temporarily allocated her important clients to us for management. Well, Secretary Cheng, it's essentially the same. We are well aware of how General Manager Wen used to accommodate you. No, we don't require a handover.
What?
No, Secretary. Before Su Yan could say more, Cheng Fei abruptly ended the call. Having been around long enough, he possessed the discernment to see through superficialities. In every industry, no one would easily relinquish their share of the pie. In an instant, Cheng Fei was convinced that Wen Rong was indeed resigning. Otherwise, the hotel's upper management would not so readily divide her resources. He immediately dialed Director He. Hello? Secretary Cheng? Ha, could it be that the leadership has issued some work directives? It is evident that President He possesses a certain background to be appointed as a senior leader in a state-owned hotel. Cheng Fei spoke with a degree of courtesy towards Su Yan, albeit only a modicum of civility. Good day, President He remarked casually. There's nothing of great importance. I merely heard that General Wen intends to resign. This statement left President He momentarily stunned. Cheng Fei touched his nose, his tone laden with significance. After a few seconds of silence, President He, not pondering too deeply, considered that Wen Rong was young and beautiful, and men naturally enjoyed engaging with her. The unspoken complexities of adult relationships were often understood without being articulated. He merely assumed that Director Qi's fondness for Wen Rong was akin to that of other men, not believing there was anything ambiguous between them. Thus, he laughed it off, saying, there is nothing to worry about. After all, young people like her often have private matters that are inconvenient to disclose, so it's best I refrain from prying. Cheng Fei, however, was not swayed by his evasiveness. With a knowing smile, he replied, President He, there is no need for ambiguity. To be frank, I only recognize General Wen. Don't say I didn't warn you. If Wen Rong departs, you can expect the hotel's performance to languish at the bottom year after year. President He was once again taken aback, and a sudden chill ran down his spine as he pondered the implications. What does this mean? Are we playing such a large game? Chapter 26. Secretary Chung. Book the flight. President He, I believe you are aware that Director Qi's words carry considerable weight. Chung Fei stated. I do not have the luxury of riddles. You should disclose the reason for Wen Rong's resignation. Perhaps I can assist in retaining her. President He felt as though his CPU was nearing its limits. At this moment, he finally realized that Director Qi might not be like the other men. At least, his admiration for Wen Rong likely surpassed mere appreciation. With such a formidable ally backing her, it was no wonder she possessed such excellent client resources. The girl was simply too young. Her capabilities were remarkable, yet she often let her emotions dictate her personal affairs, retreating at the first sign of adversity. Chung Fei reflected. Indeed, she left without a word. Director Qi went to meet her without even catching a glimpse of her. I still cannot decipher who truly ended things between them. I refuse to believe that it was Director Qi who was cast aside. President He acknowledged, of course, it is possible that she has recently encountered challenges, juggling filial responsibilities and wedding plans, all converging at once. Alas, our enterprise must prioritize humane considerations and empathize with the struggles of our employees. He paused, realizing he might have spoken out of turn. If Director Qi harbored deeper feelings for Wen Rong and learned of her impending marriage, would that not complicate matters? Hesitating, he faltered as Chung Fei pressed him. President He, did you just mention marriage? Is Wen Rong getting married? To whom? Wen Rong had posted on social media, but with great caution, ensuring to shield those who should not see. She deliberately left President He visible, laying the groundwork for future discussions regarding her resignation. Her post was simple, accompanied by a meticulously edited photo of two hands intertwined, the caption terse, merely reading, enough. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had overlooked one crucial detail, that Mr. He would divulge this matter to Chung Fei. Chung Fei was taken aback. He first opened Wen Rong's moments, finding no alarming signs. Undeterred, he logged into the work WeChat, searching for Wen Rong's profile. After several attempts, he discovered that Wen Rong had not thought to restrict her moments from strangers. This revelation allowed Chung Fei to uncover indisputable evidence, his fingers intertwined in disbelief. Just as he settled down to take a sip of water, he noticed Chung Fei entering with an unusual expression, hesitating and faltering. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow, wondering what was amiss. Chung Fei swallowed hard, too intimidated to speak, and silently presented his phone with a screenshot, cradled in his hands. Qi Jingzhou cast his gaze downward, his eyes fixating on the screen, the depths of his dark pupils instantly darkening. Chung Fei stole a glance at him, mumbling, yes, it was just posted this morning. I inquired around, and it seems only Mr. He from her company is aware, and he mentioned. Qi Jingzhou's expression turned cold, his eyelids lifting. What else did he say? He said. Miss Wen is getting married, Chung Fei managed to utter, mustering his courage. Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes glinted dangerously, and after a brief pause, he let out a low scoff. Married? To whom? Should I inquire on your behalf? Chung Fei thought to himself, if you truly cared, you ought to make the call yourself. Qi Jingzhou remained silent for a long moment. Eventually, he reached for his phone, his voice icy as he commanded, you may leave. Chung Fei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily exiting and closing the door behind him. After a month of suppression, all of Qi Jingzhou's composure and patience crumbled under the weight of Wen Rong's post. He struggled to contain his anger and sent his first WeChat message since Wen Rong's departure. Was it intentional? Wen Rong, engrossed in her phone, felt her heart skip a beat as the message popped up. In just 3 words, the underlying tone was unmistakably accusatory. Her eyelids twitched involuntarily. Intentional? What was intentional? Almost instinctively, she opened her moments, clearly recalling that she had indeed set restrictions so that Qi Jingzhou and Chung Fei could not see her posts. Blinking in confusion, she noticed that he was typing again. Little me, this is rather pointless. You are playing with fire. It is detrimental to yourself, and my patience is run out. Wen Rong stared at his increasingly frantic messages, unable to suppress a frown. After careful consideration for 3 seconds, she promptly deleted both Qi Jingzhou and Chung Fei from her friends list. As she sent the last message, she received only a red circle and a notification that the message had been sent but rejected by the recipient. Wen Rong had blocked him. Qi Jingzhou stared at his phone screen, his dark pupils narrowing, his expression suddenly icy and severe. All his composure and rationality were incinerated by a wave of fury. He clenched his fist and struck the desk forcefully, snatching up the landline and pressing the intercom button, his words sharp and restrained. Chung Fei, book the tickets. Let us go through with this act completely. It had never crossed her mind that Qi Jingzhou could not withstand provocation and would soon come to disrupt things. One could only wonder where teacher Jean had unearthed such talent. It was evident that this male actor was not new to such responsibilities. When Rome exchanged a few words with him, finding his tone familiar and humorous, his personality charming and amusing, which made her want to laugh. The two communicated via WeChat, briefly reviewing the process from arrival to the beginning of the event. There were hardly any issues, and the conversation flowed freely thereafter. The groom texted, "I'll catch a flight over tomorrow evening. Should we meet at the banquet hall the following morning?" One couldn't help but admire teacher Jin's meticulousness, even sourcing actors from out of town. When Rome replied, "All right, keep the receipt. We can reimburse you together after the event." The groom responded, "Got it," and added, "Rest assured, we have professional ethics. The invoices will absolutely match, and we won't take a single cent from you." She first answered a call. "Dad," she heard. "We're on our way. Is there anything you'd like to eat? We'll bring it along." "No, I'm eating well here." "Drive safely." "All right, see you tonight." Before the wedding, the newlyweds needed to rehearse at the venue. However, the elderly couple did not anticipate that as soon as they left the neighborhood, they would be followed. Chapter 27, The Wedding. In the evening, when Rome sat leisurely under the bamboo pavilion in the courtyard of the inn, upon seeing her family car arrive, she stood up to greet them. In mid-April, with spring in full bloom, the weather was pleasantly warm. After half a month apart, she looked radiant, dressed in a long cotton satin dress of bamboo green that complemented her fair skin and picturesque features, making her exceedingly lovely. Jean Lihua stepped out of the car and embraced her daughter. The two linked arms as they walked inside. She whispered, "Have you felt anything? Is the nausea severe? Are you unwell?" When Rome smiled and shook her head, "I'm doing well. Everything tastes delightful." Hearing this, Jean Lihua's crow's feet crinkled with joy, and she glanced down at her daughter's belly.
Good child, such a sweet little one.
When Rong chuckled, the mother and daughter entered the house affectionately, while Wen Qingyu observed with a bemused smile, shaking his head and dutifully retrieving their bags from the car, trailing behind them. Unbeknownst to them, a black SUV was parked a distance away on the slope. Qi Heong glanced towards the inn, contemplating that if he were to get out and approach, it might provoke discontent among everyone. He took out his phone and sent Wen Rong a text from a newly acquired number. "I'm outside the inn. Let us have one last conversation. I won't trouble you again after this." Upon receiving the message, Wen Rong's first reaction was one of hesitation. Uncertainty clouded her mind as she pondered the identity of this unfamiliar number. For a fleeting moment, an absurd thought crossed her mind, making her suspect it was Qi Jingzhou. But she quickly dismissed it, self-deprecatingly curling her lips. Of course, it couldn't be him. Not only was it impossible for him to teleport to Shucheng, but he certainly wouldn't know where her family's inn was located. Realization dawned upon Qi Heong as Wen Rong furrowed her brows in annoyance. After a few seconds of indecision, she resolved to speak with him once more, compelled by his promise of no further entanglements. As she descended the slope in front of the inn, she indeed spotted the black SUV parked not far away. Qi Heong clearly noticed her and quickly opened the car door, stepping out and standing beside the vehicle without approaching. As she walked past, she casually remarked, and Qi Heong took a step to follow her, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a hint of impatience. "Half the neighborhood knows you're getting married." Indeed, when Rome replied without looking at him, her gaze directed downwards as she continued to stroll forward, her tone calm. "You only need to know that I am getting married and will soon be a married woman, with children as well." Qi Heong's lips curled slightly, the smile strained and bittersweet. "Have you truly thought this through? Are you willing to bow your head and yield to others for the sake of a child? Can such a marriage truly bring happiness?" Once they had walked a considerable distance, ensuring no one was watching, when Rome finally halted. She turned to face Qi Heong, her expression composed and serene. "Qi Heong, I do not understand what obsession compels you to cling to the past, but let me say this one last time. I do not wish to repeat these words again. We are impossible. Missed opportunities are just that. I do not dwell on nostalgia, nor will I choose you again. Do you understand?" Qi Heong met her gaze steadily, his eyelids slightly reddening as he trembled slightly. After a moment, he nodded faintly. "Understood." When Rong's eyes softened slightly. "Since you understand, do not come around anymore. I just wanted to confirm this one last time, to know that you have truly chosen another, so I can let go." Qi Heong forced a bitter smile. "Just a couple of days ago, I even thought that if you were willing, I would be happy to help raise that child with you." When Rome replied, "I will attend the wedding. Consider it a final closure. Rest assured, I will not cause any disruption. I merely wish to see for myself what kind of man has repeatedly captured your heart." To put it plainly, Qi Heong still harbored a sense of injustice deep within him. He could not accept losing to a man he had never met. It was as if he had come solely to confirm his suspicions, and after speaking, he drove away. Wen Rong did not concern herself with whether he absorbed her words. She turned to her parents, giving them a thumbs up, smiling as she praised them. Incredible. You two are doing such a great job. Jean Lihua playfully scolded her. What do you mean by doing a great job? My only daughter is getting married. How could we take it lightly? You have no idea how many people have come to inquire in the past few days. Thankfully, your father and I were well prepared. We're treating this as if you are truly getting married, ensuring everything is perfect. Jean Lihua continued. I explained to them that the main wedding ceremony is being held at your fiancé's family, and ours will simply be a small supplement, straightforward and modest. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the meal and festivities, as long as they eat well and have a good time, with our willingness to spend on the banquet. No one will suspect it is all an act. After all, who would go to such lengths for a mere performance? When Rome felt warmth in her heart, her eyes moist as she embraced her mother. Thank you, Mom and Dad. What thanks are needed? You are our precious child, Jean Lihua said, wrapping her arms around her daughter and gently stroking her head. I will do anything for you, but I will not let you suffer. When Qingyu observed the affectionate embrace between the mother and daughter, hands on his hips, shaking his head with a smile as he offered his advice. Though such words are spoken, one must honor the promises made to their parents. When the suitable individual comes along, one should earnestly contemplate the matter of marriage. When Rome nodded, reassuringly declaring that she would not compromise herself for the sake of a man, finding the right partner remains imperative. In her heart, she silently added that romance is one thing, while marriage is another. Unless she finds a man who treats children well and whom the little one also adores, she would not wed. She could raise a child on her own, provided her family offers support and understanding. The institution of marriage holds little significance in that context. That night, she embraced her blanket and fell into a blissful slumber, truly at ease. Unbeknownst to her, she had found solace and drifted into deep sleep. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzhou was already at the airport in Yen City, boarding a flight late at night. His sudden decision to pause work had compelled him to travel to Shucheng. Cheng Fei had also made every effort to secure the earliest available flight. The plane landed shortly after 3 in the morning. The driver, prearranged, was waiting outside the airport, and they arrived at Wen Rong's residential community just in time for 5:30. At this hour, there were hardly any people moving about in the vicinity.
Director Qi.
It's still early. Would you like to have breakfast first? After such a lengthy journey, Qi Jingzhou indeed felt fatigued. He stepped out of the car, accompanied by Cheng Fei and the driver, and made his way down the alley. Having visited before, they were quite familiar with the surroundings. After some effort, the three found a vacant table. Cheng Fei wiped it down while the driver went to place an order. Qi Jingzhou sat at the table, the stool too low for his long legs, which he had to fold uncomfortably. Feeling slightly restless, he pulled out a cigarette, intending to light it when he overheard the jovial exchange between the breakfast shop's owner and a customer. Old Wen, why did you order so much breakfast this early? That looks like enough for 7 or 8 people. Have you got guests? My daughter is getting married, so there are many family members at home today. Perhaps the mention of marriage was too sensitive. Cheng Fei instinctively looked up, noticing that Qi Jingzhou had stopped preparing to light his cigarette, lifting his gaze to the speaker.
Chapter 28. A familiar encounter.
The person at the front of the line, engaged in cheerful conversation with the owner, was an elegantly dressed elderly gentleman. Though referred to as an old man, he appeared to be in his 50s. Tall and slender, standing at about 6 feet, he donned a crimson polo shirt and dress pants, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Most notably, the gentleman's face bore a striking familiarity.
Oh, is that so?
I wondered why all the manhole covers were adorned with wedding characters this morning. It turns out to be your family's joyous occasion. When Qingyu laughed heartily, waving to those around him as he departed with his breakfast. Indeed, my daughter is getting married. I'll bring you all some wedding candies tomorrow. Many familiar faces in the queue chimed in with congratulations. Congratulations, old one. You're about to become a grandfather. Haha, may your good fortune be contagious. Qi Jingzhou, however, remained fixated on the elderly gentleman's retreating figure, his grip tightening on the cigarette butt as a tempest brewed in his dark eyes. It was rather unsettling. Just then, the driver brought over 2 steaming baskets of meat buns. Cheng Fei swallowed hard, instinctively lowering his voice to cautiously inquire, Director Qi, should I follow him and familiarize myself with the place?
There was no doubt about it.
As others refer to the elderly gentleman as Old Master Wen, it is evident that there is a hint of blood relation when he stands alongside Wen Rong. Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze, raising his hand to pinch the unlit cigarette at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. Cheng Fei understood immediately and turned to follow the direction in which Wen Qingyu had departed. Lawyer Wen had merely gone downstairs to purchase breakfast and was utterly unaware of being followed. Tomorrow marks the day of the wedding banquet, and today, neighbors from both upstairs and downstairs had arrived early to pay their respects. Most were familiar with the Wen family, driven by goodwill to assist in the preparations for the joyous occasion. The house was bustling with activity, and it was only after Wen Qingyu descended to buy several portions of breakfast that the excitement truly began. Several aunties, who had grown close to Jean Lihua and had watched Wen Rong grow up, could not contain their delight over such a significant event, eagerly questioning her. "Oh, dear. I've always said that among all the children in this entire building, Rong is the most beautiful, not to mention her excellent grades and multifaceted talents. She has always been adored. That old Jean was fortunate enough to find such a promising son-in-law. I can scarcely sleep at night, consumed with envy. Oh, Rong, where are your wedding photos? Why don't you show them to us? Oh dear, even if they're just on your phone, let us see just one." Jean Lihua, unfazed, had already retrieved photos from her phone and casually displayed them to the group. "Now, take a good look. Well, he's just an average person, perhaps from a better family background, a bit taller and reasonably good-looking. My Rong is more than a match for him." As she spoke, she smiled at her old friends and added with a leisurely tone, "His job is quite decent, and his annual salary is respectable. He's a capable and reliable young man. With Rong by his side, she can look forward to a good life, which is all that old Wen and I desire." The aunties exchanged glances, stifling their laughter, and began to compliment teacher Jean, exclaiming how fortunate she was. "Don't mind them. After breakfast, your father will tell them we need to head to the banquet hall for the wedding rehearsal. Has that male actor contacted you? He has already arrived, so we should set off soon."
Ah.
"Take your time eating. I'll inform teacher Jean and send them off first." When Qingyu hurriedly closed the door behind him, Cheng Fei followed Wen Qingyu outside the unit and entered the elevator lobby. He watched intently as the elevator stopped on the 9th floor, confirming that the character affixed to the button indeed bore the auspicious symbol of the wedding. Having finished breakfast, teacher Jean had already seen off a group of old friends. The family of 3, wary of any latecomers, hastily tidied up and made their way out. Once the car exited the community, teacher Jean let out a quiet sigh of relief, wearing a proud expression as she turned to the father and daughter duo.
How was that?
Did I perform convincingly just now? Wen Rong could not help but chuckle, giving her a thumbs up. You were simply impeccable, mother. Your acting skills rival those of a trained professional. The ostentatious demeanor displayed while boasting about her son-in-law, coupled with the envious and slightly bitter reactions from her friends, left no room for doubt. Jean Lihua, pleased with herself, tousled her hair and declared, "Of course, with the stage set, we must ensure that the atmosphere is nothing short of magnificent. Jean Lihua, within this building, is unparalleled in her pursuits. She must excel in every aspect. Even if it is a fabricated son-in-law, he must surpass those of others." Wen Rong stifled a laugh, yet the amusement escaped her lips. When Qingyu, driving, could only shake his head in exasperated laughter. Life is about standing one's ground. However, teacher Jean, while you bask in triumph now, once our grandchild arrives, we shall have to perpetuate the tale of an unexpected demise of the son-in-law. At that point, those who you once overshadowed may find themselves pitying you. Jean Lihua's smile faded, and she shot him a glare. Do I need your reminders? So what? For now, let us take it one day at a time. We shall deal with future matters when they arise. She crossed her arms, her tone resolute. Moreover, who knows what kind of extraordinary person Rong might find in the future. Let them continue to envy. It is not for them to pity me. Unable to counter her, Wen Qingyu could only chuckle and nod in agreement. Indeed. You are absolutely right. The family of 3 continued their conversation as they made their way toward the hotel. Director Qi, I have seen clearly, he gasped, having walked swiftly and slightly out of breath, leaning against his knee to catch his breath before continuing. Building 8, Unit 1. He gestured with his index finger to indicate a 9 stories high. Qi Jingzhou had nearly finished his meal. Upon receiving the information directly from Cheng Fei, he rose and headed towards the community. His stature was commanding, with long legs striding confidently in a well-tailored suit, walking with a steady gait that seemed to part the air around him, drawing the attention of all passers-by. The driver hurried to catch up. Noticing this, Cheng Fei quickly snatched 2 buns from the bamboo basket on the table, stuffing one into his mouth as he followed. The trio arrived on foot at the entrance of Building 8, Unit 1. Qi Jingzhou stood at the unit's doorway, one hand in his pocket, gazing upwards. He first took out his phone and dialed Wen Rong. Chapter 29. He wished to see whom she might marry. Upon seeing the incoming call, Wen Rong instinctively hesitated to answer. She promptly silenced her phone. After a moment's thought, she blocked the number, bringing her momentary peace. Though Wen Rong's silence was anticipated by Qi Jingzhou, when he called again, it rang to silence, which truly caught him off guard. Undeterred, he dialed once more, only to encounter the same result. Qi Jingzhou's gaze darkened as he fixated on his phone, his jawline growing increasingly taut. He turned to Cheng Fei, his eyes as dark as a deep well, each word pronounced with deliberate precision. The phone. Qi Jingzhou's demeanor was on the verge of fury. Cheng Fei, trembling, cautiously retrieved his phone and handed it over. Qi Jingzhou snatched it, deftly inputting a series of numbers, pressing the device to his ear. The line connected, yet she still did not answer. His expression soured. He shoved the phone back into Cheng Fei's hands without a glance, striding directly into the unit. Upon entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 9th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Qi Jingzhou stepped out, his gaze sweeping across the 2 doors before him. Ultimately, he approached the left door, which was evidently more upscale, adorned with a bright red character for happiness. His eyes burned painfully from the large character of happiness posted on the door, yet without hesitation, he pressed the doorbell on the keypad. Marriage?
Huh.
He was eager to see whom she could wed. As the elevator doors slid open once more, Cheng Feiwen hurried to catch up, only to find Director Qi standing tall before a door, one hand tucked in his pocket, persistently ringing the doorbell. Approaching a door empty-handed was rather impolite. However, it was evident that Director Qi had lost his composure. Cheng Feiwen silently stood aside, not daring to voice a reminder. Suddenly, the entry door behind them swung open, and a resident from the 9th floor peered out. Who are you looking for? In a moment of quick thinking, Cheng Feiwen donned a friendly smile and explained, Auntie, is this the Wen residence? We came here following the address. Upon hearing their mention of the Wen family, the woman scrutinized them for a moment, sensing they posed no threat, thus relaxing her vigilance and smilingly inquiring, Are you friends of Rong? Colleagues? With his lips pressed thin, Qi Jingzhou remained silent, his face cold. Cheng Feiwen chuckled, Yes, indeed, we are colleagues of Wen Rong. The aunt with a knowing expression winked and said, You must be here for the wedding tomorrow. What perfect timing. Cheng Feiwen continued his laughter. Yes, the flight was delayed. While he maintained the light-hearted banter, he shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Auntie, why is no one home? We have been ringing for quite a while. Oh, they just left, she replied.
Left?
Where did they go? Cheng Feiwen pressed on. You 2 young men should have contacted them before coming. Everyone has gone to the hotel for the rehearsal. The wedding is tomorrow.
Huh?
What do you mean, huh? Nowadays, who holds a wedding banquet without a rehearsal? Cheng Feiwen finally grasped the situation, only to see Qi Jingzhou striding into the elevator. Instinctively, he wanted to chase after him but hesitated. Quickly, he fished out his phone, feigning a question. The aunt, noticing how well-dressed the 2 young men were, found them increasingly charming. As Cheng Feiwen inquired, she eagerly provided directions. Turn left. After 2 traffic lights, turn right. It's only on the right side of the road. Not far. The wedding banquet is on the 6th floor of the Jinhai Coast Hotel. Just search for that on your navigation.
Got it.
Thank you, Auntie. Cheng Feiwen clasped his hands in gratitude, hurriedly pressing the elevator button. He dashed downstairs, running to the entrance of the community, where he finally caught up with Qi Jingzhou. Director, I found out the directions. Turn left at the 2 traffic lights.
Send it to me. Sure.
Upon arriving at the parking spot, Qi Jingzhou opened the car door and drove off without a second thought. Cheng Feiwen stood beside the driver, staring blankly for a moment before turning to meet the driver's gaze. The driver chuckled, patting his shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up. It's no wonder you can follow such a leader. Your capability is truly impressive. Cheng Feiwen forced a smile, waving his hand dismissively, his expression reflecting unspoken frustration. He resignedly walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Although it was clear that Director Qi preferred they did not accompany him, he felt compelled to follow nonetheless. In the banquet hall, Wen Rong had already exchanged glances with the actor portraying the groom. The actor, quite meticulous in his approach, had brought along 2 assistant groomsmen. With a cheerful demeanor, he informed Wen Rong that the groomsmen were complimentary, requiring only provisions and accommodations, emphasizing the importance of authenticity. Wen Rong smiled, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Since she was footing the bill, as long as the event concluded successfully, an additional presence was of little consequence. She got straight to the point, inquiring if he had memorized the vows. Rest assured, I am a professional, the groom replied, patting his chest, his bright smile revealing a set of impeccably white teeth, his handsome face radiating the vitality of a sunny young man. Wen Rong nodded with a smile, kindly advising him to maintain an air of composure and aloofness, to exude an aura of superiority, and not to appear overly approachable lest guests initiate conversation. The groom immediately adjusted his expression, quickly adopting a subtle smile, his tone becoming exceptionally gentle. Do not worry. The more one speaks, the more one errs. I shall not afford them the opportunity, nor will I allow myself to falter. Wen Rong could not help but suppress a laugh. The groom gazed at her, momentarily taken aback. She was adorned in a simple yet elegant pale pink silk gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her features unadorned and exquisite. She embodied purity and grace, exuding an enchanting beauty reminiscent of poetry. Having navigated the circle, the groom had encountered countless beauties, yet those like Wen Rong, whose allure penetrated to the very marrow, were undoubtedly nurtured by affluent patrons. Yet the more he observed, the stronger his curiosity grew. Sister, let me confirm once more, there truly will be no disruptions during your performance, correct? Having taken on numerous roles, the groom was well versed in the intricacies of such engagements. Without a compelling backstory, who would invest the effort to stage such an elaborate spectacle? Surely, Wen Rong had ulterior motives. I must insist, my livelihood depends on my appearance. If anything befalls me, the medical expenses will triple. Seeing the earnestness etched on his face, Wen Rong chuckled and nodded reassuringly. Fear not, there will be no disturbances. The groom longed to express his reservations, yet at that moment, the MC had already taken the microphone, signaling the commencement of their rehearsal, and their conversation was abruptly halted. Unbeknownst to Wen Rong, she was about to face a harsh reality. I promise to remain forever loyal to you, to love and protect you. In both fortune and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, I shall love you eternally. Rong, thank you for agreeing to marry me. You'll be my wife, will you not? He stepped through the corridor, appearing at the entrance of the banquet hall. Chapter 30. I object, dare to marry and see. The banquet hall was adorned with grandeur. The entire runway was enveloped in a sea of pink blooms, and to enhance the ambience, the lighting technician had deliberately dimmed the lights, creating a dreamlike ripple of shadows that rendered the scene utterly stunning. Wen Rong stood at the end of the runway, hand in hand with another man, listening to his heartfelt vows. As this tableau unfolded before his eyes, witnessing her genuine intent to marry ignited two flickering flames of fury within Qi Jingzhou's dark gaze. Clenching his fists, he afforded himself no time to regain composure. His body had already reacted. Wen Rong, with a furious roar, Qi Jingzhou strode onto the stage, his long legs carrying him swiftly, enveloped in seething rage as he advanced directly towards Wen Rong. The fire of anger blazing in his eyes threatened to consume her entirely. Wen Rong stood frozen, as did everyone else in the banquet hall. It was the groom's professionalism and quick reflexes that came to the fore. As Qi Jingzhou approached and reached out towards Wen Rong, he swiftly stepped in front of her, standing tall with a serious frown, confronting Qi Jingzhou with a formidable presence. May I inquire as to your name, sir? Qi Jingzhou's gaze remained fixated on Wen Rong, not sparing a glance at the groom as he gritted his teeth and commanded.
Come here.
Wen Rong, awakened from her stupor, stared at Qi Jingzhou's cold, furious visage, a shiver running down her spine. What are you doing here? Qi Jingzhou's lips pressed into a straight line as he reached out to pull her closer. The groom seized his wrist firmly, stating, Sir, please calm down. You cannot lay your hands on a lady. Qi Jingzhou's jaw tightened, the last vestiges of patience evaporating as he swiftly twisted the groom's arm behind him, subduing him with ease.
Ah!
The groom's face contorted in agony, his curse unspoken as he was shoved, nearly teetering off the edge of the stage. Fortunately, two groomsmen rushed forward just in time to stabilize him. The trio of actors, reliant on their looks, recognized their disadvantage against Qi Jingzhou and stood petrified, refraining from intervening further. Engaging in a physical altercation would surely result in irreparable harm, and such consequences were hardly worth the risk. Wen Rong, however, had lost all concern for the others. With Qi Jingzhou gripping her arm and having snatched the microphone from her, her mind was a blank canvas. Are you done with your games? She managed to stammer. Qi Jingzhou abruptly released the microphone, which crashed into the speakers, disrupting her words. In the next moment, he pulled her into his embrace, leaning in close to her ear, his voice a low growl laced with intensity. I do not consent. Dare to marry. And see what happens. Wen Rong's eyes shimmered with unspoken emotion, rippling with dark undertones. Wait. Who are you? Release my daughter. She looked up to see her father stepping onto the stage, reaching for Qi Jingzhou's shoulder in an attempt to separate them. Qi Jingzhou loosened his grip slightly, his dark eyes assessing the old man. While he appeared somewhat frail, his spirit was undiminished, exuding strength.
Dad.
Wen Rong, uncertain of her father's intentions, feared that Qi Jingzhou would be equally ruthless with him. Panic overtook her as she pressed her hands against Qi Jingzhou's arm, glancing nervously at Wen Qingyu. Please don't interfere. I will handle this.
Stay out of it.
Dad's here. Wen Qingyu's brows furrowed as he surveyed Qi Jingzhou with a hostile glare, positioning himself to physically separate the two and shielding Wen Rong behind him. What are you doing here? Trying to disrupt our family celebration? Harassing my daughter in front of us? Do you believe I want to call the police?
Dad.
Wen Rong's forehead twitched, desperately tugging at her father's shirt, her eyes darting anxiously towards Qi Jingzhou. The man's expression was stern as he cast a deep glance at her, quickly mastering his anger. Adjusting his attire, he faced Wen Qingyu with a stoic demeanor and a heavy tone. For now, I shall address you as Uncle Wen. I am Qi, Rong's partner. And I believe we can sit down and discuss matters at hand. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the groom and the three groomsmen huddled timidly beneath the stage, disdain evident in his tone. Some private matters are best left for those with discretion to avoid. Wen Qingyu, unimpressed by his lofty demeanor, snorted in response. Very well, if you have something to say, then speak to me. He then turned to Jean Lihua, who had remained silent at the edge of the stage. Teacher Jean, please take Rong to rest. I will have a word with him. Jean Lihua, who had been observing quietly, shifted her gaze among the three men but remained silent. When Rong wished to persuade Wen Qingyu, Father, I should talk to him. You don't understand him, then let us understand. Wen Qingyu was unyielding, even mocking. Does he dare to lay a hand on me? Let him try. I could ruin his future, and bring him to ruin. The 50-something lawyer spoke with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, the groom, nearly toppled by Qi Jingzhou's sudden move, awkwardly rubbed his nose. When Rong's heart raced as she realized she could not change her father's mind, so she resorted to coaxing him. Let me speak first. Once I'm done, you can have your turn, all right? He won't resort to violence. I'm not afraid of him. When Rong softly explained, tugging at his sleeve. Father, please let me handle this. The determined lawyer, despite his fiery spirit, ultimately could not refuse his daughter's request. In the brightly lit rest area of the banquet hall, warmth enveloped the room. When Rong crossed her arms, maintaining a distance of 3 steps from Qi Jingzhou, questioning him with an impassive expression. What exactly do you want? Is it amusing to disrupt someone else's wedding?
Directori?
Qi Jingzhou, with a hand in his pocket, tilted his head slightly to regard her, his voice calm. Let us converse civilly, before my patience wears thin. When Rong was struck with a mix of anger and amusement. After a chuckle, she narrowed her eyes, intentionally provoking him. You're not here to elope, are you? Have you finally realized that you cannot do without me? Qi Jingzhou met her gaze with a steady stare, and after a prolonged silence, he subtly nodded. Indeed, I cannot. When Rong's smile faltered, disbelief flashing across her face as her eyes danced between his brows and eyes. Qi Jingzhou allowed her scrutiny, stepping closer to her, his tone serious as he tried to soothe her. Let us not quarrel. I wish to speak with you earnestly. Be a little obedient. When Rong's expression remained frosty as she held his gaze. I cannot marry you for the next 2 years. At most, wait for me for 2 years, will you? Qi Jingzhou lowered his head slightly, raising a hand as if to caress her cheek. Instinctively, she turned her head away and stepped back, her voice cold as she inquired.
Why?
What difference does it make now or in 2 years? Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes dimmed, his lips moved as he hesitated for a moment before cautiously explaining. I ask you, why must it be 2 years from now? Qi Jingzhou fell into silence. His lips remained perpetually sealed, as if akin to a dead clam, resisting any effort to pry them apart. When Rong gently tugged at her lips and nodded. Chapter 31. Is there no woman in the capital circle who desires you? I disagree. Is it truly worthwhile to persist obstinately? Is there no woman in the capital circle who wishes for Qi Jingzhou? None. Qi Jingzhou's eyelids lowered, his gaze dark and intense as he focused on her, reaching out to grasp her shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. His voice, low and hoarse, whispered near her ear, no one desires me, except for you.
Do not leave me.
When Rome's eyelashes fluttered anxiously, she hesitated to respond. After 5 years together, she had never witnessed Qi Jingzhou appear so vulnerable and submissive. Could it be that he truly could not bear to be apart from her? The moment this thought surfaced, when Rome felt an absurdity wash over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of confusion and suspicion regarding the unknown. What was the matter with him? Why did no one want him? Knock, knock, knock. Rome, are you done? When Qingyu's voice echoed impatiently from outside the door. Before when Rome could reply, the arm encircling her waist tightened, and the man who had shown such weakness softly pleaded with her. When Rome's heart, cursed for its softness, melted. As they stepped out of the lounge, they encountered several pairs of eager eyes waiting outside. Wen Qingyu's piercing gaze fixed on Qi Jingzhou, and he began to sidle into the room to confront the young man. However, he was abruptly halted by Wen Rong's intervention. Wen Qingyu paused, casting a worried glance at her. Are you tired? Wen Rong lowered her eyes and nodded slightly, linking her arm with his while also grasping Jean Lihua's hand. Leading the elderly couple out first. The actor playing the groom grew anxious and called out, No, Sister Rong.
What about me?
As Qi Jingzhou brushed past him without a glance, the groom inexplicably felt a chill wash over him, causing him to shiver. Cheng Fei, who had been lurking in the corner, silently followed, casting a sympathetic glance at the groom as he passed.
Okay.
The groom hurriedly nodded, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace, signaling an okay with his hand. Once outside the hotel lobby, Wen Qingyu quickly sensed something amiss. What are you doing? Do you realize that following someone is also a crime? Qi Jingzhou halted, and Cheng Fei was compelled to stop as well. Both men turned to look at Wen Rong. She, with downcast eyes, opened the car door and weakly called out, Dad, let's go, implying that they should disregard the two men. With that, Wen Qingyu suppressed his irritation, huffed in annoyance, entered the car, slammed the door, ignited the engine, and sped away. The black Hummer tore off into the distance, leaving only the rear of the vehicle in its wake. Cheng Fei quickly turned to Qi Jingzhou. Director Qi, shall we follow? Qi Jingzhou strode toward the parking area, and upon closer inspection, a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if the ominous clouds that had gathered had suddenly parted to reveal a clear sky. Cheng Fei could not comprehend why Qi Jingzhou appeared so pleased. Was it perhaps too early for such joy? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud, scratching his head before following suit. Wen Qingyu, unable to contain himself, pressed Wen Rong heavily. That young man surnamed Qi, right? What did you discuss with him just now? Tell me. Wen Rong stood by the sofa, hesitating to speak, her demeanor clearly shifting. Jean Lihua observed this and reached for Wen Qingyu, urging him to sit down on the sofa before seating herself beside him. Let us not rush. Once everyone arrives, we shall discuss matters face to face. Upon hearing this, Wen Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, He dares to come to our home. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, the doorbell began to chime incessantly. Wen Rong pressed her lips together and turned to open the door. Wen Qingyu glanced towards the entrance, ready to spring up, only to be swiftly restrained by Jean Lihua, who lowered her voice to admonish him. Do not shout. I will handle this. Just maintain an imposing demeanor and watch my cues. Be quiet. Mind your manners. At the entrance, Qi Jingzhou had already stepped inside. Wen Rong cast a casual glance at his feet and retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. They were new, untouched by anyone. Qi Jingzhou, closing the door with one hand, glanced down at the pristine men's slippers, his expression darkening instantly. However, since that day, Qi Heong had been cast out by the Wen family, and thus the shoes had never been worn. At this moment, Wen Rong looked at him and discerned his misconstrued thoughts. If he found them distasteful, he could go barefoot. No one was forcing him. She could not be bothered to explain, merely tossing a dismissive remark his way before turning towards the living room. Receiving such a cold reception, Qi Jingzhou pursed his lips but said nothing, slowly changing into the slippers before following Wen Rong. The Wen residence was modest, spanning 130 square meters. Yet the layout was pleasant, with ample natural light. As Qi Jingzhou entered the living room, he casually surveyed the space, his gaze settling on the elderly couple seated together on the sofa. This was not his first encounter with them. He had seen their photographs on Wen Rong's phone, which had allowed him to recognize Wen Qingyu immediately in the breakfast shop. He had not anticipated meeting his elders in such a manner. With his hands hanging by his sides, he formed a loose fist, casting one last glance at Wen Rong before bowing respectfully to the elderly couple. Uncle Wen, Auntie, it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion. Humph. Wen Qingyu scoffed coldly. Jean Lihua praised him from head to toe before calmly speaking. To be brief, you must be Xiao Qi, correct? Qi Jingzhou straightened slowly. Yes, Auntie. Jean Lihua smiled without warmth, saying, Rong has mentioned you frequently, if I recall correctly. You have been together for 5 years. Indeed, Qi Jingzhou replied with a faint smile. Rong is my first love. She is the only one I have ever dated. When Rong glanced at him, a hint of surprise blossoming within her. This was news to her as well. Jean Lihua waved her hand dismissively. No need for such details. They are irrelevant. I must ask you, regarding marriage, have we not discussed it with Rong first? Yes. Did you refuse? Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow slightly. Auntie, initially I do not wish to hear your excuses. Jean Lihua raised her hand to silence him. A girl cherished and nurtured by her family, pure and innocent, has been with you for 5 years, yet you cannot provide her with a home? That indicates a problem on your part. Qi Jingzhou's expression grew somber. We have a home. What kind of home is that? It hardly qualifies as a home. The relationship between a man and a woman devoid of legal protection is inherently perilous. Why should my daughter follow you without any recognition or status? Wen Qingyu could no longer contain his frustration and exploded. Chapter 32. It is not that I do not wish to marry you. The property in Yen City has always been under Wen Rong's name. I have provided her with everything she needed over the past 5 years, and I have never treated her poorly. Treated poorly? My daughter. Wen Qingyu was about to scold further when Jin Lihua pulled him back. He turned to look at his wife, only to hear her raise her voice. Do you think our family cannot afford a house? Do you think we are a family that mistreats our daughter? Qi Jingzhou's lips parted slightly, ultimately left speechless. Let me tell you, what my daughter needs most right now is a complete and nurturing home. We are reasonable people who understand that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. We are not shamelessly clinging to you to force a marriage, right? And you? What do you mean by this? Oh, you do not want to marry? Yet after breaking up, you still come to entangle and disrupt things. You seem to be a person of stature, yet your behavior is utterly shameless, putting us in an awkward position. Tomorrow is the wedding banquet. How do you expect my son-in-law to feel? What will our relatives and neighbors think? Do we still want to live here as a family? You, Mr. Jean, seem to be in a fit of rage, pointing at him. How selfish can you be? You truly have issues. Yes. When Qingyu chimed in, echoing, there is indeed a significant problem. Thankfully, Wen Rong is not marrying him. That is a silver lining amidst misfortune. Wen Rong. The elderly couple was clearly getting worked up. She quietly observed, glancing at the criticized Qi Jingzhou, showing no intention of coming to his defense. Fortunately, after smoothly entering this household, Qi Jingzhou had already stabilized his emotions. He did not change his demeanor despite the couple's scolding, standing firm until they finished their tirade. Then spoke in a calm voice. To be honest, I came here today to seize the marriage. When Qingyu was so furious that his eyes widened, pointing at him. How can you say such a thing? Do you treat marriage as a trivial matter? I swear, I will call the police on you. Please do not be agitated. I genuinely cannot marry Wen Rong at this moment, but I am willing to stay here and help her complete the wedding in her hometown. Qi Jingzhou frowned as he finished speaking, and without waiting for any further interruptions, he quickened his pace. Speaking in a negotiating tone, whatever the person marrying Wen Rong can provide her, I can offer the same. Moving forward, we will continue as before. I will cherish and love her, and I will certainly marry her. If Uncle and Anne do not trust me, I am willing to put it in writing. Put it in writing? Wen Qingyu laughed in anger, turning to Jin Lihua, saying, does he think this is a business transaction? Is it possible to drive him away now? I truly cannot endure this any longer. I have said I will not wait for you, for 2 years. Wen Rong had no choice but to speak, turning her face away, her expression indifferent as she stated word by word, I cannot wait. Qi Jingzhou lowered his eyes to look at her, frowning and speaking in a heavy tone. 1 year, I promise you. I cannot wait. Qi Jingzhou's gaze darkened slightly, his tone serious as he asked her, why? You want an attitude. I have given you one. You know I always keep my word. I said I cannot wait. I will not wait. Wen Rong's emotions surged as she shouted in a low voice. The matter of pregnancy, whether to speak of it or not, ultimately rests with the daughter herself. Wen Rong lifted her gaze, meeting Qi Jingzhou's shadowed eyes, and candidly informed him, I no longer wish to marry. Tomorrow's wedding is merely a performance. The groom and groomsmen are hired actors. Once the curtain falls, they will depart. Qi Jingzhou was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. You do not understand why I am doing this, do you? Wen Rong's lips curled in a faint smile, her brow arched as she replied, do not delude yourself. This is not to provoke you. I must stage this grand act to convey to all my friends and family that I am not a single mother. My child has a father. I fear that upon birth, he may face discrimination, and I worry for my family being ridiculed and looked down upon, having their backs stabbed by gossip. Wen Rong did not intend to cry, yet as emotions surged within her, she could not hold back the tears in the presence of the man responsible. Qi Jingzhou. For 5 years, I believed you were invincible. I was mistaken. I no longer need you. I can manage on my own. You are pregnant? Qi Jingzhou's gaze bore into her, a tempest of emotions swirling in his dark eyes. Astonishment and disorientation flickering for just an instant before his expression turned inscrutably somber. After a prolonged silence, he fell completely silent, lost in thought. Wen Rong, do not cry. The elderly couple was distraught. Jin Lihua hastily embraced her daughter, offering her a tissue to wipe away her tears, soothing her with tender words. You mustn't cry. Your emotions are important for the baby. Do not be angry or sad, my dear. Wen Rong took a deep breath, her tears quickly subsiding. We need to talk privately. Qi Jingzhou regarded her with an unprecedented seriousness. For the child's sake, Rong. Wen Qingyu was inclined to expel Qi Jingzhou from the room. But a single statement from him quelled that thought. Tomorrow, I can have Jin Haiyan shut down. If you do not wish for the wedding to end in disaster, uncles and aunts, grant Rong and me the time to resolve this matter today. In the bedroom, the door firmly shut. When Rong washed her face and emerged to sit at the vanity, nonchalantly arranging her damp hair before the mirror, Qi Jingzhou sat beside her bed, his long legs slightly bent, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees, quietly observing her. He spoke first, his voice now imbued with warmth. Why did you not tell me? When Rong paused, her fingers faltering, her tone tranquil. I did not know. When she left, how could she have known she was pregnant? Yet Qi Jingzhou assumed there was deeper meaning in her words. You should have informed me. This concerns both of us, Xiaomi. I would never pressure you to terminate the pregnancy. When Rong smirked slightly, is that so? To give birth to an illegitimate child hidden away?
No.
Then what? You do not wish to marry, and I should use a child to coerce you into it? Turning to face him, she regarded him with bemusement. Qi Jingzhou, I have my pride. 5 years of relationship have not earned me a title. Do you expect me to play the role of a mistress seeking elevation through a child? Am I merely your concealed lover, leveraging my pregnancy to manipulate my way up? Qi Jingzhou's brow furrowed tightly. Do not say such things. We are in a romantic relationship. Are we? When Rong scoffed softly, who knows? Look, we are nothing but clandestine lovers. Qi Jingzhou lowered his head momentarily, his Adam's apple rolling lightly as he rose from the bedside and approached her, kneeling beside her. He grasped Wen Rong's arm, turning her to face him. The relationships within the Qi family were intricately complicated. While I indeed relied on my family background for my current position, it was largely out of helplessness. Until one ascends to a certain status, no one possesses the ability to extricate themselves from their family ties. Do you understand? When Rong gazed at him in silence. It is not that I do not wish to marry you. Qi Jingzhou's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity as he raised his hand to gently caress her delicate face. Chapter 33. Everything he offers. Qi Jingzhou was not one to deceive. Or rather, he had always held disdain for manipulating women. Otherwise, he would not have shunned even the mention of marriage earlier. When Rong almost instantaneously believed him, he truly seemed unable to make decisions for himself. Strangely, even though she no longer desired marriage, hearing him claim he lacked autonomy sparked a flicker of disappointment within her. Disappointment in what? When Rong found it amusing and did not dwell on it. Rest assured, I have resolved to keep him. And the grand arrangements I have made were never influenced by your thoughts. She pushed away his hand that rested on her face, her gaze meeting his with a blend of tenderness and seriousness. I do not require your intervention. I am capable of taking care of him. You have your own constraints, which I understand. Attend to your matters and do not disturb us further. Regardless of what may come, Qi Jingzhou, I will not grant you children. Do you comprehend? Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes bore into her, his long, thick lashes fluttering slightly. He offered a bitter smile, acknowledging, I have disappointed you. It is my fault. Tears welled uncontrollably in Wen Rong's eyes, and she averted her gaze, blinking rapidly to suppress the moisture. Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze, cradling her delicate hand, and pressed a kiss to her soft palm. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to complete the wedding. Once tomorrow concludes, I shall depart, for there are many matters awaiting my attention in Yen City. When Rong remained silent, she could not prevent him. He truly had the power to shutter the hotel. Moreover, with friends and relatives already informed, they were now in a position from which retreat was impossible. The wedding must proceed. It would not be suitable for you to remain at your maternal home for too long. Eventually, others will begin to gossip. I will purchase another residence in a different neighborhood, and you may alternate between the two. Hire a housekeeper and cease to burden yourself with household chores. Focus on nurturing your health. Whenever I find the time, I will return to see you. Take good care of yourself. He continued to make arrangements without regard for whether Wen Rong approved. She merely smiled faintly, devoid of emotion. After all, she could not control him. As long as they reached a consensus that he would not contest her regarding the child, that was sufficient. I will have Cheng Fei prepare a card for you with 5 million. No cash will be distributed. The card will be given to you tomorrow, and I will ensure that the child's maintenance fee is deposited monthly. Purchase whatever you need. Do not deprive yourself. When Rong nodded, agreeing. She did not lack for money, but this was intended for the child, and thus it was necessary. Qi Jingzhou pondered briefly, seemingly finding no other omissions. Matters beyond this could be addressed in due course. He retrieved his phone from his coat pocket, preparing to relay a few instructions to Cheng Fei. As Wen Rong observed his actions, she suddenly interjected. Please sign a contract with me. Qi Jingzhou's finger, poised to dial, hesitated, and he raised his gaze to meet hers. With a calm demeanor. Wen Rong stated, "My father is a lawyer and will testify on our behalf. You will voluntarily relinquish custody of the child and shall never contest our custody in any manner or for any reason. You will sign this, and I will allow you to play a role in tomorrow's wedding." Sunlight flooded half the room, and the air was filled with particles of dust that danced invisibly before her bright, clear eyes. Qi Jingzhou caught sight of his own reflection within, strikingly clear and undisturbed. A weight settled in his chest. After a long pause, he nodded slightly.
All right.
After concluding their discussion, the two emerged from the bedroom. Upon hearing Qi Jingzhou's willingness to forfeit custody, Lawyer Wen promptly retreated to his study to draft the contract. In less than half an hour, the document was ready. "Here, take a look. If everything appears satisfactory, please sign swiftly," Wen Qingyu urged, eagerly handing over the pen and ink pad. Qi Jingzhou accepted them, placing the items on the table, and leisurely began to peruse the contract. His focus was intense, causing Lawyer Wen to furrow his brow in impatience, disregarding any semblance of professional decorum as he bluntly expressed his sentiments. "We are not taking advantage of you, since the child will no longer be your concern. You are not obligated to provide for him, and we shall not require any child support." "I need to amend this," Qi Jingzhou interjected, raising his gaze. Lawyer Wen's expression hardened as he shot him a glance and snatched the contract back, donning his reading glasses to scrutinize it closely.
Amend?
"Where?" "Child support," Qi Jingzhou replied. Lawyer Wen glared at him, exasperated. "I have made it abundantly clear. If we do not want it, then there is nothing to change. Are you illiterate? Rong can forego it, but I must provide," Qi Jingzhou asserted. Lawyer Wen regarded him with an incredulous expression, while Jean Lihua, seated nearby, looked on with a peculiar gaze. "Just write it as a gift," Qi Jingzhou insisted after a moment's consideration, glancing at Wen Rong. "Please include a property in the school district of Shucheng as well." Lawyer Wen opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from further comment, turning instead to Wen Rong. She nodded, agreeing to everything he proposed, which was all inscribed under the section for gifts. This arrangement would simplify matters, eliminating future repayment issues and allowing Qi Jingzhou to navigate his family's expectations with ease. Once the contract was revised, Qi Jingzhou meticulously reviewed it word by word before finally signing and stamping it. The document was duplicated, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Lawyer Wen carefully stored the contract away, his expression finally softening a fraction. Understanding that the elderly couple did not welcome him, Qi Jingzhou did not linger. After signing, he rose to depart. Wen Rong merely escorted him to the door, not sparing him another glance as she closed it behind him. Outside the building, Cheng Fei and the driver were sheltering in the shade of a tree, having procured an umbrella from an unknown source. As Qi Jingzhou emerged, Cheng Fei hurriedly approached, holding the umbrella over him while quietly reporting, "Director Qi, I have investigated the groom. He has little potential, merely a background actor with no prominent roles." "Yes, I am aware."
Ah?
Qi Jingzhou continued walking, his expression impassive as he inquired, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned?"
Ah.
Cheng Fei nodded vigorously. "The wedding car and flowers have been arranged, and the diamond ring can be resized tonight. However, the wedding gown may not be ready by morning. No matter how exceptional a designer may be, it is utterly implausible for them to craft a wedding gown within a few hours aboard an aircraft. Such an expectation is indeed taxing." Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze, deciding instead to select a fitting gown and expedite its creation overnight, ensuring it would adorn her by tomorrow. "Indeed," Cheng Fei responded verbally, though inwardly he wiped away a cold sweat. Was Qi determined to seize the day and hastily wed? The originally designated groom had not reached out to Wen Rong at all. That evening, she experienced a restless slumber. At around 4 in the morning, the makeup artist arrived with their equipment, and as the makeup was halfway done, the living room became lively. Jean Lihua entered with a radiant expression, exclaiming, "No need to rush, it's still early. The wedding attire has arrived. Shall I have them bring it in?" Wen Rong nodded, only to see Cheng Fei enter with two individuals pushing a rolling clothing rack. He directed them to set down the items, offering a slight smile and a nod of respect to Wen Rong before quietly departing. The Wen family had publicly stated that a simple wedding ceremony would take place in their hometown, thereby streamlining the entire process. The customary door blocking was entirely omitted. Upon the arrival of the bridal procession, the groom ascended directly to escort his bride. The Wen family's living room was packed with neighbors who had come down from upstairs to join the celebration. As Qi Jingzhou entered, a neighbor from the same floor paused. Taken aback, she gazed at the tall and exceptionally handsome groom, somewhat bewildered, and tugged at Jean Lihua. "Old Jean, is this your son-in-law?" Jean Lihua beamed. "Indeed, handsome. Isn't he?" Chapter 34. Not the same groom. The neighbor blinked and chuckled awkwardly, covering her mouth as she whispered, "Oh my, he only arrived yesterday? That's quite late. Considering your family had already gone to the hotel, he was outside knocking, and when I came out to check, I thought he was a colleague attending the wedding banquet." Upon hearing this, Jean Lihua's smile faltered slightly, and she waved dismissively. He was quite busy. The flight was delayed. After the banquet, he has to fly out for a business trip early tomorrow morning. What kind of job is this that doesn't even grant a wedding leave? Wedding leave? With a large family business, we are too busy earning money for such luxuries. The nearby aunties exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of envy for the Wen family and pity for Wen Rong. The time of the wealthy is indeed not one that ordinary people can fathom. As the murmurs continued, Jean Lihua lifted her gaze to see Qi Jingzhou carrying Wen Rong out. Several photographers were posing in front of them. Though the cameras were not actually recording, they simply sought to create an atmosphere. Such subtleties, of course, were unbeknownst to outsiders. After completing the tea ceremony, Qi Jingzhou carried Wen Rong downstairs and directly into the wedding car. As he rose to close the door, he turned and met the gaze of a man standing by the roadside. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as if sparks ignited, comprehensible only to them. It was not until the wedding procession began to move that Qi Heong remained rooted in place, watching from a distance. After a considerable time, the commotion within the community quieted once more. How could this man be different from the one depicted on the wedding poster at the banquet hall yesterday? In the banquet hall, the wedding ceremony was in full swing. Qi Heong stood before the electronic display at the entrance, his gaze fixated on the bride and groom, emotions swirling within his eyes. He was certain that just yesterday afternoon, the groom in this bridal photograph was not the same person as today. And now, in the span of a single night, the groom had been replaced. Qi Heong slowly turned his face towards the tightly closed doors of the banquet hall, a frown knitting his brow. Rong, what on earth are you doing? This wedding feels distinctly peculiar. Meanwhile, in the lounge, when Rong had changed out of her wedding dress and donned a striking red qipao, Qi Jingzhou sat in a corner of the sofa, waiting for her to finish before signaling the makeup artist to leave. He rose and approached Wen Rong from behind, bending down to wrap his arms around her waist. "Our flight is at 5 tomorrow morning. Consider tonight our wedding night. Accompany me to my place for a night. There is something I wish to discuss with you." The place he referred to was another apartment in Shucheng. Cheng Fei was exceptionally efficient, arranging the property overnight. When Rong lowered her eyes, twisting the diamond ring on her ring finger, "I'm not going. Don't you want to know why I feel so inadequate? Come with me, and I will tell you." When Rong remained silent, Qi Jingzhou took her silence as acquiescence, smiled, and pressed his lips against her temple, his left hand gently caressing her lower abdomen. He softly redirected the conversation. "Are you tired?" When Rong shook her head, "How long has it been? Have you had a prenatal checkup?"
No.
Qi Jingzhou paused for a moment before saying, "Let us wait 2 more weeks. I will make time to accompany you for your first checkup." "There's no need." When Rong firmly rejected, "You should come less often. I do not wish to stir up trouble. I want tea. I will be careful not to let anyone find out. No fire can be concealed forever. The housing agreement and money can serve as compensation for a lover after a breakup. All of that is understandable." When Rong gazed calmly at the man in the mirror, "But if a child were to come into play, it would mean self-immolation for you." Qi Jingzhou pressed his lips together, observing her with a faint smile. "You still care about me?" When Rong did not wish to explain, "In any case, I do not want to attract trouble. After today, you should seek me out less. The child will have nothing to do with you in the future. Do not forget you signed the papers." Qi Jingzhou smirked slightly, gently stroking her hair, refraining from responding to her statement. "When can we leave?" "A little later. Once the banquet winds down." Qi Jingzhou pondered for a moment. Seeing that the room was empty, he pulled up a chair and sat beside Wen Rong, draping his long arm over the back of her chair. "I've never considered it, nor do I wish to. The opportunities in Jing City are more abundant. I will help you secure a household registration there, and the child will start off ahead of most when it comes time for schooling." When Rong's tone turned cold, "Qi Jingzhou, you've overstepped. What path he walks is something I will decide now. In the future, he will decide for himself." When Rong turned her face, delivering her warning with icy clarity, "It has nothing to do with you." Qi Jingzhou fell silent, his gaze dropping to her delicate, beautiful hands. The pale fingers casually rested on her lap, accentuated by the red qipao, appearing as exquisite as jade. He reached out, gently caressing her fingertips, slowly intertwining their fingers, and murmured, "Very well, let's not discuss the child. I cannot control that."
But what about you?
When Rong attempted to withdraw her hand, yet he held it firmly. The man wrapped his arm around her waist, while his other hand pressed against her cheek, compelling her to turn her face and meet his gaze. The breakup was your unilateral decision. I never consented. Regardless of your stubbornness, I refuse to agree. You belong to me, now and forever. His breath was rich as he leaned in to kiss her. However, as soon as their lips brushed, Wen Rong raised her hand to push his face away and turned her own face, preparing to rise. Yet it was not so simple. Qi Jingzhou hooked his arm around her waist, effortlessly pressing her back onto his lap and securing her chin with one hand, leaning down to kiss her deeply. Wen Rong, exasperated, struck at him with both hands. Even as she hit him, Qi Jingzhou did not relent, kissing her more forcefully. In a moment of defiance, she bit his tongue. Qi Jingzhou grimaced and let out a low hiss, finally releasing her. He licked the salty taste from his mouth, chuckling softly, so fierce. Wen Rong delivered a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed in her ears, leaving her with a buzzing sensation, while Qi Jingzhou's cheek felt numb. The last remnant of a smile fading from his face. His dark eyes bore into hers with an intense gaze. Wen Rong met his stare, her expression devoid of fear or trepidation. The atmosphere grew tense. After a brief, silent standoff, Qi Jingzhou's expression softened first, his large hand on her waist gently massaging her. A month has passed, the longest in 5 years without you. I want you. I do not wish for that, Wen Rong replied, forcefully prying his hand away and standing up. Qi Jingzhou tightened his grip around her waist, raising his face to look at her with resignation. Little me. In my eyes, we have already broken up. Wen Rong cast her gaze downward, coldly regarding him. I will no longer cater to you. If you cannot control yourself, you are free to seek others. Qi Jingzhou's previously composed demeanor darkened once more at her words. He clenched his teeth, enunciating each word. I only want you. Indeed. In certain aspects, he was quite fastidious. Wen Rong smirked slightly, her smile enigmatic, her eyes drifting towards his lower half. Then I am afraid. I do not desire you. Chapter 35. Cohabitation. Qi Jingzhou closed his eyes momentarily, raising a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. You are indeed pregnant, which complicates matters for me. Just then, the door to the lounge swung open. A man stood at the entrance, holding a glass of champagne, dressed in all black for the wedding. His gold-rimmed glasses lending him a scholarly and refined air, resembling a respectable relative. Qi Jingzhou recognized him instantly as the man he had seen outside the apartment door. He raised an eyebrow and stood up from his chair, his expression gentle as he quietly inquired of Wen Rong, and who might this be? Wen Rong regarded Qi Haiyang coldly, remaining silent. Qi Haiyang's gaze fell on her waist, where the man's long hand rested possessively, his demeanor intimate and natural, as if he often held her in such a manner. His eyes casually glanced at Wen Rong's face, curling into a smile, before shifting back to Qi Jingzhou, stepping into the room and extending his hand.
Qi Yang.
Qi Jingzhou looked down at the hand being offered, hesitating for a moment before slowly reaching out to shake it. His voice melodious and laced with a light smile.
Qi.
How is your health? Qi Haiyang slightly pursed her lips, responding to her words with a gentle laugh as she lifted her champagne glass to glance at Qi Jingzhou. There are matters at the company. I must take my leave and bid you farewell. Mr. Qi, we have yet to share a drink. Qi Jingzhou's smile was faint and distant. I apologize, but we have pressing matters to attend to as well, perhaps next time. Though Qi Haiyang endeavored to maintain a facade of politeness, Qi Jingzhou showed her no courtesy. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Qi Haiyang remained unperturbed, even managing a smile and a nod. Qi Jingzhou regarded her, his smile fading. Yes, I shall certainly do my utmost to manage my time. With that, he cast his gaze downward, his expression softening as he looked at Wen Rong. Fortunately, I have my in-laws to help take care of you. Otherwise, I would truly be uneasy leaving you alone. The two exchanged veiled barbs, with Qi Jingzhou playing his part. However, Wen Rong had little patience for their interplay and directly urged them to leave. Qi Haiyang discerned her cold demeanor, which was directed at both her and the groom beside her. As for Qi Jingzhou, he remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Maintaining his composure, he cast one last glance at Qi Jingzhou, offering a gentle smile before finishing his champagne in a single gulp, nodding in farewell as he turned to depart. As the door to the lounge closed, Qi Jingzhou's expression turned icy. The grip he had around Wen Rong's waist tightened, his voice low as he gazed at her. Qi Haiyang, how familiar. Isn't she the one who abandoned you to be with someone else abroad? Wen Rong met his gaze with a look of confusion. And so what? What concern is it of yours? Qi Jingzhou silently clenched his teeth, watching her retreating figure without uttering another word. During their initial hand-holding, they had openly shared their romantic histories. Qi Jingzhou claimed he had never dated before, that Wen Rong was his first. Wen Rong laughed, skeptical of his assertion, teasing him for lying. After all, he was 4 years her senior. How could he be so innocent? At that time, Their relationship had not yet deepened, and Qi Jingzhou, appearing upright and cultured, merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. As their meetings increased, they found solace in each other's company amidst their busy lives, gradually deepening their emotional connection. Driven by youthful vigor and hormones, Qi Jingzhou often yearned to escalate their relationship, almost crossing boundaries in dim corners of cinemas, restaurants, or their cars during dates. He would hoarsely coax her, expressing a desire for them to live together, urging her to move in with him. When Rome understood what he truly wanted, and coincidentally, she too craved his presence. Experiencing his eagerness and clumsiness firsthand, she finally believed he was indeed inexperienced. Their mutual lack of experience, despite being adults, made their first encounter all the more intense and chaotic. Afterward, when Rome lost a significant amount of blood, so much so that she hardly felt any pain, Qi Jingzhou, with a grim expression, dressed her, ignoring her whimpers of exhaustion, and in the dead of night, he carried her downstairs and into the car, taking her straight to the hospital. The diagnosis was a minor tear. The doctor assured her that hospitalization was unnecessary, providing some ointment before sending them on their way. You should rest for a few days. I've instructed Secretary Chung to help you pack. You must stay here quietly. The moment I step through the door, I want to see you. Uncertain if it was due to their newfound intimacy, Qi Jingzhou had become quite domineering, subsequently enclosing her within his domain and strictly overseeing her every action. She awoke from a deep slumber only as darkness enveloped the sky, roused by her thirst. Rubbing her hair, she sat on the edge of the bed to gather her senses before finally rising to head to the living room for a glass of water. The house, seemingly a model residence, was fully furnished, presumably to facilitate immediate occupancy. Upon her first visit, Wen Rong instinctively surveyed the area as she opened the door, attempting to ascertain the direction of the kitchen. Her gaze was soon drawn to the brightly lit living room, where the lingering aroma of a meal wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of a man speaking in a deliberately hushed tone. "All right, I understand. Not now. I have pressing work to attend to, and must work late tonight." When Rome paused in the corridor, following the sound to find Qi Jingzhou reclining with his long legs crossed in the corner of the sofa. Their eyes met, and he casually dismissed the conversation before hanging up and rising to his feet. "You're awake. The food just needs to be reheated," he said, placing his phone on the coffee table and striding towards the kitchen. After departing from the hotel in the afternoon and calming down when Qingyu and Jean Lihua, she had taken Qi Jingzhou's car directly to this place. Upon arrival, fatigue washed over her, prompting her to select a bedroom at random, close the door, and succumb to sleep. Counting the hours, she realized she had managed to rest for 5. "Have you not been sleeping well lately?" Qi Jingzhou emerged from the kitchen, glancing at the cup in her hand and the kettle on the table, his brow furrowing slightly. "You shouldn't drink cold water." He approached her, taking the cup from her grasp and leaning down to fill it with hot water from the dispenser. When Rome tilted her head to observe his actions, her expression unchanged, then casually pulled out a dining chair and sat at the table. "Let us talk." She did not respond verbally, merely resting her chin on one hand while assessing him with her lashes. "Why are you so inept?" The purpose of her visit was to hear his explanation. Chapter 36. Can we not break up? Having been together for 5 years, Wen Rong had never inquired about Qi Jingzhou's family background or his relatives. She believed such matters would naturally unfold in their interactions. The more he refrained from mentioning his past, the less interest she felt in discovering it. However, the situation was now altered. Despite no longer wishing to marry him, her curiosity about his life had intensified. Deep down, when Rome found herself uncertain whether she was unable to let go, or simply wanted to offer him another chance. "Shall we not eat first?" Qi Jingzhou had not anticipated her direct approach to this topic upon waking. Yet upon reflection, did this not indicate that she still cared? That she was somewhat reluctant to part ways? A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. When Rome shook her head, resting her chin in her hand, her eyelids heavy from sleep. "I just woke up. I have no appetite." Qi Jingzhou nodded slightly and settled beside her, preparing to articulate the thoughts he had pondered throughout the afternoon. "These matters, ideally, you shouldn't have to know." When Rome, her eyelids still weary, closed her eyes in a bid to rejuvenate herself, sensing his inclination towards a lengthy discourse. "The Qi family in the capital has been involved in politics for 3 generations. Among my 4 cousins, 2 are military men and 2 are politicians. I am the 5th. The way he phrased it felt somewhat awkward. For cousins, he is the 5th. When Rome opened her eyes and turned to look at him, a realization dawned upon her. It was indeed so. After the divorce, she was heartbroken and often descended into madness, smashing objects and lashing out at others, even attempting suicide several times, with the most severe instance where she contemplated taking me along into oblivion. In a bid to prevent any tragedies, the Qi family confined her to a psychiatric hospital, assigning personnel to keep her under strict surveillance. Within 2 years, she had passed away. Such an experience would send shivers down the spine of any sane individual. When Rong suddenly came to her senses, gazing at Qi Jingzhou, who appeared unperturbed, as though recounting someone else's tale, living under someone else's roof, she had to navigate the complex emotions of many, yearning to reach adulthood, so she could leave the Qi family. Yet, fate had other plans. That year, the second son of the Qi family perished in Israel while on a mission. The eldest was preoccupied with severing ties with the fourth brother, solidifying his political standing, and discreetly handling the fallout, which inevitably came at a cost. Now, only the third brother remained, struggling to ascend within the military, while the patriarch and 2 uncles refused to let her go, expecting her to uphold the Qi family's reputation. With deep roots, yet withered branches, someone had to step up and support the eldest of the Qi family. Otherwise, as the Qi family teetered on the brink of collapse, she would be the first to be sacrificed. He chuckled bitterly, questioning if she could comprehend the gravity of his words. Though Qi Jingzhou's words were somewhat veiled, when Rong understood his predicament, she blinked softly, countering with a question. If that is the case, why do you seek to provoke me? Knowing full well you are not your own master, you should not have entangled yourself with me in the first place. Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes dimmed, and he furrowed his brow before finally responding. There is no reason. I am simply too lonely, too isolated, and your warmth is something I crave. When Rong found this rationale rather absurd, 5 years of affection reduced to a mere expression of his loneliness, she let out a laugh, realizing he sought companionship merely to alleviate his solitude. Qi Jingzhou frowned, gently clarifying, you are the most beautiful aspect of my life. He resembled a solitary celestial being, yearning to embrace the pure, radiant moon that illuminated the night, longing to consume its sanctity. He desired her, wishing to plunge into the depths of night together, to be each other's solace. Beautiful? Is it truly beauty that lies in your concern for me? When Rong chuckled softly, Qi Jingzhou, how starved for affection you must be. I am indeed starved for love. Everyone keeps their distance from me, yet you boldly draw near. The Qi family has such pressing needs for you. Surely, you lack not for noble heiresses in your orbit. They have likely arranged a suitable political marriage for you long ago. Qi Jingzhou's expression darkened, his long arm resting on the back of her chair, grasping her hand. No, Xiaomi. When Rong regarded him coldly, clearly unconvinced. She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him. What experiences? Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze, his throat tightening as he replied hoarsely, you would come to despise me. Witnessing his reluctance to speak, when Rong's brow knitted tighter, and a flurry of nonsensical speculations began to stir within her. That year, I was subjected to a cruel prank by the fourth son of the Qi family, which involved the circulation of some scandalous rumors. While I shall refrain from divulging the sordid details, suffice it to say that the scandal is no secret among the upper echelons of the capital, and a political marriage is utterly out of the question. Subjected to malevolence? Scandals? When Rong's expression remained impassive, her thoughts drifting aimlessly, Qi Jingzhou took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her, burying his face into the crook of her neck like a large dog, exposed and embarrassed, his voice muffled. It was quite repugnant. Let us not speak of it. Shall we? The friction against her neck caused a tickling sensation, prompting her to frown and push him away. Yet he did not relent. Let go, she urged. Qi Jingzhou held fast, deftly shifting the conversation. Let us not mention a breakup, all right? That is not acceptable, when Rong replied, unyielding. Initially, I was unaware of your true nature. After 5 years, you have failed to exhibit even the slightest honesty. You deliberately enticed me, deceived me, and led me to misjudge your character. Now I am awakened. Do you comprehend? Qi Jingzhou's gaze darkened, leaving him momentarily speechless. That night, they chose to sleep in separate rooms. Around 4 a.m, sounds of shuffling emerged from the living room, when Rome awoke to find the day had already dawned. After a yawn and wiping away the physiological tears from her eyes, she reached for her phone and glanced at the time. It was past 9, and 2 unread text messages awaited her. The card is on the dining table. Remember to have breakfast, and in 2 weeks, I will accompany you for your prenatal checkup. The card likely contained the 5 million from before. She picked it up, examining it with a raised eyebrow, finding it rather novel that Qi Jingzhou had opted for a card instead of cash. Breakfast was laid out on the table, and when Rome heated it in the microwave. Meanwhile, at the Wen family residence, when Qingyu and Jean Lihua had not slept well and rose early. As when Rome entered, when Qingyu immediately appeared from the living room. Rome?
He called. Hey.
Chapter 37. Do you miss me? When Rome lowered her head to change into her slippers, remaining silent, Jean Lihua approached with a bowl of medicine, glancing at her daughter before admonishing Wen Qingyu. Why the rush? Can't you speak properly? What do you mean? I am simply stating the essentials, Wen Qingyu replied, looking at Wen Rong and continuing to nag. The agreement has already been signed. What more is there to discuss? This legal battle is fraught with complications. As Wen Rong entered the living room, she sighed softly and spoke gently. I understand, father. You understand. Yet Jean Lihua swiftly interrupted Wen Qingyu's ramblings. Oh dear, your daughter is grown now. You can't treat her like a child. She is about to become a mother. Must she not have her own social interactions? Wen Qingyu stared at her. No. What do you mean I? Rong has her own opinions. You should say less. Jean Lihua shot him a look, placing the bowl of medicine on the table, then turned to her daughter with a warm smile and a gentle voice. Wen Rong, touched, bit her lip and resolved to clarify matters with them. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and stated, Father, I can manage my own affairs. But I cannot control others. Moreover, Qi Jingzhou is fundamentally different from Qi Heong. He is the biological father of the baby. I do not wish for my child to perceive me as a selfish mother, nor do I believe that his father is an irredeemably wicked man. While we can persuade Qi Jingzhou to relinquish his parental rights, we cannot sever the bonds of blood that connect them, unless he himself chooses to withdraw and cease contact with the child. Otherwise, it is impossible for us to sever the ties between him and the child. Upon hearing these words, Wen Qingyu's countenance twisted as though he had ingested something foul. What then? Shall we relocate? Jean Lihua smacked him lightly, exclaiming, What do you mean relocate? Are we tired of living well? If we must move, we might as well have done it sooner, rather than hosting a wedding banquet. Wen Qingyu rubbed his sore arm, his expression one of suppressed frustration, muttering, In any case, I cannot stand that fellow. He is unworthy of our Rong. If the baby resembles him, then all hope is lost. What nonsense are you spouting? Jean Lihua retorted impatiently, pushing him aside. Just sit there and take your medicine. And keep your mouth shut. Wen Rong, standing nearby, remained silent for a long while before softly uttering, What if we do move? She gazed at the chandelier above, her eyes flickering thoughtfully as she contemplated the suggestion of relocating. To sever all ties completely would indeed be a straightforward solution. Her parents would undoubtedly support the move for her sake, yet that would entail a significant sacrifice on their part. If one were to leave, it would be uncertain whether they could care for themselves, especially with a baby on the way. Her parents would certainly worry. After much deliberation, she decided to set aside that thought for the time being. The situation had not escalated to that extent, so it would be prudent to take things one step at a time. As April reached its midpoint, Shucheng had fully embraced early spring. She scheduled her first prenatal appointment on her phone, opting not to bring her parents along, and took a taxi to the hospital alone. The initial checkup went smoothly, involving only blood work and an ultrasound. By noon, when Rome received the results, 2 black and white images from the ultrasound revealing a round follicle and a tiny nub of flesh. The female doctor, appearing to be in her 40s, exuded experience and warmth. After reviewing the results, she gently informed Wen Rong, to which Wen Rong nodded appreciatively, thanking the doctor. Exiting the hospital and settling into the taxi, Wen Rong gazed at the ultrasound report, secretly relieved. A smooth first appointment was a promising beginning. Her spirits lifted, she absent-mindedly pulled out her phone and noticed a series of friend requests on WeChat. Previously, she had deleted both Qi Jingzhou and Cheng Fei. As she examined the incoming requests and glanced at the ultrasound images in her hand, her eyes flickered with complex emotions before she lightly tapped to accept the requests. The friend additions were successful, and she noticed previous messages that had not been read, appearing consecutively in the chat box. It's me.
Xiaomi?
I miss you. I've spoken to Hizong at the hotel. Rest assured, no one will disturb you further. The initial messages were dated some time ago, while more recent notifications appeared consecutively. Xiaomi? Are you well? Now he seemed quite unlike himself, with a detached gaze directed out the window. Wen Rong could not help but think that men are fickle. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone rang. She cast a glance, hesitated for a few seconds, and ultimately answered the call. Rong, you need something? Wen Rong. What's the matter? Rong, speak up. I didn't call you. You dial my number. Qi Jingzhou fell silent for a few moments, exhaling quietly, his tone returning to a gentle calm. After a brief pause, he unwittingly softened his voice. Do you miss me? Wen Rong felt a shiver run down her spine, unable to withstand Qi Jingzhou's sudden display of affection, which felt almost like an enchantment. She couldn't help but frown. I'm fine. I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. Wen Rong's hand paused, thinking he might say something more. But then she heard a knock on the door, and Cheng Fei's quiet reminder about the meeting. Yes, tell them to wait. I'll be there shortly. Qi Jingzhou casually responded, continuing to listen to the call, his tone noticeably softening as he instinctively began to issue commands for his own arrangements. Wen Rong thought to say that he was busy and didn't he need to call her, but her words were interrupted by the driver. Hello, we've arrived at Jinlan Garden.
All right.
After alighting from the car and stepping into the community, her phone buzzed with an unread message. She looked down to see it was from Qi Jingzhou again. Have you left? Why aren't you driving? Why does he have so many questions? For a prenatal checkup. Chapter 38. Prenatal checkup. Wen Rong shook her head, putting her phone away. Recently, the business at the guest house had been flourishing. Yet it was not the peak season. As May approached and summer set in, with ample rainfall and fresh bamboo shoots sprouting, that would be when the mountain climbers would flock in droves. Each day spent wandering through the bamboo forest, experiencing the vitality of nature, and residing in a luxurious guest house within the scenic area, indulging in a delectable bamboo feast, lent a leisurely and unique charm to life. However, the weather forecast indicated that there would be no rain in the coming days. Being midweek, only 5 rooms were occupied at Wen Rong's guest house, including her family of 3. That made a total of merely 7. Recently, she had been rather idle, her mindset relaxed, and had developed a penchant for selfies, often sitting down to edit photos, browse through short videos, and occasionally create promotional clips for her guest house. A call from an unknown number with 11 digits vibrated and popped up. Wen Rong paused, slowly rising to grab her Bluetooth headset from the nightstand. The call was automatically terminated, only to be dialed again immediately, suggesting a determination on his part to keep calling until she answered. Hello? What are you doing? The man's low, magnetic voice flowed through the Bluetooth, making her ears tingle. Looking at my phone. Qi Jingzhou seemed to chuckle softly, gently suggesting, you should go out for a walk. Perhaps shop a little or enroll in a yoga class, maybe even visit a flower shop to pass the time. Don't just stare at your phone at home. Wen Rong frowned, her voice icy. Are you implying that I'm useless and can only look at my phone? Of course not. I'm merely offering a friendly suggestion. I don't need your concern. Qi Jingzhou sighed in resignation, exhaling a puff of smoke and pinching his brow. He replied, fine, I won T medal. Wen Rong chose not to engage further. Did you go for your prenatal checkup yesterday?
Yes.
Didn't you agree to wait 2 weeks? I should accompany you for the first checkup. Wen Rong's lips curled slightly. It's not necessary. Xiaomi, this is a significant matter. Don't be obstinate. I'm not being obstinate. I simply see no need. It is essential, as I am the father, to accompany you as much as possible during your prenatal checkups. You mentioned striving for that as well.
Qi Jingzhou sighed in resignation. Xiaomi.
Since it is impossible to be present at every appointment, it is not surprising to be absent from all of them. I have checked, and establishing a medical file does not require a marriage certificate. A mother can navigate the processes of pregnancy checkups and delivery independently. He clenched the cigarette butt, struggling to swallow the lump in his throat. In a hoarse voice, he remarked, must you poke at my lungs so insistently? Wen Rong rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she was merely speaking the truth. The earphones fell silent, only faint electrical sounds occasionally crackling through. After a long pause, Qi Jingzhou changed the subject. I have found that with so many electronic devices at home, pregnant women should be cautious of radiation. I have purchased something for you and filled in your address and phone number. Remember to check it. Thank you. Perhaps due to the dim light on the small balcony, Wen Rong stared at her phone for a while, feeling her eyes ache. She rubbed them, turned off the screen, and reclined in the rocking chair, closing her eyes to rest. The steady, reassuring voice of the man continued to echo in her ears. The furniture for the new house should be replaced with a more comfortable set. I have arranged for a formaldehyde removal team to visit, and the furniture may take a month to arrive. You need not worry. Zheng Fei will contact the property management when the time comes. Okay. I have also ordered some necessary supplements for pregnant women from overseas, which will be sent to Shucheng. The order has already been placed.
All right.
When Rong began to yawn, Qi Jingzhou paused. Are you tired? Sleep early. Do not stay up late. When Rong reached for her phone, intending to end the call.
Goodbye. Xiaomi.
The man's husky voice lingered tenderly. She hesitated, her fingertips pausing as he slowly added, I truly miss you. I have been sleepless every night. And it has been a long time since I have had a good night's rest. The softly spoken words resonated clearly in her ears, bringing with them a warmth that softened her heart. Wait for me. I will see you soon.
Good night.
When Rong, having just yawned twice, felt her eyelashes dampened by physiological tears, she blinked, and a cool breeze swept through the bamboo grove, refreshing her senses. After Qi Jingzhou bid her good night, he awaited her to hang up. When she did not, 3 seconds elapsed in the still air before her soft voice broke the silence. Qi Jingzhou. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. No one has been home lately. How long can the supplements you sent be left outside?
No worries.
They are all dry goods and will not spoil.
Oh.
You are not home? Where have you run off to? I am playing in the countryside. Wen Rong replied perfunctorily, hastening her speech before he could pose another question. You have so many questions. Weren't you previously too busy to chat for long? Director Qi. It seems your busyness has its limits and varies by circumstance. The implication being, his previous busyness placed her behind more pressing matters.
Now.
His newfound availability to converse at length indicates that she has become more significant than those pressing matters. Qi Jingzhou found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter her statement. By the time he processed her words, Wen Rong had already ended the call. Qi Jingzhou stared intently at his phone screen. After a few seconds, he carelessly placed it on the coffee table beside him, picked up a pack of cigarettes and bit down on one, igniting it. Taking a deep drag, he felt the smoke fill his lungs, sending a rush to his head, before exhaling a long plume. As the smoke swirled around him, his vision cleared, revealing the empty, desolate house before him. He gave a self-deprecating smile, tugging at his lips. For the sake of that pitiful pride, he had nearly lost the moon he had so diligently guarded. In the end, neither his pride nor the moon remained, both now distant and cold, beyond his reach. What does it mean to suffer the consequences of one's actions? He had truly experienced it. In the following week, when Rong accompanied the elderly couple for daily strolls in the bamboo forest, the air was refreshingly humid, providing a profound sense of relaxation. Her appetite had improved remarkably, savoring every bite, and she noticed her cheeks had become a bit rounder when she glanced in the mirror. During this time, Qi Jingzhou confirmed his travel date to Shucheng and inquired about her next prenatal checkup. After pondering for a moment, Wen Rong informed him of the appointment scheduled for a week later. I consulted with the obstetrics and gynecology department, and they said it's fine to push it back a couple of days. I'll accompany you to the rescheduled appointment. Wen Rong didn't argue with him, simply booking the time on her phone. Upon returning home, she didn't bother changing her shoes. After confirming with the courier station over the phone, she grabbed a cart and prepared to head downstairs to collect her package. I'll go with you, her mother offered. No need. I'll take a stroll while I'm at it. Mom, you can cook. I'm quite hungry. What would you like to eat? Jean Lihua smiled. All right, just be careful and don't lift anything heavy. Let someone help you. I know, Wen Rong chuckled, closing the door as she pulled the cart into the elevator. As she stepped out of her unit, just as she began to navigate the cart down the slope, she heard someone tentatively call her name from behind. Wen Rong? Chapter 39, Old Friends. Wen Rong looked up to see a young mother pushing a stroller, emerging from the same building. Upon recognizing her, the woman's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly approached, beaming with a smile. It's really you. I recognized you from behind. What are you up to? Picking up a package? Wen Rong's gaze swept over the woman's face, triggering a memory as the mature features of the woman vaguely overlapped with the youthful visage of her childhood friend. Fan Shui? It's me. Fan Shui grinned, playfully scolding her. What's this reaction? Don't you recognize me? Wen Rong tugged at her lips, taking in Fan Shui's attire and then glancing at the stroller she was pushing. It was difficult to reconcile this young mother, clad in an oversized white t-shirt and snug gray leggings, with her ample bosom, rounded waist, and freckled face, with the friend she had once walked to school with, completed homework alongside, and donned floral dresses during their childhood. Fan Shui sighed, motioning with her chin toward the stroller. You have no idea how rambunctious this little one is. At only 5 or 6 months, he keeps me awake all night, crying whenever he is unhappy. I'm on the brink of mental exhaustion. Wen Rong's lips curled into a gentle smile as she leaned down to peek into the stroller. The baby, wide awake, was lying inside, gnawing on a silicone toy. His tiny hands and feet kicking energetically, his eyes round and sparkling. Her heart softened as she gazed upon the child, and she couldn't help but lavish praise, exclaiming how sweet and adorable he was. Despite her complaints, hearing others commend her baby brought a smile of pure joy to Fan Shui's face. Pushing the stroller, she gently nudged Wen Rong's arm. Let us stroll and chat. I need to pick up a package as well. Wen Rong smiled, pulling her travel bag alongside as they walked side by side. With a light-hearted grin, Wen Rong explained, I haven't attended a class reunion in 5 years, and I rarely keep in touch with everyone. I hadn't intended to make a fuss, but the elders insisted on a more prominent celebration. Fan Shui, with a slight pout, retorted, Indeed, you love to keep a low profile, but there are times when discretion is not an option. This is a wedding. Such an occasion comes but once in a lifetime. Wen Rong merely smiled softly, her gaze lowered in silence. Surprised, Wen Rong quickly insisted it was unnecessary. With a mix of humor and exasperation, she reluctantly nodded, conceding, Very well then. Fan Shue's laughter erupted, and the conversation shifted back to the reunion. Everyone constantly inquires about you. You are truly heartless, merely attending university in Yen City, and yet you've severed contact with us. The folks from our class are still curious about the extraordinary man fortunate enough to marry you, the celestial maiden. Wen Rong listened quietly, contemplating before softly pleading. Given how long it has been since we last communicated, I would appreciate it if you could keep my marriage a secret and refrain from broadcasting it to others. Fan Shui, puzzled, questioned why. Everyone is genuinely concerned about you. Besides, isn't your husband both handsome and wealthy? What is there to hide? She continued, if it were me, and I had found such a man, I would boast about it to anyone who would listen, waking up with a smile. When Rome merely tugged at the corner of her lips, I prefer not to be the subject of inquiries, and he is quite busy with work. Our time together is scarce, leaving little to boast about. Fan Shui blinked, scrutinizing her thoughtfully, then leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. Does he give you a monthly allowance? When Rome shook her head. She was now in a financial position to comfortably support herself and the child without needing Qi Jingzhou to provide funds. As for his insistence on providing alimony, that was a matter best left unspoken. Fan Shui's eyes widened in surprise. What? So newlyweds spend little time together. And he doesn't even hand over his paycheck? He is both wealthy and handsome, and you can remain at ease with that? When Rome looked at her incredulously, her lips moving as if to respond, but ultimately she said nothing. Fan Shui, undeterred, pressed on. Well, surely he must contribute something for your sustenance? He ought to give you a little something each month, especially since you are married now. Although she preferred to remain understated. When Rome did not wish to be perceived as a pitiful figure in the eyes of others. With a faint smile, she nodded, affirming he does. Fan Shui let out a sigh of relief, her curiosity piqued. How much does he give? When Rome pondered for a moment, recalling Qi Jingzhou's past generosity, the alimony would surely not be meager. Several tens of thousands. Several tens of thousands. Fan Shui exclaimed, startling Wen Rong. As they arrived at the package pickup point, numerous people were bustling around, casting glances in their direction. Wen Rong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, whispering, please lower your voice. Fan Shui took a deep breath, casting a complex look her way, her tone laced with envy. It is truly disheartening to witness the disparity among individuals, while some find a spouse who generously provides several $1,000s monthly. I struggle to find a partner whose income barely exceeds $10,000. It is utterly baffling. Clearly, she is grappling with an unbalanced mindset. Wen Rong, belatedly aware of her own fortunate circumstances over the past few years, inadvertently flaunted her wealth in front of others. As the saying goes, wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. With a heavy sigh, Fan Shui pushed the stroller ahead, leaving Wen Rong with no choice but to refrain from further explanations. After both had collected their packages, Wen Rong, burdened by her considerable haul, took longer than anticipated. She had presumed Fan Shui would have departed, only to find her still waiting on the steps. Upon examining the two small boxes filled with children's toys, she contrasted them with Wen Rong's cart overflowing with premium supplements, including 2 large boxes of bird's nest and fish maw. Fan Shui's eyes reddened. On their way home, silence enveloped them. As she changed her shoes, the aroma of braised meat wafted through the air, reminding her that she had completely forgotten to purchase cucumbers. Just as she hesitated about whether to go back down, when Qingyu entered the room, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the array of high-end supplements in the travel cart with a peculiar expression. Did you buy these? When Rong bit her lip, opting to avoid an unnecessary argument, and lowered her gaze in a muted affirmation. I wanted them, so I bought them. When Qingyu glanced at her but did not press further, assisting in carrying the items inside and placing them on the dining table. Teacher Jean. What is it? Your daughter wishes to have bird's nest. You might as well skip the noodles and prepare that for her. Jean Lihua peeked out from the kitchen, assessing the items on the table before turning her attention to Wen Rong. As Wen Rong approached with 2 boxes in hand, she could not help but feel amused at the rather sardonic tone of the lawyer. I'm not in a hurry. I would much prefer to enjoy the noodles. She winked at her mother. There's plenty for both of us. When Qingyu scoffed, do not forget, your mother has never had a taste for such extravagant delights. At her age, she might find them unpalatable, and most would go to waste. When Rong retorted, how can you speak like that? Jean Lihua wielded a spatula, pointing it at Wen Qingyu with a half-smile that concealed her irritation. Do not create trouble for me. Go on and occupy yourself elsewhere. She then gestured for Wen Rong to enter the kitchen. As they did, Teacher Jean, while sautéing the sauce, spoke with a calm and assured tone. I can see that you still cannot let go of that man surnamed Qi. Chapter 40. Are men like clothes? When Rong stood with her hands clasped behind her, Resembling a student being reprimanded, her gaze cast downward at her toes, unable to muster a rebuttal. Could it be that she could not let go of Qi Jingzhou? Each recollection of him, each echo of his voice, tugged at her heartstrings. Yet, she found herself incapable of fully hardening her heart. Teacher Jean cast her a sidelong glance, exhaling deeply as she shook her head. Do not try to tell me that the length of time spent together and the brevity of separation are the reasons you cannot move on. When a woman truly resolves to do so, she is capable of anything. It has nothing to do with time, but rather with the tumult of emotions. He merely came to claim a marriage, and you have already forgiven him? Wen Rong hesitated, saying, Mother, it's difficult to articulate whether I forgive him or not. It's more about considering various factors. I believe maintaining the status quo is still acceptable. What status quo? A tenuous connection? Jean Lihua instinctively lowered her voice and glanced toward the kitchen, chiding, Are you trying to drive your father to his wit's end? You promised us that once the baby was older and you encountered a good man, you would seriously contemplate marriage. What is this now? Will you even consider other men in this situation? If Shao Qi never marries you, will you continue this ambiguous relationship indefinitely? Wen Rong sighed. I never said I would remain in this state forever. If a suitable option arises, I would still consider it. Oh, let me guess. Jean Lihua exclaimed. He still refuses to marry you, doesn't he? Wen Rong fell silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled, speaking earnestly, Mother, it's no longer about him. It's about me. I no longer wish to marry him. Even if one day he wishes to marry me, I still wouldn't want to. Jean Lihua was taken aback. Then I cannot comprehend your thoughts. What exactly do you mean? Wen Rong pressed her lips together, murmuring, I just want to give birth to the baby and live my own life. I am myself, and Qi Jingzhou is Qi Jingzhou. His unwillingness to let go is his issue. How I choose to proceed is mine. He is a decent person, and as of now, I have not encountered anyone better. If someone more suitable appears in the future, I will consider dating them. I will not hang my life on a single tree. In short, I am not being led by him. You can rest assured. Jean Lihua was astonished. She never anticipated her daughter to possess such clarity. Is a man merely an accessory? With a serious expression, she admonished Wen Rong, Rong, you cannot act recklessly. You are to be a mother and must set a good example for your child. Establishing the right values. Wen Rong chuckled. What are you thinking? How am I acting recklessly? She playfully supported Jean Lihua's shoulder, resting her head against it and speaking softly. Oh, I would never act recklessly. When I date, it will only be one person. I won't be straddling two boats, so don't worry. Jean Lihua furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of unease. With the current situation, that Shao Qi was like a ticking time bomb. A man who could not decisively end things, daring to interfere with marriage, would surely complicate Wen Rong's future prospects. Teacher Jean felt uncertain. The only strategy that came to mind was to know both oneself and the adversary to emerge unscathed. She sternly added water to the pot while commanding Wen Rong in a serious tone, We must discuss this. Wen Rong felt drained. I don't want to talk about him. That's not an option. Jean Lihua insisted. You must provide me with a comprehensive account of his situation today. Wen Rong had never discussed Qi Jingzhou in detail with her family. The older couple only had a vague understanding of him. He was 4 years older than Wen Rong. Worked within the system, held a Beijing residency, had a stable position and connections that hinted at a promising future. Beyond that, they knew nothing. Wen Rong had refrained from mentioning him previously, as their relationship had not yet reached the stage of discussing marriage. Certainly, the progression towards marriage came to an abrupt halt, with discussions failing to advance further. She never anticipated that she would find herself in such an awkward position, having to provide her parents with a detailed introduction to Qi Jingzhou. Regrettably, her knowledge of him was rather limited. Lawyer Wen was notably astute, upon learning that Qi Jingzhou, at such a young age, held a position in the municipal bureau overseeing the entire land administration. His expression grew serious. That was a position of significant authority. Few in his family had reached such heights, and it was inconceivable that someone his age could achieve such a rank. Wen Rong, while peeling an orange, mumbled in response. Wen Qingyu, with a solemn expression, fixed his gaze on Wen Rong, clenching his fists on his knees and admonishing her in a low voice. Such a monumental matter should have been disclosed to the family at the onset of their relationship. What kind of person have you entangled yourself with? Is this the caliber of family we should be associating with? Wen Rong pursed her lips, casting her eyes downward in silence. To put it plainly, it was akin to comparing nobility. What do we amount to in such comparisons? Jean Lihua's expression was equally grave, her gaze fixed on Wen Rong without uttering a word. The atmosphere was heavy, and after a moment of contemplation, Wen Rong bit her lip and could no longer hold back. It wasn't me who pursued him. He was the one who approached me first. I merely made the common mistake that all girls might make. My relationship with him was founded on his tall, handsome, and steady demeanor, which offered support in my life and work. Who could have foreseen the complications he would bring? Complications? Wen Qingyu, incredulous at her rationalization, let out a bitter laugh. If you truly find it troublesome, pack your belongings now, and I will send you abroad. You could simply settle down with the child overseas. No matter how long his reach, he wouldn't be able to control you. Wen Rong was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise as she turned to Jean Lihua. Her tones suddenly subdued. Is it really necessary to go abroad? Jean Lihua retorted. What are you waiting for your mother to do? Do you expect her to advocate for you? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the individual you have entangled yourself with? Wen Qingyu scolded her with irritation. Wen Rong pouted, lowering her eyelashes, and popped a piece of orange into her mouth, falling silent. Observing her, Wen Qingyu sighed helplessly, then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and asked, Speak honestly with me. In these past 5 years, has he engaged in any illicit activities? Have you been involved in anything dubious, perhaps large transfers of money or suspicious financial movements? Dad, what are you insinuating? With his uncles and grandfather watching over him, how could he dare to act dishonestly? Wen Rong found it absurd. Moreover, as a person in such a position, his salary is a matter of record, and they are regularly scrutinized. If he aspires to rise further, he would never risk his future by engaging in misconduct. Wen Qingyu countered. Then how does he afford all those luxurious items? A school district property, given away so casually? That is. Wen Rong racked her brain, finally conjuring a plausible explanation. After all, he must have some family wealth. How would I know? You are being foolish. His spending clearly does not add up. Wen Qingyu lamented, pointing at her, suggesting she might have been ensnared by him, even assisting him in counting his money. Girls should not engage in casual relationships. Romantic entanglements can dull one's intellect. It is simply a lifelong mistake. Alas. Wen Rong felt both speechless and aggrieved. How can you speak to me like that, Dad? Chapter 41. Removing the filter. However, observing the old gentleman's palpable unease, Wen Rong found herself affected by his disquieting emotions. Qi Jingzhou, known for his meticulous approach to finances, always preferred cash gifts over credit card transactions. Ironically, while he was prudent, he often displayed a lavish generosity, easily parting with tens of thousands. And this time, he had indeed given her 5 million and a property upon their separation. His nature seemed to oscillate between caution and extravagance, creating a perplexing contradiction. Was there perhaps some obscure truth lurking beneath the surface? Jean Lihua, noticing the change in her expression, seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation. She sighed and advised Wen Rong. Rong, do take the opportunity to probe for details and clarify the matter. It would be beneficial for you to have a clearer understanding. For if what he claims as gifts are indeed illicit, this is no trivial matter. Wen Rong took this to heart. Previously, she had not given it much thought, largely due to her idealized view of Qi Jingzhou, believing him to be exceptional and more reliable than any other man. Her father, a lawyer, was the nemesis of lawbreakers. Unbeknownst to Qi Jingzhou, his image in the eyes of the Wen family had become so tarnished. As he stepped through the door, the home greeted him with darkness and an air of desolation, infused with a faint layer of dust, devoid of any warmth or vitality. Upon switching on the main light in the foyer, the living room illuminated instantly. Dragging a small suitcase, Qi Jingzhou surveyed his surroundings, and as expected, dust lay thickly everywhere. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he proceeded directly to the master bedroom, only to find the wardrobe starkly empty, a thin veil of dust blanketing the shelves. His heart sank as he realized that since that night, when Rong had not returned to stay, there was not a single trace of her belongings here. With one hand on his hip, he stood before the wardrobe, pressing his fingers against his temple in frustration. Since the house was newly acquired, and he had only briefly stayed there, it was devoid of essential furnishings. The dust on the furniture indicated that the bed, too, was likely shrouded in an invisible layer of filth. Overwhelmed by his obsessive cleanliness, Qi Jingzhou felt discomfort and unable to convince himself to rest in such an environment. He turned and exited the room, pulling out his phone to call Cheng Fei. Have you left? Just exited the community, Director Qi, Cheng Fei replied. When Rome was plagued by a nightmare. Worn and sorrowful, she murmured, Xiaomi, I'm sorry. I've caused you harm. With her pregnancy at hand, she felt a surge of anger, trembling uncontrollably, eventually culminating in a distressing emergency that led her to the operating room, where she nearly lost her child due to severe blood loss. The most tragic part was that as soon as the child was born, she would be incarcerated. The moment the handcuffs clasped her wrists, when Rome was jolted awake. Sitting up abruptly in bed, her breath rapid and her hands fumbling in confusion. Yet the dream felt all too real. covering her face with her hands. Her heart raced violently, thumping fiercely until it gradually calmed. She turned on the bedside lamp, sleep eluding her, and decided to rise, donning her shoes and heading to the bathroom to splash water on her face. Upon returning, she glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was merely 3:30 in the morning. The house was enveloped in an uneasy silence, and she hesitated to move, fearful of disturbing her parents. Thus, she returned to her bed, restless and unable to find sleep. She picked up her phone, only to discover 2 unread messages. Upon opening them, she noted they were sent around 2 in the morning. From Qi Jingzhou, arrived in Shucheng, see you tomorrow, I'll pick you up. Below was a location pin, indicating the newly acquired property in the school district. As dawn broke the next day, she rose early to freshen up, being required to fast. She didn't dare to drink even a sip of water. As she checked the time, a message pinged, come downstairs. Wen Rong exited her room and informed her parents. Jean Lihua poked her head out from the kitchen, asking, aren't you going together? Your father's going to pick up his medication today. I'll head over first. I need to have blood drawn on an empty stomach. You two can take your time. When Xingyu emerged from the bathroom just as she was about to leave with her bag and frowned, inquiring, have you made plans with someone? Qi Jingzhou is downstairs. I'll ask him about that matter. When Xingyu fell silent, his expression darkening, Jean Lihua could only remind her, be careful, call if you need anything. Understood. When Rong nodded before closing the door behind her. Exiting the elevator, she quickly spotted Qi Jingzhou waiting below. He was dressed in his usual attire, a white shirt paired with suit trousers, the heat prompting him to forego the suit jacket. His black belt and shoes complemented his neatly combed hair, the sides shaved close, exuding a demeanor that was both composed and elegantly understated. Their eyes met, and he strode confidently towards her, his posture erect and gait steady, his dark eyes glimmering with intensity. A subtle smile played on his lips, softening the severity of his features with a hint of mischief. I heard you need to fast for the blood draw. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Qi Jingzhou inquired, his tone suggesting a genuine concern. When Rong observed his face quietly, her gaze shifting subtly, appraising him anew. No matter how one looked at him, he appeared dignified and trustworthy, yet today there was an undeniable roguish charm about him, difficult to articulate. Noticing her silence, Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow and called out, Rong, let us go, we shouldn't be late. As he watched her retreating figure, a flicker of interest crossed his eyes, and he quickened his pace to catch up with her. In the early morning, the neighborhood was sparsely populated, with only a few elderly residents taking leisurely strolls. The two walked side by side out of the community, where a car awaited them. Qi Jingzhou opened the passenger door first. When Rong glanced at him before lowering herself into the seat. Once the door was closed, Qi Jingzhou smirked slightly, making his way around the car to the driver's seat. Noticing that when Rong had already fastened her seatbelt, he secured his own while explaining. Since the prenatal checkup is a personal matter, I decided to come alone and gave Chung Fei the day off. As he ignited the engine and maneuvered the steering wheel, he added, the house has accumulated quite a bit of dust. I was tidying up late last night, which was a bother for him. He then turned to Wen Rong, asking, how have you been these past few days? Any discomfort? Wen Rong's gaze was fixed ahead, lost in thought, and she did not respond. As the car merged into traffic, Qi Jingzhou stole a glance at her, raising an eyebrow and gently calling, Xiaomi? In public, he referred to her as Rong, but in private, he affectionately called her Xiaomi. When Rong took a deep breath and straightforwardly inquired, where did you get the 5 million? Chapter 42, The Twins. Qi Jingzhou was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a direct question from her. Upon careful reflection, he sensed an underlying emotion in her tone. His thoughts raced. Was she upset about the 5 million? Then again, did this imply she was initially reluctant to accept the sum? Had she truly believed he would hand it over? This notion sparked a flicker of delight within him. Her earlier act of leaving that check, requesting 5 million as a parting fee, was likely a test of his intentions. Qi Jingzhou's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at her, gently asking, what is the matter? When Rong turned her face away and asked earnestly, is your hands clean? Qi Jingzhou paused, a smile faltering at the corners of his mouth as he narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at her again. What do you mean? Literally. The scrutiny is so intense. Your finances are immaculate. Every expenditure is meticulously accounted for. Where did you acquire such liquid assets? If you're not clean, don't drag me into it. My father is a lawyer. Qi Jingzhou fell silent. When Rong, frustrated, pressed, why aren't you speaking? What are you thinking about? Of course. Everything is clean. Every penny I give you is above board. Don't frighten yourself, he reassured her. When Rong, with clear and penetrating eyes, scrutinized him.
How can you prove that?
Qi Jingzhou chuckled, Then, with a resigned lick of his lips, suggested, "How about I show you the company's financial records later?" When Rong's eyes sharpened, "The company?"
Yes.
During a red light, Qi Jingzhou turned slightly in his seat to face her, his dark eyes clear and calm. "Parents divorcing does not equate to them being deceased. Even if they were, I would still be the primary heir to their estate." He smirked, poking her temple lightly with his finger. "You've been by my side for 5 years. If something were amiss, it would have surfaced long ago. What absurd thoughts are you entertaining?" When Rong tilted her head to evade his hand, still not reassured by his words. Frowning, she replied, "Regardless of your company, if it's convenient, I'd still prefer to review the financial records personally. I need to confirm." Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. "You don't trust me?" When Rong maintained her composure, a cautious approach is always wise. After a pause, she added seriously, "My family has a lawyer. My father takes this seriously. I don't want him to worry." Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. As the traffic light turned green, he pressed the accelerator. "How is your uncle's health?" "I heard he is taking traditional Chinese medicine." When Rong paused, glancing at him, "You know?" Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. "It's important to be patient. Healing takes time. Make sure to have regular checkups. The doctor you found is quite capable. You're in good hands." When Rong remained silent, observing him for a few seconds before turning her gaze to the car window. She had scheduled an early appointment, but by the time they arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology clinic, the corridor was already filled with 5 couples. The expectant mothers all had prominent bellies. One even carrying twins, and her husband was pushing her in a wheelchair. The size of her abdomen was quite alarming. When Rong, devoid of makeup, donned a delicate lavender long dress, complemented by a short knitted cardigan of the same hue. Her deep brown, slightly curled hair was braided and cascaded over her shoulder. Her slender figure and fair complexion exuding an enduring beauty reminiscent of a freshly graduated university student. There was no trace of pregnancy visible on her. It was difficult to fathom what Wen Rong would look like with a protruding belly. Her waist was so slender, one wondered if such a large belly would overwhelm her. His dark eyes lingered on Wen Rong, seemingly lost in thought. It wasn't until she stood and moved towards the office that he instinctively followed her with his gaze. Realizing that it was time to begin the consultations, Qi Jingzhou followed her into the office, standing quietly behind her as he listened to the doctor converse with Wen Rong. The process of establishing her medical file was more intricate than she had anticipated, as the array of examinations was evidently greater than during her initial visit. Once the prenatal checkup concluded, the two emerged and entered the car, already past 10 o'clock. Qi Jingzhou held the ultrasound report, his eyes still glued to it even as they sat in the vehicle. Wen Rong, cradling a bottle of warm milk, finished it and, noticing he had yet to drive off, could not resist snatching the ultrasound report from him. "Are you moving or not? I want to eat." Qi Jingzhou glanced at her, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he started the car. "Didn't you just have cake and milk?" When Rong tucked the ultrasound report into her bag, frowning as she retorted, "Didn't you see how much blood they drew from me? How could I miss that?" Qi Jingzhou lightly turned the steering wheel, pausing for a moment before speaking in a warm, soft tone. "I want to be coming over to your side." He did not elaborate further, focusing on the drive instead. When Rong stole a glance at him, wanting to emphasize a point, but deciding against it, she remained silent. They found a nearby restaurant to enjoy a meal of stir-fried dishes. When Rong, genuinely famished, relished a whole bowl of rice and 2 bowls of soup. In contrast, Qi Jingzhou scarcely touched his food, continuously serving her. After satisfying her hunger, when Rong set down her utensils and wiped her mouth with a napkin, inadvertently catching the contemplative glint in his eyes, she blinked, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Qi Jingzhou reclined in his chair, his long legs carelessly crossed, one hand idly spinning a golden lighter on the table, his dark pupils fixed upon her with a serious and profound expression. Twins are quite perilous. When Rong's lashes fluttered slightly, her demeanor remained composed as she lifted her glass and took a sip. She had only just learned of the twins. During her last examination, the second one had not been detected. "It's fine for now. But what will happen when they grow larger? You lack experience, and Qi Jingzhou's voice trailed off, aware that he could not always be by her side. When Rong set down her glass and replied calmly, "I may lack experience, but my mother does. We can hire a nanny or a childcare expert. Rest assured. If I can give birth, I can raise them. There's no need for you to worry." Qi Jingzhou's brow furrowed. "Xiaomi, do not let emotions cloud your judgment. This matter is quite serious. We must plan carefully. You need to consider my arrangements thoroughly." "I do not wish to hear your arrangements." When Rong stood, picking up her bag, "Let us not forget, they are the children of the Wen family, and you have relinquished your rights as a guardian. I hope you will not go back on your word." As she prepared to leave, Qi Jingzhou rose and grasped her wrist firmly, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. I am merely concerned for your health. The doctor has indicated that the likelihood of premature birth increases significantly as the months progress. Wen Rong chuckled lightly, indeed. Can you carry my child for me? Or perhaps you possess the authority to dictate the circumstances of a premature birth. Qi Jingzhou pressed his lips together, acknowledging his inability to do so. You cannot bear my burdens nor govern any aspect of this. Wen Rong withdrew her arm, casting an incredulous glance at him. Must you always seek to control and command me? Is it too much to ask for some measure of discretion? Qi Jingzhou's gaze darkened with concern. I genuinely worry for your well-being. What else can I do? Wen Rong countered. What else can be done? Nothing. Qi Jingzhou offered a wry smile, closing his eyes in resignation, yet still reaching out to hold her hand, taking the bag she carried. Reluctantly, Wen Rong followed his lead, struggling briefly against his grip before stating plainly, I will not go to your place. What do you mean, my place? Is it not your home? Your residence? I have no desire to go. If you refuse to go, how can you ascertain whether my hands are clean? Do you no longer wish to review the company's finances? Wen Rong hesitated, and as they exited the restaurant, she found herself pushed into the car. Qi Jingzhou fastened her seatbelt, securing her in place, then raised his gaze to observe her intently. She shot him a sidelong glance, adjusting her seatbelt but refraining from further argument. Chapter 43. Have you broken it? Will it no longer be used in the future? The journey was steeped in silence, and Wen Rong's mood soured. The root of her agitation stemmed from their earlier altercation in the restaurant, compounded by the knowledge that she carried twins. She sensed that Qi Jingzhou placed great value on his lineage, and the prospect of twins would surely amplify his concern. With this realization, her previously tolerant disposition began to shift. This man possessed an overwhelming desire for control, and she would need to tread carefully. The black Hongqi car glided into the community garage and came to a halt in its designated space. They both alighted and made their way to the elevator lobby. As the elevator doors opened, a couple emerged with their young child in tow. The father bore a travel bag and cradled a little boy, while the mother followed closely, holding a water bottle and a sun hat, suggesting they were off for an outing. The family radiated joy, their laughter echoing as they passed by. Wen Rong entered the elevator first, with the man closely behind, pressing the button for their floor. The doors closed, bypassing an intermediate floor, and ascended directly to the 15th. Wen Rong intentionally slowed her pace, allowing Qi Jingzhou to open the door before following him inside. He closed the door behind them, leaning casually against it with a smile as he watched her change into slippers. After she had finished, she set down her bag and moved deeper into the room. The living room windows were partially open for ventilation, and the space was impeccably clean, indicative of a thorough cleaning just the night before. The furniture was en route and would arrive in a few days. Qi Jingzhou entered, placing his hands on his hips as he stood beside her, casting a playful glance in her direction. When Rome turned to look at him, her expression neutral as she acknowledged him with a soft HM before walking to the sofa, smoothing her skirt as she sat down. Aren't you here to review the finances? You may do so right here, she remarked, her tone suggesting an eagerness to finish and leave. Qi Jingzhou, with a resigned smile, shook his head and turned to enter the dining room to pour her some water. He proceeded to the study, where he used the computer. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Have you worn the radiation-proof clothing I bought for you?" Qi Jingzhou glanced at her silhouette disappearing down the corridor and silently shook his head, leisurely following her with 2 cups of water in hand. The computer in the study was also new, presumably to facilitate Qi Jingzhou's work there. When Rome sat in the office chair, observing him as he bent slightly at the desk, his long fingers dancing over the keyboard. With a few simple operations, he logged into his email, blog, stock market, and various accounts with unknown web pages. A cascade of screens popped up, creating a dizzying array of overlapping windows. Qi Jingzhou stood upright, resting his hand on the armrest of the office chair, pulling both chair and person towards the computer. "Do you need me to explain?" he asked. When Rome glanced up at him, but chose to move the mouse herself, attempting to comprehend what she could. She clicked around, eventually pausing at the stock market page. 6 stocks totaled over 7 million, with daily gains and losses amounting to 6 figures. When Rome's eyelids twitched as she looked at the username, immediately furrowing her brows and lifting her gaze. "This is not your account." With a faint smile, Qi Jingzhou replied, "How could it be my account? Am I waiting to be investigated?" When Rome thought to herself, "Are you out of your mind? Such a large sum of money." She refrained from voicing her thoughts and opened a few other unfamiliar web pages, finally managing to access what resembled a detailed account statement. As a graduate of the School of Business at the University of International Business and Economics, she was confident in her ability to understand the statement. The biotech company named Sol, of which she had heard whispers during her studies, was headquartered in Singapore, with numerous subsidiaries scattered across the globe. The strength of a publicly listed company was evident. Qi Jingzhou might manipulate this company under another identity, acting as the unseen mastermind. People would go to great lengths for immense profit. Yet, he would not stoop to fabricating a false identity to deceive her. Given his character, he would disdain such actions. Really, do you not need me to explain? Qi Jingzhou leaned down, almost encircling her with the office chair and desk, his warm voice, laced with a faint smile, brushing against her cheek. No need, Wen Rong replied, minimizing the window and releasing the mouse, maintaining her composure as she apologized. I apologize, I was being overly suspicious, Mr.
Qi.
She stood to leave, but Qi Jingzhou, leaning on the desk, remained steadfast in his stance, blocking her path completely. Wen Rong frowned, attempting to sidestep him, only to have him raise his other arm to obstruct her. Are you at ease now? Should we sign another agreement? Wen Rong furrowed her brows tightly, tilting her head back and shaking it. No need. Really no need? Qi Jingzhou's eyes twinkled with amusement as he pulled the office chair closer, firmly guiding her to sit down, securing her waist to prevent her from moving. What if we sign one anyway? For instance, stating that every penny I spend on you is from a legitimate source, ensuring that you receive no benefits from ill-gotten gains, and legally, we have no mutual interest. So, if anything were to happen to me, you would not be implicated? Wen Rong felt her mind whirl and raised her hand to halt him. I'm afraid it's futile. If you truly care, please manage your own affairs. Beyond the matter of alimony, let there be no further dealings between us.
How can that be?
Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, remarking, if you cannot obtain what you desire from me, would you not become even more indifferent? He playfully pinched Wen Rong's plump earlobe, his tone affectionate. Are you playing mind games with me again? Have you become corrupted, or were you never as obedient as you seemed? Wen Rong pushed his hand away, attempting to rise but failing as his faint, cedar-scented aura enveloped her, creating an atmosphere so intimate it sent shivers down her spine. Release me. Qi Jingzhou tightened his embrace, burying his face in her shoulder, inhaling her fragrance, his voice husky and gravelly. Not a chance. After a month and a half of separation, the mere sight of her brought him pain. Qi Jingzhou. Wen Rong's tone turned icy. Just a moment longer, little cat. I've missed you. Her breath became uneven, irritation bubbling within her. She instinctively reached towards his thigh, pressing down on the zipper of his trousers. Her delicate fingers were about to exert force when he swiftly grasped her hand. Qi Jingzhou chuckled, pulling her hand away from his lap, grinding his teeth. So fierce? Wen Rong glared at him, her eyes slightly reddened. They exchanged a fierce gaze, and in the next moment, he placed her hand back on his belt, holding it firmly. With audacity, he softened his tone. If you damage it, will it be rendered useless for the future? Wen Rong scoffed. Are there not plenty of men outside? Qi Jingzhou's eyes darkened, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he enunciated each word. This one is well-worn and comfortable. Can anyone outside compare? Who knows if they have already been ruined by others? Heat crept to Wen Rong's ears, her face flushed. Chapter 44. Kiss me. Have you no shame? After 5 years together, Wen Rong had grown accustomed to embarrassment. Seeing her flustered demeanor brought Qi Jingzhou immense joy, his lips curling as he held her tighter, planting a soft kiss on her snowy neck. I truly miss you, little cat. He knew every sensitive spot on her body. A mere gentle peck, followed by him capturing her dewy earlobe with his mouth, made Wen Rong shiver. She raised her hand, but before she could slap him, a large hand caught her wrist, twisting it behind her back, while another arm secured her waist. Wen Rong struggled futilely and, in her frustration, snapped, Are you even human?
I am pregnant.
Qi Jingzhou stood, pinning her against the desk and restraining her hands, his dark gaze fixed upon her, Adam's apple bobbing as he leaned closer. Their lips met, a chase of desire ensued. And when Rome found herself unable to evade him, ultimately succumbing to his kiss, pressed against the desk. One of his hands held hers above her head, while his tall frame pushed her legs apart, his broad shoulders looming over her. When Rome, devoid of strength to resist, bit her lip hard, her eyes glistening with tears of despair. Don't cry, I want to touch you, okay? His voice was husky as he whispered in her ear, even as he began to unbuckle his belt. You scoundrel! The light in her eyes dimmed, and she silently vowed never to see him again after today. Qi Jingzhou's pupils were dark, his lips pressed into a straight line. The hem of her dress was lifted to her waist, his skin radiating heat, causing her legs to tremble. The air was thick with heavy breaths, each exhale searing against her skin. When Rome felt as though she was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the sound of his breathing, the knitted sweater slipped from her shoulders, and the desk was unyielding and cold, causing goosebumps to rise on her back and arms. With her upper body sprawled across the desk, her legs dangled, gradually losing circulation, her thighs and bottom growing numb. The man's hand brushed against her leg, seemingly aware of her discomfort, and he draped his shirt over her legs, lifting her effortlessly. "Good girl," he murmured. When Rome found herself cradled in his arms, carried from the study into the bedroom, her desire to resist waning as she felt like a mere puppet in his grasp. He was usually so restrained, but once ignited, his passions were difficult to quell. The manual transmission was a challenge for Qi Jingzhou, who had lived for over 20 years without much practice. His driving was shaky and unsteady. In contrast, when Rome lay beneath him like a lifeless corpse, offering no response to his caresses and coaxing, desire and frustration intertwined within Qi Jingzhou, his tension palpable as his emotions shattered the last vestiges of control. He bit down on her earlobe, growling a command. "Kiss me." When Rome bit her lip, ignoring him, opting instead to close her eyes, Qi Jingzhou gritted his teeth, feeling as though he might lose himself completely. With a fierce bite, he captured her lips, his tongue insistent, nearly forcing its way down her throat. When Rome let out a low whimper of discomfort, her brow furrowing as her feeble attempts to push him away proved futile. Ultimately, cornered and overwhelmed, she emitted a soft, plaintive sound, akin to a kitten's mewl. Her delicate hand found its way to his solid chest, fingertips tracing the only soft spot she could locate, giving it a gentle tug. He responded, a muffled groan escaping his throat. Regaining his composure, he appeared to chuckle softly, releasing her lips only to repeat his demand.
"Kiss me."
With her eyes still closed, when Rome leaned in to meet him, Qi Jingzhou was slow, yet insatiably greedy. Exhausted from keeping up with him and having had little sleep the night before, when Rome succumbed to fatigue, closing her eyes and drifting off. When she awoke again, the curtains were drawn, casting the room in shadows. She was alone. Taking a moment to gather herself, she noticed her bag and phone placed on the bedside table. Extending her arm, she reached for her phone. The screen lit up, revealing 2 unread messages from Teacher Jean, the latter arriving 2 hours after the first. A sudden realization struck her. Her parents were at the hospital today to pick up medication. Glancing at the time, she saw it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Panic surged within her. She hastily climbed out of bed, straightening her disheveled clothes, and barefooted, she frantically searched for her shoes, only to hear the door swing open. A beam of light from the corridor flooded in. "Where are my shoes?" she exclaimed, hurriedly raking her fingers through her hair as she grabbed her bag and dashed toward the exit. "There's no carpet."
"Wait,"
she called out, leaving him to search for her shoes. Moments later, Qi Jingzhou returned with a pair of slippers, casually switching on the light as he approached her with a leisurely pace. "Why the rush? Dinner is ready, we should eat first." He placed the shoes by her feet. When Rome slipped them on and stood, casting him a glance. "What kind of dinner is served at 4:30? Is everything all right? Why the urgency? Did something happen at home?" "Everything's fine." "Then why not stay for a meal? Mom and Dad will be worried." "Worried?" Qi Jingzhou's lips curled ever so slightly as he observed her busily changing her shoes. After a moment's contemplation, he reached down to discard his own shoes onto the ground. "A gift for you," he quipped as he donned his footwear and adjusted his wristwatch, picking up the car keys from the entrance cabinet, pressing down on the door handle with one hand. "Let us depart." As they descended the stairs and stepped out of the elevator, a figure approaching halted abruptly. "Miss Wen?" Chanli stood at the elevator entrance, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, making no move to ascend as the doors closed behind him. "What a coincidence. Do you reside here?" Qi Jingzhou turned his gaze towards Wen Rong, intrigued by the fact that there always seemed to be men acquainted with her. Wen Rong furrowed her brow slightly, regarding Chanli with a polite yet detached nod. "Mr. Chen, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." "Very well," Chanli replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement before extending his hand towards Qi Jingzhou. "I am Chun-Li, a partner of Qi Heong. How should I address you?" "Sir?" Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze, casting a brief glance at the hand extended towards him, making no move to reciprocate, only offering a faint smile.
"Qi Yang."
Chun-Li's smile remained, though his eyebrows arched in surprise. The grin faltered, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand. When Rome shot Qi Jingzhou a disapproving look, aware that he was intentionally putting Chun-Li in an uncomfortable position, she chose not to engage further and urged, "Let us go. I will explain on the way." As she walked ahead, Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he nodded towards Chun-Li before striding after her. Upon exiting the elevator lobby, he seemingly recalled something and spoke in a vague tone. "Oh, I believe I remember now. Were you not the one who came to toast at our wedding, Rong?" His nonchalant voice faded into the distance.
"Kännis tunnat, Bading."
"Toast? How scandalous." He pressed the elevator button, unable to suppress his curiosity, and pulled out his phone to message Qi Heong. Chapter 45. You have committed a crime. Qi Jingzhou. Once in the car, Qi Jingzhou started the engine, casting a fleeting glance at Wen Rong. Is your ex-boyfriend still haunting you? Wen Rong frowned. It's not as sordid as you imagine. What did I imagine? Who knows? She muttered to herself, turning her face away from him. Qi Jingzhou shook his head slightly, opting not to pursue the dreary topic further. The red flag car came to a stop in a parking space outside the community. As Wen Rong prepared to exit, she discovered the door was locked. She attempted to open it, but he promptly locked it again. The door clicked repeatedly as she grew irritated and snapped at him. Open the door. He unfastened his seatbelt, leaned closer, his long arm resting against the passenger door while simultaneously restraining her hand from turning the handle. Why not share a meal together? With their proximity, his breath brushed against her cheek as he spoke. I must fly to Yan City tomorrow. Who knows when I will return next? Are you finished? Wen Rong leaned against the car door, her frown deepening. Did I ask you to come? Qi Jingzhou studied her intently, his eyelids lowered as he pursed his lips. I wish to come. Without you, I would suffer from insomnia tonight. Then perhaps you should take some medication, Wen Rong retorted with a hint of annoyance. Seek a doctor for your insomnia. I am no healer. Qi Jingzhou sighed in exasperation. Little me. Do not provoke me. Release your grip. Wen Rong regarded him with an impassive expression, her eyes unmistakably reflecting her irritation. Qi Jingzhou's gaze flickered, clearly aware that the ire directed at him stemmed from his previous indiscretions. Wen Rong pushed the door open and exited the vehicle, forcefully slamming the door shut. Even if asked to join the Wen family for dinner, or to endure the expressions of the elderly couple, he would acquiesce. However, Wen Rong, her face set in a cold demeanor, immediately leveled an accusation. Qi Jingzhou, you have gone too far. Qi Jingzhou's expression faltered, the light in his eyes dimming instantaneously. Wen Rong leaned down, casting a frigid glance through the car window, enunciating each word with precision. What you did to me today is unforgivable. We have already broken up. Qi Jingzhou began. Rong, the reason I still sought your presence was due to your relatively cooperative stance on the agreement. I had always believed in integrity and keeping one's word. I never anticipated your utter shamelessness. It seems I misjudged you. Wen Rong was uninterested in his explanations, and with a cool tone, she concluded, Article 237 of the criminal law stipulates that coercing or employing other means to sexually assault or insult women shall result in imprisonment for up to 5 years or detention. You have committed a crime. Qi Jingzhou slowly opened his eyelids, furrowing his brow with a bitter smile. So, heartless? This is my final act of tolerance. Do not seek me out again. I will not meet you. With that, Wen Rong turned and walked towards the community. Watching her indifferent figure retreat, Qi Jingzhou's expression hardened, and he swiftly exited the car, striding swiftly to her side. I do not agree to this breakup. His tall stature allowed him to easily keep pace with her, his gaze intent and piercing as he turned slightly to confront her. I said we are not breaking up, Rong. Wen Rong evaded his outstretched hand, her voice sharp and commanding. Do not touch me. Qi Jingzhou's hand hung awkwardly in the air, clenching in restraint before it fell back down. He softened his tone, trailing her. Fine, I won't touch you. I'll do as you say. Yet he couldn't help but gently remind her, walk slowly. Be careful with the baby. My family does not welcome you. Leave immediately. I will depart, but allow me to escort you downstairs. Is that agreeable? Now, he was once again lowering himself. Wen Rong chose to ignore him, continuing on her path. Just then, as fate would have it, she reached the ground floor and encountered Fan Shui, who was pushing a stroller and approaching from the tree-lined path. Upon spotting her with Qi Jingzhou from a distance, Fan Shui waved excitedly in greeting. Wen Rong felt a throbbing pain in her temples but composed herself, adjusting her expression and offering a gentle smile. Oh, are you out for a stroll? Fan Shui, ever quick with her words, cast a curious glance at Qi Jingzhou trailing behind Wen Rong. Is this your husband? Wen Rong smiled subtly, opting not to respond or introduce him. Qi Jingzhou glanced at her expression, his demeanor softening as he nodded in acknowledgement. I am Qi, Rong's husband.
Oh.
Fan Shui's gaze turned toward Wen Rong, her eyes unable to conceal envy. I am Fan. I live upstairs from Rong. We went through elementary, middle, and high school together. We are the best of friends. The title of best friend was one Wen Rong rarely mentioned, and she had not invited her to the wedding. Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, already aware of the depth of their relationship, and chose not to address it openly. He refrained from looking at Fan Shui any longer, tactfully bidding farewell to Wen Rong, and softly admonished her. Exhausted after a long day, you should head upstairs to rest while I retrieve something from the car. I shall return shortly. Wen Rong smiled faintly. acknowledging with a soft and chose not to dwell on him, instead beckoning Fan Shui to enter the building together. As the elevator doors closed, Fan Shui expressed her sentiments. Hearing about someone's handsomeness is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand truly reveals the truth. Rong. Those who accomplish great deeds are simply on another level. Their aura and presence are leagues ahead of others. My husband, well, he's merely fit to carry someone else's shoes. Oh, I can hardly imagine how beautiful your future children will be. Wen Rong struggled to maintain her composure, fervently wishing for the elevator to ascend more swiftly, and in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she replied, "Do not underestimate yourself. Your child will be equally adorable." Fan Shui rolled her eyes. "That's just because he takes after me. But you two are different. Whether you have a son or a daughter, they are bound to be exceptionally attractive."
Ding.
The elevator doors opened, and Wen Rong exhaled in relief, hastily bidding farewell to Fan Shui as she exited the elevator. Just before the doors closed, she heard Fan Shui's eager inquiry from behind. The elderly couple was in the kitchen preparing medicine, and upon hearing the commotion, they peeked from the dining room, spotting Wen Rong changing her shoes. "Didn't you prepare dinner for me?" Wen Rong blinked innocently, smiling. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm not hungry anyway." Wen Qingyu rolled his eyes dramatically. "Are you not hungry? What about my grandchild?" "There's no meal for you. Only for my grandchild." When Rong approached, hearing the old man's sarcastic remarks, and replied with a drawn-out "oh," deliberately rummaging through her bag. "All right then, you must prepare an extra portion. One cannot be well fed while leaving another to starve." When Qingyu, disinterested, turned to walk towards the kitchen, when Rong retrieved the ultrasound report and, bemused, hurried to catch up with him.
Wait.
"I have good news. Don't you want to hear it?" Meanwhile, Jean Lihua, who was busy cooking, glanced over. "What good news?" When Rong held up the ultrasound report with a beaming smile. "Dad, Mom, we are expecting 2 little ones. I'm having twins."
Clang.
The spatula in Jean Lihua's hand clattered to the floor, and Wen Qingyu turned his head in shock. The elderly couple stared at Wen Rong, then simultaneously focused on the ultrasound report in her hand, their expressions a mix of disbelief. "Twins? We don't even have that gene in our family," Wen Qingyu exclaimed, hastily moving closer to snatch the report from her, scrutinizing it closely. Could there be a mistake? Wen Rong. Chapter 46, Missing in Action. The prospect of twins completely shifted Lawyer Wen's focus. As the elderly couple continued preparing the meal, they engaged in discussion. When it was time to eat, Wen Rong assisted in setting the table and serving the dishes. The family of 3 gathered around the dining table to commence a family meeting. With a serious expression, Wen Qingyu began, "Twins are not to be taken lightly. 2 years ago at the firm, there was a female lawyer who experienced premature labor with twins. And it was quite perilous. She even had to undergo a hysterectomy. Not only did she nearly lose her life, but the children spent over 20 days in an incubator." When Rong bit her lip, looking at him helplessly. "Dad, please don't frighten me." "Who is frightening you?" Jean Lihua interjected. "What my father mentioned are just examples from around us. That building over there, we often encountered Grandma Wu during our morning walks. Her daughter-in-law gave birth to twins last year, and they were also premature." Jean Lihua clutched her chest, her face reflecting a deep-seated fear as she recounted. "Oh dear. I heard those 2 babies spent over 20 days in an incubator. The daughter-in-law cried every day during her confinement, and eventually, she couldn't nurse the babies. Her health deteriorated. And she still seems unwell now." When Rong glanced at Wen Qingyu on one side and Jean Lihua on the other, feeling an overwhelming complexity of emotions stirred by the elderly couple, Wen Qingyu declared with a serious tone, "In any case, you must not do anything on your own from now on. Your mother and I will take turns accompanying you, and you are not permitted to wander alone. Once your pregnancy advances, you should refrain from leaving the house altogether. Our home is at least a 20-minute drive to the hospital, and considering traffic and parking, we might not make it in time for any emergencies. After discussing with your mother, we have decided that if necessary, we shall arrange for an early hospitalization for your peace of mind." Jean Lihua nodded, acknowledging her father's wisdom. "You're right, since you lack experience. It's best to heed our advice." When Rong felt a mix of complex emotions and deep affection. In times of need, nothing could replace the unwavering support of one's own parents. Compared to Qi Jingzhou's few words of concern, which ultimately amounted to little, at least her parents could wholeheartedly accompany her, prioritizing the safety of her and her baby with prompt and meticulous arrangements. There was no one in the world who could be as devoted to her as her parents. "All right, I will listen to you," she affirmed. The next day, Qi Jingzhou arrived in Fian City. Upon landing, he immediately attempted to call, but when Rong still did not answer, leaning against the car door, with his long legs slightly bent, He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, regretting his previous actions. He lamented that he should not have treated her that way yesterday. His carelessness had cost him dearly. The WeChat messages and calls fell on deaf ears. It was as though she had vanished from existence. In the stone pavilion of the back garden, Qi Jingzhou accompanied the elder Qi in a game of chess. His expression remained stoic as he placed a white piece on the board. The documents are in my hands now. I will make time to liaise with the higher-ups. You need not worry yourself, he stated with a relaxed demeanor, maintaining a straight posture even in a casual stance. The elder Qi glanced at him, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes suggesting a hint of amusement as he slowly placed a black piece on the board. Qi Jingzhou paused, his fingers hovering over the chess bowl, a faint smile on his lips as he offered an explanation. The elder Qi raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. You are far more cautious than your elder brother. He has merely aged without gaining wisdom. As the conversation shifted to the eldest son of the Qi family, Qi Jingzhou felt a sense of relief and seamlessly continued the dialogue. Is there a problem? Do you require my assistance? The elder Qi, with his graying brows, appeared momentarily disinterested as he furrowed his brow and casually discarded a few black pieces from his grasp. He remained silent, lowering his gaze to lift the teacup beside him, absently fiddling with the lid, his expression inscrutable as he sipped his tea. Qi Jingzhou's gaze lingered on the elder's face, his tension gradually easing, before shifting to the middle-aged man standing behind the elder. The individual donned a deep gray Zhongshan suit, adorned with the party emblem on his chest. Resembling a bureaucrat within an administrative building, yet he had long assumed the role of a steward in the Qi household. As their gazes met, the other party nodded with an impeccable smile, conveying information in a measured tone, indicating that the tax department was currently engrossed in its annual duties. Once June arrived, the superior of Deputy Director Qi would be reassigned, and Qi's personal affairs were somewhat muddled. The disciplinary committee had already briefed the elder, raising fears that this opportunity might inadvertently benefit the Jiang family. Consequently, the elder Qi felt somewhat out of sorts. Qi Jingzhou's eyes flickered slightly as he inquired with a gentle smile, "What personal matter? Tend to your own affairs. Do not concern yourself with his." The elder Qi retorted with a cold snort, forcefully placing the teacup on the stone table. Each should manage their own responsibilities. Do not allow him to hinder your progress. Qi Jingzhou, having heard this, refrained from further questioning. Halfway through the conversation, the task at hand remained to be fulfilled. After sharing a midday meal with the elder, Qi Jingzhou sought an excuse to depart. As the car pulled away from the ancestral home, he called Cheng Fei. Please prepare a few items for me. I will need them by 2 this afternoon. Understood. I will deliver them shortly. Arrange a dinner meeting with Director Niu from the tax department tonight. I will be your contact. Please confirm the reservation and pass it along to his secretary and driver. Received, Director Qi. Throughout May, Qi Jingzhou's schedule was fully booked, flitting between Beijing and Yanshi. He had no time to dwell on Wen Rong. Meanwhile, Wen Rong enjoyed a carefree existence. As summer approached in Shucheng, the family and back home was bustling with business. The tourist area was teeming with visitors, and rooms were in high demand every night. As the month drew to a close and the flow of guests began to dwindle, Wen Rong, with a moment to spare after dinner, stepped onto the scale. To her astonishment, she found she had gained 6 pounds. Shocked for a brief moment, she instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. The shape seemed unchanged, yet the texture felt soft to the touch, a layer of flesh yielding beneath her fingers. She hurried to the mirror, pinching her cheeks, her expression one of melancholy. In an instant, the image of Fan Shui flashed in her mind. Would she, too, become round and stout after giving birth, with thinning hair and thick limbs? Wen Rong had always maintained strict control over her figure, and a sense of crisis began to brew within her. She swiftly turned to pick up her phone, searching for prenatal yoga classes in the city. Just as she sat at the counter, engrossed in her research, a soft voice chimed from above. Sister, we have reserved our room. Looking up, Wen Rong saw a father and daughter pair who had entered unbeknownst to her, standing at the counter ready to check in. It seemed the rain had begun to fall in the courtyard, and the little girl, clutching her father's neck, had her delicate hair and floral dress splattered with droplets. Wen Rong promptly rose to assist them. Oh, my apologies, sir. Could you please present your identification? Here you go, thank you. The man handed over his ID, casually surveying the surroundings before inquiring with a smile. I believe I have been here once before. If I recall correctly, the owner's surname is Wen, right? Chapter 47. Scandal. Wen Rong's gaze swept over the name on the ID, offering a faint smile as she assessed the man, her hands busy with tasks, leaving her unresponsive. I spoke with lawyer Wen the other day. He mentioned he was on holiday here. Do you know if he is still around today? Mr. Song, do you have business with him? Wen Rong handed over the room card and identification to him. The man reached out to accept the room card. lifting his arms slightly that held his daughter, his eyes sparkling with joy. Attorney Wen has represented me in a legal matter. We are old acquaintances. I happened to bring my daughter for an outing and thought to greet you in person. It is rare to visit such a distant place without a purpose, especially for a meeting like this. Wen Rong maintained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and gestured towards the staircase. The room is on the 3rd floor, 835. I will inform Attorney Wen that a friend wishes to see him. Song Xiaoming smiled brightly, nodding in gratitude. Daddy, when are we going to the bamboo forest to find pandas? The little girl's question was innocent and endearing. We'll go once the rain stops. Did I bring my shovel? I want to dig for mushrooms. Yes, you did. The father and daughter chatted merrily as they ascended the stairs. Wen Rong called a female employee to come down and take over her shift, then grabbed an umbrella and headed to the kitchen to find Wen Qingyu. The elderly couple was busy preparing medicine in the kitchen. Dad, the guest with the child just now mentioned he wanted to see you. I saw him, Wen Qingyu replied casually. He is Captain Song from the Municipal Police's Criminal Investigation Team. He has a case to discuss. I will meet him later. A police officer? Wen Rong pondered for a moment, recalling the man's prominent brows and bright eyes, which appeared quite respectable, and decided not to dwell on it further. After dinner, as the rain subsided, Wen Qingyu conversed with Song Xiaoming in the lounge on the east side of the hall. Jean Lihua temporarily looked after the little girl. The girl, 6 years old and in her last year of kindergarten, was about to enter 1st grade. Outgoing and articulate, her soft calls of Teacher Jean gradually enchanted Jean Lihua. Wen Rong, in her room upstairs, opened the window and could still hear the little girl reciting Tang poetry loudly in the courtyard, eliciting laughter and praise from Teacher Jean. Shaking her head, she settled on the sofa, donned her headphones, and continued editing video scripts on her phone. Just as she was halfway through, an unread message notification suddenly popped up. She casually clicked it open, only to find it was from Feng Qian, someone she hadn't been in touch with for a long time. President Wen, I apologize for disturbing you so late. I hope it's convenient for you. Wen Rong then recalled that since Qi Jingzhou had informed her that he had already made arrangements at work, it had been quite a while since anyone had contacted her. Had Feng Qian not sent this message, she would have assumed she had even bypassed the resignation process. Is there something you need, Qian?
Yes. You see,
President Wen, during the Monday meeting, he announced your temporary suspension with an uncertain return date. Everyone is quite concerned about you. Is everything all right? Temporary suspension?
Yes.
It's nothing serious. I just need a long break. Wen Rong evaded the inquiry, work hard, and keep it up. Smile. Feng Qian responded with a crying emoji. The suspension document announced by General He stated that Wen Rong had been temporarily suspended due to personal reasons, with an indefinite return date, which was interpreted by the hotel management as a dismissal. Soon, new leadership was appointed, a leader under 30, as young and attractive as Wen Rong, yet evidently lacking in both social skills and competence. The entire guest services department had endured years of hardship alongside Wen Rong, and now their income had significantly dwindled in tandem with their performance. The young leader, a classic example of superficiality, added to their woes. Life had become exceedingly difficult. Feng Qian poured her grievances out to Wen Rong, who, observing her lengthy lament, felt at a loss for words to offer comfort. After all, it was not her affair. Speaking too much would be both intrusive and meddlesome, until Feng Qian shifted her tone. I also heard that she has a close relationship with Director Qi from the Land Bureau. It was Director Qi who facilitated her transfer. Mr. Wen, you are acquainted with Director Qi. Perhaps you know her as well. Wen Rong was taken aback.
Her full name is Su Miaran.
Wen Rong blinked and slowly typed. I do not know her. Disappointed, Feng Qian realized she had gleaned no useful information. Noting the late hour, she politely wished Wen Rong good night. As Wen Rong put her phone away, turned off the lights, and lay down, her mind involuntarily revisited that name, Su Miaran, vaguely familiar. Wen Rong could not help but chuckle to herself. Qi Jingzhou had casually taken something she deemed unnecessary to do a favor, proving once again that he wasted not a scrap of usable resource. The new general manager, Su, had recently taken office, and the entire hotel was aware of her close ties with Director Qi. How amusing! Wen Rong felt a strange discomfort, uncertain whether to be upset that her discarded possessions had benefited another or to be frustrated with herself for exposing her heart to a man after enduring 5 years of grievances. In retrospect, it seemed utterly foolish. In a world governed by interests, she had truly once been moved. Naivety, it seemed, was a precursor to missteps. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzhou had just cleaned up after the head of the Qi family and had not anticipated that he would become the subject of rumors due to a trivial matter. With the successor arriving, he completed the final handover tasks and purchased a ticket to Shu City for that very evening. This time, he did not bring Cheng Fei along. After a quick wash and change at his residence, he drove to the neighborhood where the Wen family resided. By coincidence, Wen Qingyu was busy assisting Officer Song with a criminal case, practically living at the law firm these days. The case had been entrusted to his promising apprentice. Yet lawyer Wen remained committed, overseeing every detail personally. At home, only Jean Lihua and Wen Rong were present. When the doorbell rang, Wen Rong was busy making pickled cabbage dumplings with teacher Jean. She wiped her hands, rose to answer the door, and paused in surprise upon seeing the figure outside. After more than a month apart, encountering the living Qi Jingzhou at her doorstep momentarily rendered her mind blank. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door. Rong. Qi Jingzhou reacted swiftly, blocking the door with his hand, his bloodshot eyes betraying his helplessness. When Rong glanced at his long leg propping the door open and her expression turned cold. What are you doing here? Why won't you leave me alone? Qi Jingzhou pursed his lips and lowered his voice. Please, let me in to drop off my things. It would be misunderstood by the neighbors. When Rong furrowed her brow, for the first time contemplating the idea of moving. As they faced off, Jean Lihua's voice came from behind. Rong? Who is it? When Rong pressed her lips together, Qi Jingzhou raised his voice. It's me, Mom. When Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as Jean Lihua stepped out. Chapter 48. The final opportunity. Considering the neighbors next door, the mother and daughter allowed him to enter. However, when Rong didn't afford him the chance to change his shoes. Instead, she opened the shoe cabinet herself and donned her outdoor shoes. Without glancing at Qi Jingzhou, she turned to Jean Lihua and stated, Mom, I will see him out. Before Jean Lihua could respond, she shot a cold glance at Qi Jingzhou and pressed the doorknob. Come out with me. We need to speak downstairs. Qi Jingzhou observed Jean Lihua's furrowed brow and somber expression, which clearly indicated he was not welcome. He pursed his lips and followed Wen Rong. The two entered the elevator in succession, and once the doors closed, Wen Rong could no longer contain her frustration and glared at him. What do you want? Haven't I made myself clear last time? I do not wish to see you again. Qi Jingzhou's gaze fell, his weary eyes betraying a sense of exhaustion and helplessness. Having not experienced a good night's sleep in far too long, he had lost considerable weight, his cheeks slightly sunken, and his complexion dull. Faced with Wen Rong's cold demeanor and an overwhelming sense of defeat, he spoke in a hoarse, subdued tone. I understand my mistake, Xiaomi. Why are you treating me this way? Is a month of your indifference not enough? What must I do for you to let go? Qi Jingzhou, where is your self-respect? Must you pressure me like this? Pressure her? Qi Jingzhou's expression flickered with alarm. I am not trying to pressure you. I simply do not want to break up.
Xiaomi.
I want you and our child. Silence. As the elevator doors opened, Wen Rong, frowning, interrupted him and stepped outside first. Qi Jingzhou quickly followed. Outside, the June sun blazed, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Wen Rong, seething with anger, walked briskly towards the community exit, while the man beside her trailed closely, softly expressing concern. Be careful, slow down. Wen Rong, feeling agitated, lifted her gaze and spotted a black G-Class vehicle approaching. The imposing black frame glimmered in the sunlight, glaringly bright. Such vehicles were rare in the community, and the only one that had previously entered the parking area was Qi Hyang's. As the G-Class gradually slowed down, Wen Rong's irritation peaked the moment the window descended. Her expression tightened. Rong, are you going out? Qi Hyang, with a warm smile and a casual demeanor, greeted her as if they were acquaintances. However, upon noticing Wen Rong's frosty demeanor as she walked past, his gaze flicked to the man accompanying her. Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes passed over Qi Hyang's face without acknowledgement, and he continued to stride past the vehicle. Neither paid him any mind. Qi Hyang raised an eyebrow, pondering. They are indeed angry. He paused momentarily, shook his head with a smirk, and slowly pressed the accelerator. As they exited the community, Wen Rong glanced around before heading directly towards the black Bentley parked under the shade of a tree. Qi Jingzhou hurried a few steps ahead to open the car door for her. Once inside, with the door securely closed, Wen Rong could no longer suppress her emotions. She turned her face sharply to glare at Qi Jingzhou. I cannot give you my child. If you continue to harbor such unrealistic fantasies, do you intend to force me to leave forever and never see you again? Qi Jingzhou was still troubled by the recent discovery that Qi Hyang resided in the same neighborhood. Upon hearing her words, his thoughts momentarily faltered, and he turned to gaze at her in disbelief. Wen Rong's demeanor was excessively aloof, leaving no room for doubt that she could indeed depart forever, or simply vanish without a trace. You mustn't. After a brief pause, the fierceness in his eyes quietly receded, and his voice, hoarse and subdued, became a promise. I assure you, you must not. I will never again touch even the hem of your garment, all right? His eyes were bloodshot, the inky depths of his pupils reflecting a profound, earnest plea. He had long been deprived of restful slumber, his mind incessantly consumed with thoughts of her, rendering him sleepless through the night. 5 years of companionship had rendered Wen Rong an addiction etched into his very bones. The thought of severing that bond was unbearable. He was determined not to forgo it, for the prospect of never seeing her again threatened to drive him to madness. I know you don't care. Regardless of where I am, it is all the same to you. The dual torment of physical exhaustion and an overwhelming sense of helplessness plagued him. Qi Jingzhou forced a bitter smile, leaning wearily against the chair's back, turning his head to gaze at her with heartfelt intensity. I used to believe that by devoting myself to you and fulfilling your every need, we could remain together forever, that you would never leave me. It has taken me this past month to realize the truth. Even the child we share cannot tether you to my side. You are not simply sulking. You genuinely believe that departing from me brings you greater happiness. He had previously held on to the naive notion that when Rong loved him, that their mutual affection, coupled with their child, had silently resolved past misunderstandings. Yet, the torment of the last month had illuminated a more complex reality. To be truly unable to part from someone is to be like him, perpetually consumed by thoughts of her, to the point of insomnia. Clearly, Wen Rong did not share this sentiment. She might harbor some feelings for him, yet those feelings were insufficient to incite compassion or self-sacrifice on her part. Qi Jingzhou's eyelids were crimson, his throat constricted as he spoke in a hushed tone. I promise you, I will refrain from any unwarranted contact. I will seek your consent before visiting again, I assure you. Grant me one more chance to remain in a place where I can see you. Please do not ignore me, all right? Wen Rong listened quietly as he poured out his heart, sensing the weight and sincerity in his tone. Qi Jingzhou was a man capable of sweet words, but only in moments of intimacy. This raw emotional disclosure marked the first of its kind in their 5 years together. Wen Rong's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the frost in her gaze beginning to thaw. After a pause, she spoke softly. This is the last time. If you err again, we shall never meet again. All right. The man did not hesitate for a moment, as if fearing her change of heart, and he inquired, May I stay for 2 days? If you go out or need a driver, reach out to me, please. Wen Rong remained silent, simply pushing the door open to exit the car. Qi Jingzhou's expression darkened as he quickly followed her, gently asking, May I accompany you to the ground floor, to watch you ascend? Wen Rong paused briefly, casting a sidelong glance at him without confirming or denying his request, before continuing her path into the community. Qi Jingzhou stood quietly by the car, watching her silhouette fade into the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow her from a distance, close enough to see her, but far enough not to intrude, until she saw her step into the elevator. She lingered for a moment longer before reluctantly lowering her gaze and turning away in a despondent manner. Observing her change her shoes alone, Teacher Jean hesitated and inquired, Has he left? Yes, came the reply. Oh dear. Jean Lihua sighed, her brow furrowing. Why has he come back again? Wen Rong, with a calm demeanor, entered and shook her head. Who knows him? Let us not dwell on that. Let us eat first, mother. I have classes this afternoon. Jean Lihua refrained from further comment and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dumplings. Since realizing that idleness would lead to her gaining weight, Wen Rong busily enrolled in several training classes to keep herself occupied. Simultaneously, she sought an online teaching position to tutor young children in English. With her major in economic management and a solid foundation in English, she found tutoring elementary school students to be quite manageable. She was now filled with activities to pass the time, and as an expectant mother, with 2 little ones to nurture in the future, she hardly had the luxury to ponder matters of love and affection. Wen Qingyu was not at home. After dinner, the mother and daughter had already cast aside thoughts of Qi Jingzhou and tidied up before heading out for class. Chapter 49, Spying. The afternoon was devoted to a flower arrangement class. Jean Lihua accompanied Wen Rong, considering it an opportunity for artistic cultivation. The two sat near a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the sun cast its slanted rays across the table, illuminating a creamy white vase adorned with an array of blue, purple, and white flowers, artfully trimmed to varying heights and sizes, complemented by fresh green leaves. Wen Rong's eyelashes rested quietly, her slender, pale fingers occasionally adjusting the arrangement, her wrists accentuated by the floral display. Outside the classroom's back door, Qi Jingzhou leaned against the glass, his warm gaze quietly observing for a moment through the window. His hands, tucked in his pockets, moved slightly as he retrieved his phone, gently tapping the screen to capture the scene. Click, click, click. The images froze on his phone's display. Suddenly, his fingers stilled, and he realized that he possessed few photographs of Wen Rong. Acknowledging this, he lifted his phone once more, eager to capture a few more images. After all, When he was far away in the capital, he would wish to have something to look back on. However, just as he raised his phone, he noticed everyone in the classroom was stirring, seemingly on the verge of concluding the lesson. Instinctively, Qi Jingzhou straightened his posture, snapping a few more pictures through the glass. Concerned that Wen Rong might discover his silent surveillance, he hastily stowed his phone and hurried down the stairs. Unbeknownst to Wen Rong, Qi Jingzhou had not yet departed, and she remained unaware that he had followed her and her mother from their home to this location. After class, her spirits lifted significantly, and she took Jean Lihua's arm, intending to browse a nearby shopping mall. Just as they exited the elevator, a call from Wen Qingyu interrupted them. Wen Rong answered, "Father? Where are you? I've just finished here. Do you need me to pick you up?" Standing on the steps, she glanced around to orient herself. "At the east entrance of Jinding building? That is not really on your way. We'll just take a cab, it's more convenient." As time slipped away, he suggested they wander around the vicinity, assuring them that it would take no more than 20 minutes to reach the law firm. Upon hearing this, Wen Rong blinked and replied, "Oh, very well then, please drive carefully." Rest assured, Wen Qingyu chuckled. "Officer Song is accompanying me. He insists on treating us to a meal." Conveniently, I recall there being a Hangzhou cuisine restaurant nearby. Wen Rong paused, opening her mouth to respond, but was interrupted by his nostalgic musings. I used to frequent that place with clients. However, after months of consuming medicinal herbs and indulging in Master Jean's dishes, my palate has grown rather bland. I hardly discern flavors anymore. Hangzhou cuisine is light, which I can certainly enjoy. Let us proceed this way. You two can head to the restaurant first and secure a table. I'll contact you once I arrive, he concluded before abruptly ending the call. When Rong glanced at her phone, resignedly linking arms with Jean Lihua. "Father said he would pick us up. We'll be dining nearby, courtesy of Officer Song." Jean Lihua chuckled, mentioning that since he stopped taking cases, it had been half a year since he last socialized, so they should indulge him. When Rong remained silent, focusing on the navigation as she descended the stairs with Jean Lihua. "It's less than a 10-minute walk in that direction. Shall we stroll?" "Certainly. Let us get some exercise," they agreed, following the navigation's guidance. Not far away, a black Bentley, its windows tinted dark, concealed its occupants from view. Qi Jingzhou observed the mother and daughter as they departed, hesitating momentarily before daring to exit the vehicle once they were a safe distance away. Promptly sending Wen Rong a message. "What are you doing?" Upon arriving at the Hangzhou restaurant, the duo inquired and found a small private room, settling in to wait. After nearly 15 minutes, the restaurant began to buzz with patrons. Wen Rong received a call from Wen Qingyu, stepping out of the private room to greet him. She spotted him and Song Xiaoming jovially approaching, guided by a server. Wen Rong waved. "Father, over here." Wen Qingyu glanced over, hanging up the phone, and as they walked, he introduced, "This is my daughter, Rong." Thus, a formal introduction was not made. Upon their first encounter, Song Xiaoming could hardly conceal his astonishment, quickly smiling and nodding. "Miss Wen, we met at the guest house last time." When Rong reciprocated with a smile, "Officer Song." Song Xiaoming flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of pristine teeth and a charming dimple on his left cheek. When Qingyu gave him a friendly pat on the back and urged, "Let us head inside and take a seat." Once seated, he declared, Everyone is here." After a round of polite refusals, the two settled on several dishes to order. Once the orders were placed, the server exited and closed the door behind them. Jean Lihua engaged in conversation with Song Xiaoming, discussing matters unrelated to the current criminal case. When Rong quietly listened, her phone buzzing twice with messages. Lowering her gaze, she opened the notifications. "Are you dining? Let me know when you need a ride." "Xiaomi. Don't ignore me." She lifted her head, returning her attention to the three conversing. When Qingyu chuckled softly, then sighed, saying, "My body is starting to decline. I can no longer be of much assistance to you. In the future, should significant cases arise, I may not be able to take them on. Over the next 2 years, I am preparing for retirement, as opportunities should be afforded to the younger generation." Song Xiaoming, did you not say that your health was improving? You appear much the same as you did 2 years ago, so how can we discuss retirement? Moreover, in the legal profession, one typically grows more capable with age. But I cannot work indefinitely, can I? Rest is essential. I wish to enjoy a few more years of family bliss, which would be truly fulfilling. Song Xiaoming chuckled softly and glanced at Wen Rong. Might you not consider finding a successor? Miss Wen has graduated in law, has she not? Is she planning to join the firm? The Wen family momentarily stared in surprise. The older couple exchanged glances with Wen Rong and then smiled in turn. Wen Qingyu remarked, "Look at my daughter. She hardly resembles a recent university graduate." Song Xiaoming was taken aback, looking toward Wen Rong. "Is that so?" Wen Rong smiled politely yet awkwardly, stating, Captain Song, I graduated several years ago with a major in economic management, not law.
Ah?
Song Xiuming's expression was one of astonishment as he scrutinized her once more, ultimately turning to the older couple, momentarily at a loss for words. Wen Rong appeared fair and beautiful, her eyes a deep, clear black. Her petite face was adorned with delicate features, exuding an air of purity that blended youthful charm with an effortless grace, hinting at the transition between girlhood and womanhood. This was Song Xiuming's immediate impression upon realizing that Wen Rong was the beloved daughter of Lawyer Wen. However, he had not anticipated that his discerning eye had misjudged her. Jean Lihua chuckled heartily, stating, both old Wen and I are about to become grandparents. It is no wonder Captain Song did not recognize it. My daughter is petite and slender, hardly resembling a pregnant woman. Indeed, I miscalculated and made a fool of myself. Miss Wen, I hope you can forgive me. Wen Rong smiled and nodded, indicating that her well-maintained appearance was appreciated. Thank you, Captain Song, for your kind recognition. Song Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, and then he was amused by Wen Rong's wit, responding jovially, Miss Wen, you are truly gracious. At last. There is a reasonable explanation that proves my eyes are not deceiving. Chapter 50, read but unanswered. During the meal, the atmosphere remained quite harmonious. At one point, Song Xiuming excused himself to the restroom and settled the bill. As the group exited the restaurant, dusk had already descended. Wen Qingyu exchanged a few cordial words with Song Xiuming before bidding farewell. The trio from the Wen family then departed in their vehicle. As he watched the Wen family's car drive away, Song Xiuming stood beneath the street lamp, retrieving a cigarette from his case to indulge a craving. The orange glow extinguished. He took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke, and casually raised his eyes, only to find a tall young man standing across the street, fixating on him with an enigmatic and unsettling gaze. Song Xiuming instinctively sensed an air of unspoken pressure and hostility emanating from the stranger's stare. Out of professional habit, he became alert and, while taking another drag from his cigarette, narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the individual before subtly diverting his gaze. The young man wore a white shirt, black trousers, and an Hermes belt, with a watch on his left wrist that appeared quite expensive, complemented by polished black leather shoes. Based on attire and demeanor, one can discern a profound commitment to self-care and fitness, which necessitates a substantial income. The social standing of the individual clearly exceeds that of a mere white-collar worker. Just as he intended to cast a casual glance, he raised his gaze only to find the street corner devoid of life. The individual had vanished without a trace. Song Xiuming's eyes widened momentarily. A shiver ran down his spine. How is it that they can appear and disappear so effortlessly? He remained vigilant, suspecting he might be facing an adversary seeking revenge, his sharp gaze scanning every potential hiding spot. Little did he realize that the person he sought was none other than the owner of the Bentley that had just passed by. Regardless of the purpose of Xiaomi's dinner with this man, he resolved not to raise any alarms. With a resigned sigh, she opened her phone. The first thing that appeared was a photograph. The myriad of lights beyond the car window, street lamps illuminating the orange trunks of the maple trees outside Jinlan Garden, casting a half-shadow on the ground.
Xiaomi.
Realizing that Qi Jingzhou was currently outside her community, Wen Rong paused, then frowned. Is he unwell? Acting as if he were a lovesick adolescent, desperately clingy. She chose to ignore him. After all, who would be foolish enough to stand under a street lamp for an entire night? Instantly, her mood soured, and she set her phone aside, extinguishing the light to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, a buzzing sound erupted from her bedside. She lay silent for a few seconds, then, eyes still shut, reached for her phone. The screen's cold glow illuminating her face. By the way, the new furniture has been set up. When you have time, you can come over and see if you like it. Shall we go out for a breath of fresh air tomorrow? I'll be waiting for you. The chat box indicated that the other party was typing. Wen Rong waited for several seconds, but no further messages came through, even though the typing indicator remained. The screen dimmed automatically and went dark. In the early days of their cohabitation, she had been like a girl in the throes of first love, incessantly messaging Qi Jingzhou, always eager to share and reach out to him. He, with his characteristic patience, would smile and indulge her every whim, offering gifts as tokens of apology. Although he was fully aware of her grievances, he would inevitably repeat the same mistakes. He claimed not to care for her, yet he adhered to her every desire in private. He professed concern but was reluctant to change for her. Gradually, when Rong's fervor waned, her heart growing heavy. Aside from necessary conversations, she ceased to share anything with him. At home, they were intimate lovers, indulging in sweet nothings, he fulfilling her every request.
Outside.
They maintained a safe social distance, as if the tender companion of the previous night had transformed into an entirely different person. 5 years later, when Rome recalled that Qi Jingzhou had hardly ever driven to pick her up, let alone loiter downstairs, awaiting her summons as he did now. Early in their relationship, he gifted her a car for convenience. At that time, she had been both surprised and touched. Later, even the newly acquired house was registered in her name. She had naively believed they would eventually marry, considering how few men would be so selfless in this age of self-interest. It was only gradually that she came to realize her own naivety. Everything that moved her was merely a fleeting whim for him, hardly worthy of mention. Even now, he would only stay in Shuqing for 2 days, with no knowledge of when he might return. She would still have to drive herself and face everything alone. In light of this, his pretended affection seemed utterly inconsequential. When Rome chuckled softly, silenced her phone, placed it on the bedside table, and turned over to sleep. In June, the night breeze in Shuqing was warm and gentle. Qi Jingzhou paced beside his car, smoking one cigarette after another, until the streets fell into complete silence. Devoid of any figures, he looked up at the community. Even the streetlights had dimmed, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. He regretted buying a house so far away. He pulled out his cigarette pack, only to find it empty. Frowning, Qi Jingzhou tossed the pack into a nearby trash bin, opened the door, and sat in his car. He did not wish to leave tonight. He might as well spend the night in the vehicle. With that thought, he adjusted the seat and closed his eyes to rest. After countless nights of insomnia, Qi Jingzhou was genuinely surprised to find himself drifting into sleep so easily.
Beep.
The sound of a car horn suddenly jolted him awake. Qi Jingzhou opened his eyes to see daylight streaming in and traffic flowing on the road. Still not fully alert, he instinctively sat up and checked his phone for the time. 6:13. Do you want breakfast? No, thanks. After replying, he set the phone down and closed his eyes to continue sleeping.
Buzz.
The air was quiet for a few seconds, when Rome slowly opened her eyes, her mind gradually clearing, and she realized what she had done. She reached for her phone again, only to find another message waiting.
EM downstairs.
Let me know what you want to eat. I'll bring it up. Just leave it at the door. I want to go in. Wen Rong. As she pondered this, she heard the faint sound of the electronic door lock beeping in the quiet living room. It seemed that the elderly couple had left. A glance at the time revealed it was only around 6 in the morning. Unable to return to sleep, Wen Rong decided to get up, wash up, and prepare. She ignored Qi Jingzhou and focused on gathering her things for class. When she grabbed her bag and reached for her phone, she discovered yet another unread message, a photo of a breakfast shop, the same one where Wen Qingyu often bought tofu pudding and buns. Do you want some, sweetheart?
No.
Thank you. Putting away her phone, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, crazy. Chapter 51, Ex-Girlfriend. When Rong enrolled in private prenatal yoga classes, the one-on-one sessions were flexible, allowing for slight variations in timing. Jean Lihua accompanied her to class. The elderly instructor was unable to perform many of the exercises. So, after dropping Wen Rong off at the classroom, she went downstairs to the library in the commercial area. Qi Jingzhou watched as Jean Lihua took the elevator down, hesitating for a moment before stepping into the institution's entrance. Unfortunately, the front desk was quite strict, not allowing any men inside. Qi Jingzhou even pulled out his phone and scrolled to the wedding poster they had created during their wedding planning to prove his identity, pointing to the person in the photo and saying, "This is my wife." The receptionist, with a polite smile, said, "I am sorry, sir, but there are others attending a class inside. Pregnant women are particularly sensitive to such matters, and it would not be appropriate to let you in. You may wait in the resting area over there or take a stroll in the mall. The class lasts for an hour and a half. So it won't be too long." Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow, but did not press the issue further. As he turned around, he noticed the surveillance screen in the corner of the lobby. His eyes brightened as he pointed at the screen. "Is it alright if I watch from here?" The receptionist's expression turned peculiar, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. That would be fine." He then stood tall beneath the surveillance monitor, his height nearly 189 centimeters, effortlessly leaning closer to the screen and scrutinizing it intently. The receptionist thought to herself, is he unwell? Even if he is concerned about his pregnant wife, there is no need to act like a voyeur. The class included 2 breaks during the hour and a half. Every classroom was equipped with a water dispenser, so unless she needed to use the restroom, Wen Rong had no reason to leave. Just before class commenced, the personal trainer entered and approached her, hands clasped behind her back, smiling brightly. "Ms. Wen, I just peeked outside, and your husband is watching our class. You two truly have a wonderful relationship. You are quite the match." Wen Rong paused, surprised, and looked at her. "Who?" The female trainer blinked and pointed towards the door. "Your husband. The receptionist mentioned it to me, didn't she?" Seeing Wen Rong's reaction, it seemed she was astonished that her husband would be there. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Wen Rong remained silent, her expression thoughtful. The trainer awkwardly clarified, he must be quite tall, very handsome and upright. Could it be the receptionist mistook someone else? Wen Rong blinked, handed her water cup, and stepped out of the classroom. As she turned down the corridor, she slowed her pace upon reaching the lobby. Through the narrow view around the corner, she indeed spotted the familiar figure, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. He embodied a businesslike demeanor, standing with hands clasped behind his back, examining the surveillance screen as if he were a supervisor overseeing a project, exuding an air of subtle authority. Who else could it be but Qi Jingzhou? A smile tugged at the corners of Wen Rong's lips as she chuckled softly. It seemed he sensed something from the monitor and instinctively turned his head towards her. Their eyes met, and Qi Jingzhou's hands fell naturally to his sides, his footsteps unconsciously shifting as a fleeting look of awkwardness and uncertainty crossed his otherwise stern features. His gaze swiftly assessed Wen Rong, noticing her fitted yoga attire in a delicate shade of soft pink, which accentuated her slender form. His attention lingered on her slightly rounded, fair abdomen, its gentle curve appearing both charming and delightful. Wen Rong did not shy away, her striking black and white eyes locked onto his. They were close enough that he lowered his voice, rich and warm. Rong. Wen Rong's cold gaze fixed on him, her brow arched in inquiry. Are you following me?
I.
Qi Jingzhou's eyes flickered momentarily, his lips parting slightly as he quietly explained. I was outside the community, watching you all leave, so I couldn't help it. He paused, lowering his gaze, his expression softening as he looked into her eyes. I just wanted to see you. I had no intention of disturbing you. If you don't wish to see me, I will not appear. At present, Wen Rong has stepped forward, regardless of the reasons behind it. Ultimately, she has encountered him. The glimmer in her eyes shifted slightly as she cast a calm glance at the subtle curve of his lips, and she inquired with serene composure. When will you be leaving? Wen Rong chose not to elaborate further, allowing her gaze to traverse his face before she cryptically remarked, Qi Jingzhou, take a good look in the mirror and see what you have become. Qi Jingzhou stood frozen in place, watching her slender, yet graceful silhouette retreat down the corridor, the light in his dark eyes gradually dimming. Take a good look in the mirror and see what you have become. Those words felt hauntingly familiar. They resonated devoid of any emotion, yet upon reaching his ears, they resurrected a long-buried memory, piercing through his heart like a thorn, pricking and prodding him. With his eyelids lowered, Qi Jingzhou stared at his toes, rooted to the spot for an eternity. He had indeed uttered such hurtful words. Back then, she still harbored feelings for him. She merely sought closure for the 5 years they shared together, and she had done nothing wrong. Wen Rong's mood had been somewhat affected. At 10:30, after class, Wen Rong gathered her belongings and bid farewell, heading to the changing room to switch her attire. Upon emerging, she presumed Qi Jingzhou had already departed, only to find him waiting just outside the door. Their eyes met, and he approached her. Class is over? Would you like to grab a bite? Wen Rong regarded him with an indifferent gaze, remaining silent. Qi Jingzhou, one hand shoved in his pocket, lowered his eyes, a forced faint smile tugging at his lips. That day, my demeanor was inappropriate. After much contemplation, I feel I owe you a sincere apology. He paused, reevaluating his words before continuing. I understand that I have been in the wrong all along. I blame myself for being overly cautious and failing to clarify many matters with you from the outset, resulting in misunderstandings. However, I now comprehend how to proceed moving forward. We have been together for 5 years. Wen Rong's expression remained impassive, her gaze drifting past him. The individual at the forefront exuded a commanding presence, unmistakably harboring ill intentions. Did they bear a grudge? A fleeting glance at him revealed her silence. Wen Rong, what a coincidence! Xiao Mian called out, her bright smile illuminating her face as she raised her chin in greeting from a few steps away. Wen Rong offered a faint smile, remaining taciturn, watching as Xiao Mian pulled the woman trailing behind her close, feigning intimacy by linking arms. Allow me to introduce you, Miss Xing San, the daughter of Xingda Group, and also the recent girlfriend of Qi Heong. Xiao Mian's forced smile belied her intentions as she introduced them, pointing at Wen Rong. Xing Shi, this is Wen Rong, Qi Heong's ex-girlfriend. Wen Rong observed as the formerly awkward Miss Xing San, upon hearing Xiao Mian deliberately emphasize the words ex-girlfriend, quickly appraised her from head to toe. The gaze she cast was not one of overt hostility. Rather, it resembled that of a discerning buyer evaluating a prized possession, subtly revealing the inherent superiority of a wealthy heiress, as if no one else were worthy of her regard. However, their attention swiftly shifted away from Wen Rong, drawn instead to Qi Jingzhou, who stood protectively by her side. Xiao Mian feigned curiosity as she scrutinized Qi Jingzhou, her tone laced with sarcasm, akin to speaking through pinched nostrils. Oh, could this be your new boyfriend? Qi Jingzhou cast his gaze downward, observing Wen Rong. He was somewhat intrigued to hear how she would introduce herself in the presence of her romantic rival. He is not. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly added that, if one were to consider it, he and Qi Heong were both exes. Qi Jingzhou's eyes darkened. Ex? Xia Miyun involuntarily examined Qi Jingzhou once more, pursing her lips as she mockingly remarked, didn't I hear you were married? How is it that you're out here, in plain view, strolling with your ex? All lovey-dovey. Impressive, Wen Rong, I must say. Wen Rong maintained her smile. What is so impressive? Xia Miyun's lips twisted. Speak up. Why the silence? Miss Xia traveled quite a distance just to catch my scent, and here you are, with your ex and current girlfriend, boldly mingling. You have the audacity to join the fray, yet lack the courage to ignite the flames? Xia Miyun, provoked by her words, immediately glared, enunciating each word with clarity. What nonsense! Who followed your scent? I merely came shopping with Shengxi. Realizing that her explanation at this moment would undermine her authority, Xia Miyun quickly ceased her protest, raised her chin, and huffed to assert her presence. Who would have thought I'd run into you? You truly don't seem the type to be so promiscuous. When Rong's smile vanished, Miss Xia, have I seduced your fiancé? Xia Miyun was taken aback. When Rong tilted her head, seemingly puzzled. Then I don't understand. What kind of world is this? In a free love society, one is still criticized? You can't pursue Qi Heong, so you turn to his brother? ISNT that a fickle heart? Xia Miyun's eyes widened. What does it have to do with you? When Rong smirked, then it stands to reason. My relationships are none of your concern. Xia Miyun was momentarily speechless. She took a deep breath, racking her brain for a retort, but faced with Wen Rong's composed demeanor, she struggled to find a more cutting response. Suddenly inspired, she redirected her focus to Qi Jingzhou, abruptly pointing at Wen Rong with a sharp tone. This woman is married. You both have broken up yet still maintain this ambiguous connection, meeting in public. How shameless. Her words chastised both of them. When Rong replied, what does it concern you? Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow, his cold gaze piercing through Xia Miyun, signaling her to step aside. He refrained from uttering any vulgarities. Yet his eyes conveyed a clear message. Good dogs should not obstruct the way. Xia Miyun was infuriated, eager to retort, but was restrained by Shengxi beside her. Yun, let it go. We aren't close, so why meddle in others' affairs? Let us go. Xia Miyun was unwilling to relent. Previously, she had been treated like a fool by Wen Rong, leaving her seething with anger. Later, she heard from Chun Li that not only did Wen Rong reject Qi Heong, but within days she was seen with another man, declaring marriage. Xia Miyun rolled her eyes dramatically and turned to rally Qi Heong. Over the past few months, only Shengxi managed the situation adeptly. Whenever Qi Heong was mentioned, he showed no aversion, even expressing a willingness for the four of them to dine together. Xia Miyun was determined to match Qi Heong with someone better than Wen Rong. Otherwise, the mere thought of Wen Rong would cause her heart to ache with injustice. What right did she have to overlook such a precious gem? Why would a man of such caliber remain so fixated on her? Their encounter today was purely serendipitous. She had come to provoke Wen Rong. How despicable. There would always be women of greater worth who could appreciate Qi Heong. Yet, she never anticipated that the man with Wen Rong would not be lacking in charm either. Now, her smugness had backfired, and Wen Rong had managed to take a few jabs at her, leaving her utterly exasperated. Xia Miyun remained rooted to the spot, while Qi Jingzhou lacked the inclination to waste time on two trivial women. He had prepared words to share with Wen Rong, but their presence had disrupted his thoughts, dampening his mood. Thus, he gently wrapped an arm around Wen Rong, guarding her like a devoted protector, distancing her from Xia Miyun and Shengxi. You seem weary. Allow me to escort you down. Let us depart. The pair maneuvered past Xia Miyun and Shengxi, heading towards the elevator. Xia Miyun's gaze lingered on Wen Rong's retreating figure, her fists clenched in frustration, stomping her foot in anger. How infuriating! That wretched woman, a vixen. Shengxi shot her a glance, her brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, their relationship was strained. Why must Xia Miyun seek discomfort in such a public setting? It completely ruined her shopping mood. Turning her face, Xia Miyun glared at her. This is all because of you. Oh, please, don't say it's for my sake. I have no interest in Qi Heong's ex-girlfriend. Shengxi rolled her eyes inwardly. The Sheng family was merely one of Qi Heong's corporate investors. Even if she were to become involved with him, it would only be a business alliance. She was not foolish enough to dwell on his ex-girlfriend for no reason. The past was irrelevant to her shares. How absurd. Xia Miyun, fuming, retorted, you clearly don't understand the impact of the white moonlight on Qi Heong. Let us hurry. We mustn't be late for dinner. Shengxi turned on her heel, unwilling to hear more.
See.
As they enter the elevator, when Rong pressed the button for the ground floor, Qi Jingzhou cast a sidelong glance at her, gently inquiring, "Is there trouble? Do you need me to? Are you going to abuse your authority for someone else's affairs?" When Rong interrupted with a light scoff, Qi Jingzhou fell silent. "It's not someone else's affair. It's your own. Until it escalates, please do not create unnecessary complications for me." The Xia family was quite affluent in Shucheng, and with Wen Qingyu's esteemed reputation and connections in the legal realm, while he was not one to shy away from confrontation, it was wiser to avoid raising issues to such heights. As the elevator doors opened, when Rong stepped out first, Qi Jingzhou, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, followed closely beside her. He spoke softly, "With your current behavior, how can I feel at ease? You might encounter trouble simply by stepping outside. As a pregnant woman, how will you handle future difficulties? I will continue to live my life without you. I've noticed that men are quite amusing. They often view themselves as indispensable. Believing their presence can resolve all issues. Without you, I would surely perish," when Rong said with a half-smile. Qi Jingzhou's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. "I just want to do something for you." When Rong, upon seeing the library door, retrieved her phone to call Jean Lihua, casually remarking, "You may leave now. My mother does not wish to see you." Qi Jingzhou gazed at her with gentle eyes, stating, "I have a flight at noon tomorrow. I will remain in Beijing from now on, so feel free to contact me anytime. I will come at the first opportunity." At the first opportunity? When Rong raised an eyebrow, a half-smile gracing her lips, as the call connected. She gestured for Qi Jingzhou to step away and then disregarded him completely. "Mother, yes, I am outside the first-floor door. All right, I will wait for you." After hanging up, she lifted her gaze to find Qi Jingzhou had already departed. Chapter 53. Neither men nor women are essential in life. It was the weekend, and when Rong had an online class scheduled for the afternoon. This was a new part-time job she had recently acquired, still in the probationary phase, and initially, there was only one child attending her video lesson. Fully committed to her work, she had no time to contemplate anyone else. By the time her class concluded, it was already 4 in the afternoon. She closed her laptop and stood up to stretch, heading to the living room to refill her water cup. As she approached the balcony, she spotted Wen Qingyu seated at the tea table, engaged in a phone conversation that seemed to revolve around a case. Wen Qingyu sighed, discussing with the other party a trap that had been laid, awaiting the involved party to fall into it. They now had to trace back to the source, meticulously examining every detail of the case materials in hopes of discovering a breakthrough. "No worries, since I am helping you, I will certainly do my utmost." When Rong listened attentively, and upon hearing him conclude the call, she picked up the teapot to refill his cup. "Is it still regarding the case that Team Song contacted you about?" "Yes." When Qingyu lifted his cup, blowing away the froth, and mused, "One must admit, men capable of great accomplishments are rarely easy to deal with. Even marriage falls within their calculations. Such defendants in this case are not unfamiliar to your father." When Rong sat down, cradling her cup, casting a glance at him without uttering a word, after sipping his tea a couple of times, when Qingyu also looked at her. "You know, not marrying is not a fault. Your father supports that." He lowered his voice, glancing towards the kitchen. "Even if you choose to date, do not waver easily. If marriage is a must, ensure you have a prenuptial agreement and property contract." Wen Rong. Wen Qingyu shook his head, continuing, "In this current world, everyone is blinded by greed. Once interests are involved, it is all a mess. Neither men nor women are necessities in life. Only the money in your hand holds true value." When Rong couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she nodded, appearing receptive to his wisdom. "What you say is indeed profound. A single conversation with you is worth a decade of study." When Qingyu set down his cup, amused by her playful tone, and shot her a bemused glance. "I am not just exchanging banter with you. Your father has cases to prepare." He rose, intending to head to his study. When Rong turned in her chair, watching his vigorous stride, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Father, weren't you aiming to cultivate tranquility? Aren't you supposed to retire?" "One must complete the final shift," he replied. When Rong leaned back in her chair, laughing softly, and waved him off. "Go ahead. Do you need me to lend a hand?" Reflecting on her 5-year absence from Shucheng, she pondered what she had ultimately gained. The past felt akin to plunging headfirst into a labyrinth, a considerable amount of time squandered in futile endeavors, only to discover upon emerging that a world of possibilities awaited outside, necessitating a return to the very first step. When Rome puffed her cheeks and slowly exhaled. As she contemplated her current pursuits, preparing for conception, engaging in part-time work, and deliberating on the path she should carve post-childbirth, her phone, resting in the bedroom, rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she instinctively furrowed her brow. After a brief moment of hesitation, she answered the call. "Hello? Rong Rong." Are you at home? Fan Shue's voice always resonated with warmth. The once demure girl had transformed since becoming a mother, as if she had undergone a metamorphosis.
Yes.
It's that time of year again. The college entrance examinations just concluded. I noticed the class group chat is buzzing with plans for a reunion, and I thought I'd check if you're attending. A reunion? Wen Rong felt a shiver run down her spine. No, I've been quite busy lately. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. I see you're living at your family's place, not working. With no husband to attend to and no children to care for, what could possibly keep you so occupied? Wen Rong, come on. You should go. Everyone would love to see you. Besides, you'll have children of your own someday. It's beneficial to maintain connections. In our respective fields, we've all made strides. And the larger your circle, the more opportunities may arise. Wouldn't you agree? Wen Rong pressed her lips together. Send me the time and address, and I'll see if I'm available. Based on her previous experiences, she knew Fan Shue, once she made a decision, was not one to heed others' opinions. It was best to acquiesce for now, to avoid further incessant chatter. Indeed, upon hearing her agreement, Fan Shue eagerly responded, Great, great. Before promptly ending the call, Wen Rong shook her head, glanced at the rapid message that followed, and chose to dismiss the matter from her mind. Just as she intended to rise and assist in the kitchen, her phone buzzed again. She glanced down and opened the unread message. The first thing she saw was a photograph of a brilliantly lit living room. Although the furniture arrangement and decor had been revamped, she instantly recognized it as the residence on the other side of Shu City. Qi Jingzhou. The housekeeper has just cleaned. The maid comes every 3 days. And all daily necessities are stocked. You can move in whenever you wish. The car keys are in the hallway drawer. Please retrieve them yourself when needed. For safety's sake, it's south best not to drive alone. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me. I can assist. I'm leaving now. Wen Rong skimmed through the lengthy message until her gaze landed on the last 2 words, causing her eyes to flicker. Leaving? Wasn't there a flight tomorrow at noon? The thought crossed her mind, but she refrained from probing further.
Goodbye.
Qi Jingzhou was like a fleeting breeze, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Wen Rong had grown accustomed to this rhythm, and life resumed its ordinary course, proceeding as usual. Just after returning from the hospital, she received a voice message from Fan Shue. Settling into the car, she resignedly pressed play. Tomorrow at noon, Yuxiang Garden on Jiahe Road, 3rd floor, room 888. Don't forget. Fan Shue's rapid-fire words echoed in the vehicle. Jean Lihua turned to her daughter. Isn't there a cooking class tomorrow? Do you have a lunch appointment? One tea that be too rushed? Chapter 54. Do not force relationships with those who do not fit in. As Wen Qingyu drove, he glanced at the rearview mirror and interjected, occasionally meeting friends for a meal is not a bad thing. Jean Lihua hesitated, furrowing her brow. What do you know? Rong hasn't been in touch with her old classmates for quite some time. I would prefer she has the opportunity to make new friends in the future. Moreover, given her condition, such gatherings are rather unsafe. It would be inappropriate for you to accompany me. I have no intention of attending. Wen Rong smiled lightly. I also do not wish to be treated like a spectacle. It was evident that someone who rarely attended reunions would seem like a peculiar presence if they suddenly showed up. Regardless of whether Fan Shue acted out of enthusiasm or some other reason, she certainly would not attend. Upon returning home, Wen Rong, faced with her incessantly buzzing phone, walked into her room and closed the door. She had no doubt that if she continued to ignore it, Fan Shue would come rushing to her house. Hello? Rong. Fan Shue spoke hurriedly. Didn't we agree on that day? Why are you suddenly not going? Wen Rong was at a loss for words. I never said I would definitely go. I mentioned that I might attend if I had the time. And now you're saying you don't have time? No matter how busy one is, surely they must eat lunch? Wen Rong rolled her eyes internally. I cannot go out. It's inconvenient. You're just making excuses. Fan Shue complained with dissatisfaction. Honestly, I've been so considerate, yet you clearly never intended to go. You should have been upfront about it. Wen Rong chuckled. I did mention it that day, but you didn't seem to absorb it. What can I do? Fan Shue paused, and as the conversation reached this point, Wen Rong felt a sense of relief and stated plainly, in any case, I cannot attend. It's unavoidable. I appreciate your concern, but please do not feel the need to keep me in mind for such events in the future. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Sometimes, certain relationships hinge on a singular opportunity. The clear expression of attitudes can delineate boundaries without awkwardness. In this way, both parties can continue to recognize each other without rigidity. Rational individuals will instinctively position themselves outside the fray, no longer attempting to overstep their bounds. However, she hoped that Fan Shue would comprehend her meaning, sensing that the other party seemed to understand, yet feigned ignorance. That afternoon, The call to Wen Rong was not from Fan Shui herself, but from the class monitor organizing the reunion. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, Wen Rong chose not to answer. When she later read the text message from the caller, she was momentarily taken aback. Upon answering the call, the voice on the other end hesitated slightly. Hello? Is this Wen Rong? Wen Rong replied with a polite smile. Hello, Student Liu. The other party became somewhat excited, laughing. It really is you. It's been so many years since we last connected. I'm calling to ask about this year's. Wen Rong interjected. Did Fan Shui give you my number? Yes, huh. It's just that everyone heard you suddenly aren't coming and has been quite concerned. So they asked me to reach out to see if you could possibly make time. Everyone? Wen Rong found it amusing. Is there someone who absolutely must see me? The caller hesitated, stammering, no, it's just that. Oh. From the beginning, I expressed my lack of time, yet Fan Shui insisted on enthusiastically arranging things. I understand her good intentions. When you called again, I assumed it was something of great importance that required my presence. However, it turned out otherwise. I felt relieved as I truly have no time. I am about to give birth, unable to go out or socialize. I apologize. Oh, you're pregnant. The voice on the other end of the line quickly seized the opportunity to laugh heartily, lightening the atmosphere. Congratulations. Had I known, I wouldn't have disturbed you with my call. I truly apologize. Wen Rong chuckled, assuring that it was no trouble, and excused herself to attend to her tasks. After hanging up, Wen Rong turned to Jean Lihua, who was sitting beside her. Is there something going on with the Fan Shui family lately? Jean Lihua, peeling grapes while watching television, glanced at her and shook her head. I haven't heard anything. Your mother is too busy to chat with them. Wen Rong, holding her cup thoughtfully, murmured, I always feel something is off about her. If you cannot get along with someone, it's best not to force it. Jean Lihua didn't even look up as she handed her a small dish of peeled grape flesh. Some people are simply destined to drift apart. Don't listen to your father's advice about making more friends. Human hearts can be treacherous. People only befriend you when you are of use to them. If you have no value, who would bother with you? Men and women perceive the world in fundamentally different ways, and they approach the same issues from entirely different angles. Look at the animal kingdom. Even the fiercest mother beasts seek refuge to protect their young, avoiding danger. This is an instinct for survival when raising children. The males, meanwhile, are often nowhere to be found, enjoying their freedom, and if they leave behind a morsel for the young, that is considered a moment of conscience. Just as Wen Rong was about to laugh, when Chengyu emerged from the study, holding a cup of water and adjusting his reading glasses on his nose, chuckling at them. Mr. Wen, while educating children is commendable, could you refrain from gender bias? I heard everything. Wen Rong burst into laughter. Jean Lihua shot him a glance, saying, I wasn't talking about you. Wen Chengyu took a sip of water, raising an eyebrow and shaking his head. I'm the only male in this family. You might as well address me directly. You seem to enjoy arguing for the sake of it. Go on with your work. Of course, I need to, as I have run out of water, and came out to fetch some. Wen Chengyu sighed, walking to the balcony to boil water. Wen Rong quickly stood up. I'll do it. I'll bring it to your study shortly. You continue with your tasks. Wen Chengyu waved his hand, signaling her not to trouble herself. As he settled into a chair and chuckled, it's indeed my daughter. Jean Lihua rolled her eyes at him, about to speak when the doorbell rang. Wen Rong, conveniently standing, moved to answer it, while Wen Chengyu's voice trailed behind her. It should be Xiao Song. He is on leave today, and has come to discuss a case with me. Wen Rong glanced at the peephole and, indeed, it was Song Xiuming. She opened the door and greeted him with a gentle smile. Team Song, please come in. Miss Wen, I apologize for the intrusion. Song Xiuming tucked the file bag under his arm and retrieved a blue disposable shoe cover from the pocket of his casual jacket. With a cheerful nod, he proceeded to slip it over his shoes. Wen Rong, taken aback, hurriedly insisted, No, let me get you some slippers. Song Xiuming repeatedly declined, saying no. I'm used to it. I'll just be in and out. I don't want to trouble you. Reluctantly, Wen Rong stepped aside, watching as he donned the shoe covers and strode confidently into the living room without waiting for her to close the door. Observing his back, one might mistakenly think he was there to conduct an investigation. His blend of politeness and casualness possessed a certain charming contrast. Stifling a laugh, Wen Rong shut the door. Chapter 55, a tragic background awakening in the afternoon with nothing to do, Wen Rong lay in bed scrolling through her phone for a while. It had become a norm to see unread messages from Qi Jingzhou the moment she opened her eyes. It seemed he sought to maintain a continuous connection between them, desperately trying to assert his presence. Moreover, the format of his messages was quite consistent. The recent photos featured backgrounds of ancient courtyards and rooms. And Wen Rong could distinctly sense a hint of undisguised pride in his seemingly declarative tone. Was Qi Jingzhou flaunting himself like a peacock? The thought crossed her mind, and she suddenly felt like laughing. How should she put it? The most powerful and influential person she had encountered thus far was probably Qi Jingzhou. Could this be considered her most impressive network of connections? With this in mind, she pondered that Director Qi was far more valuable to maintain contact with than those old classmates she hadn't spoken to in years. Congratulations, Director Qi. In the capital, at the Qi family's ancestral home, Qi Jingzhou was reading his messages while engaged in tea with his grandfather, 2 uncles, and the eldest of the Qi family. Leaning casually against the Wang Wali chair, with his long legs crossed beneath the table, he glanced at his phone, and his lips curled into a smile. Qi Pingrui, sitting across from him and pouring tea, inadvertently caught sight of the scene, a smile lingering in his eyes behind his frameless glasses. Little 5. No, thank you, big brother. Qi Pingrui replied with a faint smile, saying no more, and casually set the teapot aside. I'll go give them a nudge. I'm hungry, Qi Jingzhou announced as he stood up. His grandfather, listening intently to his younger son, casually nodded, not responding verbally. Seizing the moment, Qi Jingzhou left his seat, walking slowly out of the tea room. The Qi family's ancestral home, adorned in a style reminiscent of the Song dynasty, featured corridors with softly dimmed lighting, exuding an atmosphere of tranquil silence. As he walked, he took out his phone, appearing nonchalant, yet each word he tapped on the screen had been thoughtfully considered. Upon entering the front hall, he paused, his gentle gaze scanning the message he had composed before clicking send. After sending it, he tucked his phone into his trousers and turned to navigate the corridor. In life, there are 4 joys. I have only claimed 1. Your congratulations, however, can be considered a double blessing. When Rong saw this message just as she was about to charge her phone, the 4 joys of life. The arrival of refreshing rain after a long drought, encountering an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the moment of triumph on the examination list. This promotion could indeed be likened to achieving the latter. As for the remaining 3, could she begrudgingly consider herself an old acquaintance? Shaking his head, he chose to ignore the veiled nonsense in the other S words. After charging his phone, he turned and exited to prepare dinner for Jean Lihua. The case appeared to be quite intricate, as the 2 individuals in the study did not conclude their discussion until nearly 8 o'clock. When Song Xiaoming followed Wen Qingyu out, his brow was still furrowed. Catching a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting through the air, he glanced at his watch. Realizing that time had slipped away, I sincerely apologize for taking up your time, he said, his eyes filled with regret as he looked at Wen Qingyu. Wen Qingyu, holding a cup of water, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. What's the rush? You should stay for dinner, it's already being prepared. As they made their way to the dining room, Song Xiaoming observed the bustling Jean Lihua and Wen Rong, and noted the several dishes adorning the table, clearly indicating that they were expecting guests. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, he repeatedly gestured to excuse himself. Come now, Song team, Jean Lihua laughed, attempting to persuade him. Last time, you treated us to a meal. How can you refuse our hospitality this time? Do you find my cooking lacking compared to that of a professional chef? No matter how busy one is, a meal must be shared. When Xingyu patted his shoulder and pulled out a chair for himself, encouraging, please sit down. At the very least, have a couple of bites. It has been ages since we hosted anyone, and it's rare for teacher Jean to cook. Show her some courtesy. Respecting Wen Qingyu, Song Xiaoming felt it would be inappropriate to decline. After a brief moment of hesitation, he forced a smile and replied, then, I suppose I shall impose. Thank you, Aunt Jean, and thank you, Miss Wen. Wen Rong smiled back. Wen Rong. Song Xiaoming nodded awkwardly in acknowledgement of her name and quickly followed her into the kitchen to assist. Wen Rong lagged behind slightly, observing that he had entered before she did, and thus refrained from crowding in. It had been several months since 4 people had gathered around the Wen family's dining table, the last occasion being when Qi Heong was present. Naturally, serious matters were not discussed at the dinner table. The hospitable teacher Jean, while using serving chopsticks to offer dishes to her guest, casually inquired about Song Xiaoming's daughter. Is Duo set to start primary school this year? Yes. Next month, we will be busy with the enrollment process. Your family resides near the East District Primary School, correct? Jean Lihua remarked. Oh dear, that must be quite a hassle. Your work is indeed demanding, and it is unavoidable. Song Xiaoming nodded with a smile, refraining from further comment. When Xingyu interjected, having elders to assist is a blessing. A man must prioritize earning a living to support his family. Such roles have been clearly delineated since ancient times. Jean Lihua chose not to respond further. Wen Rong, sensing a slight discomfort in the conversation, remained silent as she was not particularly acquainted with Song Xiaoming and did not wish to intrude. Perhaps genuinely pressed for time, Song Xiaoming consumed his meal swiftly. Within mere minutes, he had finished his bowl of rice and was preparing to take his leave. The three members of the Wen family rose in unison to see him out. As the elevator doors closed, Wen Rong secured the door and overheard her parents conversing as they ambled back to the dining room, both sighing. Caring for a child alone is indeed challenging. You can manage one aspect but neglect another. With both aging parents and young children to support, as well as the responsibility of providing for their education, it is no easy task for Song team. Yet, the little girl is the one who suffers more, growing up without parental companionship. She made a sound of sympathy and inquired, "That little girl is lively and adorable, quite endearing. What is her family situation?" Her mother is also in the civil service, but tragically lost her life during a mission. Wen Qingyu reseated himself at the dining table and succinctly uttered a few words. Wen Rong's heart tightened, as she initially feared news of a divorce, only to discover that a life had been lost. Jean Lihua furrowed her brow, lamenting the tragedy. Why discuss such matters? Every family has its own burdens to bear. Wen Qingyu picked up his bowl, deftly diverting the conversation as he began to eat. The mother and daughter resumed their seats. Jean Lihua shook her head, unable to restrain herself from muttering a few more words. The life of a public servant is fraught with peril. If it were my granddaughter, my heart would ache terribly. She then turned to admonish Wen Rong, insisting that if she were to date, it should be someone ordinary, a 9-to-5 worker, earning enough to make ends meet, at the very least someone she could touch every day. Wen Rong found herself both amused and exasperated, quickly serving her mother some vegetables. What are you rambling about? Let us just eat. No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang again. She glanced toward the entrance, set down her utensils, and rose to answer the door. Chapter 56, Compassion and Family Matters. Rong. She opened the door to find Qi Heong, clad in black, with a warm smile. Wen Rong immediately regretted her decision to open the door. Do you need something? I'm looking for Uncle Wen, Qi Heong replied, his demeanor calm and composed, first establishing his purpose before politely inquiring if Uncle Wen was home. I have a matter I wish to discuss. Wen Rong turned slightly, her expression neutral as she called out, Dad, Qi Heong is looking for you. Through the crack of the door, Qi Heong's gaze briefly lingered on her before he subtly raised his head to greet the elderly couple emerging from the dining room, standing tall with a respectful smile. Uncle Wen, Auntie. Jean Lihua frowned but remained silent. Wen Qingyu's face darkened immediately.
What do you want?
It concerns legal matters for the company, Qi Heong replied quickly, adjusting his expression as he continued. Our company's named attorney is your apprentice, Uncle Wen. Due to some recent issues, Lawyer Fong may have difficulties handling certain matters, and I was unsure if she had reached out to you, so I thought it prudent to inquire. Wen Rong could clearly see Wen Qingyu's expression harden, realizing that Qi Heong had come with a purpose. As anticipated, Wen Qingyu replied in a measured tone. Let us discuss this in the study. With that, he turned, a hint of irritation in his demeanor, and strode toward the study. Wen Rong returned to the dining table, and soon after, the entrance door closed behind them. Moments later, Qi Heong entered, nodding politely to Jean Lihua and uttering a courteous apology for the intrusion before heading straight to the study. Wen Rong's gaze followed him, noting the black slippers he wore, reminiscent of those once worn by Qi Jingzhou. Jean Lihua reseated herself, suppressing a sigh. She had thought he would not visit again, yet here he was so soon. Wen Rong shot her a glance, amused. Why does it sound like you hope he comes back? Jean Lihua's expression stiffened as she returned the look, softly explaining, a mother's heart naturally favors you, but compared to that young Qi Heong is certainly more agreeable. After all, we have cared for him for several years. Not to mention, your father and I truly raised him as our own. Wen Rong remained silent, lowering her gaze as she continued to eat. Parents often express their frustration when their children err. Yet as time passes and they reunite with a once-distant child who has achieved success, their anger dissipates. Humans possess a fondness for nostalgia, especially when it pertains to familial bonds, which tend to be revered more with age. Given Qi Heong's wisdom, he is acutely aware of the profound emotions that the elderly couple has entrusted to him. His absence over the past few months likely serves the purpose of allowing their initial ire to fade with time, anticipating a moment to reappear and evoke their compassion. Once their hearts are stirred, it becomes remarkably easy for the elderly to be swayed by their children. Wen Rong's mood was somewhat dismal, akin to jealousy or irritation. She lost her appetite, setting aside her utensils, and said, Mother, although my past with Qi Heong has long since elapsed, it should not remain a source of contention. Yet, have you forgotten that Qi Jingzhou is still not easily dismissed? Jean Lihua paused, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. The facade of that marriage had been pierced by Qi Heong today, and it could very well become common knowledge among the entire community tomorrow. I do not trust him, so you two can decide how to proceed. Rong. That is not what I meant. observing the untouched dishes on the table. Jean Lihua also lost her appetite, leaning back in her chair with a resigned sigh. She felt confused, with the prospect of becoming a grandmother. Her thoughts should not be consumed by outsiders. Wen Rong was unaware of the exact time Qi Jingzhou departed. All she knew was that for several consecutive days, Wen Chengyu remained engrossed in his case, either absent from the study or occupied outdoors. It seemed that once he became immersed in work, it was challenging for him to pause. Jean Lihua would complain while concocting medicine after just nurturing my health for 6 months. It seems like I'm being put through the ringer again. Is he the only one in the world so dedicated? Though Wen Rong shared this sentiment, she felt compelled to console her. Once he finishes with Team Song's case, I won't let him take on any more extraneous matters. I will speak to him on your behalf. Just as she spoke, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of the delivery person. In a flurry, Jean Lihua packed the prepared medicine along with lunch into a thermos and handed it to the courier. Thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all, Auntie. I'm off now. As Jean Lihua began to close the door, the elevator opened, revealing 2 familiar faces. What a coincidence. Old Jean, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Jean Lihua smiled at the couple approaching her home, glancing down at the items they carried. Old Fan, what brings you here?
Oh.
I heard from Shui that Rong is pregnant, right? Fan Shui's mother cheerfully lifted a basket of large goose eggs. These are from our family's geese, nutritious indeed. Pregnant women should consume such natural and healthy foods, far superior to ginseng and bird's nest. When Shui was pregnant, she had these. As she spoke, she skillfully squeezed past Jean Lihua and peered into the house, inquiring, I thought I'd bring some for Rong. They're good for her health. And I also have these local specialties. Rong is still living with you, right? Being longtime neighbors, Jean Lihua felt it inappropriate to refuse. She smiled with her lips but not with her heart, nodding as she spoke. Yes, I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I was just about to have a meal before heading out. Please, take a seat for a moment, old Fan. Following closely behind, Fan Shui's father also nodded with a smile as they entered. The two of them placed their belongings down. As Fan Shui's mother walked in, she cheerfully called out Rong. Auntie is so glad to see you. When Rong, in the kitchen, rolled her eyes discreetly and emerged with a polite, yet distant smile. Auntie. Uncle, please have a seat. Fan Shui's mother's eyes lit up at the sight of her, and she clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, Oh my. Look at you. Even while pregnant, you remain a stunning beauty. Your skin appears even more radiant than before. It's clear your mother knows how to take care of you. Look at how well you're thriving. When Rong, startled by her exuberant tone, felt her heart race and decided to be direct. Auntie, please don't flatter me. I've not been sleeping well lately. My complexion has suffered. Not at all. I see you just fine. As you arrive, you shouldn't have brought anything. We are not strangers. Is there something you need help with? Fan Shui's mother hesitated, her lips moving as she chuckled awkwardly. Before she could elaborate, Wen Rong smiled and continued, If you have something to discuss, please do. After all these years as neighbors, if we are able, we will certainly assist you. Jean Lihua observed the spark of hope in her eyes and, with a resigned gesture, said, Please sit down. If there is something to discuss, let us get to the point. We have to leave soon. Upon hearing this, Fan Shui's father promptly tugged at his wife's arm, urging her to speak quickly. Then go ahead, don't waste their time. Chapter 57. Fainting Fan Shui's mother appeared somewhat bashful, her face reflecting hesitance as she finally spoke. Since we are not strangers, I shall be frank. Your husband, Old One, has been taking medication recently. And with Rong being pregnant, I wouldn't have come to you if it weren't absolutely necessary. Jean Lihua thought to herself. Indeed, that is true. When we meet casually, we are like close sisters, yet when a family faces difficulties, no one wishes to lose face. It takes a real crisis for anyone to speak up. Fan Shui's father interjected. Let me explain. Shui's husband has been trying to earn extra income by lending money and learning about investments, but who would have anticipated that he might have been deceived? He has ended up in a significant amount of debt. When Rong exchanged glances with Jean Lihua, remaining silent. If he cannot repay it, he could end up in serious trouble. Fan Shui's mother's eyes welled with tears, covering her mouth to stifle a sob. If it were just a matter of debt, we could manage somehow. We would do everything possible to repay it. But what about the children if their father is gone? How can Shui continue on without him? She continued, I heard he was misled into becoming the legal representative of a shell company. And now that there are tax issues, he has caught up in legal troubles. We've reached out to everyone we could and explored every possible solution. We are truly at our wits' end. Since Old One is a lawyer, we thought perhaps he could lend a hand. Upon hearing these words, when Rong inquired, When did this happen? Thus, Prior to the class reunion, Fan Shue's family had already encountered difficulties. Her intuition had proven correct. Jean Lihua seized the opportunity to sigh. Such a significant matter. Why did you only come now? This has delayed the optimal time for gathering evidence. What does that mean? The couple was taken aback. They were utterly perplexed. When troubles arose, the family was thrown into chaos, preoccupied with raising funds to repay debts, ensuring that Fan Shue's husband would not face legal repercussions. They had not anticipated the subsequent entanglements involving tax issues and court summons. At that moment, the sky felt like it was collapsing. Rationality was a distant memory. Jean Lihua insisted, you should have reported it immediately and sought legal counsel. Delaying by even a couple of days could allow the true culprit to abscond with the money. How would you apprehend anyone then? What should we do? You must help me think of a solution, no matter the cost. I just want to ensure that the father of the child does not go to prison. I implore you, old Jean. Do not panic. At this point, anxiety is futile. After finally managing to send off Fan Shue's parents, the mother and daughter hastily consumed a meal before gathering their belongings to head to class. On the way, they discussed the situation. When Rong remarked, Fan Shue is overly concerned with appearances. Perhaps she has already approached everyone at the reunion who could assist her. Only to realize none could help. Embarrassed, she resorted to sending her parents. Jean Lihua nodded. Your father has seen his fair share of troubles in this line of work. Yet, human nature is complex. Sometimes, helping acquaintances can yield worse results than aiding strangers. When Rong remained silent, after contemplating, when Qingyu proposed, I certainly cannot spare any time. Instead, I will recommend a capable lawyer for my firm to them, allowing them to make contact themselves and cooperate as needed. Jean Lihua asked, what if they come back? You two should keep your distance. Jean Lihua frowned. Is that feasible? When Qingyu waved his hand dismissively, at most, it will only be 10 days to half a month. There is nothing to worry about. Still unconvinced, Jean Lihua suggested, perhaps you should stay over at night. I am fine. If I leave, it would draw too much attention. It would not bode well if the neighbors caught wind of it. When Qingyu lay down, am I not adept at handling trouble? Rest assured. The following morning, when Rong overheard the elderly couple discussing their plans. Dad, you have been quite busy lately. When will the Song team's case conclude? Soon. The court date is at the end of this month. When Qingyu smiled reassuringly, do not fret. Cases like the Fan family are not uncommon. I encounter at least 8 of them a year. Once I connect them with a lawyer, they will be preoccupied with cooperating on the case. Until a resolution is reached, they are unlikely to have time to visit. Go stay with your mother for a couple of days for some peace. After all, we are in Shu City, and delivering medicine and meals will not be a hassle. When Rong furrowed her brow, feeling an indescribable unease. I still do not feel secure. When Qingyu chuckled, then I shall visit you every day once I finish my work. When Rong shook her head, I will not move. Going over would require bringing many things. And I do not wish to go through the hassle. After a brief pause, she added, unless you choose to reside with us. That place is actually relatively closer to the law firm. When Qingyu felt a sense of helplessness, he was unable to resist her and ultimately, considering the materials on the computer in the study that needed to be copied, he found it too troublesome. Thus, he abandoned the idea of sending them away for peace and quiet. Nevertheless, when Rong remained troubled by the incident, she harbored a sense of urgency, an unsettling feeling that something foreboding was imminent. After much contemplation, she requested Song Xiuming's phone number from Jean Lihua. Hello? Captain Song? Greetings, this is Song Xiuming. It's me, Wen Rong. Oh? Wen Rong, what's the matter? I heard that the case you're handling is set to go to court at the end of this month. Yes, indeed. My father has been exceedingly busy lately. He has someone deliver his medication daily, and I'm concerned for his health. If you have more contact with him, could you please keep a closer eye on him? Reach out to us immediately if anything arises. Absolutely. Don't worry, I'll certainly monitor the situation closely. Thank you, Captain Song. After hanging up, when Rong reiterated her concerns to the law firm, urging them to ensure that when Qingyu was not left alone, especially when out and about. Jean Lihua, overhearing her conversation in the living room, chuckled and teased her for being overly anxious. When Rong cast a resigned glance in her direction, replying, given my current situation, it's a feat not to burden you, and there's little I can do. We're all of a considerable age. Caution is still warranted. Jean Lihua shook her head, approaching with a platter of fruit, and couldn't he help but express her sentiments. They say one truly realizes the value of knowledge in times of need, and the difficulty of navigating life as challenges becomes clear. Your father and I have often thought how wonderful it would be if you had a sibling to share the burden, someone to lend a hand in times of trouble. When Rong fell silent, her gaze cast downward, withholding her reply. After a moment, Jean Lihua paused, observing her, and then shifted the conversation with a smile.
Well,
At least you're expecting twins. Your father and I can manage for another decade or so. By then, we'll be counting on our grandchildren. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Wen Rong's mouth, yet she still said nothing. Look at me. I forgot to grab the fruit fork. Jean Lihua quickly turned to search for it, hastening to the dining room. As she opened the cupboard, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed her, and she grasped the cabinet for support. With a loud crash, a large container of fruit forks tumbled to the ground.
Mom.
Wen Rong exclaimed, startled, immediately springing to her feet and rushing forward. As she reached out, she watched helplessly as Jean Lihua suddenly slumped to the floor. Wen Rong's pupils dilated, and her heart skipped a beat. Chapter 58. Pleasure and suffering can never be empathetic. In the hospital room, Wen Rong sat at the bedside, gazing at Jean Lihua, who lay unconscious with an oxygen mask. Her mind consumed by the words spoken just before her collapse. The phrase was not originally meant to imply a lack of support. Yet, in comparison, the absence of assistance felt even more hollow and helpless. The door to the room swung open, and Wen Qingyu entered, holding his phone, treading softly to the bedside. How is she? Has she awakened? Wen Rong shook her head. Have the results come in? What did the doctor say? They mentioned there doesn't seem to be a significant issue for now. It might be due to low blood sugar and low blood pressure, which caused a transient ischemic attack. We'll have to wait for her to wake up and see the results of the full body examination tomorrow. Wen Qingyu sighed after speaking, sensing that it was likely nothing serious. You are well aware of her vanity. She has always cherished her beauty and taken care of her health since her youth. Her diet has been sparse and overly bland, which has resulted in insufficient nutrition. Recently, she may have been overly fatigued. A couple of days of rest should suffice. However, before he could finish, he noticed Wen Rong beginning to shed tears, causing his expression to shift in alarm. Why are you crying? Do not weep. You are with child. Wen Rong raised her hand to wipe away the moisture at the corners of her eyes. If only I were a boy. I could spare you both so much worry and care for you better. What nonsense are you speaking? Wen Qingyu frowned, reproaching her as he stepped forward to embrace her shoulders, gently patting her in an attempt to console her. Having a boy does not guarantee anything. Every family faces their own challenges. We must all confront the inevitability of aging, and this situation is not your fault. Wen Rong was engulfed in endless self-reproach, unable to heed any words of comfort. She turned her face and clung to her father, her sobs uncontrollable. I thought that taking mother out to experience new things would be relaxing, but it evidently only exhausted her. If I were a man, at least I would not have become pregnant out of wedlock, and you would not have to care for me. At least if mother had collapsed, I would have been able to lift her. Father, I am useless. I am so sorry. Wen Qingyu was deeply pained, glancing between his wife lying on the bed and his daughter, who was in tears in his arms, his eyes stinging with emotion. He embraced Wen Rong, gently stroking her head, his voice heavy with a sigh. Rong, this is not your fault. I understand that your mother's sudden condition has frightened you. However, all humans must endure the cycle of life, facing numerous hardships throughout their existence. Yet, solutions often outnumber the problems. Once your mother is discharged, we can hire a live-in caregiver, allowing you both to rest well and not worry about household chores. He attempted to lighten the mood, adding, see, matters that can be resolved with money are not truly issues. Wen Rong took his words to heart, yet she found it difficult to find solace. Some experiences are beyond comprehension until one has lived through them. While individuals can strive for independence and strength, fate has bestowed upon each person certain advantages and limitations. Some rigid conditions cannot be surmounted by mere effort. Consequently, certain difficulties can easily ensnare you. Wen Rong pondered the despair of being unable to rise if she were to fall, with no one available to assist her in time or to miss the critical moment for rescue. The question was no longer whether she was useful, but rather, if she was sufficient. The needs of her parents outweighed her own desires. When Qi Hyang entered the hospital room carrying meals, Wen Rong had just finished crying, her eyes still red. He observed her silently, placing 2 stacks of food boxes on the coffee table in the suite. Uncle Wen Rong, please eat something. Wen Rong glanced at him. He was still clad in silk pajamas and slippers. As she stood, her expression was complex and solemn. Thank you for today. Wen Qingyu observed the two with a grave countenance, filled with complexity, yet remaining silent. Qi Hyang smiled gently. It is nothing. I happen to have the day off. Hearing the commotion, I looked outside and was fortunate to be here. He lowered his gaze, methodically unpacking the meals, his tone warm and natural. In the event of such occurrences, you ought to notify me immediately. How can one manage when they themselves require care? Wen Rong lowered her gaze, concealing the sorrow within her eyes, and fell silent. Wen Qingyu sighed and, at an opportune moment, spoke in a gentle tone. He appeared quite embarrassed, hesitant. When Qingyu acknowledged that he still had matters to hand over, yet with Qi Heong remaining here, he could not help but cast a worried glance at Wen Rong. Her expression revealed no fluctuations of emotion as she softly smiled. She reached for her phone, but Qi Heong's interruption halted her actions. Pausing, she glanced at him. Wen Rong's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she murmured, "Thank you for your trouble." "It's nothing," Qi Heong replied with a slight smile, then turned to Wen Qingyu, saying, "Uncle Wen, let us have a meal first. We can leave after." After Wen Qingyu departed with Qi Heong, the ward fell silent once more. Turning off the main light, Wen Rong leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. A while later, a faint sound broke the stillness of the ward. She opened her eyes to see her phone lighting up on the coffee table, momentarily reluctant to move. After a moment's thought, suspecting it might be a message from Wen Qingyu, she rose and approached the phone. It was not from him, but rather from Qi Jingzhou. "I've ordered new supplements for you. Remember to collect them." Since congratulating him on his promotion last time, he had consistently sent messages at unpredictable intervals. Pleasure and suffering can never truly empathize. An invisible chasm became once more apparent. She silenced her phone just as the ward door creaked open, and she looked up to see Qi Heong entering with 2 bags of luggage. The room was dim, and he cast a glance at her before shutting the door and placing the bags in the corner of the sofa, quietly explaining, "Toiletries are in the outermost pocket. Slippers are here. I've brought several changes of clothes for the aunt, packed separately from yours. We still don't know how long you'll need to stay." He lowered his voice, glancing toward the bed, and whispered, "You should freshen up. I'll keep watch." Wen Rong subconsciously tightened her grip on her phone, pressed her lips together, and softly replied, "I will find a caregiver tomorrow. I cannot delay your work."
Thank you for today. Qi Yang.
Standing with one hand in his pocket, gazed at her quietly through his glasses, and after a moment, he smiled gently. "Go wash up. I'll tidy up here. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight." Wen Rong said nothing further, placing her phone down, retrieving her toiletries, and walking toward the bathroom. She closed the door, quietly completed her ablutions, and used the restroom. Upon exiting, she found Jean Lihua awake, with Qi Heong leaning over the bed, conversing softly with her. The examination showed nothing concerning, rest assured.
Mom.
Wen Rong hurried forward, taking her hand and anxiously examining her.
How are you?
Chapter 59. A False Alarm. "I feel fine. I merely took a nap," Jean Lihua replied, even managing a smile, her gaze warm as it met Wen Rong's, gently squeezing her hand. "It's nothing, don't worry. Yes, you startled us. The doctor says if you rest well, you can be discharged in a couple of days. The examination results will be fully available soon. Currently, everything appears normal, just low blood sugar and blood pressure." Wen Rong's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a faint nasal quality as she spoke. Qi Heong cast a glance at her, his eyes flickering momentarily, and interjected at the opportune moment, "I shall fetch a doctor. You stay with your aunt." Wen Rong nodded, and only then did he turn and exit. How did he end up here? Wen Rong's gaze dimmed for a fleeting moment as she softly explained, "Thanks to him, I was unable to wake you, so I hastily called 120 and sought the assistance of the neighbors. The commotion was considerable, and since Qi Heong happened to be on leave at home, he came down to investigate upon hearing the noise." She paused briefly before continuing. "His car is parked right at the entrance. Unable to wait for 120, I had to trouble him to give us a ride." After listening, Jean Lihua fell silent, and Wen Rong chose not to elaborate further. In the urgency of the moment, Qi Heong had dashed out in his pajamas, swiftly scooping Jean Lihua into the car. Wen Rong hardly had the time to converse with him. They hurriedly boarded the vehicle and sped toward the hospital, even calling 110 along the way and running several red lights. By the time Wen Qingyu arrived, Jean Lihua was already receiving emergency treatment. Thanks to Qi Heong, otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge for Wen Rong, a pregnant woman, to manage the logistics, let alone carry someone. Shortly thereafter, the on-duty doctor, accompanied by a nurse, came to assess the situation. After checking the monitor and asking Jean Lihua a few questions, they advised her to rest well that night, stating that everything would be discussed once the examination reports were available the following day. From afternoon until now, Wen Rong's anxious heart finally found solace. She slept beside the bed while Qi Heong took to the sofa. In the early hours of the morning, Wen Rong awoke to use the restroom and discovered Qi Heong lying there, engrossed in his phone, making no effort to disturb her. Upon exiting the bathroom, she found him leaning against the doorframe, his head slightly bowed as he gazed at her. His lips moved slightly, and his tone was soft, as if he feared to awaken anyone. "Can't sleep? Shall we chat?" The corridor's lights filtered through the frosted glass, illuminating his profile. Without his glasses, Wen Rong noticed the faint redness at the corners of his eyes, and his warm gaze betrayed a hint of fatigue and tenderness. After a brief moment of silence, she nodded slightly. The hospital corridor at night was remarkably tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional sounds of certain medical equipment. The two of them walked into the stairwell, one following the other. The door closed automatically behind them, and the sensor lights flickered to life. Qi Jingzhou settled on the stairs, his long legs casually bent, his wrist resting nonchalantly on his knee as he looked up at her, and first inquired, "Have you informed him about your aunt's hospitalization?" Wen Rong paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing he was referring to the son-in-law of the Wen family. Her eyes flickered as she crossed her arms and shook her head, directing her gaze downward toward the stairs, avoiding his eyes. Qi Jingzhou's gaze roamed her face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Are you two going to continue living apart like this?" Wen Rong's eyelashes fluttered, and she pressed her lips together, choosing silence.
Qi Jingzhou chuckled lightly, teasingly.
"I am not trying to sow discord, but isn't it a bit too easy for the father of the child?" Wen Rong frowned and looked at him. "You." "Yes, I spoke out of turn." Qi Jingzhou raised a hand, his eyes sparkling with gentle amusement as he regarded her. "Do not be upset.
Let us not dwell on this.
There is another matter." Wen Rong regarded him with an expressionless face. Qi Jingzhou continued, "Recently, I heard Chun Li mention that Xiaomyun encountered you while shopping with Xing Shi and that there was a bit of a spat. Is that so?" "I forgot." Wen Rong replied, one hand resting on her forehead, her tone somewhat listless. "I have a collaboration with Xingda Group, but it is not suitable with Xingxi. We have dined together twice, merely out of respect for Chairman Sheng, and Chun Li and Xiaomyun were also present. It is not that kind of relationship."
Qi Jingzhou doubtfully explained.
Wen Rong paused, lifting her gaze to him, indicating that there was no need to elaborate. It was merely a chance encounter, and nothing transpired. "I am aware of what Xiaomyun has done." Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, understanding that you are unconcerned, yet it remains necessary to clarify. "I have already informed them that there are no longer any emotional entanglements between us, and they should refrain from disturbing you in the future." Wen Rong's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she nodded gently, acknowledging his words. "You have indeed made quite a few good friends." Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow at her, chuckling. "Why does that sound less than complimentary?" Wen Rong merely smiled without responding. "Good friends should be mindful of boundaries. Those who offend others on your behalf and stir unnecessary troubles and grievances cannot be deemed true friends." After saying this, Qi Jingzhou observed her for a moment, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her abdomen, his eyes shimmering as he slowly rose to his feet. "There is nothing particularly special. Yet I feel compelled to seize this opportunity to discuss certain matters with you." He placed one hand in his pocket and softened his tone, stating that regardless of past circumstances, Uncle Wen and Auntie have genuinely cared for me. Should they require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Wen Rong lowered her eyes and nodded, saying, "Thank you." Her change in attitude brought Qi Jingzhou a sense of delight, and a smile illuminated his eyes. He chose not to say more. Jean Lihua spent 3 days in the hospital. Fortunately, the examination reports revealed no significant issues, indicating merely an excessive focus on her outward appearance and a rather strict diet. The most concerning issue was the severe pain in her coccyx from a fall, which persisted even after her discharge, making it difficult for her to sit. Recently, Wen Rong has been busy searching for a housekeeping service, simultaneously considering hiring a nanny. After comparing several options, the nanny began trial visits. With the addition of another person in the household, new considerations arose. Jean Lihua frowned as she discussed with Wen Qingyu, noting that the nursery needed renovation and many items needed to be purchased. With an additional person at home, it might become a bit cramped. The Wen family's residence comprises 4 rooms, which is somewhat spacious for 3 people, and adding 2 children would be just right. However, with a nanny and potentially a nanny for childcare, it indeed felt insufficient. "What about the school district properties in the East District?" Wen Qingyu looked at Wen Rong, suggesting, "If it doesn't work, shall we consider moving to a larger house?" Wen Qingyu and Jean Lihua essentially started from scratch. Although they have accumulated some savings over their lives, they never aspired to live extravagantly. The elderly couple remained grounded, channeling all their energy and attention towards Wen Rong, always contemplating her needs. If she requires it, changing houses would not be a significant issue. Wen Rong, one must admit that everyone possesses their strengths. Qi Jingzhou never compromises on his basic needs, whether it pertains to food, clothing, shelter, or transportation. Regardless of suitability, the most expensive options are invariably of high quality. The properties over there are larger, perhaps 5 or 6 rooms, though I have not examined them closely. The elderly couple exchanged glances, pausing in contemplation. Jean Lihua suggested, "Let's plan to take a look another day." Chapter 60. The return of the Sir. In the sweltering heat of July, The weather grew increasingly oppressive day by day. When Rong found herself overwhelmed with busyness, she dared not trouble Jean Lihua any further. To alleviate the worries of the elderly couple, she even reduced her outings. The residence in the Eastern District was significantly larger, boasting 6 rooms even without the study. After deliberation, the family of 3 decided to wait until the child's arrival before settling in the Eastern District for the confinement period. Consequently, all the maternity and infant supplies that Wen Rong purchased were addressed to the Eastern District residents. After class one day, she arrived with the nanny to collect the packages, having arranged for the property management to assist in carrying them upstairs. As the doorbell rang, the nanny opened the door, and together with the property manager, they began transporting the parcels inside. Wen Rong, with her belly prominent, stood aside, watching as the 3 of them moved in and out multiple times. The various packages nearly filled the entire entrance, leaving her in silent contemplation. Little did she realize the vast array of items required for a child. These packages were merely the tip of the iceberg. The nanny fetched some water and politely thanked the 2 property managers before bidding them farewell. Once the door was closed, she turned to Wen Rong with a smile. Wen Rong shook her head, unsure where to place everything. "Let us unpack first. I'll check the room." The nanny nodded in agreement, took a wallpaper knife, and began unpacking the parcels right there in the entrance. Wen Rong turned to the room, opening drawers and cabinets to devise a practical storage plan. The room temporarily designated as the nursery was adjacent to the master bedroom, equal in size, and boasted ample closet space. After 3 hours of diligent organizing, they finally categorized and stored everything. Exhausted, Wen Rong leaned against the bed, too weary to move. The nanny glanced at her and softly suggested, "Miss Wen, perhaps you should take a short nap? Summer tends to make one drowsy." Wen Rong acquiesced, putting down her phone and soon drifting off to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, while she and the nanny were deeply slumbering, the front door suddenly unlocked with a series of beeps. As the door swung open, a refreshing breeze swept in, instantly dispelling the heat from outside. Qi Jingzhou instinctively lowered his head to glance at the floor by the shoe cabinet. There lay a pair of elegantly crafted white leather sandals, neatly placed alongside a rather outdated pair of women's fabric shoes. His gaze flickered momentarily. He quickly turned his face away, raising a finger to signal silence. Cheng Fei, who was balancing the luggage, promptly sealed his lips and nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The 2 entered the house with utmost caution. Cheng Fei, like a thief, gingerly set down the suitcase and quietly closed the door behind him. Qi Jingzhou had already changed into slippers and was making his way toward the living room. His spirits buoyant, the corners of his lips curling upward as he casually surveyed his surroundings. The guest room door stood ajar, revealing a plainly dressed middle-aged woman lying on the bed. Qi Jingzhou tilted his head, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure for a few moments before glancing back at Cheng Fei, who was standing in the entrance, beckoning him with a finger. Cheng Fei blinked, gently placing his briefcase on the shoe cabinet, and tiptoed forward. Following Qi Jingzhou's gaze into the room, Cheng Fei's expression shifted to one of realization. He turned his face back, nodded at Qi Jingzhou, and patted his chest, indicating, "I have it covered." Qi Jingzhou's lips curled slightly as he traversed the corridor, making his way directly through the living room towards the master bedroom. Cheng Fei, with utmost caution, extended his hand to gently close the guest room door from the outside. Noticing that the key was conveniently inserted, he pinched it between 2 fingers and turned it softly. A faint click echoed, almost imperceptible. After completing this subtle action, he hesitated for a brief moment before stealthily entering the living room and sitting down on the sofa in an orderly manner. With a light touch, he pressed down on the doorknob. Qi Jingzhou stepped inside, tilting his head to peek in. The curtains were drawn, the room pleasantly cool, and a figure lay on the bed, soundly asleep. He treaded lightly, carefully maneuvering around the foot of the bed to catch a glimpse of Wen Rong's sleeping visage. Her long hair was tousled and sprawled across the pillow, her delicate face resting sideways among her tresses. The refined line of her jaw appeared slightly fuller, hinting at a youthful roundness that accentuated her subtly pouted lips, rendering her both beautiful and endearing. A smile graced Qi Jingzhou's face as he observed her for a moment, his gaze drifting downward. A slender arm cradled her rounded abdomen, a fair hand resting gently on her lower belly, her light yellow dress clinging softly to her form. The outline of her burgeoning belly unmistakably evident. Captivated, he found himself bending at the waist, kneeling beside the bed, his eyes roaming over her rounded shape, his heart swelling with emotion. After an indeterminate length of time, he could no longer resist the urge to glance up at Wen Rong. Ultimately, fearing he might startle her, he slowly rose and retreated from the room with quiet steps. The recent warm weather had rendered everyone lethargic, especially a pregnant woman. When Wen Rong awoke, she felt still somewhat dazed and languid. Struggling to turn over, She reached for her phone to check the time, astonished to realize she had slept for over 3 hours. It was already 6:30 in the evening. There were unread messages on WeChat.
She opened the app.
Noticing Qi Jingzhou's chat box perched at the top of the list, propped up solely by the unread notifications. Yet, to Wen Rong, he had become a mechanical presence in her life. His daily greetings had gone largely unnoticed. Ignoring Qi Jingzhou, Wen Rong first clicked on a message from teacher Jean, which contained a simple reminder. She slowly typed back, "I'm about to head out. We're going downstairs to buy groceries, so please don't come down." After sending the message, she lingered on the bed for another 5 minutes before mustering the strength to sit up. Glancing down at her belly, she noted that the twins were just over 4 months along, and standing up made her almost unable to see her toes. With a silent sigh, Wen Rong supported her belly with one hand and picked up her phone, moving sluggishly toward the door. Upon opening it, she heard commotion in the living room, reminiscent of utensils clashing in the kitchen. Blinking in surprise, she crossed the corridor, her gaze shifting towards the kitchen, where she could see the nanny preparing to cook. Frowning slightly, she approached and inquired, "Sisterly, why are you cooking?" "Miss Wen." Sisterly S's demeanor was visibly awkward as she rubbed her hands together, quietly explaining. Wen Rong raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Sisterly murmured, her eyes darting behind Wen Rong. A flicker of surprise crossed her features. "Did you come in by yourself?" Wen Rong furrowed her brow, momentarily forgetting that this person had the freedom to come and go as they pleased. "When did you arrive?" Chapter 61. May I touch? As Qi Jingzhou approached the island platform, upon hearing her words, he paused, his hand lowering the cup, the smile on his face fading slightly. He lifted his gaze to her and replied, "I might stay for 3 to 5 days. There is a development project in this area that I need to inspect." He had recently been promoted, and this trip was deliberately chosen to be close to Shuqing. Wen Rong relaxed her brow and nodded, refraining from inquiring about his sudden visit to Shuqing. She turned her face away, casually informing Sisterly. Wen Rong then turned to leave, intending to visit the restroom. Her trips there had become increasingly frequent. Often, she felt no urgency one moment and then found herself needing to go the next. Qi Jingzhou followed her with a step, asking, "Aren't you going to eat?"
The meal is ready.
"I'm not hungry. There's no one to cook at home," she replied. "But you must eat," he insisted. "Have your parents been feeling better lately?" "Parents?" When Rong reached the door to the bedroom, casting him a fleeting glance, her response perfunctory.
"Yes."
Qi Jingzhou continued to follow. And when she entered the restroom, he stopped and pressed on. "When are you planning to move over?" When Rong shut the door directly, unwilling to discuss her family matters with him, Qi Jingzhou stood by the restroom door, hands resting on his hips, sighing in resignation. When Rong emerged, he was still leaning against the doorframe, his tall figure blocking the entrance. When Rong frowned, "I'm very busy." Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze to meet hers, his lips parting slightly as he sighed gently. "I'm sorry. I was unaware your mother was hospitalized and couldn't assist you." Looking into his dark eyes, Wen Rong's heart suddenly felt as still as water. "That is my mother, Qi Jingzhou. She has nothing to do with you. We don't. My parents will help us raise the children, and in my eyes, they are not irrelevant," Qi Jingzhou interjected softly. "I know I have become inconsequential to you, but I am still the biological father of the babies, and I have a responsibility to contribute in some way." He spoke with a slight tug at the corners of his lips. "Though my contributions may not amount to much for you, I wish to do my part." When Rong felt inexplicably weary and averted her gaze. "You have done enough. The house and the support payments are equivalent, and I do not require anything beyond that." Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly. "When will you move over?" When Rong hesitated, her voice calm as she replied, "I will inform you when I have made a decision. Then I shall stay here for the next few days." "That's fine. I want to be coming over during this time."
"All right."
Qi Jingzhou smiled slightly, stepping aside to let her pass. As when Rong walked by, her eyes cast downward, she caught a whiff of a familiar cedar scent. This fragrance, long absent, seemed to possess a peculiar allure, stirring the little one within her to suddenly move. A bulge appeared on one side of her abdomen, the skin taut against it, causing Wen Rong to instinctively pause, her hand reaching to touch it. "Is something wrong?" Qi Jingzhou noticed the change, glancing down to see her hand on her belly, his brow furrowing in concern. "It's nothing," Wen Rong quickly regained her composure and stepped out of the room. Her silhouette was slender, her dress flowing loosely from her chest to her abdomen, concealing any signs of her pregnancy. Qi Jingzhou instinctively followed, his eyes shifting as realization dawned upon him. Rong, I haven't been able to accompany you lately. Has your checkup gone well?"
"Yes."
"Has the baby started moving?" When Rong did not look at him, casually remarking that it would move. A soft voice followed from above, inquiring, "May I touch it?" Pausing in his steps, when Rong lifted her gaze towards him. her eyes wide with surprise, as if questioning the audacity of his inquiry. Qi Jingzhou's eyelids half closed, his clear gaze resting upon her, a gentle smile gracing his features. I wish to touch it. Of course, I must first seek your consent. If not, then so be it. Wen Rong furrowed her brows, averting her eyes, and continued forward. Choosing to ignore him, Qi Jingzhou's gaze darkened slightly, silently trailing behind her. He sat beside her, observing her in silence, no longer intruding upon her thoughts. The housekeeper, sisterly, was efficient in her tasks and adept in the kitchen. Within 20 minutes, the meal was presented on the table. She untied her apron and stood modestly by the island, softly reminding the two on the sofa, "Sir, Miss Wen, the meal is ready." Wen Rong withdrew her attention from her phone, glanced at her, and, placing a hand on the armrest of the sofa, stood up. "Then let's go." Qi Jingzhou instinctively supported her arm, rising to his full height, and without waiting for Wen Rong to decline, continued, "Shall we?" Wen Rong remained still, lifting her gaze with a calm demeanor. She intended to mention that the car downstairs had been parked for too long, likely gathering dust. "It's convenient, just downstairs. Let Chingfei take it for a wash." Qi Jingzhou, seemingly anticipating her every refusal, smiled lightly. "Shall we go? Aren't you in a hurry?" Wen Rong, in the presence of the housekeeper, held her belly, unwilling to engage in further argument, lest she appear overly sensitive. The car parked downstairs had unexpectedly transformed into a family van. Once inside, Wen Rong recalled that during Qi Jingzhou's last departure, he had specifically reminded her. The car keys are in the entrance cabinet. He must have purchased this new vehicle at that time. The spacious 7-seater van was perfectly suited for family outings. From home to travel, it seemed to address all of Wen Rong and the children's needs in one fell swoop. This was Qi Jingzhou's foresight. Such a man. When he chose to cohabit, did he not ponder the eventual outcome? Or perhaps, the current state of affairs was indeed the conclusion he had initially envisioned, with the child being an unexpected turn of events, yet a minor disruption along the way did not derail his predetermined plans. The atmosphere in the car was decidedly somber. When Rong sat in the back seat, gazing out at the gradually passing streets, her thoughts swirling chaotically, leaving her inexplicably troubled. She found him insufferable. The buzzing of her phone interrupted her reverie. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and answered the call. "Hello, Wen Rong? Is there something you need, Captain Song?" Qi Jingzhou, at the wheel, glanced at the rearview mirror. Wen Rong paused, reminding him, "My father cannot drink."
Ah, understood.
Song Xiuming chuckled. "This is to celebrate our recent victory. I want to properly thank Uncle Wen. I will help keep an eye on things, so you need not worry." Wen Rong smiled lightly. "All right, then I appreciate it, Captain Song. Contact me anytime if needed." "Sure thing. Did you hang up?" "Yes." Putting away her phone. Wen Rong looked up to see the car navigating a familiar intersection, her gaze catching sight of a well-known street. Qi Jingzhou, glancing at the rearview mirror, spoke softly. Wen Rong cast a glance at the driver's seat backrest, pursing her lips in silence. Qi Jingzhou was already searching for a parking space. "What shall I buy?" "You wait in the car," he suggested. The thought of Director Qi buying groceries felt rather dissonant. Chapter 62. The one who is near the water tower gets the moon first. Qi Jingzhou would likely struggle to even distinguish between different vegetables, let alone select the fresh from the stale. He would merely purchase the most expensive items. Ultimately, Wen Rong silently acquiesced, conceding to his company to avoid being alone in the car with him. The three of them exited the vehicle in succession and entered the supermarket, heading straight for the vegetable section. Selecting vegetables was a forte of Sisterly, Wen Rong only needed to express her culinary desires to her. While Sisterly busied herself with the vegetables, Wen Rong wandered over to the adjacent fruit section to choose some fruit. Qi Jingzhou silently assumed the role of a bodyguard, holding the bags and carrying items for her. Wen Rong merely wished to complete her shopping swiftly and proceed to check out. After selecting her fruit, she turned toward the seafood section, intending to buy a fish for soup. Just as she approached, she spotted Qi Heong pushing a cart out from inside. Their gazes met, and her steps faltered, her hand instinctively resting protectively on her abdomen, her elbow brushing against Qi Jingzhou. The air seemed to still for a moment.
Qi Yang.
One hand pushing the cart and the other holding a phone, focused his gaze on the two of them, his smile unwavering as he chuckled into the phone. "What a coincidence, I just saw Rong. I'll join her shortly." "Yes, all right." He ended the call and pushed his cart toward them. And when Rong immediately deduced whom he had been speaking with. The two men exchanged glances, and Qi Heong spoke first, grinning. "Making soup?" When Rong lowered her eyes to the two large bags of beef bones in his cart and replied with a faint smile, "At this hour, one wouldn't be thinking of making soup for a midnight snack, would they?" Qi Heong chuckled lightly. "Since I've bought them, I heard you hired a nanny. I'd like to join you for a meal. Eating alone is rather dull." When Rong, understanding the implication, knew well that he was intentionally mentioning the excess beef bones. Feigning concern for Teacher Jean had offered polite remarks, and Qi Heong took them seriously. Since Jean Lihua's hospitalization, the relationship between the Wen family and Qi Heong had somewhat thawed. The current situation was one of superficial cordiality. After all, he had rendered significant assistance, and it was reasonable to express gratitude. However, Qi Jingzhou remained present. Wen Rong hesitated slightly, politely responding, "Today isn't particularly convenient." Qi Heong instinctively glanced at Qi Jingzhou, inquiring with a smile, "Then when would it be convenient? Mr. Qi, are you planning to stay for a few days this time?" Wen Rong was momentarily taken aback. The question carried an ambiguous undertone, seemingly inquiring when Qi Jingzhou might leave, making it convenient for him to join for a meal. "Not yet determined," she replied. Qi Heong smiled, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "You do seem quite busy with work. I suppose it's uncertain when you might return." Qi Jingzhou regarded him with a steady gaze, his expression frosty. Yet, Qi Heong remained unfazed, naturally inviting him. "We've met a few times, but Haven Tea had the chance to dine together. Rather than choosing a date, why not this evening over a drink?" Wen Rong frowned at Qi Heong. "All right," Qi Jingzhou agreed quietly. She was momentarily stunned, turning her face to him in disbelief. Quickly discerning his intentions, it was evident he sought to leverage this opportunity for deeper engagement. She softened her expression, gazing into Qi Jingzhou's eyes, and spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Today is not convenient." Qi Jingzhou's gaze landed on her face, his brows and eyes softening slightly. His tall figure deliberately or inadvertently placed itself between the cart and her, effectively creating a barrier with Qi Heong. And he lowered his voice to speak to her in a conciliatory manner. "At the last wedding banquet, Mr. Qi came to toast. But we did not have a proper drink together. Knowing how close he is with my parents, I must make up for that toast." His words subtly relegated Qi Heong to the status of a guest. Wen Rong felt a flicker of anger, her eyes sparking with irritation. "Qi Jingzhou, it's too late today. If you want a drink, do it outside. Don't disturb my home." Her house was not a battlefield for his jealousy. Qi Heong raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed by Wen Rong's refusal to entertain him. Instead, he leisurely scrutinized Qi Jingzhou and inquired, "How about we go to my place? I'll cook, and you can enjoy a good drink with Mr. Qi." Qi Jingzhou pressed his thin lips together, choosing silence as he regarded Wen Rong.
Yet.
Wen Rong exhaled deeply, unable to contain her annoyance any longer, and shot back at Qi Heong. "Are you out of your mind?" Qi Heong paused for a moment, then wore an innocent, puzzled smile as he retorted, "What's wrong? Isn't it customary for men to bond over drinks? It shouldn't be so strictly regulated, especially when it's not excessive drinking outside." Wen Rong's face turned cold, fixating on his half-smiling expression, fully aware that Qi Heong was being deliberately provocative, yet unable to articulate her frustration. Having hosted a wedding banquet with Qi Jingzhou, was it necessary to clarify that their relationship had evolved beyond that? It seemed unnecessary, as if she feared he might misunderstand. Caught in this predicament, Wen Rong felt inexplicably vexed. With a stern face, she chose to ignore the two men and strode directly toward the seafood section. The smile on Qi Heong's lips dimmed slightly as he sensed her irritation. Qi Jingzhou cast a cold glance at him before following Wen Rong. Qi Heong, his eyes glinting with mischief, called out, "Mr. Qi, would you like another drink?" Qi Jingzhou halted, turning his head to regard him with indifference. Qi Heong laughed lightly, casually pulling out his phone. "Shall I leave you my contact? I can send you the building number." Wen Rong purchased a fish and, upon exiting, reunited with the nanny to check out and leave, not uttering another word to Qi Jingzhou along the way. Once in the car, Qi Jingzhou drove them to the entrance of the community, unbuckling his seatbelt and preparing to exit. "I'll wait in the car. I'll drive in," Wen Rong said. "No need," he replied coolly. "It's very hot outside. I'll help you carry the things upstairs." He casually stated this, then opened the door and exited to register at the security desk. Wen Rong observed his back through the windshield, her expression devoid of emotion. The nanny drove into the community and parked in the space below the building. She instructed sisterly to take the groceries upstairs while she remained seated in the car. Noticing this, Qi Jingzhou also exited the car, approaching from the other side to sit beside her. Before Wen Rong could speak, he preempted her with, "Why can't he come over to drink soup? But I can't stay for dinner?" Wen Rong had no intention of sparring with him. After hearing his words, she instinctively explained, "My mother is hospitalized, and he happened to be there. It was sudden, and I was at a loss. He helped." "Is that all? Just that?" Wen Rong scoffed. "That was a lifeline." Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow, one long leg slightly bent, gazing at her directly. "I am guilty." Wen Rong's eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Being distant, unable to receive your news at any moment, is akin to being powerless. Thus, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The more she heard, the more unsettling it became. She frowned. You. Qi Jingzhou's voice was low and slow as he added, deserve even to be denied a meal. Wen Rong found herself momentarily speechless. Her gaze fixed on his dark, profound eyes, articulating each word carefully. Qi Jingzhou, I have no desire to indulge in your sardonic remarks. Nor am I interested in discussing love with anyone, especially not with Qi Heong. Your jealousy is utterly pointless. I find it quite bothersome. Qi Jingzhou silently stared at her. And after a few seconds, his gaze softened. All right, I believe you. I will not be jealous anymore. Wen Rong, half opening her mouth, suddenly transformed her expression to one of deep affection for him, rendering her utterly speechless. Don't be angry. May I take you upstairs? No need. With a blank expression, Wen Rong reached for the car door. Qi Jingzhou did not insist, merely following her silently to the elevator, but as the doors closed, he stepped back out of the unit, pulled out his phone, glanced down, then oriented himself, fixing his gaze on the building diagonally ahead.
Chapter 63. Qi Jingzhou Kappa Qi
Jingzhou exited the elevator, glancing at the door number in the text message on his phone. With a clear purpose, he made his way toward the west entrance. Standing outside the front door, he tucked his phone away and pressed the doorbell. The door quickly opened, but only halfway. The person inside did not show themselves, only a cheerful voice beckoned. Please come in. There are slippers by the door. He opened the door, stepped inside, and casually glanced at the slender figure slowly making its way to the kitchen, then closed the door behind him, noticing the slippers on the floor, evidently worn by someone. I am a germaphobe. Qi Jingzhou did not change his shoes nor wandered carelessly inside. He simply stood on the welcome mat with one hand in his pocket, casually surveying the interior layout and decor. Judging by the size, it was somewhat smaller than Wen's home. The furniture appeared somewhat aged, suggesting less than ideal living conditions. A soft laughter emanated from the kitchen. Just come in. I rarely have visitors, and I don't mind the formality. He traversed the narrow hallway, standing between the living room and dining area, gazing towards the kitchen. Qi Heong stood with his back to him at the stove, seemingly preparing soup. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, the apron tied around his waist clashed sharply with his attire and demeanor. A germaphobe likely wouldn't he be accustomed to dining in someone else's home, Qi Jingzhou mused, a slight smile curling his lips. Mr. Qi invited me. It seems it wasn't he merely for a meal. What a pity, Qi Heong chuckled. Does Mr. Qi know how to cook? Not at all, Qi Jingzhou replied, his tone indifferent, hands still in his pockets. That truly is a pity. Qi Heong turned slightly to look at him, smiling warmly. My cooking is quite good. Are you sure you do not wish to taste? Qi Jingzhou hesitated. Wen Rong loves soup. She used to study dance and was strict about her diet, only drinking clear broth. Qi Jingzhou's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze darkening as he focused on Qi Heong's back, remaining silent. Before university, I also lived at Wen's. My tastes have changed since then. As the lid of the clay pot was securely placed back, Qi Heong raised her gaze towards the window, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Mr. Qi had not even made soup, so he was likely unaware of her preferences. Qi Jingzhou's expression was indifferent. After 5 years, he should have a profound understanding of his partner, the things she cherished, the needs she held dear. Surely, he ought to comprehend her better than Qi Heong did. Or so he believed. Qi Heong scoffed softly, drying her hands with a towel before turning to face Qi Jingzhou, hands on her hips, a smile dancing on her face. The very fact that he could utter such words stemmed from his ignorance of how pale her face had been upon discovering her pregnancy. Qi Jingzhou's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his gaze deepening. She had never intended to have this child. Had it not been for the unexpected pregnancy, she would have severed ties with him long ago. And the farce of their wedding would never have unfolded, would it? As Qi Heong spoke, the smile gradually faded from her face, the light in her deep brown eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. That wedding banquet had been nothing more than a farce. I witnessed it the day before. And the person on the wedding poster was not her at all. My silence was a sign of respect for their decision, but it did not imply my ignorance. Mr. Qi, the truth is, you two are not truly married. It is merely a facade, is it not? Qi Jingzhou's lips curled slightly, his tone composed and unruffled. You take that for granted. His gaze finally shifted, dark and penetrating. You've investigated me. Qi Heong shrugged lightly. Politicians like you may not crave the spotlight as celebrities do, but unearthing someone's past on the internet is not a challenge for me. With a team of programmers, including hackers at my disposal, digging into someone's background is as easy as peeling garlic. Before Qi Jingzhou could respond, he continued, we are all adults here. Let us part amicably. After all, the child is also yours, and being exposed as an illegitimate child would yield dire consequences for both you and Rong Rong.
Mr. Qi.
You are overstepping your bounds, Qi Jingzhou replied coldly. Qi Heong smiled warmly, pushing up the frames of his glasses. Qi Jingzhou retorted icily, I know you, Qi Heong. Your first love who cheated. Rong Rong had informed me of your past before we became involved. Qi Heong's gaze lowered slightly, her smile vanishing. Do you know what is most lethal in making a woman utterly lose faith in a man? Qi Jingzhou leisurely tugged at his lips. Infidelity. Qi Heong's eyes darkened. I did not cheat. Is that so? Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow. Rong Rong seems to disagree. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of challenge. If you truly understood her, you would realize that whether I am here or not, she would never afford you an opportunity. I can still maintain a connection, at least because I have not crossed her boundaries. We have a child, and that will forever bind us together. He smirked, his words a declaration of victory. Meanwhile, Rong Rong found the meal to be a source of unrest. She felt increasingly agitated as the months progressed, her emotions spiraling out of control. And she became sensitive to every situation, unable to suppress her wandering thoughts. After the meal, she could not remain still, feeling an overwhelming sense that something remained undone. Her restlessness compelling her to pace about. Jean Lihua, seated sideways on the sofa, observed her darting back and forth, into the restroom, grabbing water, then slicing fruit in the kitchen, her actions unusually frenetic. Unable to contain her concern, she furrowed her brow and inquired, Rong Rong, what is troubling you? Isn't it time for you to rest for a while? After a long day out, aren't you exhausted? The housekeeper, Sister Li, was originally busy wiping the tables in the dining room when she hurried into the kitchen upon hearing the conversation. Miss Wen, would you like some fruit? I can cut it for you. No need, Wen Rong replied, shaking her head. I napped for quite a while this afternoon, so I'm not sleepy now. Could you please find the honey for me? I would like a cup of honey lemon. All right. As the two were engrossed in their tasks, the doorbell rang. Wen Rong emerged from the kitchen, where the elderly couple warmly welcomed Captain Song inside for tea before he departed. Upon hearing this, Jean Lihua felt it inappropriate to keep him any longer. The family saw Song xioming off, and just as they closed the door, the phone inside the house rang. Jean Lihua and Wen Qingyu went to the balcony to boil water, unable to resist glancing towards the bedroom, and she quietly called for Sister Li to come over. Sister Li, come here for a moment. Wen Qingyu, settling into a wicker chair, focused his attention on her whispered conversation. Sister Li instinctively lowered her voice, asking, Teacher Jean, what is it? Did something happen while you were out today? Why does Rong Rong seem a bit off? Jean Lihua inquired softly. Sister Li blinked, hesitating slightly before carefully relaying her thoughts. After listening, Wen Qingyu furrowed his brow. Why is he here again? Chapter 64. Will you resort to violence out of jealousy? Sister Li had only recently begun working for the Wen family and was unfamiliar with Qi Jingzhou, the family's son-in-law, who was indeed a unique presence. Jean Lihua preferred to keep outsiders in the dark, waving her hand to signal Sister Li to return to her tasks. Once she was gone, Jean Lihua quietly confided in Wen Qingyu, Heong called me today, insisting on coming over. I couldn't stop him. He mentioned seeing Rong Rong at the supermarket and said he would come over later with her. Wen Qingyu's frown deepened as he pondered. Could they have run into each other? Jean Lihua shared this concern. Why is this still unresolved? Lawyer Wen sighed in frustration. Uncharacteristically, Wen Rong had answered a call today. I'm downstairs, she said, supporting her waist as she approached the window. Her bedroom faced the sun, providing a clear view of the entrance downstairs. The streetlights were bright, and the housekeeper's car was parked there. Qi Jingzhou was pacing slowly in front of the entrance, his shadow stretching long. After a brief silence, Qi Jingzhou chuckled. Did you know I hadn't left? As he walked towards Qi Jingzhou, his phone rang with Song Xiuming's inquiry. Have we met before? Qi Jingzhou, holding his phone, glanced at the suddenly appearing Song Xiuming and instinctively looked towards the entrance, remaining silent. He recognized Song Xiuming as the man who had dined with the Wen family previously. Song Xiuming scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, as if assessing a suspect, his tone turning stern. You were the one on the street across from us last time, weren't you? What are you doing here? He frowned, realizing something. Who are you here to see? Almost instinctively, Song Xiuming suspected that Qi Jingzhou had not been watching him, but rather keeping an eye on the Wen family. Qi Jingzhou's gaze was cool, his voice deep as he asked into the phone, why is he here so late? Wen Rong held her forehead, knowing from his tone that Qi Jingzhou had misconstrued the situation. He is Captain Song from the Municipal Police's Criminal Investigation Team, here to escort my father home. As the conversation remained unfinished, Song Xiuming inquired again, who are you talking to, Qi Jingzhou? His tone increasingly resembled that of an interrogator. Wen Rong interjected, You should hand him the phone. However, Qi Jingzhou refused to comply. Is it convenient? I have something to discuss. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Wen Rong gazed at the disconnected phone, then shifted her attention to the two men downstairs, who stood facing each other, the atmosphere palpably tense. For a fleeting moment, her mind conjured an image of Qi Jingzhou as sulky expression, driven by jealousy, and she feared that his misunderstandings might instigate trouble once more. Setting her phone down, she exited the room and made her way toward the foyer. As she passed through the living room, she heard Wen Qingyu's voice call out, "Rong Rong. What are you doing out so late?" Without changing her shoes and to avoid further explanation, she swiftly opened the door and stepped outside. Inside, the elderly couple exchanged glances, both rising to peer out the window. "Oh, dear. We can't see from here. We must go to the room." Wen Rong hurriedly exited the elevator, and upon stepping through the unit's door, she found the two men conversing in front of the nanny car. Qi Jingzhou caught sight of her, striding over with long strides and extending his hand. Wen Rong glanced at him but did not take his hand. Instead, she approached Song Xiuming. With a smile, she explained, "Captain Song, there's nothing to worry about. You should head off. Didn't you say the designated driver is still waiting in the car?" "Wen Rong, do you know him?"
Yes.
"He claims to be your husband," Song Xiuming stated, articulating each word while scrutinizing her, clearly skeptical of Qi Jingzhou's assertion. Wen Rong hesitated briefly before steeling herself to affirm, "Yes." Song Xiuming furrowed his brow. "Really?" Wen Rong nodded calmly, "Yes, indeed." Yet, her demeanor did not suggest any reluctance. Observing her expression, Song Xiuming cast a glance at Qi Jingzhou, who had positioned himself behind her. His years of experience in criminal investigation alerted him to something amiss. If he were truly the son-in-law of the Wen family, why had Qi Jingzhou refrained from greeting them during their shared meal? And if he was Wen Rong's husband, what was he doing lingering downstairs at such a late hour, calling her? It was evident that Qi Jingzhou did not fit the mold of a family member. "Are you certain there is nothing amiss?" Song Xiuming cautiously inquired once more, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Rong, seeking to discern any hint of truth from her visage. Maintaining her serene demeanor, Wen Rong smiled and jested. "Captain Song, are you perhaps suffering from occupational hazards, seeing malefactors in everyone? Surely I can recognize the father of my child?" Song Xiuming's expression grew slightly embarrassed, his severity dissipating as he scratched his head. "No, it's just that Captain Song hasn't seen me much. Next time we meet, you'll naturally recognize me." Qi Jingzhou interjected, his tone imbued with a subtle amusement, as he casually draped an arm over Wen Rong's shoulder. Wen Rong remained composed, smiling as she bid farewell to Song Xiuming. "Captain Song, you should take your leave. It's quite late and the designated driver is waiting. We can discuss everything next time." Seeing the two of them standing together, their closeness and compatibility apparent, Song Xiuming finally relaxed. "Oh, well then, I shall take my leave." He smiled, nodded, and promptly turned to depart. Once he was out of earshot, Wen Rong gently pushed aside the arm that had been draped across her shoulders, turning to face Qi Jingzhou with an expression devoid of emotion. The heat outside was oppressive, yet the air conditioning in the car provided a welcome respite. After exchanging a few words, the man appeared considerably more cheerful, his voice laced with a hint of laughter as he reached to embrace her shoulders. "Do not touch me," Wen Rong admonished softly. Her expression softened slightly as she stepped towards the chauffeur-driven car. Qi Jingzhou, with a slight smile at the corners of his lips, lengthened his strides to catch up and open the car door ahead of her. They settled into the vehicle, one after the other. As the door closed, the lights flickered briefly, obscuring their figures from view. From the window above, when Qingyu watched this scene unfold, anxiety gnawing at him, he stamped his foot in frustration, lamenting, "How could you get into the car with him? This cannot stand. I must go see." "What are you doing?" Jean Lihua grasped his arm, her brow furrowed in disapproval. "Do not intervene. Rong Rong knows what she's doing. Your presence will only complicate matters." "Is it not complicated enough already?" Wen Qingyu retorted, gesturing towards the window with a look of incredulity. Meanwhile, Wen's lawyer was restrained by teacher Jean, preventing him from descending to confront Qi Jingzhou. Within the confines of the chauffeur's vehicle, Wen Rong's agitation subsided, soothed by the cool breeze of the air conditioning. The scent of cedar lingered in the air, a fragrance she was reluctant to acknowledge as pleasant. She turned her gaze towards the window, deliberately avoiding the man seated beside her. "What do you wish to say?" Qi Jingzhou inquired, positioned sideways with an engaging smile illuminating his dark eyes as he fixed his gaze upon her. "You descended so readily. Were you concerned for me?" Wen Rong frowned, retorting, "What reason do I have to worry about you? Is it not because you fear I might come to blows with Qi Heong? How could I possibly know you met with Qi Heong? Have you lost your mind?" Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud. Could it be you worry I might misunderstand due to jealousy and come to blows with that Officer Song? A fleeting wave of anxiety washed over Wen Rong. Yet she maintained her composure, forcing a smile. Could you refrain from dramatizing things? Would you truly resort to violence out of jealousy? I am merely concerned that Officer Song might misconstrue the situation and cause unnecessary trouble. In Chapter 65, it seemed she was contemplating the man. Although she denied worrying about him, it did not diminish Qi Jingzhou's buoyant spirits. He had gained the upper hand over his rival, Qi Heong, and had secured a significant acknowledgement from Wen Rong in the presence of his imagined adversary, Song Xiuming. Moreover, her willingness to meet him, regardless of the reasons, added to his contentment, lifting both his spirits and heart. With a slight smirk and a raised brow, Qi Jingzhou murmured, "I would." Wen Rong remained silent, momentarily perplexed by his statement. "What exactly would you do?" He clarified, his voice low and gravelly if necessary. "I would resort to violence out of jealousy. After all, I am prone to jealousy, which is clearly quite irrational." Qi Jingzhou resorting to physical confrontation? Wen Rong's gaze momentarily lost focus on the car window. Unable to envision such a scenario. "Little me, I long to hold you." His voice suddenly turned tender, and she felt the warmth of his hand resting on hers. Frowning, she pushed him away. "I told you not to touch me." Qi Jingzhou's hand lingered in the air, his eyes dimming as he slowly averted his gaze. "I am unwell," he admitted. Wen Rong hesitated, her hand pausing on the car door. "I frequently dream of you, which leads to sleepless nights. My bed is always cold, and I rely on sleeping pills to find rest." Qi Jingzhou lowered his head, pinching his brow with one hand, his voice low and hoarse as he candidly recounted the recent turmoil he had encountered. "I have been setting up my new home in the capital, relocating the bed and pillows from my residence in Yanshi. I can only use your brand of shower gel and toothpaste. Without that scent, I find myself in a state of restless discomfort. In addition to my obsession with cleanliness, I have developed an obsession with control." His voice was strained as he lifted his gaze, his tone humble and pleading. "Just let me hold you for a moment, will you?" Wen Rong furrowed her brow, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You should see a psychologist." "I have, but I can only take medication in secret." Qi Jingzhou offered a bitter smile. "You know that if my psychological evaluation reveals any issues." Wen Rong was well aware that if his psychological evaluation were to show problems, his political career would be over. However, upon considering this, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. "Don't you desire freedom? This could be the perfect opportunity for the Qi family to relinquish you." "Qi Jingzhou. Am I wrong?" Qi Jingzhou's gaze flickered. Lost in thought, he leaned closer, locking eyes with her, his voice deepening as he asked, "Then what about marriage?" Wen Rong hesitated, unable to respond. Mimicking his earlier tactic, she countered with a question. "Would you leave? To forsake everything you possess and come to Shuqing to live an ordinary life? What if I could?" Qi Jingzhou's eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. Wen Rong replied, "There are no ifs. Can you or can't you?" As she stepped out of the car, he grasped her elbow firmly, the warmth of his dry palm causing her arm to tremble. "I can. Rong, I can." Wen Rong was momentarily stunned, turning her face to meet the dark, gleaming depths of his eyes. "I can leave the Qi family, and I can stay in Shuqing. Once I achieve that, we shall marry. Will you promise me?" Wen Rong felt a palpable flutter in her chest. She gazed into Qi Jingzhou's eyes, unable to tear her gaze away, pondering whether even a pregnant woman has desires. Had she gone too long without intimacy, making her so easily swayed? Conflicting emotions swirled in her mind, and her actions suddenly felt beyond her control. After a few seconds of locked gazes, Qi Jingzhou unexpectedly leaned closer, gently guiding her back into her seat while shutting the car door behind them. Wen Rong leaned back against the seat, momentarily forgetting to resist, her eyes wide and round as she allowed him to come closer. With a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes, Qi Jingzhou knelt beside her seat, lowering his head to kiss her cheek. Wen Rong found herself encircled by his long arm, instinctively turning her face away, yet his lips gradually found their way to hers. "Qi Jingzhou." She raised her hand to push him away, but he captured her wrist, bringing her hand to his face. "You can tell me to leave, or you can slap me again." His breath was slightly heavy as he lingered on her lips, gently teasing, "As long as you say I can't touch you right now, I will let go." Before she could finish her protest, he silenced her with a fervent kiss. Wen Rong's chest rose and fell, nearly laughing in disbelief. Their lips intertwined, generating warmth. His presence grew increasingly intoxicating. Sensing this alluring aroma, Wen Rong felt her body surrender, relaxing instinctively. No longer resisting or scolding, she leaned quietly against the chair like a beautiful puppet, obediently allowing him to kiss her. Noticing her gentle demeanor, Qi Jingzhou's chest resonated with laughter as he concluded their passionate kiss, pecking at her delicate, crimson lips. You miss me, don't you? His voice bore a husky timbre. Wen Rong was enveloped in his embrace, his kisses cascading upon her cheeks, chin, and neck, his dark head nestled in her nape as he inhaled deeply. She swallowed hard, her body feeling somewhat languid, and feigned calmness by asking, "Are you going to kiss me again?" It wasn't that she longed for him. Perhaps it was merely a yearning for a man. Qi Jingzhou lifted his gaze, continuing to kiss her, one large hand gliding over her abdomen. His palm radiated warmth. And as the thin silk of her dress warmed against her belly, the little one within responded with a kick. Wen Rong felt a distinct thump. Qi Jingzhou halted, his hand trembling as he peered down at her belly, hesitant to move. He then raised his eyes to meet Wen Rong's, his gaze shimmering like embedded starlight. Kick me. Qi Jingzhou momentarily stunned. A radiant smile blossomed on his face as he nearly knelt before her, drawing her into his embrace, kissing her with fervor. Time seemed to stretch, and when Wen Rong finally felt comforted, she let out a soft hum, only to hear the sound of him swallowing thickly in his throat. Qi Jingzhou, ablaze with desire, whispered hoarsely against her ear. Wen Rong tilted her head back, eyes closed, trying to soothe the fluttering in her heart, and after a moment, she shook her head in refusal. You should leave. Qi Jingzhou's form stiffened, retreating as he frowned at her. Little me. Wen Rong opened her eyes, her gaze glistening with unshed tears, her hand slowly ascending from his chest to grasp his enticingly shifting Adam's apple, her fingertips brushing over it. Her expression was filled with longing, yet her words were utterly cold. I cannot assist you. Find your own way. This statement was akin to dousing him with cold water, extinguishing the flames of desire within Qi Jingzhou. His eyes narrowed as he leaned closer, attempting to coax her. Quick-witted, Wen Rong covered his approaching lips with her hand, raising an eyebrow as she softly declared, "Do not touch me." This command acted like a lock, sealing away the fervent yearning outside, indifferent to his plight. Before the sleek mirror of the elevator, she adjusted her attire and hair, momentarily entranced by the vivid hue of her lips. If it had been another man today, she would not have succumbed to such infatuation. It seemed the time apart had not been sufficiently long. Staring at the reflection of herself in the mirror, her gaze shimmering with emotion, she muttered, "Next time, I mustn't be so foolish. It's unbecoming."
Ding.
As she passed through the threshold, her eyes met her father, who stood in the living room with a stern expression. "Come here, I have something to discuss." A chill ran down Wen Rong's spine as she turned, hastening her steps towards the bedroom. "I'm tired. Let's talk tomorrow." Wen Rong. Chapter 66. Prenatal Education. Watching his daughter flee in distress, her father nearly had his nose out of joint, intending to pursue her, only to be met with the resounding slam of a door. Wen Rong swiftly locked it behind her, secretly exhaling in relief. Buzzing. Lying in the dark for a while, she awaited a knock that never came, but her phone screen, abandoned at the foot of the bed, illuminated. She paused, then climbed to retrieve it. There were 2 unread messages, the images provocative and flirtatious, accompanied by a single word. Unable to leave at present, longing to descend at any moment. When Rome felt her face flush with warmth, without uttering a word, she turned off her phone, pulled the blanket aside, and closed her eyes to sleep. Qi Jingzhou leaned back in his chair, eyes closed to stave off wandering thoughts. He did not await Wen Rong, but rather received a call from Cheng Fei.
Directori? Yes.
Have you fallen asleep? Qi Jingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice hoarse. What is it? Cheng Fei glanced at the unyielding front door and hesitated. There's a meeting early tomorrow morning. I brought the documents regarding the project development. Shall I leave them at your doorstep? He rang the doorbell thrice, yet no one came to answer. Mindful of being in Shucheng, and fearing that Wen Rong might be stranded here for the night, Cheng Fei dared not disturb him further. Qi Jingzhou paused for a few seconds, glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 10 in the evening. After a slight hesitation, he replied in a deep voice, "All right," and hung up the phone. Qi Jingzhou sent a message to Wen Rong. "I've left. I'll come see you once I'm done." This time, he had specifically expedited his official duties to Shucheng. He could not appear too conspicuous, yet he had to attend to some legitimate matters. Having not shown his face for 2 days, Wen Rong had been admonished by Wen Qingyu for the same duration. In essence, the message was clear. Failure to sever ties when necessary would lead to chaos. One must not stumble into the same pit twice. Wen Rong remained silent, absorbing the admonition with humility. Turning her thoughts inward, she recalled that night in the car, gripping Qi Jingzhou's collar, kissing him, and touching him. Feeling a twinge of guilt and embarrassment, unable to suppress her self-derision. How could a pregnant woman entertain thoughts of a man? It was hardly conducive to prenatal education. To dispel her absurd and inappropriate thoughts, she resolved to retrieve a book from the study to refresh her mind. The sun shone brightly, and life was tranquil. Had it not been for the sudden knock at the door, Wen Rong, seated in the balcony chair, would have nearly succumbed to slumber while reading. From the entrance came Sister Li's puzzled inquiry, "Who are you looking for?" "Old Jean." "Old Wen." A frantic voice, tinged with tears, echoed. Instinctively, Wen Rong sat up straight, witnessing Fan Shue's mother rush in, distraught, her eyes red-rimmed, scanning the room. Behind her trailed Fan Shui and her father, with Fan Shui cradling a child. Jean Lihua and Wen Qingyu emerged from the bedrooms and study. "What's going on?" Jean Lihua asked in astonishment. "Uncle Wen," Fan Shui cried out, collapsing to her knees with the child in her arms. "Please help me. If my husband goes in, our lives will be ruined." Wen Qingyu, startled, hurried forward to assist her. "Oh no, please don't. Get up, get up. Uncle Wen, I beg you. I implore you to think of a way. No matter the cost, help us navigate this situation. Get up first. Xiao Xue, stand up and speak." Fan Shui remained kneeling, the child wailing loudly. Fan Shue's mother also attempted to kneel, causing Jean Lihua and Sister Li to hastily intervene. "Please don't do that. Can we sit down and talk instead? You'll frighten the child." Fan Shue's father, a man of few words, stood silently with a grim expression, extending his hands to take his grandchild. When Rome stood on the balcony, caught between the living room and the chaos before her heart thundering with agitation as anger surged within her. Grasping the book in her hand, she slammed it onto the coffee table. "Enough. If you continue this ruckus, I shall call the authorities." The commotion abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to her. With a stern expression, she pointed at the wailing infant cradled in Fan Shue's father's arms and commanded coldly, "Now." Turning to Fan Shui and her mother, "Speak if you can articulate human language. If not, leave. What are you doing here, imposing moral pressure on others? Do you believe I won't report you for disturbing the peace?" The Fan family stood frozen, rendered speechless for a considerable time. When Rome's outburst had finally intimidated them into silence, the mother and daughter settled down, rising slowly with support. Fan Shue's father, his face etched with embarrassment, hurriedly departed with the crying grandchild, leaving the two women behind, still choking back their pleas. "Uncle Fan, we lost that case. What shall we do?" Fan Shui stifled her sobs, her voice trembling as she spoke. When Rome, standing on the balcony, felt a wave of irritation wash over her. The tone of their words was unmistakably amiss. Fan Shue's mother paled, exclaiming, "Old Wen, our little Shui is still so young, she." Wen Qingyu's voice grew weighty as he cast a stern glance at the two women. "Before understanding the case thoroughly, I will not make any promises. The law does not bend to personal sentiments." He then entered the study, shutting the door behind him to make a phone call. A moment of silence enveloped the living room. Jean Lihua and Sister Li attempted to escort Fan Shui and her mother out. However, Fan Shui suddenly glanced at Wen Rong, seemingly on the verge of speaking. As she opened her mouth, Jean Lihua gently obstructed her view with a light push. While speaking, she guided the mother and daughter towards the exit, addressing Fan Shue's mother. "I understand your feelings, but please, do not let it happen again. We share this stairwell. It's not only our family. What will others think if they see and spread rumors? Life, though challenging, must go on. Do not dwell on the worst outcomes. Perhaps there lies a silver lining ahead." Listening to Jean Lihua's gentle and soothing words, when Rome could only frown as she finally heard the door close behind them. "Coming to plead with your father, and you let your temper flare? Do you not realize you are with child?" When Rome remained silent, turning towards the bedroom with purpose. Lightly advising Sister Li, in the future, check before opening the door. Do not allow her family in again. Sister Li muttered her agreement. "Yes, I understand, Miss Wen." Jean Lihua watched Wen Rong's retreating figure, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. So much anger. Sister Li awkwardly laughed. "Pregnancy does that. Emotions are crucial. Next time someone knocks, I will consult with you before opening." Jean Lihua smiled softly, waving her hand. "It's fine. You may return to your tasks." Jean Lihua then proceeded to the study. She glanced at an incoming call but chose not to answer. Eventually, the call displayed as missed. The phone buzzed incessantly. She instinctively frowned, picked it up and opened WeChat. A photograph revealed several packages of various sizes strewn across the entrance mat. The crib has been placed in the room. How shall these items be organized? When Rome pursed her lips, her fingertips tapping the screen as she sent a response. "You needn't concern yourself." Chapter 67. What if you would let me kiss you again? Qi Jingzhou not only dismantled it but also sent a photo to Wen Rong, remarking, "Quite adorable." Just as she was about to set her phone down, another message arrived from him. "I just finished a local inspection and have some free time this afternoon. Would you like to go out for a breath of fresh air? Is there anything you need me to buy?" Wen Rong, her eyes weary, tossed her phone aside and pinched the bridge of her nose. When I don't need you, you could just disappear. You may never need me, but I have no desire to vanish. I have classes this afternoon, so I won't go out. Shall we meet in the evening then? Tossing her phone aside, Wen Rong felt her mood begin to sour again. What an annoyance. It was unbearably hot. Who would venture outside for no reason? After her mental tirade, she couldn't help but ponder if perhaps she needed to consult a psychologist. Why did everyone irritate her so? She had online classes in the afternoon, and after they concluded, Wen Rong stepped out to refill her water, only to discover that when Qing Yu had left, Jean Lihua informed her that he had gone to the law firm. Originally, Lawyer Yu intended to bring the case files to discuss with her father, as he was feeling restless at home and needed a breath of fresh air. Did he drive himself? Wen Rong inquired.
Yes.
Wen Rong refrained from asking further, settling onto the sofa with her water cup, her gaze fixed on her phone. Jean Lihua sat beside her, glancing at her serious profile before hesitating for a moment, then gently spoke. Regarding that young Qi, your father's perspective differs from mine. Wen Rong raised an eyebrow, turning to look at her. Dear, there are no men in this world who are completely without flaws. Those who are somewhat good have their imperfections, while the bad ones are as black as crows. As long as you steer clear of the utterly flawed, it matters not with whom you choose to associate. The choice is yours. Your father's opinion is inconsequential. However, there is one thing your mother agrees on. Men are protective of their offspring. Biological fathers are always more reliable than stepfathers. This is human nature and cannot be changed. Wen Rong's expression grew complex upon hearing this. Did her mother also believe she should reconcile with him? Jean Lihua shook her head. You have not truly let go. I am. Just then, the sound of the electronic lock disengaging interrupted their conversation.
Lia.
Jean Lihua called. Teacher Jean, it's me. Li Jia soon entered, carrying groceries but hesitated at the door, her expression suggesting she had something to say. Wen Rong noticed the evasion in her eyes, stood up with her cup, and stepped outside. The entrance door was ajar, and Qi Jingzhou stood outside with his hands behind his back. Their gazes locked, and he offered a faint smile, raising an eyebrow. The fleeting change in expression, juxtaposed against his sharply defined features, revealed a hint of mischief and an unexpected youthful exuberance. Wen Rong remained silent, blinking in surprise. Qi Jingzhou glanced down at the threshold, his eyes silently asking, "May I come in?" As his words fell, he noticed teacher Jean emerging. Her gaze filled with complexity as she regarded him. He maintained his composure, smiling slightly and nodding.
Mom.
The two exchanged a glance, both falling into silence. "May I come in then?" Qi Jingzhou tentatively stepped forward. "You come with me." Without hesitation, Qi Jingzhou retreated, a teasing smile gracing his eyes as he gently grasped her wrist. "What are you doing?" As the elevator doors slid shut, Wen Rong abruptly released his hand, supporting her waist while casting a furious glare in his direction. Qi Jingzhou lowered his voice, expressing, "I merely wish to see you." "I do not wish to see you." "Do not overstep your bounds," she retorted. "That night you allowed me to kiss you, and now you turn your back so swiftly?" The man raised an eyebrow in amusement, as if observing a child throwing a tantrum. His gentle gaze emanated only warmth and affection, devoid of any irritation. "Shall I take you for ice cream?" "What do you say?" Stifled by her indignation, the elevator doors opened, revealing several pairs of eyes outside, quietly scrutinizing them. Wen Rong could only suppress her voice and step out first, with Qi Jingzhou closely following her. Once outside the building, a wave of heat enveloped them, making her pores expand uncomfortably. "Get in the car first," he urged, placing an arm around her shoulders. Wen Rong, unable to see the road, instinctively raised her hand to push him away, just as a cheerful voice called out from beside her. Rong, is that you?" She turned her head to see the neighbor from across the hall, her hand pausing midair, and a smile reluctantly appeared on her face. "Yes." The neighbor, beaming, gestured toward Qi Jingzhou. "What a charming young man you have here. Tall and handsome." Qi Jingzhou smiled and nodded, leading Wen Rong to the car. Once the door was shut, her forced smile faded, and she swatted away his reaching hand. "I can fasten my own seatbelt." He chuckled, his expression still warm as he closed the door for her. He got in, started the engine, and explained, "It's quite warm. In this weather, it's acceptable to indulge in ice cream in moderation. I've consulted about it." Wen Rong pursed her lips, turning her gaze toward the window. "Qi Jingzhou, just because I allowed you to kiss me that night does not mean I have forgiven you." He glanced at her while driving, responding softly, "I understand. It does not signify anything profound. It was merely a moment of emotional indulgence. Indeed, after today, do not come back, while I am still able to speak civilly." Her words were laced with contradiction. Qi Jingzhou's smile wavered slightly as he deftly shifted the topic. "I will be in Shucheng for another 2 days. Aside from the meetings, There is not much work of significance. Wen Rong's expression remained stoic. Then do not come at all. What shall I do if I miss you? He inquired. Wen Rong turned her face away, suggesting, perhaps you should consume more sleeping pills. Sleep when it is time. Unrealistic fantasies belong only in dreams. Qi Jingzhou chuckled at her response. What is so amusing? She snapped, her irritation resurfacing. Nothing, he replied. As she was about to pound on the door to demand he stop the car, he softly continued, it suddenly reminded me of when we first got together. Whenever you were in a foul mood, you would throw a fit, claiming I took you for granted and that I had to coax you for ages just to earn a smile. Wen Rong lowered her lashes, her tone icy. I was not throwing a fit, do not presume. I know, he replied, his hand resting casually on the steering wheel, a faint smile gracing his lips. It just struck me how quickly time has passed. Wen Rong furrowed her brow, unsure of how to respond. You used to adore ice cream. Our freezer was always stocked. With the recent heat, seeing those children enjoying it yesterday reminded me of you. In the past, I was always so strict, and now I simply wish to take you out for some. Even if all my efforts to please you are in vain, I still wish to persist. For who knows what might happen. The car halted at the traffic light, and he turned his face, his voice soft and mellifluous. I think that perhaps, on one of those occasions when your mood is favorable, it may indeed bear fruit. A stroke of luck, perhaps you might be willing to embrace me. To allow me a kiss? Wen Rong's expression shifted momentarily, her lips pursed as she replied, I am with child. My desires are not so unfulfilled. Chapter 68. Unable to forge a bond. Unfulfilled desires? You may not, but I do. Wen Rong remarked, a man with unfulfilled desires often cannot restrain himself. Qi Jingzhou, following her lead, sought justifications for himself. I do not wish to trouble you, Rong, but I specifically came to see you. Without your presence, no remedy could suffice. Wen Rong laughed in exasperation, am I to be responsible for your mental state? If only it were so. That is impossible. I shall not bear responsibility for you in any capacity. Qi Jingzhou paused, a soft sigh escaping his lips. How heartless. Wen Rong fell silent. Just then, Qi Jingzhou's phone rang. He glanced at it, his relaxed demeanor quickly transforming into one of concern, as he hesitated before answering, his gaze searching for a nearby parking space. Answer the call, but do not speak. Wen Rong, of course, remained silent. The car parked at the roadside. The phone call had already ended and rang again. Qi Jingzhou answered, yes? What is it? On the other end, Qi Pingrui's tone was grave. What have you done in Yen City? Are you unaware of your actions? Qi Jingzhou frowned. What is the matter? The car was quiet, and Wen Rong, sensitive to the mention of Yen City, instinctively turned her head. She observed that Qi Jingzhou's jaw tightened, and suddenly he glanced at her, his complexion pale, and his eyes darkened. He was typically restrained and indifferent towards the outside world, rarely revealing his emotions on his face. Although the specifics of the conversation were unclear, Qi Jingzhou's reaction indicated that significant trouble was afoot. To what extent has this escalated? Roughly akin to our last encounter, Qi Pingrui sighed. Do you even comprehend the gravity? The old man is pressuring me. I'll assist you from this end. Relief washed over Qi Jingzhou, his tone softening. What are you saying? Was it not you who aided me last time? Qi Pingrui paused, chuckling lightly. You are still young. Mistakes are forgivable. I truly hope it is so. What kind of woman could rescue you? Qi Jingzhou took the initiative to end the call, pausing for a moment before turning to Wen Rong. He started the car, his voice low and resonant. There is no need to rush. We must make some arrangements here and book a flight. Cheng Fei will be occupied for at least 2 hours. Let us dine first. Wen Rong let out a soft laugh, choosing not to respond. What is amusing? Qi Jingzhou inquired, glancing at her. Nothing. After a few seconds, Qi Jingzhou picked up his phone, messaging Cheng Fei with instructions for arrangements. Upon arriving at the dining establishment, Wen Rong realized it was the same Hangzhou cuisine restaurant they had visited previously. That day, Captain Song had treated their family of 3 there. She glanced at Qi Jingzhou, but chose not to comment. The man secured the car, approaching her and enveloping her in his embrace, his arm resting lightly around her without making contact. Do you enjoy this cuisine? Moderately, Wen Rong replied, her demeanor rather apathetic. Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, his lips curling as he cast a glance at her. I inquired earlier, with the onset of summer, the shop has introduced 7 new flavors of ice cream. As evening approached, the restaurant buzzed with activity, and fortunately, there was still one last private room for 4. When Rome lacked appetite, she was not there primarily for a meal. Observing her pallor, Qi Jingzhou casually ordered 2 signature dishes. The waiter stepped out, closing the door behind him. He glanced at Wen Rong, picked up his phone with one hand, and began perusing messages while initiating a conversation. The disciplinary committee received an anonymous tip-off. If news of my therapy sessions gets out, I might genuinely face dismissal. Wen Rong remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Qi Jingzhou forced a wry smile, asking, "Aren't you the least bit concerned?" When Rong's eyes were clear, I heard a voice on the phone mention Yen City. Qi Jingzhou paused, setting down his phone and meeting her gaze. Issues of conduct, improper private life. Wen Rong, feeling a chill in her arm, regarded him quietly. "I will handle it. Do not worry." Qi Jingzhou looked at her with warm eyes, saying, "This phone number will be deactivated. I won't contact you for a while. If there are any issues, someone will inform you in advance, alright?" When Rong frowned, her mood plummeting. "I told you not to seek me out again." Qi Jingzhou forced a smile, lowering his head in silence. "The meal was tasteless. With your condition, what if something happens on the way?" He fastened her seatbelt, his brow furrowed in reproach, yet he sighed in exasperation. "Be good. Your health is paramount." When Rong sat stiffly, refusing to look at him, Qi Jingzhou gazed at her deeply, not lingering further. He closed the passenger door and circled around to enter the car. "Hello? Director Qi. I've booked the flight for 10:30 tonight. I'm at your place packing up. Is there anything special you want me to bring?" Cheng Fei's anxious tone suggested he was multitasking. Qi Jingzhou paused as he settled into the car, responding, "Bring the sheets and pillows."
Huh?
Cheng Fei seemed taken aback. Quickly processing the request, he exclaimed in acknowledgement and hung up, rushing into the master bedroom to strip the bed. After parking, he inquired with the housekeeper, hurrying to the backyard where he found the elder practicing Tai Chi on the lawn. He stood at the edge of the lawn, refraining from interrupting.
Zhou,
who had been waiting nearby, glanced at him and greeted him with a smile, unfazed. "There aren't any major issues." Qi Jingzhou, hands in pockets, directed his gaze toward the elder, inquiring in a calm voice, "What is the situation with the disciplinary committee?" Zhou paused, stepping closer and lowering his voice to share the details. Qi Jingzhou listened quietly, his expression unchanged, until Zhou, glancing at him, hinted with a smile, noted that the elder wasn't particularly angry, mentioning that Qi Jingzhou was no longer young, having spent 5 years in Xucheng, and it was only natural to seek companionship. It was time to consider marriage. Qi Jingzhou's eyes flickered slightly, a noncommittal smile gracing his lips. "I have no such leisure." Zhou chuckled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After a moment, the elder finished his routine and approached. "Grandfather." The old gentleman paced back and forth, his fists turning as he cast a vague glance in his direction. "I inquired discreetly, and it appears that what you face is not a grave issue. As long as the Su family maintains a semblance of propriety, this matter shall amount to mere gossip." The mention of the Su family elicited a subtle flicker in Qi Jingzhou's eyes as he absent-mindedly acknowledged, with a soft hum. The elder Qi scrutinized him momentarily, but discerned nothing unusual on his countenance, offering only a faint smile. "Let us dine. We can converse over our meal." With only the two of them at breakfast, it was indeed a suitable occasion for discussion. Elder Qi inquired, "In these years, no one has dared to broach the subject of your marriage. Back then, the 4th child was rather foolish, and his antics delayed you." Qi Jingzhou's expression remained indifferent. After a pause, he set down his chopsticks. "I still have personal matters, grandfather. I fear I may not be able to forge a union." Elder Qi furrowed his brow. "But you have been able to interact with women. What could possibly impede you? There is an illness." Chapter 69. When it comes to my health and emotions, I shall never waver. Qi Jingzhou stated simply. His demeanor was calm and composed, yet Elder Qi's expression shifted, immediately contemplating the unspoken affliction. With a complex look, he struggled to confirm, "What ailment do you speak of?" "I have been on medication," Qi Jingzhou replied, retrieving his phone from his trousers and tapping the screen before handing it to his grandfather. "It is psychological. Those close to me would undoubtedly notice. And I do not wish to take that risk." Elder Qi glanced at the phone, which displayed a diagnosis certificate marked as psychiatric. His expression transformed dramatically as he seized the phone, magnifying the image for a closer inspection. Leaning back in his chair, Qi Jingzhou observed the changing hues of his grandfather's face, remaining unfazed himself. The matter of genetics is indeed a daunting prospect. Elder Qi recalled the circumstances surrounding Qi Jingzhou's parents, and his countenance soured further. Qi Jingzhou's biological father, residing in Singapore, had forsaken his wife and child 2 decades prior for the sake of a man, leaving behind only this solitary son to inherit the family legacy. His mother, once a paragon of virtue, ultimately succumbed to madness, inflicting self-harm and neglect upon Qi Jingzhou. Elder Qi, filled with pity for his grandson, had no choice but to commit his daughter to a psychiatric institution, resulting in her tragic suicide at a young age. Due to the incompetence of those parents, Qi Jingzhou faced considerable ostracism upon arriving in Beijing, developing a reclusive disposition, which he managed to overcome through sheer intellect. Aside from the elders' lingering affection for their blood ties, no one in the Qi family held any fondness for him, particularly the fourth son of the main branch, who not only disliked his cousin but often tormented him. In his youth, an instance of such torment nearly ruined Qi Jingzhou's life, with everyone presuming he had inherited his father's deviant inclinations. Fortunately, with the passage of time, maturity brought about improvement in his condition. Yet, he was once again diagnosed with anxiety and depression. Should this information come to light, his political career would be irrevocably jeopardized. The elders' concerns swiftly shifted from matters of marriage to those of Qi Jingzhou's mental and physical well-being. I don't perceive this as severe. Are your medications still effective? For now, I am managing. It is merely insomnia that troubles me. Do not discontinue your medication, and exercise caution to keep this from becoming common knowledge. Indeed, I am aware of my limits. The elder Mr. Qi returned the phone to him, his expression still grave. As he shifted the conversation to serious matters, have you completely severed ties with that woman surnamed Su? They only sought a position, leaving no other incriminating evidence? Qi Jingzhou nodded, assuring him, you need not worry. I handle my affairs with utmost diligence. Mr. Qi frowned, his voice low as he cautioned. Since this issue has come to light, you must never engage with her again. Regarding the anonymous letter, Zhou, the executive, discreetly sought to trace the IP address, which leads to a virtual location in Shucheng, but it remains impossible to identify the individual. A figure flashed through Qi Jingzhou's mind. Gaining clarity, he tapped his fingers on his thigh, his gaze darkening as he replied, I understand. I shall take care of it. Your elder brother wishes to assist. He is quite eager and appreciates your help in resolving that previous issue. No need, Qi Jingzhou stood, asserting, I prefer to manage my own matters. Exiting the ancestral home, he parked by the roadside, sitting in the car as he lit a cigarette. Lowering the window, he inhaled slowly, allowing his mind to settle. Once he finished the cigarette, he retrieved a spare phone and dialed a number. To his surprise, the call connected swiftly. Hello? It's me. Wen Rong remained silent for 2 seconds. You said you wouldn't contact me recently. It's only been a day. After parting yesterday, she had become acutely sensitive to unfamiliar numbers, answering almost instinctively, fearing she might miss crucial information. Privately, Wen Rong had already begun preparing her passport early that morning, regardless of whether Qi Jingzhou's predicament would implicate her. It was prudent to be prepared. I just wanted to share some news. There's no need for you to be anxious. Qi Jingzhou spoke with a hint of amusement. Wen Rong furrowed her brow. Are you certain? Yes. The summer breeze was warm as Qi Jingzhou raised the window and turned on the air conditioning, seizing the chance to converse further. Initially, to resolve your resignation issue and to placate General He at the hotel, I tacitly allowed Cheng Fei to extend a favor to the department as subordinates. A woman surnamed Su has taken over your position as the manager of the customer service department, which I only discovered today. The disciplinary inspection team has been probing and found nothing of consequence. Of course, they wouldn't uncover anything. I have no memory of that woman. Upon hearing this, Wen Rong immediately connected the dots. Su Miaoran. Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, surprised by her sudden mention of a name. Rong? Who are you referring to? She closed the door, bemused by his inquiry. The one you went on a blind date with. How could you forget at such a critical moment? Qi Jingzhou paused. Recalling the encounter, he chuckled softly. What blind date? You remember it after all this time? At that time, he had just taken office in Yanshi and had rapidly risen through the ranks, attracting many who wished to forge connections, with someone facilitating the introduction. He had dined alone with Su Miaoran, whose parents were both in the system. It was after that encounter that he contemplated seeking companionship, though not with someone like Su Miaoran. Later, at a meeting dinner, he encountered Wen Rong again, and they sat together. Qi Jingzhou recalled the faint, lingering fragrance that enveloped her. Upon closer inspection, the young girl appeared fair and lovely, with striking features that straddled the line between youthful charm and mature allure. She exuded a delicate softness, akin to a gentle and enchanting moonlight. From her appearance and demeanor to her words and gestures, everything about Wen Rong resonated with his heart, especially considering that they had been privately communicating on WeChat for 6 months. I merely wish to remind you, Director Qi, there is no need to feign ignorance. Wen Rong spoke in a calm tone. Feign ignorance? Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow and then pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. I am not pretending. I genuinely do not recall this individual. Wen Rong pondered for a moment before cautioning him, Are you truly unaware of this matter? She did not press further, but added, At that time, you were likely still in Yen City. I suggest you do not become overly optimistic, despite the misunderstandings. It is inevitable that those who wish to harm you may fabricate stories. Be cautious not to inadvertently complicate matters. Qi Jingzhou paused, his gaze lifting slightly. You couldn't have mentioned something so significant sooner? Wen Rong replied, how could this possibly be attributed to me? Reputation is paramount, and I have always held it in high regard. The rumors being spread are certainly unfounded. Do you believe them? Qi Jingzhou's tone grew heavy. Wen Rong suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. What does my belief matter? It is crucial that the investigative team does not take them seriously. Of course it matters. Qi Jingzhou suddenly became serious. I would never engage in any scandalous affairs with another woman. You are the only one for me, and you must trust me. Wen Rong fell silent, pressing her lips together. The moment I chose you, I resolved to be devoted solely to you. You may doubt me about anything. Except for matters of loyalty and affection, I will never waver. Do you understand? Chapter 70. The desire to depart. Wen Rong swallowed hard, her tone calm as she replied. This is not the time for such discussions. You must first resolve your own issues and not implicate me. As the call ended, Jean Lihua knocked at the door. Wen Rong opened it to find Jean Lihua asking if she was still going out.
Yes. All right.
Wen Rong proceeded to handle her passport application, accompanied by teacher Jean. Uncertain of when it might be needed, she opted for expedited processing. Within 7 days, the passports for the family of 3 were ready, during which time Qi Jingzhou had not reached out again. He had apparently been waiting for a while after stepping out of his car. Aunt Jean, Rong, Qi Jingzhou greeted. Jean Lihua scrutinized him briefly. Is there something you need?
Qi Yang chuckled.
I visited your home, and Sister Li mentioned you were out. So I waited here for a bit. Aunt Jean, I would like to speak with Rong for a moment. Jean Lihua glanced at Wen Rong, and upon seeing no objection, took the backpack and headed upstairs first. The sun blazed fiercely as Wen Rong shielded herself with an umbrella. Shall we talk in the car? Qi Heong suggested. Wen Rong shook her head. Let us discuss it here. What is it? In the car. I need to catch a flight. And it won't take much of your time, Qi Heong insisted, adding, it concerns Qi Jingzhou. Using his full name piqued Wen Rong's curiosity. She fixed her gaze on Qi Heong before getting into the car. As he closed the door, Qi Heong got straight to the point. He is not only involved in politics but is also intricately connected with a biotechnology company named Sol. Are you aware of this? Wen Rong's gaze was sharp and clear as she countered his question. Why are you investigating him? Their eyes met, and from her expression, Qi Heong discerned no hint of surprise. She was clearly informed. He smirked slightly. What do you think? Wen Rong pressed her lips together, expressionless. I worry about you. I want to understand your intentions behind that extravagant wedding. I wish to uncover the true purpose of your lingering connection with this individual and whether his identity could pose any danger to you. If one day you regret your choices, I want to know if I can help you escape from this abyss. Qi Heong's eyes were clear and penetrating as he gazed deeply at her. I wish to protect you, to safeguard you. Do you understand? If someone you cared about expressed a desire to protect you, it would undoubtedly evoke warmth and emotion within you. She closed her eyes briefly, pondering why he had suddenly come to share these thoughts with her. Qi Heong's brow furrowed tightly, his hand instinctively gripping the steering wheel. I have inquired, and it seems the head of the headquarters fortuitously established a connection with one of Sol's shareholders. Within a mere few days, they have humbled themselves to initiate discussions of collaboration, and this is directed at me. This is a deliberate maneuver by Qi Jingzhou. Wen Rong lowered her eyelashes. Her voice wooden as she asked, you originally belonged to different fields. Why the deliberate action? I am here to inform you that this person is complex and dangerous. Your decision to distance yourself from him was indeed correct. Now is the time to sever ties. If you delay until the child is born, you will find it impossible to escape him. What have you done? Wen Rong's tone intensified. Qi Heong remained silent. Wen Rong turned her face away, her dark eyes brimming with coolness and disappointment. The anonymous tip-off, the one who set him up, was it you? Qi Heong's deep brown eyes were silent and unyielding. Wen Rong let out a mirthless laugh. He is complex and dangerous. And what about you? What good are you? I know that what I have done cannot inflict significant damage upon him, given the Qi family's influence in Beijing. Even a minor issue regarding his private life would not shake him. Don't tell me you merely intended to issue a warning?
Yes.
Wen Rong found it laughable. Qi Heong looked at her, his gaze filled with restraint and obscurity. Don't pretend you haven't considered that this might implicate me. Wen Rong coldly challenged. Once the Qi family takes notice of me, Qi Jingzhou will have no choice but to sever ties. You don't merely want to create a trivial inconvenience for him. You wish to compel him to relinquish everything, to force me to completely escape from him. The atmosphere grew tense. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture,
Qi Yang darkened gaze conveyed a reluctant acknowledgement.
Indeed, I have contemplated it. that would be for the best. If you wish to rid yourself of the Qi family's entanglements, you must leave the country. I can assist you in departing and care for you and the child abroad, facilitating your escape. Suddenly, Wen Rong raised her hand and slapped him. Qi Heong, you are exceedingly selfish. Filled with indignation, she prepared to exit the vehicle. But in the next moment, a powerful hand grasped her shoulder and forcefully pinned her against the seat. Qi Heong stared intently at her, a strand of hair falling over his forehead, his eyes gradually reddening behind his glasses. Selfish? Do you not yearn to free yourself from him? Rong. You are unwilling to remain in such an ambiguous state with him. What does this even signify? The only way to escape entirely lies in going abroad, do you understand? Only I can assist you. Wen Rong's demeanor was calm, her gaze unwavering as she regarded him. Release me. Rong. Qi Heong, you have crossed the line. Qi Heong fixed his gaze intently on her eyes, enunciating each word with emphasis. Whether you like it or not, you must heed my words. Once the child is born, you will never be able to sever ties with him. Wen Rong forcefully pushed him away, adjusting her sweater that had slipped from her shoulders with one hand while opening the car door with the other, stepping out. I alone dictate how to live. I do not require anyone's meddling.
Bang.
She slammed the car door shut and briskly walked into the building, umbrella in hand. As the door closed, Jean Lihua sensed it was best not to disturb her at that moment. Over the past few days, she had diligently researched the preparations for going abroad.
Now,
being only 4 or 5 months pregnant, obtaining a visa posed the greatest challenge, necessitating considerable time for arrangements. When Rong called Wen Qingyu, "Father, could you possibly assist me? I wish to finalize the arrangements for going abroad as soon as possible." Chapter 71. Running with the Ball. Qi Jingzhou restrained himself from contacting Wen Rong. The investigation team was still probing into him, and the political enemies of the Qi family were exerting pressure. It would take time to thoroughly investigate his connections in Yen City. At this point, the only course of action he could take was to retaliate against Qi Heong, the root of his troubles, to relieve his pent-up frustration. I will do my utmost to keep him occupied, but what enmity do you have against him? Personal grudge. What personal grudge? You talk too much. I'm hanging up. Qi Jingzhou put the phone down, but before he could disconnect, he heard the voice on the other end raise in protest. Hello? Do you have any conscience? It's something urgent, uncle. If not, I'm hanging up. Do you think I can't find out without your explanation? Do you believe? Qi Jingzhou, feeling exasperated, lifted the phone back to his ear. I know you possess capabilities, but if you dare to investigate, I will sever ties. The voice on the other end sighed with disappointment. Sking. You have invited me to involve myself in your affairs, yet you remain so distant. I am merely concerned about you. Qi Jingzhou frowned. Is there something urgent? We shall discuss it later. Heartless. Qi Jingzhou abruptly ended the call. Qi Hall. Cheng Fei appeared at some point beside him, holding a glass of water and a bottle of medication, his eyes eagerly fixed on the phone in Qi Jingzhou's hand. Qi Jingzhou returned the phone to him, instructing, if he calls again, do not answer. Understood. Cheng Fei quickly caught the phone and handed him the water and medicine. Please rest early. I will inform you if anything arises. Recently, he had been suspended due to the investigation, confined to his residence without the freedom to move about. Cheng Fei temporarily stayed in the guest room, assisting with errands. Suddenly being idle was quite challenging for Qi Jingzhou. He found it difficult to sleep. Thoughts of Wen Rong consuming him, yet he could not reach out to her, resorting to medication to force himself into slumber. Even when he did manage to sleep, his mind remained tense, jolting awake at the slightest sound, indicating that the sedative's effectiveness was waning. Lying in bed, Qi Jingzhou's eyelids fluttered half-closed, lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. The uncertainty of when trouble might strike rendered him too anxious to sleep. Longing for Wen Rong. I missed the sensation of sleeping in her embrace. Knock, knock, knock. Qi Hall? The investigation team has several questions to ask you. Are you asleep? Qi Jingzhou, still dazed from the medication, heard Cheng Fei's voice outside the door. He opened his mouth, but the effects of the drug rendered him voiceless. His head heavy and clouded. Qi Hall? Knock, knock. Cheng Fei called out again and knocked on the door. After a while, he pushed the door open and, upon seeing Qi Jingzhou on the bed with his eyes half open and unresponsive, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Qi Hall. Cheng Fei swiftly hung up the phone and rushed to the bedside, reaching out to check Qi Jingzhou's condition. His forehead was unusually warm, his eyes vacant. Had he not felt the pulse in his neck still beating, Cheng Fei might have thought the worst had occurred. Trembling, he dialed a number. Directori. Come quickly. When Rong's network of connections came into play, she ultimately changed her destination, as the visa was relatively easier to obtain. After spending half a month preparing the materials, she finally secured the visa. On the eve of her departure, Wen Rong canceled her mobile number, severing all connections. Her sole consideration was how to remain, overcoming all obstacles to stay at least until the safe arrival of the babies. The Wen family busied themselves settling into a new locale. As for Qi Jingzhou, it was not until the end of August that he finally alleviated the crisis. The challenge was not merely the thorough investigation but the relentless scrutiny of political adversaries and his deteriorating mental state. Once he regained his composure, he promptly attempted to call Wen Rong, only to discover the number was no longer in service. Qi Jingzhou stared at his phone, unwilling to relent, dialing the number repeatedly. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is no longer in service." The cold, mechanical voice repeated incessantly, and darkness pooled in his eyes, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. Qi Jingzhou then called Cheng Fei. "Go to Shucheng immediately." Cheng Fei hesitated, his voice uncertain. "Director Qi, tomorrow morning's meeting is crucial." Qi Jingzhou's tone darkened as he interrupted. "I said immediately." "Yes, I'm on it." The morning flight went straight to Shucheng. Upon landing, Qi Jingzhou wasted no time, hailing a cab directly to Xinlan Garden. He arrived at the Wen residence and rang the doorbell without hesitation. No one answered. He knocked again, rousing the neighbor across the hall. "Stop knocking. No one's home." The neighbor, initially irritable, softened her demeanor upon recognizing him. "Oh, it's you, Auntie. Why is no one home?" Qi Jingzhou pressed his lips together, his gaze heavy upon her. Bloodshot eyes and an unkempt beard betraying his disheveled state. The neighbor was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, then, scrutinizing his worn appearance, a thought sparked. "Didn't they go out? Didn't Rong tell you?" Qi Jingzhou's eyes darkened, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Where did they go?" "I heard from the nanny that they went abroad." "All of them?" Only the nanny remains, coming by every few days to tidy up." "When did they leave?" The neighbor calculated. "Oh, it must have been 7 or 8 days ago." 7 or 8 days later. Qi Jingzhou felt a slight roll of his Adam's apple as he swallowed the bitter dryness in his mouth. He nodded silently in gratitude. "I understand. I apologize for the intrusion." He was about to step into the elevator when he was called back by the neighbor aunt. "Hey, wait a moment." Qi Jingzhou paused and turned to look. The neighbor aunt, with a sheepish smile, comforted him. "Have you had a quarrel with Rong? Honestly, I must say, seeing her at her parents' place all the time, I hardly see you. No matter how busy work gets, you should still accompany your wife. Especially with her belly being so large." Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze and murmured in acknowledgement, devoid of any desire to engage in conversation. "What's your surname again?"
Qi.
"Oh, Xiao Qi. Don't blame me for not informing you. I heard from the nanny that Rong intends to give birth abroad. You wouldn't be unaware of such a significant matter, would you? It's quite strange that when Rong hasn't discussed this with her husband." The neighbor aunt's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she eagerly offered unsolicited advice. "Well, I don't know the specifics, but you're both young. It's normal to have conflicts. However, with a child on the way, it's all merely trivial. Perhaps I should give you the phone number of that nanny. Sisterly, if you wish to know more, you can simply ask her." Qi Jingzhou's gaze flickered, and in an instant, he grasped the reason behind Wen Rong's sudden decision to give birth abroad. The location of the child's birth would determine their nationality. Realizing this, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He took out his phone and noted down Sister Li's contact information. "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome. You're welcome." The neighbor aunt replied enthusiastically, smiling brightly. "I've watched Rong grow up. I genuinely hope for the best for you too. If you need anything, just let me know." Qi Jingzhou managed a strained smile, bid her farewell, and stepped into the elevator. Once downstairs, he promptly dialed the nanny's number. The call was answered swiftly. "Hello? Who is this?" "I am Wen Rong's husband. Could you please come to Zifengmingdu?" Chapter 72. You cannot let me go. An hour later, at Zifengmingdu, Qi Jingzhou sat on the couch, staring at her with a blank expression. "You truly don't know?" Sister Li shook her head vigorously. "I genuinely do not know, sir." Qi Jingzhou's eyelids drooped.
Leave.
Yes. Sister Li hurriedly lowered her head, shouldered her bag and rushed out. As the entrance door opened, a cold command echoed from behind. "Yes, sir."
Click.
The front door closed softly. Qi Jingzhou leaned back against the sofa, remaining motionless for an extended period. When Rong was intentionally keeping the nanny at bay, knowing he would inevitably seek her out upon discovering her absence. Reflecting on this, Qi Jingzhou's lips curled in an inexplicable smirk, a surge of unnamable anger igniting within him, prompting him to abruptly flip the backrest. "You certainly know how to provoke my ire. Well done." Xiaomi. Qi Jingzhou chuckled coldly, composed himself, and pulled out his phone to scroll through his contacts. Dialing a number. "I want to know where Wen Rong is now, immediately." Winter swiftly approached, and Wen Rong's due date was expected in December. However, With the twins she was carrying, it was predictable that they would arrive ahead of schedule. Upon waking to this news, Wen Rong remained surprisingly composed. Everything unfolded as anticipated. When the child arrived, she merely exhaled in relief. Wen Rong had taken a nap, and upon awakening, she discovered it was snowing outside. Father? Wen Rong furrowed her brow, compelled to raise her voice. Auntie? Who are you speaking to? No one, Miss Wen, the nanny's voice faltered. Sensing something amiss, Wen Rong clearly heard footsteps gradually approaching, slow, heavy, and deliberate. An inexplicable dread gripped her heart, causing her to hold her breath involuntarily. It was not until a hand propped against the slightly ajar door that she felt a chill. Upon seeing the figure that came into view, Wen Rong's heart sank, her face betraying disbelief and shock. Qi Jingzhou's deep-set eyes locked onto hers, unwavering as he stepped inside, chin slightly elevated. Dressed entirely in black, snow blanketed his head and shoulders, exuding an aura of coldness and intensity. The snowflakes on his raven hair were nearly brushed away by the doorframe. His tall form enveloped in a knee-length black coat, amplifying his statuesque presence. The delicate Diana roses cradled in his arms were dampened by the snow, the light droplets on the petals mirroring the chill in his obsidian gaze. Cold yet tender, the juxtaposition seemed oddly harmonious. Wen Rong found herself at a loss for words, only perceiving a dull ringing in her ears. What is there to be surprised about? After a prolonged gaze, Qi Jingzhou's lips curled into a gentle smile, unexpectedly warm. This is the moment I should appear, is it not? Wen Rong's lips quivered, yet no sound escaped. Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, a twinkle illuminating his eyes, casually dispersing the coolness between them. He closed the door, placed the bouquet on the bedside table, and with an unhurried grace, removed his coat while casually assessing the room's layout and decor. The moment I learned you resided here, I felt compelled to mention that the surroundings leave much to be desired. As he hung his coat on a rack, he approached the bed, leisurely rolling up his sleeves, furrowing his brow as he regarded Wen Rong. In such an old apartment, the soundproofing is poor. When the baby cries, it will disturb the neighbors. The locals may not be particularly accommodating. She swallowed hard, whispering, You found me long ago. Indeed, Qi Jingzhou replied, casually resting one leg on the bed's edge, a faint smile gracing his lips as he exhaled warmth into his palms. You should have informed me about your desire to give birth abroad. It is not a trivial matter. I could have assisted with the arrangements. Leaving without a word, considering your parents' fragile health, do you have any idea how worried I am? Wen Rong's racing heartbeat began to steady. She composed herself, her expression devoid of emotion as she focused on his hands rubbing together, choosing not to respond. The idea is becoming increasingly audacious. Had it not been for the holiday, I would have found it quite difficult to travel abroad. Weren't you frightened during the premature birth? Having warmed his hands, Qi Jingzhou extended his arm towards her, his voice soft and coaxing. Come here, let me hold you. Wen Rong closed her eyes and leaned back against the soft pillow, turning her face away. He gazed at her for a moment, the corners of his lips lifting as he leaned in closer, gently enveloping her in his embrace, disregarding her stiffness. With his face pressed against hers, he inhaled deeply, kissing her temple, his hands gliding softly along the nape of her neck and down her spine, letting out a low sigh. I missed you terribly. The familiar warmth enveloped her senses, mingled with the faintest trace of maternal essence. The fragrance enveloped Qi Jingzhou's lungs, imparting an indescribable sense of fulfillment and gratification. Suddenly parched, he brushed aside her cascading locks, gently nuzzling the warm lobe of her ear with a soft, raspy voice. Come to my embrace. The warmth and tingling sensation at her ear stirred something within. Wen Rong felt a rush of electricity coursing through her body and instinctively pushed him away, only to be firmly pulled closer by the arm encircling her waist. The sharp pang of pain tugged at her, and she gasped. Qi Jingzhou stiffened, lowering his gaze to find her brow furrowed, her complexion pale, and he instinctively mirrored her expression, regret flashing in his eyes. He became exceedingly cautious, as if cradling a fragile treasure, and gently helped her recline. I'm sorry, does it still hurt? Let me see. Wen Rong, wishing to avoid his gaze, sensed the blanket being lifted and reflexively pushed his hand away. Don't touch me. He cupped her face in his hands, leaning down to rest his forehead against hers, his voice soothing and warm. I'll only be gone for half a month. Don't worry, I'll merely observe them. I would never compete with you. Wen Rong fluttered her eyelashes, reluctantly opening her eyes to meet his, her expression devoid of emotion. I'm going abroad not to prevent you from taking my child. Then why are you angry? He asked. You left without a word, and I did not express any anger. I wish to put an end to this. I no longer desire to be entangled with you. Can you please stop feigning ignorance? Qi Jingzhou's gaze remained tender and gentle, devoid of irritation. even managing a smile as his fingers delicately traced the edges of her eyes. I cannot accept you abandoning me. You cannot let me go, do you understand? Wen Rong's heart sank. In her calm, dark eyes, an immense distance seemed to be embedded. Qi Jingzhou observed this, his Adam's apple bobbing as he adjusted his position to draw closer to her, resembling a devoted dog seeking warmth, his low voice filled with grievance. You didn't take care when I fell ill. Your heart cannot be so cruel. Wen Rong quietly gazed out the window, choosing not to respond. His voice turned gentle once more. From now on, you must promise not to disappear without a word. Just tell me where you wish to go, and I will not restrict your freedom, all right?
Chapter 73. Fleeting Moments.
Qi Jingzhou did not linger for long. His visit was merely to assert his presence. After the nanny knocked to remind him, he embraced Wen Rong, planting a soft kiss on her forehead, whispering, I'll take care of things at the hospital. Don't worry. Focus on your recovery, and we'll stay in touch by phone. Miss Wen, are you dining now? Wen Rong quietly regarded her for 2 seconds, understanding without questioning who her true benefactor was. Yes, I just saw someone parking downstairs, the nanny replied, her tone courteous and cautious. Then please prepare. Certainly, Miss Wen. The sound of footsteps hurriedly retreated. Wen Rong leaned back against the soft pillow, raising her hand to her forehead, her eyes closed in contemplation. The two conversed in the living room before eventually entering Wen Rong's room. On the bedside table, a bouquet of roses bloomed vibrantly, catching Jean Lihua off guard. Wen Qingyu was equally astonished. Did Aunt buy flowers? In the dead of winter, it feels rather ceremonial. Just as he finished his internal musings, Wen Rong remarked, Qi Jingzhou was here. He just left.
Who?
Qi Jingzhou. Wen Qingyu's eyes widened, locking gazes with Jean Lihua, both expressions reflecting disbelief. How could he casually arrive in Vancouver? He is neither Jean Lihua, nor does he lose his composure. During the vacation, Wen Rong gently rubbed her forehead, gazing quietly out of the window, her focus drifting. She softly explained, he has known we are here all along, waiting for me to give birth before making his appearance. The nanny at home even arrived here, as early as September. This implies that they had only recently settled in Vancouver when Qi Jingzhou found her. Wen Qingyu suddenly realized something, his expression shifting dramatically as he furrowed his brows and crossed his arms. This is not going to be easy. Does it not mean that wherever he goes, he cannot escape him? Wen Qingyu, worried for his wife and daughter, had delayed until now. Jean Lihua, too, anxiously clenched her hands. Is he coming to take the child?
Oh, dear.
The hospital. Olwen, hurry. Wen Rong spoke helplessly, Mom, there's no need to be anxious. He won't take them. With a gentle sigh, she continued, it's not that I don't trust him. It's just that the babies cannot be separated from the incubator. He is their father and would never joke with their lives. After a pause, she added, he will leave after staying for half a month. Let us observe how things unfold. The children are hospitalized, and she needs to rest postpartum. For now, they can only respond to change with constancy. The elderly couple was calmed by Wen Rong, understanding that they could not confront Qi Jingzhou directly. Both parties reached a tacit agreement, alternating shifts to care for the children at the hospital. Everything remained tranquil as if nothing had occurred, with everyone coexisting harmoniously, devoid of any resentment. Half a month swiftly passed. The crib was placed in Wen Rong's room. The little ones, soft and tiny, melted Wen Rong's heart the first time she held her daughter in her arms, overwhelming her with maternal tenderness. She was so moved that tears threatened to spill. Wen Qingyu and Jean Lihua stood by the bed, their eyes growing misty at this poignant moment. The man leaning over the crib to gaze at his son suddenly looked up and gently asked, May I hold him? Wen Rong met his gaze, and the elderly couple also turned to look at him. Jean Lihua, maintaining a calm demeanor, discreetly interjected, Men are often heavy-handed and premature infants are delicate.
It's best not to touch them for now.
When she said you, she included Wen Qingyu to avoid sounding overly targeted. Qi Jingzhou looked down at the tiny being in the crib. So small, almost fitting in the palms of his hands, the baby lay quietly. His little head tilted as he slept soundly. He swallowed hard, his gaze softening as he nodded. Yes, Mom is right. I will hold him next time. Jean Lihua. Wen Qingyu glanced at him, unable to restrain his curiosity. When is your flight? When will you leave? In a couple of days, Qi Jingzhou replied. Wen Qingyu's lips twitched slightly. Who would want to accompany him? Over the past half-month, Qi Jingzhou had freely come and gone from Wen Rong's apartment. Yet he maintained a respectful distance, not overstaying his welcome, especially since there were no extra rooms available for him. On the eve of his return home, after dinner, he lingered, standing by the crib with his hands in his pockets. When Wen Rong emerged from the bathroom, he turned his head at the sound, a warm smile gracing his features. I heard Mom say you plan to pursue further studies here? Two children lay peacefully asleep, illuminated only by a solitary bedside lamp. He instinctively spoke in hushed tones. As he pulled back the covers and removed his shoes to climb into bed, he heard the soft inquiry once more. Was this the original plan, or was it a spontaneous decision prompted by me? Qi Jingzhou, with a resigned smile, replied, I respect your decision. Do you require my assistance? No need, came the response. Balancing the care of a baby while managing school and academic responsibilities demanded considerable time and energy. I understood that father had his own network of connections, yet my help could expedite the process. Wen Rong furrowed her brow. Qi Jingzhou sighed silently, gently ruffling her hair. You know I have granted you significant freedom, allowing your path to be smoother. A wise person would not choose to reject such an opportunity. Do not gamble on this futile resentment. When Rome tilted her head away from his touch, her eyes filled with impatience as she looked up at him. Freedom? What kind of freedom is this? Are you planning to bind me indefinitely? Bind? Qi Jingzhou frowned momentarily but quickly relaxed, his expression softening into a smile. How could you harbor such a misconception? If you wish to soar, I am here to provide support. That is my purpose. You are the one in control. Must you insist on this? When Rome suddenly felt weary, her eyes visibly dimming, her tone lacking vitality, Qi Jingzhou observed her for a couple of seconds before smiling gently. I understand your emotions are heightened. It is natural after childbirth. Focus on recuperating your health, and we can discuss these matters once you have completed your confinement. He leaned down to gently tuck the covers around her before bidding her farewell. Chapter 74. A midnight drive raises suspicion. With differing destinations upon their return, Wen Qingyu did not accompany Qi Jingzhou on the same flight. Upon landing, Cheng Fei awaited him at the arrival gate. As Qi Jingzhou emerged, he quickly approached to take the suitcase while quietly reporting updates. Qi Jingzhou settled into the car with a soft acknowledgement. The black Bentley glided into the Qi family estate, where 4 vehicles were already parked in the courtyard. Remarkably, even the third son of the Qi family, who was often away on missions, was present. The elder Qi, holding a teapot, smiled faintly and nodded. Please take a seat. We are discussing your matters. Qi Jingzhou lowered his head respectfully, then walked slowly to the vacant seat at the end of the left side, methodically unbuttoning his coat and jacket before taking a seat. Zhou Changwu just handed me your medical records. After half a month of treatment, how are you feeling? The elder Qi inquired with a gentle smile. Before Qi Jingzhou could respond, Qi Liang, seated beside him, raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him with a light laugh. Elder brother, Qi Pingrui shot him a glare. Could you refrain from speaking? You never say anything sensible. Qi Liang pouted slightly, leisurely lifting his teacup to blow on it. Qi Jingzhou cast a sharp glance at him, his words devoid of emotion. Jessica advised that treatment should not be interrupted. I am considering flying to Vancouver for a few days each month. I wonder if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could facilitate this. His position made international travel cumbersome. Even vacation requests needed prior approval. Frequent trips could not draw attention, necessitating a formal and respectable pretext. After listening, Uncle Qi furrowed his brow and turned to Old Master Qi, saying, Is it really necessary for Jingzhou to push matters of the state into foreign affairs? That seems rather forced. The eldest uncle of the Qi family interjected, suggesting they devise a plan, as they must find a remedy. Uncle Qi hesitated, expressing his concern that frequent outings could draw the attention of the Jiang family. Could we not consider a different approach? Perhaps discreetly inviting a doctor to our home under the pretense of caring for father's health? Qi Pingrui countered. We cannot involve grandfather in this. He has had a nutritionist and medical team attending to him for years. If word gets out about any health issues, the ramifications would be significant. The group engaged in a discussion surrounding this topic. Jingzhou, the person in question, remained silent, pouring himself a cup of tea. Qi Liang cast a sidelong glance at him, leaning in playfully and whispering, Are you truly unwell? With one hand holding the teacup, Jingzhou did not lift his gaze, calmly replying, Would you like to try my medicine? It has a candy flavor. Qi Liang chuckled lightly. Aside from depression, insomnia, and irritability, do you have any other symptoms? I'm quite curious about the nature of your episodes. It hasn't escalated to that point, Jingzhou replied, taking a sip of tea, his eyes flickering slightly as he managed a faint smile. Don't be anxious. I cannot overpower you. Qi Liang laughed heartily. That is true. Your training in the military was not in vain. In comparison, Jingzhou is akin to a plucked chicken. Or perhaps a black chicken. Suppressing his laughter, Qi Liang lowered his gaze to his tea, concealing a hint of deep contemplation. Their conversation did not yield any conclusions. Regardless of the reasoning, frequent international travel would inevitably attract attention. Old Master Qi, troubled, finally spoke up. Jingzhou nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the family dinner concluded, everyone settled for the night at the old residence. Jingzhou, still adjusting to the time difference, found himself wide awake. Just as he closed his laptop, his phone rang. Frowning at the unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, Mr. Qi? A male voice on the other end sounded somewhat anxious. Who is this? I am Song Xiuming from the criminal investigation team in Shucheng. We have met before. Surprised, Jingzhou responded, Team Song? Why are you contacting me so late? Are you in the country? Please hurry to the city hospital. Something has happened to Uncle Wen. Jingzhou's pupils constricted.
What?
Please take your time and explain. The Wen family as housekeeper gave me your number, mentioning that Wen Rong and Aunt Jean are not in the country. I had no choice but to reach out to you. I will explain everything when you arrive, but you must come quickly. They are still trying to save him. I'm on my way. Jingzhou stood abruptly, not bothering to hang up the phone. He quickly grabbed his coat and jacket, striding out of the room. In the dead of night, he hastily drove away, ensuring not to disturb anyone in the old residence. His car sped along the winding mountain road. And he only managed to give Cheng Fei a brief instruction. Bring your car downstairs. I need to go to Shucheng. Cheng Fei, abruptly awakened by the call, was still in a daze.
Huh?
Car? Shucheng? Hurry up, Jingzhou urged sharply, prompting Cheng Fei to fully awaken with a start. Oh, okay. He quickly replied, scrambling out of bed and hastily putting on his clothes before rushing out. Two individuals convened beneath Qi Jingzhou's residence, exchanging vehicles. With the swiftness of the wind, he ascended into the car, seemingly in haste. Cheng Fei hastily grasped the window, urgently inquiring, Director Qi, are you driving there alone? That is far too perilous. It's fine. I cannot allow anyone to know I'm heading to Shucheng. You must concoct an excuse to cover for me.
What? No, Directori.
Director Qi. Ignoring him completely, Qi Jingzhou pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Cheng Fei's heart raced, watching the taillights vanish into the distance, his scalp tingling with anxiety. What on earth was happening? It would take over 10 hours to drive there. Was he out of his mind? The following morning, as the Qi family gathered for breakfast, they soon realized one member was absent. Elder Qi instructed the housekeeper to inquire, only to learn that Qi Jingzhou had left overnight. Qi's elder uncle asked, Is there a problem? Elder Qi remained silent, gesturing for others to continue their meal. After dining, the family members departed one by one. Qi Liang, on holiday, vanished after the meal. Qi Pingrui's vehicle departed last. In the courtyard, he encountered Director Zhou, who was arriving in haste. He halted and, waiting for Zhou to approach, asked, What is the situation with the fifth? Director Zhou's expression was grave. I asked Secretary Cheng, but he is unclear. His phone isn't answering and is turned off. Nonsense. Qi Pingrui furrowed his brow in frustration, choosing not to leave. Instead, he turned to accompany Director Zhou to meet Elder Qi. In the study, Qi Pingrui spoke with a serious demeanor. Initially, he was assigned to Yanshi, tirelessly pursuing political achievements year-round. How is it that he has yet to reach the pinnacle of his efforts and is already slacking? This is not his modus operandi. Elder Qi pondered. His mental state not being optimal, it was understandable for him to occasionally seek relaxation. Qi Jingzhou is still young. We cannot be excessively harsh. This ailment of his cannot endure more pressure. As he spoke, he turned to Director Zhou, continue to send people to search. If found, do not alert him. Just observe what he is doing. Director Zhou nodded. Understood. Chapter 75, Severely Injured and Unconscious. Qi Jingzhou could no longer afford to ponder trivialities. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Song Xiuming would not have contacted him at once. He drove tirelessly for 13 hours, arriving in Shucheng just past 4 in the afternoon. After parking the car, he dialed Song Xiuming's number as he exited. After 2 rings, the call was swiftly answered. Hello? Have you arrived? Where are you? 3rd floor ICU. I'll meet you at the elevator. Qi Jingzhou hurried toward the elevator, frowning as he asked, What is the situation? Let us discuss the specifics upon meeting. You haven't contacted Wen Rong, have you? Didn't you say not to inform her yet?
No.
The elevator reached the 3rd floor. And as the doors opened, Qi Jingzhou spotted Song Xiuming pacing nervously in the corridor. Mr. Qi. Over here. They proceeded along the corridor, flanked by transparent glass windows revealing numerous critically ill patients. He was targeted. At the entrance of the community, a motorcycle sped by, and 2 police officers couldn't react in time before Uncle Wen was stabbed. Song Xiuming's voice grew increasingly frantic, his eyes reddening with unshed tears. Unable to continue, he bit his lip, apologizing to Qi Jingzhou in a choked voice. Apologies. It seems we have not performed our duties adequately. I sincerely regret this. As they spoke, the two individuals reached the entrance of Wen Qingyu's hospital room. Qi Jingzhou halted, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Have the suspects been apprehended? Yes. They are currently under interrogation. They are quite reticent, but it can be reasonably inferred that they are affiliated with the defendants from the previous case. Please send me the relevant documents. Song Xiaoming's words faltered midway, his gaze intensely fixed on Qi Jingzhou's profile. I cannot breach regulations. Qi Jingzhou turned his face, his gaze icy. As a family member of the victim, I possess the right to be informed of the case's progress. A hint of guilt was evident on Song Xiaoming's face, yet he resolutely held his ground. The apprehension and investigation are under our jurisdiction, Mr. Qi. Please await our updates. I assure you, we will ensure the suspects are brought to justice. Qi Jingzhou stared at him for a few seconds before giving a slight nod. Captain Song is quite diligent. He refrained from further comment and turned to leave, heading towards the doctor's on-call room. Song Xiaoming watched his retreating figure, his lips moving as if to speak, his expression a complex mixture of thoughts unvoiced. The primary concern now is infection. You see, the wound is located here. In the doctor's office, Qi Jingzhou sat at the table, his attention fixed on the doctor as he elaborated on the situation. After more than half an hour, he finally grasped the entirety of Wen Qingyu's condition. We will endeavor to treat him with the most effective medication, without concern for the cost. Rest assured, we will do our utmost. When can he awaken? That depends on his physical condition. If he is robust, the earliest would be tomorrow or the day after. I understand. Thank you. Exiting the doctor's office, Qi Jingzhou once again stood outside the intensive care unit. He did not enter, but gazed through the glass. After much contemplation, he decided it would be best to wait until Wen Qingyu regained consciousness before contemplating whether to inform Wen Rong. However, he could not leave Shu City for the time being. After considerable reflection, Qi Jingzhou turned away. He made his way to the terrace connected to the hospital corridor, retrieved a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and then lowered his gaze to check his phone messages. Ignoring several missed calls and unread messages, he answered the call. Hello? Director Qi, have you arrived? Cheng Fei's tone was somewhat conspiratorial, deliberately subdued. Qi Jingzhou exhaled a plume of smoke. Yes, how are things on your end? I am uncertain what excuse would be appropriate. I can only feign ignorance and say that I have also been unable to reach you. Cheng Fei chuckled wryly. Well done. It seems Executive Zhou is still looking for you. It won't be long before they trace me. How should I explain this, Director Qi? Cheng Fei was truly perplexed. He could not conceive a plausible reason for Qi Jingzhou's south hasty drive to Shu City and could only leave it to him to devise an explanation. Qi Jingzhou had already formulated his response. Just say that I have been threatened. What? Cheng Fei's eyes widened. By whom? Lu Xiao. What? Cheng Fei was taken aback. Lu Xiao is the male companion of Qi Jingzhou's biological father, is he not? Qi Jingzhou exhaled a smoke ring, speaking slowly. State that Lu Xiao has hired a lawyer to target me. Currently, that lawyer has been attacked by enemies and may possess evidence that could ruin my political career. I must remain close to the lawyer until the individual awakens. That is how it should be presented. Cheng Fei. Lu Xiao. In the study of the Qi family ancestral home, upon hearing Cheng Fei's words, the elder Qi's expression darkened like stormy waters. What does this mean? After all these years, why did that person suddenly target Jingzhou? It seems there has always been a connection. Previously, I overheard Qi Ting making 2 phone calls, addressing him as second uncle. It appears that there has been some pressure exerted from that end, though I am not privy to the specifics. The old man's expression was as dark as coal. The only person whom Qi Jingzhou would refer to as second uncle is undoubtedly Lu Xiao. Years ago, when Qi Jingzhou's biological father passed away, the inheritance was divided in half. One portion bequeathed to his only son, Qi Jingzhou, and the other to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao had once visited the Qi family, aiming to ensure Qi Jingzhou inherited that portion of the estate, but was rebuffed by the elder Qi, who forbade Qi Jingzhou from seeing him. They maintained a clandestine connection unbeknownst to anyone in the Qi family. Lu Xiao's pressure on Qi Jingzhou could be an attempt to sabotage his political career, reminiscent of past rivalries with the Qi family. Or is he intending to eliminate him to seize the inheritance entirely? The elder Qi was momentarily at a loss. Unable to discern Lu Xiao's true intentions, he resolved promptly, issuing orders to Cheng Fei, continue to reach out to him and assure him to focus on matters there. I will handle things on this side of the capital. Should anything arise, have him contact me immediately. Cheng Fei nodded in agreement. Upon leaving the old residence, he suddenly realized he was drenched in cold sweat. The shift of focus to Singapore was truly remarkable. As he drove away, he shook his head in disbelief, marveling at Qi Jingzhou's cunning and ruthlessness. However, a flicker of suspicion crossed Cheng Fei's eyes as he muttered, could he genuinely be contemplating a withdrawal from politics? He was not alone in this speculation. Others in the Qi family were similarly preoccupied with political ambitions, oblivious to the possibility that Qi Jingzhou might abandon their most cherished power. Meanwhile, the wrongly accused second Uncle Liu, upon receiving a call from Qi Jingzhou, was utterly elated. Just tell me what evidence you need, what connections you require. I will arrange everything for you. When do you want to come over to sign? I can dispatch a private jet to fetch you at any time. No, I will personally come to get you. Qi Jingzhou, overwhelmed with a throbbing headache, pressed his fingers to his brow and spoke hoarsely. Please, hold on, let me explain. Chapter 76, You Care About Me. When Xingyu regained consciousness the night following his surgery, by that time, Qi Jingzhou had been by his side for 2 days, having driven for over 10 hours to reach Xucheng and not resting since disembarking from the plane. His eyes were bloodshot from fatigue, despite donning protective gear and a mask. His weariness was palpable. Dad, I haven't told Rong yet. Should I inform her? When Xingyu's old eyes were clouded, and upon hearing this, he instinctively shook his head. Qi Jingzhou noted this, his throat constricting slightly, and he smiled gently, nodding. I believe you share the same sentiment. Otherwise, you would have confided in them before leaving the country, despite the threats you faced. When Xingyu regarded him, his eyes shifting, attempting to speak. Don't say it. Qi Jingzhou interrupted, nodding, I understand. Focus on your recovery. Once your condition improves, I will tell her. A glimmer of gratitude flickered in Wen Qingyu's eyes, and, as if recalling something, his lips moved beneath the breathing mask. Leaning in closer, Qi Jingzhou heard him utter the word thank you. He chuckled softly, teasingly whispering, You're welcome. Wen Qingyu closed his eyes, falling silent thereafter. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, Vancouver time, Wen Rong received a phone call. The number was local yet unfamiliar, prompting her initial hesitation to answer. After the call rang 3 times, she furrowed her brow and picked up. Hello, is this Miss Wen Rong? The voice on the other end spoke fluently in English. Yes, this is she replied. This is UBC. We have reviewed your resume and admission application, and I am pleased to inform you that you have been successfully accepted for study at our institution. The admission letter has been sent to your email, and you will need to print it yourself. Please make sure to arrive on campus before August. The image of Qi Jingzhou flashed momentarily in her mind. She refrained from asking further questions, patiently listening as the official voice conveyed the message, quietly expressing her gratitude before hanging up in a daze. She picked up the excess materials strewn across her desk and carelessly tossed them into the garbage bin. Jean Lihua, preparing to discard a diaper, paused upon seeing this, glanced at the trash can, and then back at Wen Rong. What's wrong? Why are you throwing all of this away? You've worked so hard these past few days. She reached to retrieve the discarded items, but Wen Rong interjected, They're no longer needed. Jean Lihua looked up, noticing Wen Rong was focused on her phone, having received the acceptance notification that Qi Jingzhou had taken care of. Did he help you with that? Does he agree to let you stay here for further studies? Jean Lihua inquired, astonished. Yet he had and so swiftly arranged her enrollment. When Rong met Jean Lihua's gaze and replied softly, Regardless of everything, we can stay. Jean Lihua gathered her thoughts and nodded, discarding the diaper in her hand with a serious tone as she grasped Wen Rong's arm. Ultimately, what matters is that the goal has been achieved. Since you've made this choice, focus on completing your studies. Do not waste this precious time. Daba and Xiaobao will be entrusted to your mother. When Rong felt a surge of emotion and embraced her. Thank you, Mom and Dad. How fortunate it is to possess parents who will stand unwaveringly by your side, supporting and nurturing you through any circumstance. When Rong couldn't help but ponder, had her parents not selflessly bestowed upon her wings of love and safeguarded her journey? Perhaps after parting ways with Qi Jingzhou, her life would have spiraled into disarray. Now, the greatest obligation she felt was towards her parents. In comparison to becoming their pride, being their support in later life, and fulfilling her role as a capable mother for her children, nothing else seemed significant. Having come to this realization, all past grievances lost their weight. Moving forward, she needed only to make choices conducive to her growth, focusing on how to swiftly and solidly strengthen herself. That was of utmost importance. The call from Qi Jingzhou came 3 days later in the morning. His voice, coming through the receiver, carried a distinct huskiness tinged with amusement. It's just past 2 in the morning here. It must be a little after 9 in Vancouver? When Rong's gaze fell on her laptop as she casually acknowledged with a faint hum. After a brief silence, Qi Jingzhou chuckled softly and asked, Have you been sleeping well? Are the babies causing any trouble? They've been very good, Wen Rong replied. That's reassuring. He paused before inquiring. Aren't you curious why I'm still awake at such an hour, calling you? Wen Rong's gaze faltered for a moment as it descended to the mobile phone beside her. Surely, you wish to inquire whether I have received the admission notice from UBC? Qi Jingzhou chuckled softly, refraining from asking that. Wen Rong frowned and retorted, "Then why did you call?" "I am sleepless and yearn to hear your voice," he replied, his tone husky. Wen Rong remained silent. "It seems the medication has lost its efficacy." Qi Jingzhou sighed, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. "I have been rather busy lately, working tirelessly for several days, and my head is throbbing. Rong, could you possibly assist me?" Wen Rong raised her hand to support her forehead, closing her eyes in contemplation, and asked him, "Have you tried white noise?" It was of no avail. "All I wish for now is to hold you." Wen Rong, "Simply conversing with me would suffice, as long as you do not ignore me." After a moment of thought, Wen Rong closed her notebook and set it aside, slowly lying down on the bed and calmly inquired, "Have you resolved the matter regarding the anonymous report against you?" "Yes, it has been 2 or 3 months. There is no need for concern." "How was it resolved?"
she questioned.
"There wasn't much to uncover, initially." Qi Jingzhou recalled something and chuckled softly, "Though it did frighten you, prompting you to flee abroad." When Rong lowered her gaze in silence, the other end of the line fell quiet for a few seconds, and when Qi Jingzhou spoke again, his tone was gentle. "Do not worry. I shall never implicate you, and such matters will not arise again." When Rong's eyelids half closed, her unfocused gaze drifting outside the window. "Are you still seeing a psychologist? With persistent insomnia, one must find a solution, no?" "Yes, I am." Qi Jingzhou cleared his throat and continued, "I hadn't intended to tell you, but it is rare for you to show concern. When I visit Vancouver, I claim it is for a vacation. But I inform the Qi family that I am seeing a doctor. There is a world-renowned psychologist there, and I intend to use the excuse of my consultations to visit you frequently." When Rome had not anticipated this layer of complexity. "Speak the truth. Are your psychological issues quite severe?" Qi Jingzhou chuckled lightly. "Do I appear to you as mentally unstable? Then why has the medication become ineffective?" Qi Jingzhou, "You have consumed numerous medications. Your body has built immunity to them." Qi Jingzhou remained silent for a moment, then helplessly replied, "It's merely sleeping pills. My condition will improve with adequate rest and relaxation." When Rong frowned, not entirely convinced by his words. Rong, do we consider ourselves reconciled now?" He still found the energy to smile. "Your concern for me is evident." Chapter 77, Fetal Heartbeat. When Rong pressed her lips together, her tone serious, "Do not jest. If your mental state deteriorates, I shall not permit you to see the child." The weight of her words was more grave than her tone. Qi Jingzhou stifled his laughter, his eyes darkening slightly as he bowed his head and murmured in agreement, "Rest assured, I am well. I simply require sleep." His mouth felt parched, yearning for water. Yet he craved a cigarette even more. Grabbing the pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, he bit into one and lit it, taking a deep drag. The smoke filled his lungs, not alleviating the irritation of his craving, but instead provoking a fierce, stinging sensation. Cough, cough. Qi Jingzhou coughed violently twice, raising his hand to pinch the cigarette butt, taking a deep breath to suppress the itch in his throat, then hoarsely diverted the topic. "I do not wish to follow my mother's path. Help me, Xiaomi. I need you." When Rong listened to the sounds on the phone, softly responding, "I believe you should momentarily set aside your work. If the pressure surrounding you is indeed overwhelming, perhaps allowing yourself to pause and relax your body may lead you to a restful slumber." Upon hearing her gentle and sincere suggestion, Qi Jingzhou couldn't help but chuckle, lifting the hand holding the cigarette to poke his brow with his fingertip. "Have you been delving into psychology recently? Is this advice tailored for me?" Such academic counsel is something I have encountered before. When Rong furrowed her brow, "Have you tried it?" "I am trying," Qi Jingzhou replied, inhaling from his cigarette. "But I need you. I've expressed this numerous times, and I mean it in the most literal sense. Do you comprehend? How else can I articulate my desires? I want you to sleep beside me, to breathe in your scent, to hold you close." When Rong blinked, noticing his escalating agitation, clearly indicative of his deteriorating mood, she knitted her brows momentarily, contemplating, and then spoke to soothe him. "I understand. Shall I share something with you?"
I obté proves beneficial.
Qi Jingzhou paused. "What is it?" "I will send you an email. You'll know once you open it." Setting her phone aside, when Rong reopened her computer, accidentally, she nudged the speaker, causing Qi Jingzhou's voice to resonate within the quiet room. "I don't have a computer nearby and don't wish to end the call. Please tell me what it is." When Rong had already clicked send, glancing toward the direction of the crib, she picked up her phone again, as a small one began to coo. "I need to go feed the baby. I must hang up now." Qi Jingzhou faintly heard the baby's soft cries before the call was disconnected. His brow furrowed, unable to discern it clearly. It didn't resemble the white noise he was accustomed to. He increased the volume and replayed the recording. The sound Wen Rong had sent him was that of a fetal heartbeat. The arrangements for enrollment had been finalized. In the ensuing 6 months, Wen Rong would dedicate extensive time to reinforcing her knowledge, ensuring that upon entering Columbia Business School, she would not feel lost and unable to keep pace with the curriculum due to lack of experience. She spent the majority of her days immersed in reading and online problem-solving. Jean Lihua, cradling the infant while feeding formula, complained, "I don't even know what keeps him so busy. He is already a grandfather, and his health has just begun to improve, yet he remains so relentless. I've told him repeatedly to prepare for retirement so that he can help me with the child." When Rong finally lifted her gaze from her textbooks,
Mom.
"You seem exhausted. Why don't we hire another nanny? It might ease your burden. What more can we hire? There's barely room for us as it is." Jean Lihua sighed with a pained smile. When Rong paused thoughtfully, "Then shall we rent a larger house?" Jean Lihua did not respond to that, but suddenly recalled something. Turning to ask her, "Wen Rong, why the sudden inquiry about him?" Wen Rong, noting the inquiry, chuckled softly, "Does Mom wish for him to come? I don't see him relinquishing his hold easily." Jean Lihua stood, cradling the child. "This man has a strong desire for control and is quite domineering. Since he has so calmly arranged for you to remain here for further studies, he must have carefully considered how to manage you in the future." As she spoke, she turned to Wen Rong. Rong, it's challenging for you to evade him. Please be honest with me. Will you continue this relationship, or do you have other thoughts about resisting?" As Wen Rong took notes, she shook her head, asserting that she had no desire to ponder any emotional entanglements at present. Such matters were inconsequential, as long as no one would drag them down. "Is that how it is?" Jean Lihua exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you saying that it wouldn't matter if he returned? Just like before?" "Indeed," Wen Rong replied. "He won't come around as frequently. Numerous people and circumstances will impede him." With a gentle smile, she reassured Jean Lihua, "It's all right. At the moment, I have no plans for a boyfriend or marriage. Let's just let things unfold naturally." Jean Lihua fell silent, only to soon hear movement in the living room, as if someone had arrived. "I'll go take a look," she said, carefully setting down the child. Wen Rong also closed her notebook and rose from the table. The mother and daughter exited the bedroom to find two Chinese individuals standing at the door, a man and a woman, dressed in attire suggestive of real estate agents. "May I ask if you are Miss Wen?" The middle-aged man, portly and amiable, inquired in Mandarin. Wen Rong nodded, "I am." The pair exchanged glances before retrieving several documents from their bags. The nanny seized the opportunity to whisper to the mother and daughter. "They say they were sent by Mr. Qi, and it seems he has arranged for another property rental in a neighborhood very close to Columbia." Before she could finish, the two individuals approached with the documents. The middle-aged man cheerfully handed the files to Wen Rong. "I appreciate your time. Allow me to introduce these two properties to you. You need not worry about the rental fees, as Mr. Qi has already negotiated those details. Miss Wen, you simply need to select one, and come spring, you may move in at your convenience." When Rong received the documents, casting her eyes over them, they included floor plans and photographs of the properties. Her expression remained neutral as she took a deep breath and nodded. "Thank you. Please have a seat. Annie, could you bring some juice and coffee?" "Of course, Miss Wen." As Wen Rong sat on the sofa with the two individuals, she meticulously compared the two properties, noting that they were merely a street apart. With only a slight difference in size, the larger one featured an additional guest room. Instinct told her this was yet another test from Qi Jingzhou. With the choice still resting in her hands, unbidden, his smiling query echoed in her mind. "So, are we reconciled now? You were concerned about me." "Reconciled?" When Rong shook off her thoughts and took the pen, signing one of the rental agreements. Chapter 78. Breaking Free. On New Year's Eve, Qi Jingzhou spent the day with Wen Qingyu. Youth, after all, is a fine foundation. His spirit rejuvenated quickly, especially after grooming his beard and adjusting his hairstyle and attire. He appeared considerably more refined and elegant. Wen Qingyu assessed him from head to toe, noticing his upbeat mood, and could not help but ask, "How long do you plan to stay here? Don't you have any business to attend to?" "It's the new year. Public servants also take a holiday." Seated on a stool beside the hospital bed, Qi Jingzhou leisurely enjoyed a box of dumplings, his long legs comfortably stretched out, and after finishing, he looked up at him. "Besides, I'm here to keep you company for the spring festival, am I not?" Wen Qingyu's expression shifted slightly. "Don't pretend you don't understand. You've been in Shuqing for over half a month now. Have you been dismissed?" Qi Jingzhou chuckled softly, leisurely wiping his mouth with a tissue before continuing. "If I were to abandon politics for commerce, I would want to marry Rong first." This topic was one that Wen Qingyu was reluctant to discuss. So he turned his face towards the television and took a spoonful of porridge. Who was pretending not to understand? Qi Jingzhou shook his head slightly, then set down the box of dumplings and pulled out his phone from his coat pocket, glancing at it while speaking clearly. "Your health has been improving lately. Captain Song just informed me that the suspect has been apprehended. Everything at the hospital is safe now. Upon hearing this, Wen Qingyu cast him a sidelong glance. Are you really leaving? Yes, Qi Jingzhou replied with a smile, meeting his gaze. I'm heading to Vancouver. Wen Qingyu's expression instantly darkened. You. Don't give me that look. If it weren't to accompany you, I would have set off much earlier. Is there anything you wish for me to convey to them? Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, putting away his phone and standing up. For instance, why can't you spend the new year with them? I don't want to deceive Wen Rong about being in the hospital. He had finally managed to ease the relationship between them, and he certainly could not allow lies to push her away again. Seeing that he was genuinely about to leave, Wen Qingyu grew anxious. Are you really going to Vancouver? Haven't you been dismissed? Don't you have anything to do? How can you be so idle? Yes, I have been dismissed. And I must celebrate, Qi Jingzhou replied. Are you truly going to abandon politics for business? The moment he stepped out of the hospital building, Qi Jingzhou's expression turned cold. A conspicuous black vehicle was parked at the entrance, the windows rolled down despite the frigid weather, and the driver wore a tank top and leather jacket, appearing impatient. As Qi Jingzhou approached, Qi Liang leaned to the side and said, Hurry up and get in. I have an appointment tomorrow. He would be returning to duty after the new year, and his days of leisure were numbered. It was already a chore to do this favor for Qi Jingzhou, and it was quite vexing. Qi Jingzhou entered the car with a calm demeanor. Before he could fasten his seatbelt, Qi Liang had already slammed on the gas. The roar of the engine was deafening, likely audible throughout the entire hospital building. Safety first, Qi Jingzhou reminded him in a subdued tone. Qi Liang scoffed, casting him a glance while continuing to press the accelerator. Qi Liang's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, gradually easing off the gas. Seemingly unwilling to concede, he rested his head on one hand, his expression grim as he retorted, Your logic is so clear, yet you claim to be unwell. Qi Liang's face darkened further. You must be the one who's unwell. Indeed. Qi Liang was momentarily speechless. The two fell into an uncomfortable silence, each unwilling to speak further. The car sped straight to the airport. After parking, Qi Liang left the keys in the car and took out his phone to snap a photo to send to the rental company, instructing them to pick up the vehicle. When he looked up again, Qi Jingzhou had vanished without a trace. Damn it. No one could just disappear in front of him, a special forces soldier. Qi Liang's expression hardened, and he cursed under his breath, quickly searching the area with his phone in hand. Qi Lawu, you better show yourself immediately. As he strode away, Qi Jingzhou emerged from behind a car parked across the street, shaking his head as he walked in the opposite direction. Once in his own car, his phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket, drawing the driver's curious glances. With a sense of resignation, Qi Jingzhou answered the phone. Before he could utter a word, the voice on the other end erupted in fury. Qi Lawu, damn you. I'm waiting for you in the departure lounge. Get over here immediately, do you hear me? One could easily envision Qi Liang nearly turning the airport lobby upside down, yet he had no inkling that Qi Jingzhou had already departed the airport. Singapore? There are matters I must discuss with Lu Xiao in person. Qi Liang, infuriated, insisted, You better come here right now, or I swear I'll hunt you down on the plane. Qi Jingzhou sighed, You need not concern yourselves with this. Qi Jingzhou. The call disconnected. To avoid further harassment, Qi Jingzhou promptly blocked Qi Liang. With the noise fading, he turned his phone, gazing into the night, his dark eyes quietly contemplating. Matters in the capital had lingered for over half a month. The elder Qi could no longer wait and had sent Qi Liang to assist, though it was more about keeping a watchful eye on him. A week prior, Wen Qingyu had been transferred from the ICU to a general ward, and Qi Liang had thoroughly investigated the Wen family background. Were it not for Lu Xiao's support, this time could have truly unraveled. It would be better to manage this coolly, allowing them to believe he was detained in Singapore. Upon returning to Zifengmingdu, Qi Jingzhou retrieved a suitcase, opened the safe in his study, and filled it with cash. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was Cheng Fei. He glanced at it before answering. Master Qi, are you heading to Singapore again? Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, indeed. Listening to Cheng Fei's deliberately anxious tone, he couldn't help but chuckle. I know, goodbye. Master Qi. Master Qiyu. He hung up and promptly switched off his phone. Qi Liang would be left frustrated. He had purchased a ticket for a flight to Singapore at 5 in the morning but would not board. Once Qi Liang realized he had been outsmarted, he would no longer linger at the airport. Instead, Qi Jingzhou would take the 7 o'clock flight to Singapore. In this game of wits, Qi Jingzhou finally managed to shake off his pursuer, successfully rescheduling before 7 and boarding a direct flight to Singapore, where he would make a transfer. As the plane took off, Wen Rong was still oblivious to his arrival. Chapter 79. Weighing pros and cons, agreeing to reconcile. As a novice mother, Wen Rong had never dealt with a child falling ill. Even with seasoned hands like Jean Lihua and the nanny by her side, she remained anxious and restless. Unable to sleep through the night, the family doctor advised that as long as there was no high fever, they could continue to monitor the situation and apply physical methods to reduce the fever. To Wen Rong, these words felt utterly nonsensical. Her child was a premature baby and perhaps lacked the resilience of full-term infants. "Mom, we should go to the hospital." Initially, Jean Lihua was not overly alarmed, but she too was swayed by Wen Rong's distress and eventually nodded in agreement. "I'll stay home with the eldest. Let the nanny accompany you. Take a taxi."
All right.
The nanny, with a bag slung over her shoulder, followed closely behind. The two hurriedly took a taxi to the hospital. However, upon hearing about the child's condition, the doctor was reluctant to administer medication, reiterating the need for continued observation. She remained in the observation room with the nanny, taking turns cradling the baby, vigilantly monitoring the little one's temperature, and seeking ways to bathe the child with warm water from morning until dusk. It was not until the baby's temperature returned to normal, with 3 consecutive measurements showing no further rise, that she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nearly succumbing to tears, embracing the soft, delicate body in her arms, she gazed intently at her son's peaceful sleeping face, her eyes unwavering. Her phone buzzed twice in her bag, a gentle reminder from the nanny. "Miss Wen, your phone." Her entire focus was on the child, causing her to momentarily forget about it. The nanny carefully retrieved the phone from her coat pocket, assisted in connecting the call, and held it to Wen Rong's ear.
Mom.
"We will be home soon." A low, husky male voice emerged from the receiver. "Where are you?" Wen Rong paused momentarily. Rong, where are you?" "I'm here to pick you up." "Yes, I'm downstairs at the apartment, getting ready to find you." "How's the baby?" Wen Rong lowered her gaze, observing the lovely, soft visage of her little one, her heart aching slightly. "No need, we are in the taxi, and will arrive shortly." Qi Jingzhou fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "I'll wait for you downstairs." "Is everything all right?" "Yes," Wen Rong nodded, assuring him that all was well. Qi Jingzhou parted his lips, seemingly about to say something more but ultimately refrained from asking further. A few minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop outside the apartment building. The nanny busied herself with the fare, while Wen Rong lifted her eyes to see the tall figure standing beside the car. Dressed in a light gray turtleneck sweater beneath a deep black woolen coat, Qi Jingzhou held a thicker black overcoat in his arm. As the car door swung open, without waiting for Wen Rong to exit, he unfurled the coat and enveloped her within it. The little one was snugly tucked beneath the coat, and Wen Rong felt securely wrapped as well. The fragrant warmth shielded mother and child from the flurries of snowflakes. "Be careful, it's slippery," he cautioned as he removed the coat, casually draping it over the coat rack by the door. Jean Lihua emerged from the master bedroom, her face etched with concern as she approached to check on the child. Upon seeing the baby sleeping soundly, she quietly inquired, "How is it? Is there still a fever?" Wen Rong gently shook her head as she removed her outerwear. The timing of the baby's fever subsiding had been quite precarious, and Wen Rong, unable to shake her unease, had insisted on staying an additional hour at the hospital. The nanny set down her bag, glanced at the two of them, and silently proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wen Rong rolled up the sleeves of her sweater as she walked toward the bathroom. Qi Jingzhou quietly observed her. Following closely behind, the bathroom, which included a small area for washing, was neither too small nor too large, allowing space for two without feeling cramped. As Wen Rong stood at the sink washing her hands, Qi Jingzhou entered, closing the door behind him. He approached her from behind, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror, and spoke in a low tone. "Your eyes are quite red. Have you been crying?" Wen Rong paused, her hands stilling as she raised her lashes to turn off the faucet. Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow slightly, resting his hands on the sink. Leaning in closer to her cheek, his gaze penetrating as he looked into her eyes. "Let us move. I'll find a caregiver with pediatric experience to help you look after the child. Otherwise, you'll find it exhausting. Rong, it's challenging to manage everything alone. Shall we raise the child together?" When the call from him came while she was in the car, Wen Rong had already weighed the pros and cons of the situation. She dried her hands and nodded lightly.
All right.
Was she so quick to agree? Qi Jingzhou was unexpectedly surprised and turned his face away. Wen Rong turned to face him, leaning her body against the sink, locking eyes with him closely, and smiled faintly. "I truly appreciate everything you've done for us recently. It has indeed been helpful. I have considered what you mentioned about reconciling." Qi Jingzhou raised his eyebrows, fixated on her tranquil, smiling eyes, feeling an inexplicable tension that tightened his neck and shoulders. "I agree to rekindle our relationship, but you..." The words left unspoken were silenced by his lowering head. Wen Rong was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyelashes fluttered gently as her body began to relax. Qi Jingzhou wrapped his arms around her, leaning down to kiss her fervently, eagerly parting her lips and entwining his tongue with hers. He deepened the kiss, lifting her and placing her atop the sink. Wen Rong was compelled to part her legs as his towering frame pressed against her, his arms firmly encircling her waist. Their upper bodies were almost seamlessly intertwined. A sharp pain gripped her chest due to the pressure. Wen Rong furrowed her brow, letting out a soft murmur as she pushed him away slightly with her hands against his chest. Qi Jingzhou retreated instinctively, his breath heavy, his gaze locked onto her, his eyes, tinged with crimson, revealing an undeniable desire that burned within his dark pupils. Wen Rong's gaze trembled, her hand resting on his chest as she struggled to steady her breathing, lowering her voice to continue, "But you mustn't lose control. You can't force marriage. It should just be dating, like before." Qi Jingzhou nodded, his attention drawn to her lips. "All right, like before. I want you." He leaned in for another kiss. Wen Rong turned her head away, her voice soft and delicate. "No, I'm not feeling well. I need to take care of something." Qi Jingzhou stiffened, assuming she was still recovering from childbirth. He swallowed hard, restraining the tension in his body, gradually loosening his grip, his voice husky as he murmured, "All right, I'll wait." Wen Rong's eyelashes fluttered nervously as she pushed him away, hastily stepping down from the sink and rushing to exit the restroom. The door was slightly ajar, with Qi Jingzhou remaining inside. After dinner, Wen Rong checked the temperature of Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Everything was normal. She felt relieved as she gently covered them with a thin blanket. Turning around, she was startled by the silent figure that had appeared behind her. Qi Jingzhou stood there, his hands clasped behind his back. At some point, he had changed into a deep gray loungewear, his expression soft as he gazed at the two little ones on the bed. "Why aren't you sleeping? Why are you in my room?" Chapter 80. The Gifted Daddy? Wen Rong couldn't help but frown, glaring at him with a low rebuke. Qi Jingzhou shifted his gaze from the crib to her face, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he gently explained, "I told my mother I would keep you company tonight, and she said it was only if you agreed. I came to seek your consent." Wen Rong. Initially, it was Jean Lihua who kept her company at night because the babies needed to be fed. Qi Jingzhou was indeed being a bit presumptuous. "If you don't speak, I'll take it as your silent approval." Qi Jingzhou nodded to himself with a grin, turning to head out to inform Jean Lihua. "Wait." Wen Rong hastily called out to him, "You have no experience with children. A baby this small wakes up several times at night. Can you please refrain from causing chaos? I understand that feeding and changing diapers are simple tasks one learns quickly." His tone suggested that caring for an infant was as effortless as drinking water or eating a meal. Wen Rong closed her eyes, placed her hands on her hips, and attempted to persuade him with as much patience as she could muster. "It's not as easy as you think, Qi Jingzhou. You've never done household chores, and serving others is not your forte. Please stop this nonsense. I am exhausted today and lack the energy to teach you. Could you perhaps wait until daytime to embark on this endeavor?" Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face. "I want to give it a try. Perhaps I am a naturally gifted caregiver?" "A naturally gifted caregiver?" Wen Rong was taken aback. "You don't need to teach me. Just go and rest in bed." He seemed to have made up his mind, and after finishing his sentence with a smile, he exited the room. 15 minutes later, Wen Rong sat by the bedside, observing as teacher Jean guided Qi Jingzhou through the process of changing a diaper and explained how to prepare formula and hold the baby for feeding. The two of them were at the sofa, animatedly discussing the tasks at hand. One was willing to teach, and the other eager to learn. Wen Rong endured the scene until she could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Qi Jingzhou awkwardly pick up the toy. "Mother, it's very late, and I'm quite fatigued. What if the baby has a fever tonight?" If any issues arose with the child, Jean Lihua would promptly attend to it, making this whole endeavor unnecessary. Moreover, she could see that the concept of a naturally gifted caregiver did not exist in reality, especially not for someone like Qi Jingzhou, who had lived a life of luxury. Jean Lihua hesitated, her gaze shifting towards Qi Jingzhou. Just as she was about to speak, he confidently interjected, "I can handle it." Wen Rong. Jean Lihua's lips twitched dryly. "Little Qi, Rong has a point, and I recall that you just got off a plane. So you need rest tonight as well." Qi Jingzhou held the toy, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. He turned his gaze to Wen Rong, who lay emotionless, pulling the covers over herself, silently asserting her refusal to share a room with him. She even turned her back, wishing to avoid any further futile conversation.
Fine.
Qi Jingzhou gazed at the back of her head and finally acquiesced softly. She turned in surprise to meet his profound eyes. In front of Jean Lihua, he deliberately leaned down and kissed her forehead, his voice gentle as he said, "Since I suffer from insomnia, it matters not where I sleep. If there is any commotion at night, I will come to assist." The fragrance of cedar enveloped her, and Wen Rong's eyelashes fluttered. Before she could process it, a large hand ruffled her hair, tucking the blanket around her more carefully. Rest well. I plan to stay longer this time. I will learn all of this.
Good night.
He smiled warmly and departed. In the room, Jean Lihua walked over to close the door with an unusual expression. Turning back, her gaze met Wen Rong's, and they exchanged a moment of silent confrontation. Wen Rong lowered her eyes, unwilling to speak. Jean Lihua approached the bedside and quietly asked, "What are your thoughts?" Wen Rong curled up in the blanket, turning her back once more, her eyes fixated on the shadows in the corner of the room as she murmured, "I agreed to continue the relationship. And what about the future? Can he marry?" Jean Lihua could not help but press on. "It doesn't matter." Wen Rong's tone was gentle as she spoke. "Mom, he always takes care of me and provides substantial support. Currently, both the baby and I require someone like him in our lives. He is the biological father, without question. As for marriage, it is not a priority at the moment." Jean Lihua's eyes filled with concern as she sat by the bedside, her hand tenderly stroking her daughter's slender shoulder. "But Rong, your continued relationship is not solely based on mutual benefits. Once you live together, your emotional bond will undergo further trials. Are you truly prepared for this?"
Yes.
Wen Rong blinked, resolute. "No matter what, I will not regret my decision. What if her mother began, if Dabao and Xiaobao grow deeply attached to their father? And you two must part ways? Can you accept the consequences?" Wen Rong fell silent for a moment before replying softly. "The choice between my parents to separate or stay together is not significantly tied to marriage. I believe that as long as I strive a little harder, my children will have better choices, and that will suffice." Jean Lihua sighed silently, her hand gently caressing her daughter's hair, choosing not to press further. At 3 in the morning, Qi Jingzhou remained wide awake. After taking a shower, he contemplated smoking but resisted the urge. In recent months, his cravings had intensified, and abstaining was quite challenging. However, the faint scent of milk wafting through the house seemed to ease the torment of withdrawal. In a daze, Jean Lihua opened the door and headed to the bathroom, oblivious to the figure seated in the darkened living room. Startled, she jolted awake, a mix of amusement and bewilderment crossing her face. As she stepped inside, she playfully slapped Qi Jingzhou on the back, whispering, "What are you doing? I thought you were a kidnapper." With a warm smile, Qi Jingzhou explained, "I heard Dabao crying and came to check." He could now distinguish between Dabao in pink and Xiaobao in yellow. Jean Lihua was momentarily speechless, but chose not to pursue the matter further, instead bending down to assess the children's situation. Qi Jingzhou stood nearby, his expression serious as he observed her changing a diaper and preparing milk. They moved with utmost care, while Wen Rong lay asleep on her side, cradling Xiaobao, blissfully unaware of the additional presence in the room. Exhausted, she suddenly remembered that her son was nursing in her arms and quickly opened her eyes to look down, finding the little one already asleep. "Mom," she instinctively called out. "Yes," Jean Lihua hurried over, carefully lifting her grandson. Qi Jingzhou remained by the crib, bending slightly, holding the bottle with a steady hand. As Jean Lihua placed Xiaobao beside Dabao, the little one snored softly, seemingly unaware of being moved. Looking at Dabao, who had been sucking on his pacifier and swallowing without opening his eyes, Qi Jingzhou couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a good boy. Wen Rong, still drowsy, sat up to get a glass of water and inadvertently caught sight of the scene. Qi Jingzhou, supporting the bottle with one hand, wore a gentle expression as he extended a finger to lightly touch his daughter's tiny fist.
Chapter 81. Intimata moments.
Wen Rong's gaze gradually focused as she quietly watched him. In the dimly lit room, illuminated solely by a small nightlight, the warm, golden glow enveloped the space, creating an atmosphere suffused with the scent of milk, radiating an unparalleled warmth. A tiny being, soft and delicate, with little fists resembling tufts of cotton, captured Qi Jingzhou's rapt attention as he gazed at the angelic figure resting upon the bed, unable to tear his eyes away. It was as if a mere glance could heal him, allowing him to forget all weariness and agitation. In that moment, observing the gentle little creature nestled in his palm, he truly grasped the profound essence of being a father. Indeed, when Rome had bestowed upon him 2 precious children, binding them with an unbreakable connection of blood that could never be severed in this lifetime. His home resided here, beside the mother and her children. Jean Lihua, watching this tender scene unfold, couldn't suppress a smile and felt compelled to share her thoughts. Once this feeding is done, they won't eat again until 6 o'clock. They sleep remarkably well and never fuss at night. You know, when our Rong was this age, she was equally easy to manage. Qi Jingzhou's gaze flickered, and a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, Rong was a very well-behaved sleeper. He had long perceived her clinginess, along with a hint of a princess complex. When she would indulge in playful coaxing, he found himself utterly compliant, though at times she would inexplicably throw tantrums. Each time Wen Rong had a fit, Qi Jingzhou felt helpless, unsure of how to console her, resorting instead to a steady stream of gifts. The most significant episode occurred when she left without a word. At that moment, he hadn't fully grasped the gravity of the situation. How could she bear to leave? Qi Jingzhou momentarily lost himself in thought, and it wasn't until Jean Lihua took the bottle away that he realized the baby had stopped feeding. He lifted his gaze, slowly standing upright, and heard Wen Rong's voice behind him. Both Jean Lihua and Qi Jingzhou turned to look at her. Without acknowledging them, Wen Rong placed a cup on the bedside table and climbed into bed, suggesting that the two of them could sleep soundly, implying that Qi Jingzhou should remain there. Jean Lihua glanced between the two before silently departing and closing the door. Qi Jingzhou looked at the door, then back at Wen Rong, a smile blooming at the corners of his eyes. "May I stay here?" he asked. Wen Rong remained unresponsive, cocooned in her blankets with her eyes closed. A spark of joy flickered in Qi Jingzhou's gaze as he unhesitatingly approached the bed, lying beside her and draping an arm around her waist. "Don't crush me. I'm very sleepy," Wen Rong murmured, her eyes still shut. Should she open them, she would meet his deep, dark eyes, yet she kept them closed. And Qi Jingzhou fell silent. Time slipped away, and soon, both Wen Rong and Qi Jingzhou succumbed to sleep, unaware of when slumber overtook them or how long it lasted. Earlier in the day, the children had cried, with Jean Lihua and the nanny soothing them. While Wen Rong had her lunch in the dining room, Jean Lihua emerged with the child and quietly asked, "Is there no need to wake them? They've been sleeping for over 10 hours. Lying down isn't good for their hearts. If they lie like that, they'll run out of breath." Wen Rong, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied that it was unnecessary to disturb the baby. Jean Lihua furrowed her brow with concern, glancing at her and then at the dining table. "But they need to eat, don't they? How can one sleep so soundly?" It felt as though he were in a deep slumber, and the sight evoked both anger and unease. Wen Rong, while engrossed in her studies and having her meal, heard Yan Nanda Rare explain on behalf of Qi Jingzhou. He had not slept for an extended period. Let him rest. Jean Lihua opened her mouth, observing her daughter's composed demeanor, and ultimately sighed, embracing the child before departing. The figure on the bed remained motionless, with her pillow cradled beneath his arm. She refrained from calling him, took her notebook, and proceeded to the dining area to continue her studies. Around 3 in the afternoon, as Wen Rong busily practiced exam questions, she was startled by Jean Lihua's anxious whispers emanating from the room. "How can we not discuss it? Such a significant matter. What will happen to Rong and me if anything befalls you? Wen Qingyu, have you lost your mind?" Jean Lihua's voice carried an edge of desperation. "Stop evading. Where exactly are you injured? What did the doctor say? When will you be discharged?" Her tone, laced with anger, also bore a hint of tears. Wen Rong furrowed her brows and swiftly made her way to the room. Upon entering, she found Jean Lihua perched on the edge of the bed, clutching her phone. Her eyes reddened, radiating unease and bewilderment. "What's wrong? What discharge?" Wen Rong approached with concern, crouching beside her. "Has Dad been injured? What has happened?" The mother and daughter spent a good 15 minutes unraveling the details of Wen Qingyu's condition. With the phone set to speaker, he elaborated at length before concluding, "Little Qi mentioned coming to Vancouver to see you both, and I thought it best to clarify this matter myself rather than leave you guessing and worrying. However, it's nothing serious now. With a bit more recuperation, I'll be discharged. The municipal office has someone here daily, along with a caregiver, so don't fret." Wen Rong felt a surge of anger. Wen Qingyu chuckled wearily. In my line of work, it's commonplace to offend others. It's not the first time I've received threatening letters, and besides, your matters take precedence." Wen Rong's eyes glistened with emotion. "What do you mean my matters take precedence? You've been harmed. What if you don't survive?" Jean Lihua shouted furiously, "You need to retire immediately. Stop concerning yourself with work, whether it's divesting or litigating. Once you're discharged, clarify everything and come to Vancouver to reunite with us. Do you hear me?" All right. I understand," Wen Qingyu hastily replied before ending the call. Jean Lihua exhaled deeply, raising her gaze to meet Wen Rong's. The two exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them almost instantaneously. A knock interrupted Wen Rong as she attempted to speak. Jean Lihua, her eyes still red, sniffed slightly. "There's a caregiver here. It's just." They had spent the better part of their lives together, companions in their twilight years. The most terrifying prospect now was the finality of parting, which had rendered Jean Lihua utterly distraught. Wen Rong embraced her, offering words of comfort, then busied herself with packing and booking tickets. That evening, it was only natural that he ended up sleeping in Wen Rong's room. They lay side by side, pressed closely together, both devoid of sleep. Wen Rong quietly gazed at the ceiling when she suddenly spoke. I had contemplated this on the way. But it is certainly not as calculated as you might imagine. Qi Jingzhou's breath brushed against her cheek, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as his arm tightened around her waist. He drew closer, whispering, I merely wish to remain by your side, with no intention of displacing anyone or usurping anyone's place. I am already content as it is. Wen Rong's sensitive ears tingled under the warmth of his breath, making her uncomfortable. She shrugged her shoulders and turned her head away, shifting the topic. How long will you be staying this time? When will you leave? I do not know. I haven't thought about it, she replied, pausing momentarily to glance at him. Their eyes met, and Qi Jingzhou's lips curled slightly as he leaned in, gently pecking her lips. The soft friction of their mouths made him murmur, each day that passes. I wish to linger here, not wanting to go anywhere or concern myself with anything, just to be with you. But the situation in the capital. I have arranged everything. I will soon be free. By then, I intend to propose marriage. Wen Rong's thick lashes fluttered, and she fell into silence. Qi Jingzhou's warm gaze roamed over her features. After a few moments without her response, he smiled faintly, propping himself up to embrace her, his large hand caressing her cheek and hair as he leaned in for another kiss. Wen Rong neither initiated nor rejected, and as their lips met, the kiss deepened, their breaths growing increasingly fervent. His body reacted, and he instinctively tightened his grip around her waist. Wen Rong furrowed her brow, her hands instinctively covering her chest as she awkwardly turned her face away, calling for a halt. Qi Jingzhou's brow furrowed in concern. One hand still cradled her head as he sought her lips again, evidently unwilling to relent. Rong, little cat. His breath came in tight gasps, his hoarse whispers imbued with uncontainable desire. Wen Rong, blushing with embarrassment, lowered her voice to reprimand him. No. If you continue like this, I will ask you to leave. Qi Jingzhou stiffened, slowly retreating, his eyes dark and deep as unfathomable abysses, dangerous, tender, yet helpless. Wen Rong maintained a stern expression, refusing to meet his gaze. Qi Jingzhou felt a profound sense of defeat, his desire evaporating in that moment, as if doused with cold water. He pressed his lips together, lowered his gaze, and slowly extricated himself from her embrace. As the blanket slipped away, Wen Rong's upper body was exposed to the air, and Qi Jingzhou's gaze inadvertently fell upon her hands covering her chest, his eyes suddenly locking onto the sight. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the air. Wen Rong sensed the unusual intensity in his stare, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment, her body instinctively reacting as she curled her legs and kicked him away. Don't look, she exclaimed in frustration, turning to sit up and hurriedly fleeing the room. Qi Jingzhou barely avoided being pushed off the bed. He sat awkwardly at the edge, staring blankly at Wen Rong's hasty retreat, blinking in surprise. After a couple of seconds, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. So, it was merely embarrassment, not a lack of desire. Having just given birth, Wen Rong found herself facing many awkward situations. In the presence of Jean Lihua and the nanny, she had grown accustomed over the past month, but confronting Qi Jingzhou was an entirely different discomfort. Fortunately, this man had always known how to be considerate. Whenever she felt embarrassed or uncomfortable, he would deftly avoid the situation. Due to this somewhat awkward situation, despite sharing the same bed each night, the two have not ventured into deeper physical intimacy. Over time, Wen Rong's mindset gradually relaxed. One day, after feeding the baby and tidying herself up in the bathroom, she emerged to hear Qi Jingzhou on the phone in the living room. Contrary to her assumptions, he was not as indifferent as she believed. He received calls almost every few days, engaging in lengthy conversations with an unknown party. Not right now. I prefer not to be disturbed. We can meet at a more suitable time, he said, with a cigarette butt clenched between his lips, unlit, while his golden lighter flicked open and shut repeatedly. Casually glancing up, he noticed Wen Rong standing in the hallway. He paused, set the lighter down, rose to his feet, and promptly ended the call. I haven't tea smoked, he said, pinching the cigarette butt away before tossing it into the trash can, offering a gentle smile. Wen Rong glanced at the trash can and nodded slightly.
I am aware.
Lately, full cigarettes have been appearing around the house, as if carelessly discarded, yet they remain unlit. After a moment's thought, she inquired, Are you still taking your medication? No, Qi Jingzhou replied, pocketing his phone while approaching her, wrapping an arm around her as they made their way to the bedroom. I sleep very well beside you. I've told you before, I need you. Wen Rong was gently ushered into the room, and as she looked up to speak, her words were silenced by his kiss. Qi Jingzhou pressed her against the door, his hand on her waist, deepening the kiss as he leaned closer. Wen Rong found herself pushed back, nearly losing her balance and stumbling against the dresser. He caught her with both hands, preventing her from hurting herself. After a deep inhalation, his lips withdrew slightly, brushing against her nose as he whispered in a heavy breath, "Let me take another breath." With a penetrating gaze, he leaned down to kiss her again. She turned her head to evade him, mumbling softly, "You're quitting smoking by absorbing my vitality?" "Huh." Qi Jingzhou chuckled. "You smell delightful, others wouldn't he do? You could refrain from quitting and smoke outside," Wen Rong suggested. "No. The baby is too small," he replied, feeling her heart soften. In the gentle illumination of her dark eyes, a warmth enveloped her, and Qi Jingzhou, unable to resist, lifted her and placed her directly onto the bed. Their kisses ignited with fervor. The bed creaked under their weight, the sound piercing the otherwise tranquil room. His lips grazed her neck, leaving her breathless, her heartbeat quickening with every moment. The commotion in her ears was abruptly shattered by the vibration of a phone.
Phone.
She awoke from her reverie, pushing against the weight of the man above her. Qi Jingzhou held her hands down beside her head, retrieved his phone, tossed it aside, and captured her lips again. "No, that one do," Wen Rong exclaimed, turning her face away. Qi Jingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly, continuing to kiss along her jawline, his lips trailing down to her soft, delicate earlobes, where he lightly nibbled. His breath penetrated her ear. "Still not convenient? When will it be?" Wen Rong's gaze faltered, her knees curling in an attempt to resist. "You get up first. I'm not in a favorable position again?" Qi Jingzhou chuckled in disbelief, one hand firmly grasping both of her wrists, while the other caressed her chest. Wen Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. "Once this situation becomes convenient, it will take another year, which man with a wife can endure for 2 years. Rong, have mercy on me." The man's gaze was deep and dark, 2 flickering embers burning within his pupils. After a few moments of eye contact, Wen Rong's ears gradually turned crimson, her eyelashes trembling violently. "Let me have a look, darling." Qi Jingzhou pressed against her forehead, gazing deeply into her eyes, lightly kissing her lips, his voice soft and beguiling. "You are the mother of my child. There is no need for embarrassment or discomfort before your own husband. Just let me see, all right?" Wen Rong swallowed hard, fully aware that allowing him a glimpse would be tantamount to granting him access to Pandora's box. Once opened, closing it again would be utterly impossible. Rong, be good. Chapter 83. If you need me, I shall stay. Time seemed to have been enchanted, pausing for a brief moment. Wen Rong's heart raced heavily. The phone that had been tossed onto the bed buzzed incessantly, yet Qi Jingzhou paid it no mind. Had it not been for the baby's cries emanating from the crib, she might have truly capitulated. "You get up first." Wen Rong pushed him away, considering that the baby's cries could escalate, requiring considerable soothing. He had no choice but to acquiesce, at least temporarily. The two of them sat up in unison. "I will comfort the baby." Wen Rong shook her head, withdrawing her hand. "You answer the phone. It might be urgent." She averted her gaze from Qi Jingzhou, walking to the crib to lift the wailing child, and stepped out a call for the nanny. Qi Jingzhou retreated to the balcony to take the call. The nanny changed the baby's diaper and then went to prepare lunch. Wen Rong sat quietly on the edge of the bed, calming herself. She let her hair down, smoothing it before redoing it into an elegant updo. Just as she finished, she lifted her eyes to see the man re-entering the room, causing her to momentarily pause. Qi Jingzhou closed the door behind him. "We need to move as soon as possible." Wen Rong blinked in silence, not uttering a word. She assumed he was still preoccupied with the recent events, hence the urgency to relocate. Qi Jingzhou knelt before her, taking her hand. "You all can move first. I cannot stay with you for the time being. I will visit whenever I can. Let's delay it a little longer." Qi Jingzhou explained. "Someone in the Qi family knows I am in Vancouver. Recently, I must maintain appearances and see a psychologist. You and the children should move over. I will stay here alone." He gently caressed Wen Rong's face. "Should anyone inquire, it will not disturb you." Wen Rong listened quietly to his words, unable to suppress a frown. "How much longer will this take? Have you truly made the decision to leave the Qi family?"
No regrets?
Qi Jingzhou smiled softly. "This decision was not made just now. I have long desired to leave, but now I have chosen a different path to do so."
Just give me a little time.
He cradled Wen Rong's face, rising to kiss her. "It won't be long before I handle everything. From now on, I will heed your wishes, and we shall never part again. Rong, you must wait for me." Wen Rong remained silent for a moment, gently wrapping her arms around his waist.
All right.
The children's belongings were numerous. However, the move was completed in just 2 days. Wen Rong, along with a nanny and caregiver, settled into the new house, while Qi Jingzhou continued to stay in the previous apartment. During the day, he does not come over. It is only at night that he joins Wen Rong for dinner, though he does not stay overnight. How are you sleeping alone? Are you still taking your medication? Wen Rong inquired. Without you, I find it difficult to rest. Qi Jingzhou replied with a smile, his well-being betraying no signs of mental anguish. Wen Rong fell silent, observing his red-rimmed eyes and the stubble that adorned his chin. She could not help but frown. Are you trying to convince the Qi family to abandon you by feigning poor mental health? Qi Jingzhou popped a cherry tomato into his mouth, nodding as he chewed. A possibly troublesome child. They would have no choice but to relinquish me. Wen Rong pressed further. And what about the future? You have not discussed this. Setting down her utensils, she fixed her gaze upon his face. Have you maintained contact with your relatives in Singapore? Not with others. Only my father's companion. Following his death, the will named only Lu Xiao and me. Wen Rong contemplated briefly before realizing the identity of this companion. Her surprise was palpable. You have kept in touch with him all this time? How peculiar. Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow with a light laugh. Aside from his preference for men, he possesses little in terms of moral scruples. Otherwise, he is quite commendable. His capabilities are undeniable, and he has adeptly managed the group over the years, steering clear of major crises. As he spoke, his smile faded, seemingly recalling someone. Compared to certain incompetent parents, I find him to be a far more suitable elder. During the most challenging times in the capital, he extended a helping hand, providing an invisible strength that guided me back on track. I am profoundly grateful to him. When Rong remained silent, she bore no prejudices against someone she had never met. Her initial impression of Lu Xiao shaped solely by Qi Jingzhou's words. She mused that this individual could not be all bad. After dinner, Qi Jingzhou lingered as was his custom before leaving, but today, having just settled the two children, when Rong received a call from Jean Lihua. How is your father's health? He has been discharged and is now resting at home with me and the nanny to care for him, so you needn't worry. Jean Lihua reassured her. Are the children well? No illnesses or fussing? Yes, they're doing fine. That's good to hear. After a brief exchange, Jean Lihua ended the call. When Rong stared at her phone for a few seconds, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss, until a knock interrupted her thoughts. Knock, knock. What's wrong? Lost in thought. Qi Jingzhou entered the room. When Rong gathered her thoughts and shook her head slightly. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just too tired. It sounded like he didn't want to speak with me. Noticing the concern in her eyes, Qi Jingzhou wrapped his arms around her and leaned down to kiss her lips gently. You? In contact with someone from Shucheng? Yes, he replied with a smile, pressing his forehead against hers. Let us wait for news. I will inform you if anything arises. When Rong nodded softly, lowering her gaze. Only then realizing he had already donned his coat. You are leaving? Allow me to see you off. It's cold outside. There's no need for that. Qi Jingzhou tightened his embrace, seeking her lips once more, this time kissing her deeply, parting her lips with his. He was always driven by desire. Each time when Rong sensed he was on the verge of staying the night, he would exert tremendous restraint to rise and depart. Tonight was no different. Her attire was disheveled, her neck dampened by kisses. He propped himself on his arms, leaning against her forehead, breathing heavily, his voice husky as he bid farewell. I am leaving? When Rong should have simply acknowledged with a nod, watching him depart. Yet today, she could not restrain herself, her eyelashes fluttering as she inquired. Are you deliberately not staying the night, merely to avoid being discovered? Qi Jingzhou paused, his dark gaze fixed upon her eyes, responding in a hushed tone. What do you think? When Rong pressed her lips together, Qi Jingzhou chuckled. You truly cannot tell? She blinked in momentary confusion. What? I am waiting for you to ask me to stay. His voice was low and gravelly, brushing lightly against her ear, his warm palm resting over her heart, as if to feel its rhythm. Do you remember how I pursued you back then? Had you shown even the slightest resistance, I would not have pressed further. Tonight. You have asked if you need me, haven't you? Rong, if you need me, I shall remain. Far more vital than avoiding discovery is the restoration of our relationship. Otherwise, why have I toiled for so long? Chapter 84, I love you. His eyes were profoundly deep, brimming with affectionate sentiment. When Rong was all too familiar with such a gaze, it always stirred her emotions. Did she need him? Indeed. She had been acutely aware of this when she agreed to rekindle their relationship, especially in this unfamiliar place with her two little ones. She undoubtedly required Qi Jingzhou. Lowering her eyelashes, her soft gaze fell upon his lips, their breaths almost intertwined. The gentle fragrance of cedar captivated her. When Rong lifted her head, her hand finding its way to his neck, initiating a kiss, silently imploring him to stay. He pulled at her collar, swiftly laying her back onto the bed, his strong arms cradling her as he effortlessly guided her to the pillow. Say you need me, little cat. When Rong's lips were bruised by his teeth, Her breaths turned chaotic. Qi Jingzhou's kiss was fervent, nearly consuming her tongue. When Rong frowned, her murmurs barely audible. He reluctantly released her, gripping her chin. Say it. I need. When Rong's eyes were flushed, her gaze lingering on the enticing movement of his Adam's apple, breathlessly whispering, Qi Jingzhou, I need you. His laughter was low and urgent as he leaned down to kiss her, one hand brazenly tearing at her shirt. Her skin was exposed to the air, soon covered by his broad form. His hand wandered along her waist, fingers brushing against an unexpected scar. And he lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her eyelid, his voice hoarse as he asked, Does it still hurt? When Rong shook her head, Qi Jingzhou's eyes brimmed with tenderness as he caressed her cheek. If it feels uncomfortable, just tell me. I wish for it to last longer, is that alright? I have waited far too long. A couple of times is certainly insufficient. When Rong felt slightly breathless, her cheeks and ears flushed crimson. Her eyes downcast as she traced the contours of his muscular physique. I will try. His laughter reverberated in his chest as he covered them with the quilt, lifting her supple waist, burying his head in her neck and chest. When Rong bit her lip softly, tightly closing her eyes, surrendering herself to the moment. They were perfectly in sync. He knew precisely how to soothe her, allowing her to indulge and relax, gradually dismantling the estrangement that had grown over the year, patiently unraveling it layer by layer, awakening the deep-seated desire and attachment she harbored for him. No one understood better than Qi Jingzhou how to make Wen Rong weep, how to shatter her rationality, and how to have her utterly submissive to him. Do you dare to leave me? He growled, having exhausted his last vestiges of patience, biting down fiercely on her neck in a threatening manner. When Rong's gaze shattered, her breath trembling, rendering her speechless. Say that you will never leave again. Qi Jingzhou's eyes glowed with intensity. No, I won't. When Rong furrowed her brow, gasping for air, her mind clouded and unable to think clearly. Qi Jingzhou's desires were fulfilled, stopping just before she cried out in pain. As he concluded, seizing the moment while she was still recovering, he tenderly brushed aside the disheveled strands of her hair, coaxing her gently. What do you call me? How should you plead for me? When Rong's eyes were dazed.
Chu Yi.
This endearing term, long absent, felt complete only after tonight. Qi Jingzhou chuckled, no longer requiring her to utter the word please. All right, I'll hold you while you wash. He was triumphant, like a victorious general, energetically flipping over, tearing the sheets to wrap her up, and carrying her into the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over her, when Rong shivered, her mind finally clearing, she lowered her head, wrapping her arms around herself, unable to feel shame amidst her allure. When her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the discarded implements on the floor. When Rong was momentarily stunned, Qi Jingzhou had already hung the shower head and pressed her against the wall. With her hand bracing against the wall, she looked up at him in astonishment. You've been plotting this for a long time. I don't have a condom. If you don't have one, then I must. The man smiled mischievously, holding her waist and kissing her shoulder. Opportunities favor the prepared. Do they not? Just like a few days ago. What if I couldn't resist? That would be dangerous. When Rong glared at him with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You are infuriating. Always so cunning. Stand still, don't move, Qi Jingzhou commanded, lowering his gaze and pinning her waist to prevent her from escaping. You still have some. He tightened his embrace, leaning down to kiss her water-drenched cheek, whispering playfully. You said you wanted to linger a little longer and you promised. Let me tell you slowly, I have two, which I placed in your bedside drawer days ago. You really didn't notice? Qi Jingzhou. You. The man merely acknowledged her, pressing her hand against the tiles, reopening the shower without granting her another opportunity to speak. I'm wicked, with a dirty mind. Next time, I want to hide them. I'll be sure to inform you first. Will you keep them safe for me? His cunning nature effectively silenced Wen Rong, frustrated yet helpless. She soon felt dizzy from the steam, as if the moisture within her body was evaporating. She felt herself nearing a state of being thoroughly cooked. Exhausted, she dazedly called out for Zhou Ge several times before earning a temporary reprieve. In her daze, she seemed to hear Qi Jingzhou answer a phone call before he stepped out the door. Her mind could no longer think, and her consciousness sank into a deep slumber. The next day, upon waking, when Rong felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen, she gazed into the mirror. The scars revealed nothing, and she could only attribute her discomfort to the fatigue of the previous night. Today, I find myself utterly disinclined to study or engage in any activity. The caretaker brought lunch into the room and casually informed me, the little ones have already had their formula and have been asleep for half an hour. They woke up twice last night, but there is nothing to worry about. After you have eaten, you may go and check on them. I nodded in acknowledgement, but as I beheld the exquisitely arranged meal, a question surfaced in my mind, prompting me to ask her, When did he leave? Last night, I believe, the caretaker replied, blinking as she spoke. This morning, I did not see Mr. Qi. A flicker of emotion crossed my eyes as I nodded, replying, I understand. You may resume your duties. The caretaker departed quietly. I seated myself before the sofa to dine, casually glancing at my phone, where I noticed an unread message. I tapped it open. I have an appointment with a doctor this morning, meeting someone in the afternoon, and tonight is still undecided. Love you. My gaze lingered on the phrase love you, momentarily lost in thought. This was the first time I had encountered such a candid expression from Qi Jingzhou in written form, so straightforward and unembellished. Over the course of our 6-year relationship, which had seen its share of separations, he had only whispered such sentiments in intimate moments. They say that words spoken in bed by men are not to be trusted. I once believed that, but after our parting I no longer did. Yet today, upon reading those 2 words, a subtle unease stirred within me. He professed his love for me. Written acknowledgement is, for Director Qi, the most authoritative form of recognition. You left without a word, just like me. Qi Jingzhou received the message after concluding his psychological therapy. A simple phrase, yet it conveyed dual meanings. I felt a twinge of displeasure, but it did not escalate into anger. He needed to clarify, and he must go overnight. The individual in the front passenger seat glanced at him through the rearview mirror, noting his pensive expression as he stared at his phone, and decided to break the silence. Qi Jingzhou tucked away his phone, lifting his gaze to him. Zhou, I recall that when I first arrived in Beijing, you were already by the old man's side. Has it been 20 years? Zhou was taken aback. You are unlike any member of the Qi family. It is no small feat to ascend to the position of executive with just the 2 of you. Zhou turned his face, meeting Qi Jingzhou's warm, smiling countenance. 10 years of hard study cannot compare to 3 generations of commerce, and 3 generations of commerce cannot rival 1 generation of soldiers. My generation represents the 4th in the Qi lineage. Qi Jingzhou sighed. I was once an outsider, perhaps lacking the fortune. I believe that without me, Executive Zhou would have supported my elder brother, and the 3rd generation of the Zhou family would have flourished even more. Zhou stared at him, his face betraying an unexpected astonishment that belied his years. Qi Jingzhou picked up the file folder beside his leg, offering a gentle smile as he handed it to Zhou, who instinctively reached out to receive it. What is this? Zhou asked, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the folder, gazing at him in astonishment. Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze, pushing open the car door, but before stepping out, he recollected something else to convey. Oh, please pass along a message for me. The grievances between me and Lu Xiao must be resolved now. If the Sol group comes into my possession, it would not be detrimental to the Qi family. If assistance is needed, I will reach out to them at any time. Director Qi, watching the door close. Zhou was thoroughly flustered and hurriedly pushed the door open to pursue him. Upon returning to the apartment building, Qi Jingzhou gazed out of the window at the taxi below, observing Zhou Chongwu pacing beside the vehicle, seemingly engaged in 2 phone calls. After ending one of the calls, he sighed and shook his head. Just before entering the car, he glanced upward, locking eyes with Qi Jingzhou. His gaze faltered momentarily, and finally, with a hesitant yet respectful nod, he departed in the vehicle. Qi Jingzhou lingered by the window for an extended period, lost in thought. He reflected on his conversation with Zhou Chongwu and traced back to the night before his trip abroad when Wen Qingyu had encountered trouble, prompting him to drive through the night. That evening on the highway, spanning over a dozen hours, he contemplated numerous concerns. He pondered the implications of Wen Qingyu's potential demise, considering how Jean Lihua would cope and what would become of Wen Rong and the children. He mused over the vast distance separating Jing City from Shu City, questioning why the journey felt interminable. He recalled the urgency of his flight to Shu City, fortuitously arriving just in time for the wedding ceremony, and wondered how differently events might have unfolded had he missed it. Why had so many circumstances spiraled out of control? Every connection to Wen Rong's situation was fraught with unforeseen and uncontrollable disruptions, leaving him in a state of disarray. In that moment, he was acutely aware of what mattered most to him. All plans, strategies, and meticulous efforts seemed inconsequential. He desired her and the children. Lowering his gaze, Qi Jingzhou retrieved his phone and slowly sent a message to Wen Rong. Shall we have a date tonight? I wish to celebrate. I can't leave the children alone at home. What do you want to eat? I'll buy the groceries. Wen Rong contemplated whether the candlelit dinner should be Western or Chinese. Qi Jingzhou reached out to Ching Fei. There was no rush. Once you've made your decisions and completed your work, fly to Singapore first to help pacify Lu Xiao for me. Cheng Fei's laughter was bright. Of course, I'll follow you. The salary will surely multiply, right? It's far better than lingering here with no prospects. Qi Jingzhou chuckled softly. Are you truly willing? Absolutely. You've been with me for 6 years. I can arrange a promotion for you. Please, no need to test me further. If you bring it up again, I still have new leadership above me, and I would have to start anew.
I can't bear that.
Cheng Fei interrupted with a wry smile, then spoke earnestly. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I trust that your choices will lead to a bright path. Previously, I lacked opportunities and connections, but from now on, you will be my greatest support. I am steadfastly committed to you. He patted his chest in assurance, rest assured. Other tasks may require honing, but I can definitely handle the position of Secretary General. Qi Jingzhou found his antics amusing and nodded in agreement. Fine, the salary will be doubled. You can fill in the figures once you arrive. I've already spoken to Lu Xiao. Thank you, President Qi. Qi Jingzhou added one thing, don't disclose my exact location to him just yet. I will meet him in due course to discuss matters face to face. Understood, he said as he hung up the phone. Qi Jingzhou received the menu sent by Wen Rong, a smile gracing his lips as he felt a wave of ease wash over him. He turned and entered the bathroom to shave and freshen up. After spending some time grooming himself, he stood before the mirror, still feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his attire. Shaking his head, he picked up his phone and turned to leave the apartment. Around 3 in the afternoon, when Rome heard some commotion downstairs. She walked to the stairway and discovered the nanny escorting some individuals upstairs, 2 foreigners in business attire laden with numerous luxury shopping bags. What could this be about? When Rome pondered silently before stepping aside, signaling for them to ascend. Very well, Miss Wen, they acknowledged. The 2 attendants made 3 trips up and down the stairs, filling half of the walk-in closet's floor. A casual glance revealed an assortment of clothing, jewelry, and notably, baby supplies. Is this how one celebrates? She blinked, recalling that it was once she who spent money lavishly. Now it seemed to be Qi Jingzhou's turn. As she contemplated this, the nanny's voice broke through her thoughts. Miss Wen, your phone is ringing. I know. Hello? A somewhat familiar voice echoed from the phone. Is this Wen Rong? Her heart fluttered. Captain Song? It's me, Song Xiuming. Wen Rong's heart sank momentarily. How did you get my number? Is something wrong? Is it about my parents? No, not at all. Please don't be anxious. Song Xiuming chuckled lightly, quickly interrupting her. Mr. Qi gave me your number and asked me to inform you, fearing it would cause you distress. Wen Rong's heart gradually settled. She recalled receiving a call from Jean Lihui yesterday, sensing something was amiss and feeling a bit concerned. Little did she know that Qi Jingzhou had contacted someone from Shuqing for assistance, referring to Song Xiuming. When did he become so familiar with Song Xiuming? On the phone, Song Xiuming continued to reassure her. Rest assured, Wen Rong, this situation involving your uncle is due to our case. I will take care of it thoroughly and will inform you immediately of any developments. Thank you, Captain Song. I apologize for troubling you. Wen Rong expressed her gratitude. Song Xiuming's laughter was bright and cheerful. He had always boasted about his extensive connections. Perhaps next time, when they pursued fugitives, they could enlist his help. Wen Rong was momentarily taken aback. Qi Jingzhou had lent a hand? Indeed, didn't he mention it to you? Chapter 86. Tenderness. In the evening, a car stopped downstairs. When Rome heard the noise and ascended once more, standing at the stairway, where she spotted Qi Jingzhou hanging up his coat in the foyer. While the nanny busily unloaded items from the car, he turned around, noticed her, and with a smile at the corners of his eyes, ascended the stairs. Have you seen the gifts I bought for you? Do you like them? When Rome rested her hand on the railing, her gaze quietly studying him, distractedly replying, I haven't looked yet. There are too many, and I can't distinguish which ones are yours. Qi Jingzhou halted at her words, then raised an eyebrow with a smile, standing beside her. What? You don't care about mine? What kind of reasoning is that? When Rome pursed her lips in silence, he raised his hand to pull her shoulder, guiding her upstairs, seemingly exhaling deeply, his tone gentle. Previously, we kept our things together. This time, I didn't bring much luggage. Everything was purchased upon arrival. After settling in, one must acquire some clothing, right? When Rome looked up at him, are you planning to stay here? Otherwise, are you intending to drive me away? Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow, casting a playful glance at her while leaning closer to whisper teasingly in her ear.
What was last night then?
Used and discarded? When Rome felt the warmth of his breath against her ear and instinctively tilted her head away. As they entered the cloakroom, Qi Jingzhou glanced at the scattered bags of clothing on the floor, shook his head slightly, and began to unbutton his cuffs and roll up his sleeves. Never mind.
I'll hang them up, he said,
leaning against the doorframe. When Rome watched him busily organizing the clothes and casually remarked, I'll hang them up later with the aunt. Do you know how to do it? It wasn't that she thought little of him. Rather, he seldom engaged in household chores. When Rome silently observed him as he worked, noting that the tags were still attached to the clothes, Qi Jingzhou methodically hung each piece on the rack, arranging them neatly and placing them in the wardrobe. His actions, though somewhat slow, appeared quite competent. Eventually, she stepped inside to assist him. Qi Jingzhou glanced at her and reached out for a bag, saying, "You should rest. I'll handle this. The aunt can tidy up later." Wen Rong ignored him, keeping her head down as she continued to help. She casually inquired, "You mentioned seeing someone this afternoon. Is it someone from the Qi family?" He raised his gaze to meet hers, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Just accompanying you all." Wen Rong looked at him and softly replied, "Qi Jingzhou, is it not because you wish to see me? Why else would you run about?" Wen Rong lowered her eyes and busied herself, choosing not to respond. Qi Jingzhou's dark eyes remained fixed on her, and after a brief silence, he approached and enveloped her in his arms from behind. Rong, he murmured. Her hands froze mid-motion. "I believed my glory was your glory, that you would always be by my side, accompanying me at all times. Now I realize we need not waste so much time. We can choose to live differently. Would you still be willing to marry me? If not, it's all right. I will remain here beside you regardless." His breath grazed her ear as he spoke, punctuated by occasional kisses. Wen Rong felt a mixture of discomfort and tingling, lifting her hand to push his chin away. "No melodrama. I won't agree to you easily." Qi Jingzhou was not taken aback. He chuckled and said, "I know. It's fine. I am always prepared." The thought of the previous night's tools of mischief crossed Wen Rong's mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. Muttering, "Rogue, is that all you think of me?" Qi Jingzhou tightened his embrace, playfully asking, "Were you not even a little moved?" "Why should I feel moved? I have no reason to. I was being sentimental. Shouldn't you be touched? You were merely acting to serve your own purpose. If I'm not moved, then you haven't succeeded." Qi Jingzhou laughed, nodding in agreement, then playfully nipped her ear, whispering in a husky voice, "You little fox, so astute." Wen Rong couldn't help but giggle, playfully pushing him away. "Don't bite me. You're just embarrassed." "Yes, I am embarrassed. How could you not be moved? It drives me mad." The two engaged in playful banter, their antics causing the clothes to remain unorganized and the shopping bags to scatter across the floor. Qi Jingzhou pressed her against the wardrobe, kissing her until her breath became shallow and her heart raced before he finally released her. Wen Rong caught a glimpse of the desire simmering in his eyes. Qi Jingzhou rested his forehead against hers, a mischievous grin on his face as he teasingly provoked her. His voice low and smoky. "Not even a little moved? I can certainly try harder." With a firm touch against her abdomen, the implication was unmistakable. Wen Rong's lashes fluttered as she lowered her gaze, whispering, "I am moved." Qi Jingzhou's brow arched slightly, a fleeting look of regret passing across his face. "Is this what moves you? I desire to strive even harder." Wen Rong's lips curled into a gentle smile. "You possess a singular merit. You are effortlessly capable of touching people's hearts. It was this very quality that captivated me years ago." Qi Jingzhou paused, his luminous gaze fixated on her eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Which merit do you refer to?" "One that enables you to accomplish everything without ever seeking accolades." A smile danced in Wen Rong's eyes, though she acknowledged that such humility often led to personal disadvantage. "Yet, I find this trait endearing. Your silent contributions are profoundly moving." She wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes shimmering with a hint of tenderness that Qi Jingzhou had long awaited. The joy of rediscovery blossomed quietly within him, more stirring than the intimacy they had shared the previous night. He held her tighter, a smile gracing his features as he inquired, "Are you referring to the incident with my father's hospitalization?" Wen Rong nodded softly. "Captain Song called me, mentioning that you have been staying at the hospital. Is it possible that I gave him your number merely to seek praise through his words?" Wen Rong was momentarily taken aback. Observing her bewildered expression, Qi Jingzhou couldn't help but chuckle softly, lowering his head to touch her forehead before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "Are you foolish? What is there to be moved by? Calling my parents and doing these things are simply what one ought to do." He carried Wen Rong out of the cloakroom towards the bedroom, shifting the conversation with a feigned sigh, shaking his head in mock displeasure. "I do not appreciate your words. What do you mean by only one merit? I possess numerous virtues, yet only one resonates with you. Such words are rather hurtful. Why must you be this way? You initiate the sentimentality, and when I reciprocate, you dampen the mood. Is this your form of retribution?" "Retribution?" Qi Jingzhou leaned against the door, setting her down, one arm encircling her waist while the other grasped her chin. "What constitutes retribution?" "This." He lowered his head, capturing her lips, guiding her towards the edge of the bed. Sensing his intentions, Wen Rong's eyelashes fluttered as she lowered her gaze. "We'll be eating soon." Her subtle reminder was consumed by their passionate kiss. Qi Jingzhou raised his hand to unbutton his shirt, whispering hoarsely, "Then let us delay that. Were you not the one messaging me, blaming my abrupt departure last night?" Wen Rong sank onto the bed, breathless, watching as his chest gradually bared itself. What was I to do if you had fallen asleep? Did you think I truly wished to leave? He leaned closer, playfully nibbling on her lips, his voice husky with laughter. If I stayed, I would be unable to resist wanting more. Waking you would not bode well. You would surely turn against me and cast me out. Wen Rong, utterly bewildered, could not fathom that his midnight departure stemmed from such a reason. Chapter 87. An impromptu decision to return home. While Wen Rong was lost in thought, her knitted top was pulled over her head. The man leaned forward, pushing her down, brushing aside her long hair to kiss her sensitive ear. This time, it won't take as long. When he assured her of this, Wen Rong believed him wholeheartedly. However, as she gradually realized that Qi Jingzhou had no conception of time in this matter, the night had enveloped the world outside. Emerging from the bathroom, Wen Rong lay on the bed, reluctant to move. Qi Jingzhou donned a set of pajamas, approaching her to drape a blanket over her. His eyes twinkling with a soft smile. I want to check on the baby and brought dinner with me. You should take a rest. Wen Rong cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, Is this what you call a date? Qi Jingzhou chuckled softly, ruffled her hair gently, and then exited the room. Wen Rong rolled her eyes lightly, only to hear her phone vibrate. She lifted her head, scanning the surroundings, and then got up to answer the call. It was Sister Li, the maid from the Wen family.
Hello?
Miss Wen, I apologize for disturbing you, but there's something I wish to discuss. Qi Jingzhou had gone to the nursery to check on the two children. In the room, there was a single bed where the nanny slept every night. The twins were nearly 3 months old, quiet and content, eating well and sleeping soundly, their little faces already round and plump. He stood by for a moment observing, before turning to leave. After heating the dinner and bringing it upstairs, he found Wen Rong sitting on the edge of the bed, still on the phone. All right, I understand. Thank you. She glanced at Qi Jingzhou, her expression calm as she ended the call. Qi Jingzhou set down the tray and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what was that about? Wen Rong gripped her phone tightly. My parents have dismissed Sister Li. She called to inform me that there has been a situation at home. Qi Jingzhou's expression tightened slightly as he instinctively reached for his own phone.
How could that be?
I just contacted Song Xiuming earlier today. He had called you as well. It pertains to a matter of reputation, and no one was harmed. Wen Rong wearily covered her face, Fan Shui's husband erred, and lost a legal battle, seeking my father's assistance. My father could not possibly defend him, and soon after, we encountered issues on your side, leading us to hastily leave the country. With so much happening at once, it is only natural for there to be gossip. The opinions of others can be quite daunting. They say all sorts of things. Moreover, the Fan family has been stirring the pot behind the scenes, and some reporters even attempted to come to our home for interviews. She paused, understanding well the emotional turmoil her parents must be experiencing. Teacher Jean was likely concerned about her anxiety, deliberately withholding information to spare her distress. Her parents, having maintained their dignity throughout their lives, must be suffering greatly now, facing the prying eyes of their neighbors. The reasons for dismissing Sister Li could be manifold. They likely wished to shield her from the whirlwind of public opinion and prevent any family matters from being disseminated through her lips. As this thought crossed her mind, she heard Qi Jingzhou conversing on the phone. Cheng Fei, have you completed the work handover on your end? Do it promptly. Do not head to Singapore just yet. Instead, make a trip to Shuqing and assist me with something. Qi Jingzhou glanced at Wen Rong and gestured towards the dinner tray. Leave it to me. You should eat first. With that, he resumed his conversation on the phone while turning to exit the room. Yes, there has been a situation with the Wen family. Please check on my parents and see how they are doing. Contact me later. Right? As soon as possible. Wen Rong sat quietly on the edge of the bed, listening as the corridor fell silent for a moment before Qi Jingzhou's deep voice resonated again. Captain Song, you haven't informed me about the Wen family situation. What do you think? I am not concerned with whose idea it was. Traveling abroad is not a trivial matter. The elderly are distressed and indecisive. You should make a rational decision. Who has considered our feelings? Captain Song, we must ensure the safety of the elderly couple. I will arrange for someone to go over shortly. Wen Rong, feeling flustered, lowered her eyes to check flight tickets on her phone. By the time Qi Jingzhou entered the room, Wen Rong had already purchased her ticket. She set her phone down, stood up and calmly informed him. Qi Jingzhou gazed at her intently, and after a few seconds, he furrowed his brow and spoke. I will go. Matters must be prioritized. He took a deep breath, asserting, I know what I am doing. You need not worry about my concerns. Wen Rong, you have already done so much, she gently interrupted, her gaze softening. This is my family's matter. I must face it alongside them. Please understand my feelings. They locked eyes, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence, with Qi Jingzhou's eyes darkening slightly. Wen Rong frowned, expressing her concern for the children. Let us do a physical examination tomorrow and heed the doctor's advice. There is no need for such upheaval. I will be starting school in August, and I will resolve everything before then and bring my parents over. I can wait until August, Wen Rong. Qi Jingzhou interrupted her in a low voice, but once we coordinate with Singapore, my time will become scarce. I do not wish to squander a single moment that I could spend with you. Wen Rong felt her breath hitch as she looked into his deep, dark eyes, his serious demeanor rendering her momentarily speechless. I will accompany you, whether the matters are significant or trivial. Everything will be more manageable together. He took out his phone, engrossed in some task while making a decisive statement. The most important thing is that we are together as a family. We will first have the children examined, and if the doctor advises against it, I will stay to accompany them. Qi Jingzhou arranged for the physical examinations. Early the next morning, he took the nanny and caregiver, carrying the older and younger children to the hospital. Wen Rong, feeling helpless, busied herself with packing their belongings. Qi Jingzhou leaned against the doorway of the cloakroom, showing her the examination report with a hint of a smile. They are quite healthy. Please hand me your documents. I will book the tickets. As Wen Rong organized the children's clothing, she glanced at him and replied calmly, in the 5-drawer cabinet by the entrance. She had already contacted the doctor that morning and temporarily canceled her own flight. She lacked the energy to argue with him, realizing that now was not the time for disputes. With trouble brewing on her parents' side, it was impossible for her to manage both situations. Recognizing her limitations, she understood the necessity of compromising with the stronger party. As long as they shared a common stance, the outcome would be favorable, rendering any contention unnecessary. After a day of activity, the group boarded the evening flight. The business class cabin was exceptionally quiet. The caregiver had prepared ahead of time, ensuring the children were well fed before boarding, and once on the plane, she provided them with earplugs and pacifiers, allowing the little ones to sleep soundly. The chaos Wen Rong had envisioned did not materialize at all. Qi Jingzhou sat beside her, enjoying dinner, and noticing her gaze fixed on the children. He reached for her hand, their fingers entwining. Do not worry. Wen Rong turned her head to meet his gentle, smiling eyes. When Grandma and Grandpa see them, they are filled with delight. These two little angels possess extraordinary abilities, capable of soothing everyone's negative emotions. Wen Rong gently blinks her eyelashes and offers a warm smile. In Chapter 88, Familiarity and Distance, the Wen family finds that, rather than confronting the occasionally intrusive neighbors, whose remarks are often laced with sarcasm and annoyance, it is far better to remain oblivious to them. When Qingyu is still recuperating and requires peace, unable to control others, one can only manage oneself.
Jingzhou, Jingzhou.
As she busily attends to her tasks indoors, the doorbell rings in the living room. Sister Li, she begins to call out, only to suddenly remember that Sister Li has already left yesterday. One Qingyu, calling out from the living room, says, I'll go answer it. Jean Lihua, not bothering to intervene, frowns, annoyed at the thought of those meddlesome neighbors. As when Qingyu approaches the entrance, he first glances at the video doorbell. Upon recognizing the figure standing outside, he is momentarily taken aback. He quickly opens the door. Hyang? The person at the door is none other than Qi Hyang, whom he hasn't seen for over half a year. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, with a warm smile that lights up his eyes. He appears slightly thinner than before.
Come in.
Teacher Jean. Quickly come and see. Hyang is here. Qi Hyang sets down his belongings, his gaze fleetingly skimming over the suitcase, leaning against the corridor before he discreetly averts his eyes. Jean Lihua hurries out of the room, her surprise evident upon seeing him. Hyang. My goodness, how long has it been since we last saw you? You must have been quite busy these past few months. Qi Hyang chuckles softly. Yes. There was a research collaboration at the headquarters. I left in a hurry and forgot to bid you farewell. I hope I haven't caused you any worry. The last time he visited before going abroad, there had been some unpleasantness with Wen Rong, and as a result, he did not take the opportunity to say goodbye to the elderly couple in person. Months have passed since then. Having heard about the happenings in the Wen family from the neighborhood, he made a point to inquire further and promptly seized the opportunity to visit under the guise of a social call. What do you mean by worry? Our household has been bustling with activities, and I even accompanied Wen Rong abroad. We truly haven't had the time to concern ourselves with you. Jean Lihua replies with a hint of guilt, stepping closer to scrutinize him. You've lost weight. You've been too busy with work and haven't taken proper care of yourself, have you? Qi Hyang smiles and nods. I'm fine. I can take a break for a while. I'll have the chance to enjoy your cooking more often, and I'll surely gain some weight back. Upon hearing this and noticing the array of groceries he has brought, Jean Lihua quickly responds, then let us eat here today. I'll prepare something right away. It won't take long. You go sit and have tea with your Uncle Wen first. She rolls up her sleeves to start working. Seeing this, Qi Hyang also rolls up the sleeves of his shirt. I'll help you. No need, I can manage, she insists. When Qingyu interjects, yes, yes.
Let her take her time.
It's not every day you come by. Don't work too hard. Since Aunt Jean is busy, I'll lend a hand. Uncle Wen. Please take a seat, Qi Heong insists as he follows her into the kitchen. When Qingyu, observing this, smiles softly and sighs, choosing to say nothing further as he turns to the balcony to heat the teapot and brew tea. In the kitchen, as Qi Heong washes the vegetables, he casually brings up the suitcase in the living room. Jean Lihua, preoccupied with her own tasks, pauses momentarily and lets out a sigh. Some things need not be spoken. They both understand all too well. Qi Heong fell silent for a moment, then offered a gentle smile and casually inquired. I heard that Rong has chosen to give birth abroad. Have you two accompanied her? Yes, we are in Vancouver, she replied. Regarding Qi Jingzhou, Jean Lihua felt it was inappropriate to elaborate. She deftly shifted the topic, saying, once he has recovered and completed the handover at the firm, we will also go over. The children are still quite young, and Rong will be enrolling in school in a few months, so someone needs to look after them. Qi Heong paused under the faucet for a couple of seconds, then asked with a smile, is Rong planning to pursue further studies? Indeed, after giving birth. She can't just do nothing. She is still young, Jean Lihua affirmed. Now that they are there, do you plan to settle down in Vancouver? Qi Heong's tone remained gentle. Jean Lihua replied casually, it depends on the circumstances. We will take it one step at a time. When she looks for a job and when the children need to start school, we will make a decision then. That will take several years, Qi Heong remarked. His gaze behind the glasses flickering slightly as he casually probed, what about Qi Jingzhou? Does he agree to Rong staying with the children in Vancouver? Jean Lihua hesitated for a moment, feeling inexplicably that mentioning Qi Jingzhou was a sensitive topic. She looked up at Qi Heong, who was now moving the washed vegetables aside to chop them. His profile appeared serene, revealing nothing. Qi Heong turned his face, raising an eyebrow with curiosity and smiling. Aunt Jean? Oh, you mean Xiao Qi? He is very busy with work, so how can he manage Rong? She sighed helplessly, lowering her eyes to continue preparing the vegetables. As you know, Rong has always been quite headstrong. No one can dictate her choices. However, concerning the affairs of the younger generation, we, being older, can no longer interfere. They will have to live their lives as they see fit. Your Uncle Wen and I will certainly support Rong wholeheartedly in any decision that is good for her. Upon hearing this, Qi Heong's deep brown eyes shifted slightly, and he refrained from asking further questions. He chuckled lightly and changed the subject, his tone considerably more relaxed. What about the baby? It must be nearly a month old now. As the uncle, I haven't given a gift yet. Oh, what gift? Jean Lihua chuckled, giving him a playful glare. Now that they are abroad, such customs are not really observed there. Well, the necessary courtesies should not be neglected, Qi Heong said, lowering his gaze with a smile, leisurely plating the chopped vegetables. But I still don't know whether it's a boy or a girl. I've been so busy that I completely forgot the day Rong gave birth. That is truly remiss of me. Both a son and a daughter. Jean Lihua's face lit up with joy at the mention of the children. They are twins, a boy and a girl. Our Rong is truly fortunate. Though they were premature, they are thriving and a great comfort. Qi Heong listened quietly, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips, without interrupting her. Today's lunch was exceptionally sumptuous. The elderly couple had not been feeling well and were quite particular about their diet. However, Qi Heong savored 2 bowls of rice, as though he had not tasted such delicious food in days, which brought a satisfied smile to Chef Jin's face. After finishing the meal and tidying up the dishes, Qi Heong wiped his hands and suggested, since I am on leave, why not let me drive you over? It's not far, there's no need for that. We can take a taxi, Wen Qingyu quickly declined. I insist on taking you. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me, Qi Heong replied. Qi Heong smiled warmly while rolling down his sleeves. The elderly couple exchanged glances at his words. Wen Qingyu, visibly moved, sighed with a smile. What you said is priceless. Indeed, it was not appropriate to accept any form of payment from him, and it would be ungracious to refuse his offer to give them a ride. Upon reflection, Qi Heong had always been generous, and now that Wen Rong had given birth and was abroad, there were no lingering sentiments between them. Compared to the neighbors who whispered behind their backs, Qi Heong's candidness and warmth were truly commendable. Chapter 89. Familial Bonds. After a lengthy flight lasting several hours, and disregarding the time difference, they landed just past 4 in the morning. Once settled, daylight broke outside. You've been on the plane for so long without proper rest. I'll wake you at 8, and then you can call your parents. As she lay down, Wen Rong contemplated for a moment and softly replied no. It would be better if you stayed here while I drive to pick them up. She considered this option, realizing that since Jinlan Garden was engulfed in gossip, It would be prudent for the elderly couple to temporarily stay with them for some peace. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden realization struck her. Qi Jingzhou. My parents have dismissed sisterly. Qi Jingzhou slightly opened his eyes. He paused for a moment, then, with a weary sigh, pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "You rest. I'll drive over to check." After more than half an hour, following Wen Rong's speculation, he attempted the new password a couple of times. Beep, beep.
Got it.
Qi Jingzhou entered the house and surveyed the quiet living room.
He sighed,
confirming his suspicion that no one was home. After Wen Rong ended the call, she dialed Jean Lihua. It was just past 7, and after a few rings, the call was automatically disconnected without an answer. She then called Wen Qingyu. Fortunately, this time he answered promptly. "Wen Rong? What a surprise. What time is it there?"
"Dad."
Hearing his cheerful and healthy tone made Wen Rong's heart ache slightly. "Where are you?" "Where? Oh, we're at the old home. Just took a stroll and are about to have breakfast."
"What about you?"
"Have you eaten?"
"I have."
Wen Rong adjusted her mood and replied with a smile. "It's nothing. I just miss you both. How's your health been lately?" "Good. I feel just like before. Just that teacher Jean is being overly dramatic. Don't worry. We'll come to see you soon. I'll sort things out quickly here."
"Anna."
"And the kids? How are the eldest and youngest?" "They're both well, sleeping soundly." Wen Qingyu chuckled. "Dad misses you too." "And Mom? Would you like to speak with teacher Jean?" "She's in the house. I can call her over." Sitting by the bed. When Rong listened to the sounds on the phone, her heart completely at ease. Upon entering, she found the house quiet and instinctively moved softly, afraid of waking her. He didn't enter the room, but gently closed the door, retrieving his phone as he made his way to the study. Once inside, he dialed Cheng Fei's number. "President Qi. Yes, how's everything on your end? This morning I went to sign a document once more. It is nearly done, and I shall arrive in Shucheng this evening." Cheng Fei quickly reassured, "Rest assured, I will proceed with caution. No one should notice my presence." With Qi Jingzhou absent from the country, who would be so idle as to keep a watchful eye on him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a calm and subdued response from the other end of the line. "No need to rush. I have already landed in Shucheng." Cheng Fei was taken aback. "You are in Shucheng? How could you arrive even faster than I?" It is imperative that this matter remains tightly under wraps. The fewer who know, the better. If the Qi family discovers that he had just dispatched Zhou Chongwu with intentions to travel to Singapore, only for him to suddenly reappear domestically, chaos would surely ensue. However, given the urgency of the situation, Qi Jingzhou had little choice but to set aside these concerns for the moment. He would strive to maintain a low profile. If he were indeed discovered, he would have no option but to come clean. His decision to abandon politics for business bore both advantages and disadvantages for the Qi family. Even if he were to reveal his intentions now, should he insist on his course, old Master Zhou would be unable to exert forceful pressure upon him. Nonetheless, it would inevitably involve Wen Rong and the children, disturbing their lives. "I understand, President Qi." Cheng Fei's tone shifted to one of seriousness. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Mr. Liu has contacted me. It seems he is already aware of your relationship with Miss Wen. I was about to inform you, though I cannot ascertain if he has also uncovered your address in Vancouver. In any case, it appears he is quite intrigued by this matter and is aware that Miss Wen has recently given birth." Cheng Fei rubbed his nose, lowering his voice. "He asked me if the child belongs to you." Unspoken was the fact that Mr. Liu was quite loquacious. Having engaged Cheng Fei in conversation for over half an hour, probing into Qi Jingzhou's romantic history. In retrospect, Cheng Fei felt a cold sweat break out. He was uncertain how much information the astute Mr. Liu had extracted from him, and a sense of guilt lingered. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose. "I understand. Do not concern yourself with him." He ended the call. Qi Jingzhou had no time to ponder Mr. Liu's interests. It was expected that he would uncover information about Wen Rong and the child, given that Wen Rong's acceptance to UBC had been facilitated through Mr. Liu's connections. Compared to matters concerning Mr. Liu, issues back home posed a greater challenge. Wen Rong awoke at noon, roused by Qi Jingzhou's gentle prompting. She blinked sleepily, hearing the cries of the two children, and sat up hastily. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just mealtime," the man replied with a warm smile, brushing her hair aside. "If you're tired, eat first and then rest a bit more." "What's the baby crying about?" "He is likely hungry. I am preparing the formula." Wen Rong felt reassured, rubbed her eyes, and lay back down. "Bring one to me." Qi Jingzhou glanced at her, understanding her request, and stood to fetch a little one. Before long, he returned, cradling a small child in his arms. The baby kicked and squirmed, wailing loudly. Qi Jingzhou, somewhat awkwardly, knelt beside the bed to hand the child over to Wen Rong. Fully awake now, She looked down to see it was the little one, whose face was flushed from crying. The older one is eating, you can feed him, Qi Jingzhou explained softly. Wen Rong embraced the small bundle, her hand slipping beneath her clothing, casting a knowing glance at him, her meaning abundantly clear. Chapter 90. A retrospective honesty. Qi Jingzhou remained silent for a couple of seconds, then slowly stood upright, turned around, and closed the door behind him. Although they had already shared a bed, she simply could not accept the idea of breastfeeding in front of him. The atmosphere, both inside and outside the room, fell into a tranquil hush. After a while, the sound of the baby swallowing gradually slowed. The little one nestled in her arms fell asleep, his tiny hand still clutching her garment. Wen Rong carefully extracted her clothing, and upon noticing the child with closed eyes and his lips making soft smacking sounds as he suckled his tongue, she couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Jingzhou gently pushed the door open and found her leaning over the bed, gazing intently at the child, her soft features unable to conceal her joy. The reason for her amusement a mystery. He walked in with a smile, standing by the bed to observe the mother and child, his voice soft yet urging. Enough of that. What is so captivating? It's time to eat. Despite the softness of his tone, he received a glare from Wen Rong. She raised a finger to shush him, then quietly descended from the bed, causing Qi Jingzhou to grin at her antics. As Wen Rong donned her shoes and made her way outside, she passed by him and whispered with a hint of pride, "The baby resembles me even more. His features are just as charming." Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow at her words and followed her outside, lowering his voice to ask, "Is it not attractive to look like me?" He chuckled softly, accompanying her to the dining area and sitting beside her. "What do you mean? Have I diminished the quality of your genes?" Wen Rong, with her gaze lowered, picked up her bowl and utensils, replying in a calm tone, "Could you refrain from being so sensitive? It is entirely normal for our son to take after his mother. I did not utter a single word against you." Qi Jingzhou was momentarily taken aback by her response, casting her a resigned glance, choosing not to press further. Asking any additional questions would only make him seem petty. He fell silent, quietly eating alongside her. "Is Dabao asleep?"
Wen Rong inquired.
"Yes, I've placed him in the nursery," Qi Jingzhou replied. After a brief pause, he suggested, "Should I ask the nanny to go buy something?" After some contemplation, he nodded. "I will accompany you." Wen Rong said nothing, which he took as consent. Before their departure abroad, this room had been prepared for her confinement. Considering the presence of 2 infants, they had arranged for a caregiver and a nanny to reside in the house, thus installing surveillance. Moreover, the caregiver and nanny had traveled with them from Vancouver to Shucheng. Being new to the area, she did not worry that they might wander off in the absence of their employer. Wen Rong felt little trepidation. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Qi Jingzhou, unaware of her thoughts, casually asked, "When do you plan to visit your parents?" "I have yet to see your hometown. Do we need to prepare anything else?" After hearing this, Qi Jingzhou paused, a smile playing on his lips. "You mentioned before that the scenery is lovely. Now that I have some free time, I can accompany you to explore. It would be a delightful excursion." Wen Rong's eyes momentarily widened, her hand hovering midair as she instinctively looked at him. Noticing her gaze, Qi Jingzhou turned his attention toward her. Their eyes met, and with a warm smile, he inquired, "What is it? Why do you look at me like that?" Wen Rong pressed her lips together, contemplating her words carefully. "You have indeed been quite busy. You occasionally spoke of your experiences during your studies, but what about before university? Didn't you ever go out with friends during the holidays for a bit of leisure, perhaps to summer camps or the like?" She suddenly realized something peculiar. Qi Jingzhou seemed to lack any particularly close friends or companions. In the past, he often engaged in social gatherings, and Wen Rong never checked his phone,
For he was not the flamboyant type.
Having never doubted him, she had naturally overlooked the oddity of this situation until now. Recently, Qi Jingzhou had frequently remained by her side. As a successful individual, he endeavored to extricate himself from his family, relinquishing a promising political career. Astonishingly, aside from his family, no one else had attempted to dissuade or impede him. Qi Jingzhou, with a calm demeanor, informed her that he had no friends and preferred not to wander aimlessly. He devoted his time to reading and engaging in activities that intrigued him. Wen Rong blinked, suddenly realizing that she hardly knew Qi Jingzhou well. Or rather, she only understood him as a man, oblivious to other facets of his life. She forgot to eat, her gaze flickering with confusion, uncertain whether to continue probing. The dining table fell silent for a moment. Qi Jingzhou paused, his hand holding the bowl and chopstick still, swallowed the food in his mouth, and after a brief silence, unexpectedly initiated a conversation. "When I was young, I suffered from severe social withdrawal." Wen Rong was taken aback, instinctively turning to look at him. He had no friends and struggled to interact normally with others. Before high school, he was self-taught and then sent abroad for studies, primarily to address his psychological issues. Wen Rong was unfamiliar with the life of someone who had experienced profound social withdrawal, yet she instinctively managed her expression, suppressing any overt shock to avoid hurting his pride. She even took a bite of her dish, chewing thoughtfully before casually remarking, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have guessed. You seemed quite fine when we met." At her words, a subtle smile crept upon Qi Jingzhou's lips. Wen Rong stole a glance at him, paused momentarily, then continued, "So, did your condition improve by then?" Qi Jingzhou's gaze flickered slightly as he slowly set down his bowl and chopsticks, confessing in a deliberate manner, "When I first pursued a girl, I can't say I did exceptionally well. I read numerous books and watched many movies to learn the art of romance. Ultimately, my success lay in the fact that you harbored feelings for me as well. It was likely because she found him quite admirable." When Rome stared blankly for a few seconds, blinking in realization. "Are you saying you learned as you went along and managed to win her over?" She hesitated, momentarily speechless. Goodness, at that time, Qi Jingzhou had been learning on the fly, using her as a practice subject in love. Qi Jingzhou, observing the myriad expressions on her face, instinctively interjected to clarify, "I've never pursued a girl nor been in a relationship before, Wen Rong. You are my moonlight, my first in everything. I won't allow my inexperience and clumsiness to ruin my first love." He smiled softly, adding, "It's not unusual for young people to seek strategies for their first romance." When Rong gazed at him with a complex expression, "Some individuals do not require a guide for their first love, only to have it end tragically. Others approach their first romance with caution, adhering to a strategy to ensure success, which is why he had triumphed." How infuriating! When Rong set down her chopsticks and asked, "How many things are there that I am unaware of? You truly are not very candid." The tone of her words was evidently off. Qi Jingzhou adjusted his expression, mentally reviewing the conversation. Then, with an air of calm, he explained, "I have discussed matters concerning the Qi family, my parents, Singapore, and my childhood with you. What else do you wish to know? I have shared everything." Chapter 91. A Surprising Reunion. When Rome refrained from probing further, momentarily at a loss for what else she desired to learn, feeling little inclination for heartfelt conversation, she turned her face away to focus on her meal. "Let us eat first, while the baby is asleep. We should finish quickly." Qi Jingzhou observed her intently, pursing his lips. "You are upset." When Rome shook her head, deeming it not significant, Qi Jingzhou lowered his gaze, contemplating, and remarked, "We seldom discussed these matters in the past. It was often you speaking while I listened. In hindsight, I am not surprised that you were willing to leave me." When Rome remained silent, quietly eating her meal, when a large hand gently caressed the top of her head, offering a soft touch. "The person you know is the authentic me. I merely lacked the means to express it before. Yet, I have never deliberately concealed anything from you. Rong, I cherish our current life and hope it continues this way." When Rong paused, her grip on the chopsticks faltering, yet she said nothing, merely responding with an "M." After dinner, she entered the wardrobe to change clothes. As she gazed into the mirror, reflecting on her image, when Rong suppressed the thought, if Qi Jingzhou found satisfaction in their current life, why did she still feel that something was amiss? For instance, his desire for marriage and to maintain this lifestyle. Yet, she did not wish to marry him. It seemed unnecessary. What was lacking? When Rong was puzzled. Previously, when they lived together, she had an unwavering trust in Qi Jingzhou concerning their relationship, and before the discussions of marriage and their subsequent fallout, she had never considered being with another man in the future. However, after everything they had endured, with the baby now born and their reconciliation, she felt indifferent to the notion of marriage. It seemed that while they had reconciled and she understood him better, her emotional investment had diminished. When Rome contemplated this for a long time, Qi Jingzhou drove, handled payments, and carried items. Watching him walk toward the nursery with diapers and formula in hand, she lowered her gaze, slowly changing her shoes. It appeared that the difference lay in her initial perception of him as a good partner, whereas now, she saw him as a man of utility. Her emotional reliance had shifted to a perspective of practical value. Qi Jingzhou had improved, yet she had become more pragmatic. After dinner, when Rong, accompanied by the nanny, gathered a few belongings to take to the car, by the time she emerged from the garage, the nursery lights had been turned off, yet the little ones were still playing. The caregiver softly remarked they might be adjusting to the time difference. "It's common when moving to a new place. They may need to stay up a bit longer tonight. However, it's not a problem at this age. Their energy isn't overly abundant, and they will likely fall asleep soon." When Rome stood by the crib for a while, watching the two little ones with wide-open eyes, energetically kicking their legs and appearing full of vitality, she sighed softly, expressing her gratitude for their hard work tonight, assuring them that she would come back later to check on the children. As Qi Jingzhou was not in the room, she went into the bathroom to freshen up. After emerging, she poured herself a glass of water and noticed the light was on in the study, indicating that he was inside. She could faintly hear the sound of a phone conversation, but chose not to intrude. Approximately 40 minutes later, Qi Jingzhou exited the study, only to be met with the sound of a baby crying from the nursery. He approached the door and saw the nanny gently cradling a baby, trying to soothe it to sleep. The little one was quite restless, causing Qi Jingzhou to frown and wonder what was the matter. The nanny softly reassured the child, reiterating the words she had shared with Wen Rong. After listening, Qi Jingzhou said nothing, his brow slightly relaxing as he scanned the room. "Where is the eldest?" he inquired. "Miss Wen took her to the other room," came the reply. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, and silence enveloped the space within. Qi Jingzhou pushed the door open to find Wen Rong seated on the edge of the bed, holding the child. The dim light from the floor lamp casting a warm glow that enveloped mother and daughter in a cocoon of tranquility. He closed the door behind him but did not leave. Instead, he tiptoed closer to her. The little one was soon drifting off to sleep, and Wen Rong, absorbed in her care, did not mind his presence. With one hand resting on her chest, she gently rocked the baby, humming a soft tune, exuding tenderness. Qi Jingzhou had never seen her in this light before, standing quietly beside her, captivated. The eldest child had fallen asleep. When Rome adjusted her nightgown and noticed her daughter's tiny mouth still moving, her long eyelashes resting on her fair little face, resembling a doll with eyes closed. She couldn't help but smile, her delicate finger gently touching her daughter's lips, before glancing up at Qi Jingzhou. He observed the glimmer in her eyes, as if she were saying, "Look how adorable the baby is." Unable to suppress a chuckle, he nodded in agreement. By the time he had also calmed their son, it was already past 1 in the morning. "Why are you still awake?" he asked. "I was waiting for you," she replied, crossing to the foot of the bed and glancing at him before climbing in under the covers. "Turn off the light. We need to leave early tomorrow." She closed her eyes, preparing for sleep. In the next instant, the night light dimmed, plunging the room into darkness, yet a warm, broad chest pressed against her back. When Rome opened her eyes, feeling his body enveloping hers. "Qi Jingzhou, I don't want her to," she attempted to protest. "I know. I won't cause a fuss," he replied in a low, gentle voice. When Rome paused, caught off guard by his words, as she had yet to consider this matter. "I understand you care about your parents' opinions, but without you, I would be restless, my dear," he continued, his voice taking on a soft, almost playful tone. A warm sensation spread along her sensitive ears, causing her to shrink back slightly and push him away with mild annoyance. "You have such thick skin. No one can control you." Qi Jingzhou chuckled softly, brushing his nose against her ear. "I'll take that as your silent consent." When Rome replied coolly, "But you had better be perceptive. I want to always be on your side." "All right, understood." The next morning, a group set off for the Bamboo Sea scenic area, with the shuttle bus driving into the courtyard of the guest house. As Qi Jingzhou had yet to park his car, he immediately caught sight of the imposing black G-Class SUV stationed by the side of the courtyard. It had been over half a year since he last encountered Qi Heong, and he had nearly forgotten of his existence. When Rong, oblivious to Qi Heong's vehicle, only noticed teacher Jean engaged in conversation beneath the bamboo pavilion in the yard. She alighted from the car and called out cheerfully, "Mother." The courtyard in front of the guest house was spacious, adorned with a pebble garden and bluestone paths, flanked by 4 bamboo pavilions. The pathway led to a bamboo grove at the back, complete with a swing set and a small fish pond. The pavilion served as a tranquil space for guests to enjoy tea and meals. At this hour, just past 10, some of the late-rising guests were already perusing the menu. Upon noticing Wen Rong approaching from the pavilion, her eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the vehicle that had just parked at the entrance. Rong, she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her, her eyes sparkling with joy.
Surprised?
What surprise? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Jean Lihua laughed, holding her tight. Oh, you child. Before she could finish her playful scolding, she spotted Qi Jingzhou carrying luggage and the nanny who had just disembarked with a child. Heavens! My grandchild. Chapter 92. A Meeting of Rivals. With no time to spare for Wen Rong, teacher Jean gleefully made her way towards the child. As she passed Qi Jingzhou, who had called out Mom, she seemed to ignore him completely, brushing past as though he were invisible. Qi Jingzhou shook his head slightly and turned to Wen Rong. You go ahead and arrange the room. I will set down the luggage. Jean Lihua was preoccupied with her grandchild, utterly unconcerned with their conversation. With no other option, when Rong led him into the foyer, Qi Jingzhou leaned closer to her ear, quietly reminding her, Qi Heong is here. When Rong had already moved behind a counter to check on room availability, she looked up at him in surprise upon hearing his words. Qi Jingzhou tilted his head slightly towards the courtyard. That car, I can't be mistaken. Wen Rong glanced outside and finally spotted the quietly parked black G-Class. During their 2-day stay, his relationship with the elderly couple had evidently improved. This area was a tourist attraction, and with March approaching, the bamboo forest was beginning to sprout with spring shoots, leading them to wander further afield. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately spotted a tall figure standing before the building. The individual donned a gray shirt and beige casual trousers, his height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, making him particularly striking. They recognized him almost instantly, Qi Heong. His steps instinctively slowed. When Qingyu gasped in surprise, "Xiao Qi?" Qi Heong offered a faint smile before turning his gaze towards Wen Qingyu. Upon hearing him refer to Wen Qingyu as dad, a barely perceptible flicker of his eyelids betrayed a hint of surprise. Wen Qingyu, taken aback, hurried towards him. "Where is Rong Rong? Where's the child? Why is there no word from you?" Wen, unable to contain his urgency, disregarded Qi Heong and hurriedly stepped onto the bluestone path leading into the foyer. In the courtyard, Qi Jingzhou and Qi Heong exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. After a moment of silence, Qi Heong lifted his foot, seemingly intent on ignoring him, his demeanor cool and distant. Observing this, Qi Jingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he took the initiative to greet him. Qi Heong halted beside him, his jawline taut, turning his face slightly to cast a sidelong glance, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a sharp, cold light. Qi Jingzhou smiled gently and turned slightly. Acknowledging the limitations of human energy, one cannot attend to everything, and sacrifices must be made to gain. Qi Heong discerned the underlying meaning in his words, his expression shifting momentarily, eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Have you truly been dismissed?" he inquired, cautioning against overthinking, as it bore little relation to some clandestine anonymous reports. Qi Jingzhou chuckled softly, providing a calm explanation. "Rong Rong is expecting a child. It is only fitting that I stand by her side. Moreover, the baby is so small that she cannot manage alone. As a father, I must fulfill my responsibilities and obligations to support and nurture." Qi Heong's dark brown eyes dimmed, firmly believing that Qi Jingzhou was deliberately flaunting his situation while asserting his claim. With a cold smirk, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Is that so? Mr. Qi is sacrificing so much. Rong Rong must be utterly moved. Has she agreed to marry you?" Qi Jingzhou's eyelids fluttered slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I suppose so. It will happen soon, and I shall certainly invite you for a drink then." Qi Heong's expression turned icy. When Rong has truly consented? The last time he had visited, their hurried departure had prevented them from sharing a drink, but now, with both of them at leisure, he proposed to Mr. Qi, "How about an evening toast?" Qi Jingzhou's warm smile lifted his brow. "Let us celebrate my transition into fatherhood and your project's success, which has yielded substantial profits." Despite his amiable demeanor, Qi Heong found it difficult to soften his expression. Gritting his teeth in silence, he cast a cold glare at Qi Jingzhou before striding away to conclude their conversation, hastily entering the front hall. When Rome had arranged their rooms on the 3rd floor, a quiet space with few occupants, Wen Qingyu inquired with the cleaning lady and, upon locating the room, found Jean Lihua conversing with Wen Rong inside. "Father," Wen Rong rose, assessing his health and appearance. The two infants were nestled in bed, soundly asleep. Wen Qingyu instinctively lowered his voice, casting a reproachful glance at her. "What nonsense!" he chided, furrowing his brow. Wen Rong fell silent. Jean Lihua interjected, "The children are simply worried about you. Blame that sisterly. I had instructed her to avoid any gossip about our family, yet she still called to inform Rong Rong." When Rong assisted Wen Qingyu in sitting down and interjected, "Do not take to heart the idle chatter outside. It is not worth your distress to engage with petty individuals. Have you discussed matters with your partners at the law firm?" Wen Qingyu sighed. "They are reluctant to let go of my connections. My 2 apprentices still lack a bit of proficiency. While I am in Shucheng, I can provide guidance on challenging cases as needed." Overall, the law firm was built by Wen Qingyu and his 2 partners over the years. With a myriad of cases to handle, each of the 3 had different responsibilities. Setting aside any conflicts of interest, their journey together had weathered many storms, forging deep bonds of friendship. In the legal profession, experience increases in value, and no one wished for Wen Qingyu to truly depart. Even in retirement, they hoped he would not move abroad. When Rome remarked, "They are all aware of your current situation." "Indeed, which is why they refrain from troubling me with many matters," Wen Qingyu responded, shaking his head. "I need some time to transition. It is also an opportunity for me to recuperate. It will not be for long." When Rome chose not to press further. "That is all right." When Rome gently placed her hand on his shoulder, offering a comforting smile. "I will stay with you, perhaps by the end of July. Everything will be resolved, and you can accompany me." Her optimistic vision elicited a chuckle from Wen Qingyu. Father, I wish for our family to be together. Wen Rong softly interrupted him, leaning in to embrace his neck. Without you by my side, I feel uneasy. This statement was meant to soothe Wen Qingyu, but it clearly stirred his suspicions. What do you mean by feeling uneasy without us? I've heard from Teacher Jean that you and Qi Jingzhou have reconciled. Does he not provide you with a sense of security? Is he still as elusive as before? Do you regret getting back together with him? Wen Rong found herself at a loss for words amid this barrage of questions. She furrowed her brow in helplessness. What does this have to do with Qi Jingzhou? I am concerned about you and mother. I am an only child. Rong, Wen Qingyu maintained a serious tone, since there are no outsiders present. I must clarify something with you. What is it? Wen Rong focused on his expression, instinctively straightening her posture. Chapter 93. Worries and Concerns. Jean Lihua glanced at Wen Qingyu, seemingly understanding what he was about to say, and interjected with a frown. That is why I need to explain this to her. Would Qi Jingzhou even mention such matters himself? Wen Qingyu's tone was grave as he raised his gaze to Wen Rong. He intends to leave politics for business. Not to start from scratch, but to inherit the family enterprise. You understand this, right? Qi Jingzhou not only has connections in the capital but is also a genuine heir of a prominent family. Father, I know, Wen Rong sighed in relief, her demeanor relaxing. I knew you would grasp this matter. Wen Qingyu's expression turned stern as he looked at her intently. But do you understand how complex the internal interests of that company he is to inherit are? How much intrigue and rivalry are involved? Wen Rong, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Why should I know? I have no interest in his shares. Do not simplify the issue. Wen Qingyu could barely contain his voice, slapping the armrest of the sofa and urgently analyzing the situation with her. His circumstances are becoming increasingly convoluted. I would prefer he start from the ground up, establishing his own venture, rather than dealing with a family legacy that comes with a throne to inherit. In recent days, Heya had spoken with them as well. That SA company, I've researched online, reviewed their stock market, and some internet rumors. In short, Qi Jingzhou's situation is exceedingly troublesome. They say there is no business without deceit. I have witnessed far too many disputes among the wealthy. It is not just spouses. Even siblings born of the same parents can turn against each other over trivial gains. This is far less preferable than his previous political career, where at least the law provided some constraints. The power struggles among the wealthy lack even a semblance of humanity. His words grew deeper, extending into the realm of human nature, causing Wen Rong to feel a throbbing headache. She raised her hand to press against her forehead, needing to interject. Father, I am merely dating Qi Jingzhou. We have no shared interests. Furthermore, he is quite measured in his actions. And his relationships with the Qi family are not as complicated as you imagine. What about Dabao and Xiaobao? Wen Qingyu pointed at the two infants on the bed, glaring at her. They are Qi's biological children, direct heirs. Their presence has already disrupted the harmony of others. Wen Rong remarked, the children belong to the Wen family. Jean Lihua raised her hand and slapped Wen Qingyu, insisting that no one was entitled to cut his cake, dismissing his arguments as irrelevant. How is it irrelevant? Qi Jingzhou has inherited his mother's traits, and his father still left him the inheritance, hasn't he? Enough already. Everything that needed to be said has been said, so be quiet. Wen Rong silently observed the exchange between the two until they settled down, at which point she softly interjected, I have always known that he is complicated and may bring troubles, but so what? The elderly couple turned their faces toward her in unison. Wen Rong sighed, wondering if any man could love Dabao and Xiaobao more than he does. While Qi Jingzhou may not seem the most suitable husband to me, he is, at the very least, a good father to Dabao and Xiaobao. If he ceases to be a competent father, I would not hesitate to part ways. She looked earnestly at Wen Qingyu and said, Dad, I understand all your concerns and worries, but I can manage this on my own. There is no need for you to fret over me. I am no longer a child and must also consider my own baby. During dinner, Dabao and Xiaobao awakened again. After being fed and having their diapers changed, the two little ones refused to sleep any longer, their big, round eyes darting around. Jean Lihua could hardly tear her gaze away, insisting on staying in the room with the nanny and caregiver to watch the children. Wen Rong could only deliver food to them in the room. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Qi Heong at the second-floor landing. Dressed in casual loungewear with slightly damp hair, he appeared to have just taken a shower. He smiled naturally and initiated a conversation with Wen Rong. Are the children awake? It's so late, I haven't had a chance to check on them. Qi Heong followed her down the stairs quietly, his gaze resting upon her without further comment. The pavilion in the yard was completely occupied. Their dinner was held in the leisure study on the east side of the first floor. Upon entering, Wen Rong saw Qi Jingzhou and Wen Qingyu seated across from each other at the long table, engaged in conversation. In Qi Jingzhou's presence, lawyer Wen maintained his usual demeanor, showing no signs of criticism. Noticing their arrival, Wen Qingyu asked Wen Rong, "Is teacher Wen really not coming down?" Wen Rong took a seat beside Qi Jingzhou and replied, "Eat. I have already sent the food up to them." Wen Qingyu chuckled, shaking his head as he picked up his chopsticks. He added, "Why not let Da Bao and Xiao Bao sleep in our room tonight? That way, teacher Jean won't see them and worry. They are adjusting to the time difference and can be quite noisy at night. Let the ants handle them." Wen Rong casually responded, glancing at the wine jug and glasses on the table, "Why is there still wine? Dad, you cannot drink." Qi Jingzhou handed him the chopsticks with a light laugh, saying, "Dad, one tea drink. I made an agreement with Mr. Qi to limit our intake." Wen Rong paused momentarily, glancing at him before looking again at Qi Heong, who kept his gaze lowered, a subtle smile gracing his lips, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. As they ate, Wen Qingyu quickly surveyed the three at the table and casually interjected, "It's been a little over half a month, Uncle Wen." "Oh, I remember now." Wen Qingyu nodded, engaging in conversation while skillfully serving dishes. "You young people are often so busy. If you are delaying important matters just to accompany us old folks, I would feel quite guilty," he remarked. He added, "Family matters are trivial. In due time, all the idle chatter will fade away, and we won't let it weigh on our hearts." The underlying meaning in the elder's words was clear to all three present. Qi Heong chuckled, "Uncle Wen, I'm not busy lately, so you needn't worry." Qi Jingzhou interjected, "Dad, I'm also not busy, no matter how occupied I may be. I must prioritize Rong and the children." Wen Rong kept her gaze lowered, silently eating. Wen Qingyu glanced at the two, contemplating saying something, but ultimately could not find the right words. The Wen family shared a tacit understanding, wishing to separate Qi Jingzhou from Qi Heong. Yet none could devise a suitable pretext at that moment. After settling the two little ones for the night, they exhibited no sense of formality, demonstrating remarkable self-awareness. Chapter 94. Affectionate intentions. Yes, I reviewed the email. My suggestion is to refrain from voting for now. There are several anomalous data points. Qi Jingzhou glanced at Wen Rong, continuing his phone call, seemingly engaged in a video conversation. Not wishing to interrupt, Wen Rong took her clothes and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Upon her return, she found Qi Jingzhou had shifted from the bed to the suspended desk, his video call still ongoing. As she brushed her hair and approached the bedside, she inadvertently captured her profile on the screen. Instinctively, Wen Rong stepped aside, vanishing from the video. Qi Jingzhou sensed this, angling the computer screen away from her and towards the television in the room. Consequently, his face was mostly obscured, revealing only his profile and one shoulder. A low, teasing laugh resonated through the headphones. "Still hiding? How amusing. I'm just a step away from seeing you in person." Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, replying, "Let's leave it for now. We can discuss it tomorrow," before ending the call. All right. As Wen Rong bent to adjust the nightlight, her waist lowered, accentuating her curves. He rose, approached her, wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her gently and kissing her delicate neck. "You smell delightful. Have you changed your shower gel?" Wen Rong averted her gaze, suggesting, "If you dislike it, you can always go out. There's a guest room available." Qi Jingzhou chuckled heartily, not engaging with that remark. He embraced her, lifting her and placing her on the bed, leaning over her. "I've realized it's not merely the fragrance I can't do without. It's you, and only you." He kissed her, but when Rong turned her head slightly to evade him, Qi Jingzhou, undeterred, held her hands, their fingers entwined, continuing to kiss her cheek, jawline and neck. When Rong closed her eyes lightly, tilting her chin up, murmuring, "Are you deceiving me?" He responded, "You don't truly suffer from insomnia. You've been sleeping soundly all along." Qi Jingzhou paused, chuckling softly, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "I told you I need you. You are my remedy. When have I ever deceived you?" When Rong fluttered her eyelashes, gazing at him without replying, Qi Jingzhou, exasperated yet gentle, held her chin and swayed it lightly, his voice rich and warm. "If being with you and the little one still leaves me restless, then there truly is no place in this world where I can find solace." When Rong gently pressed her lips together, her gaze softening as she raised her hand to embrace his neck. "My parents are quite conflicted. They do not wish to see you residing here with Qi Heong." Qi Jingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. "Shall I find a way to send him away?" When Rong lifted her lashes and gazed at him intently, as their eyes met for several seconds, an unspoken understanding seemed to form between them. Qi Jingzhou let out a low chuckle, leaning down to kiss her, their bodies intertwined, a fervent desire igniting at their touch. When Rong gasped softly, turning her face aside, and caught sight of him reaching beneath the pillow, retrieving 2 small plastic boxes he had prepared earlier. Her breath quickened as she quietly reminded him, the sound insulation is inadequate. Then I shall proceed slowly, Qi Jingzhou replied, propping himself up, his dark gaze fixed upon her. You need only kiss me. Is that agreeable? As he inquired, he bit off a corner of the packaging, his hands continuing their movements, showing no intention of heeding her potential refusal. Qi Jingzhou's laughter bubbled forth as he gripped her delicate knee, pressing his upper body down once more to capture her lips. The latex mattress felt perfectly balanced, yet when Rong sensed herself sinking deeper, her lips remained sealed. As Qi Jingzhou's kisses were profound and relentless. When she struggled to breathe, he released her, allowing her a moment to recuperate before diving back into their passionate embrace. The kiss persisted for what felt like an eternity. When Rong's vision sparkled with stars, her mind exploding as she lost herself in the sensations. Her lips and tongue no longer her own, numb to the point of complete oblivion. As her 5 senses dulled, the remaining ones sharpened. Qi Jingzhou's heavy, restrained breaths resonated like waves propelled by the night wind, penetrating her eardrums and flooding her mind in layers. He held her tightly, his voice husky as he continuously kissed her damp forehead. I love you, Rong Rong. When Rong felt as though she were gazing upon the stars and the ocean. Slowly, she closed her eyes, acknowledging his declaration but reluctant to allow Qi Jingzhou to gain too much satisfaction. A prolonged silence ensued. Qi Jingzhou turned her over, his voice a low murmur. You are coming? I shall remain silent. When Rong propped herself up on his chest, shooting him a glare before attempting to get out of bed. Is the bathroom more soundproof? Are you certain? When Rong gritted her teeth, her fingertips pressing into his hand as she firmly stated, I am quite sure I do not want that. Qi Jingzhou paused momentarily, then grabbed a pillow, sighing with mild exasperation. If you do not come, I shall. When Rong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration, retaliated by slapping him, only for her wrist to be caught, her fingers firmly pinned down beside the pillow. She accidentally bumped her forehead against the headboard, letting out a soft cry. The man pulled her back, his large hand gently rubbing her forehead as he chuckled. The design of the padded headboard is quite clever. It didn't hurt, did it? Warmth traveled along her neck, accompanied by a teasing sting. When Rong was certain that Qi Jingzhou was being deliberately mischievous. The following morning, when Rong awoke late, after freshening up, she examined the hickey on her neck in the mirror, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Emerging from the bathroom, she opened her suitcase and pulled out a thin knit sweater to cover her unsightly mark. As she stepped out of her room, she encountered the housekeeper emerging from the opposite door, holding a pack of diapers and a handkerchief. Miss Wen. When Rong glanced into the room, which was notably quiet. Have the older and younger ones been taken down? The nanny nodded and smiled, stating that they had just awakened half an hour ago. Teacher Jean had taken them outside to get some fresh air and help them adjust their sleep schedule. When Rong chuckled softly at this and shook her head, making her way toward the staircase. The nanny followed closely, explaining that Teacher Jean suggested they let the children sleep less during the day, so they could fall asleep early at night, and with gradual adjustments over a few days, they would form a new habit. Last night, the older and younger children had been quite restless before bed, which had also caused quite a bit of trouble for Jean Lihua. At such a tender age, their sleeping patterns were already unpredictable. When Rong commented, the nanny laughed lightly and added that the childcare specialist also agreed with Teacher Jin's method, indicating that a 3-month-old baby could gradually be trained to sleep through the night. Lacking experience, when Rong chose not to elaborate further. As they descended the stairs and exited the courtyard, they spotted Jean Lihua proudly showcasing the older child to the guests at the homestay. It is often said that grandparents dote on their grandchildren, and she was indeed enjoying the moment with a young couple whose own child was only 3 or 4 years old, giving her a sense of satisfaction. Jean Lihua was engaging in lively conversation with them, so when Rong refrained from interrupting. Instead, she approached Wen Qingyu, who was pushing a stroller. Wen Qingyu glanced at her, then quickly shifted his gaze outside the courtyard, lowering his voice to express his concern. They wouldn't be looking for a deserted spot to settle their differences, would they? Are they still those reckless teenagers? Dad, can you please stop worrying unnecessarily? Chapter 95, The Show-Off Father. When Qingyu clicked his tongue, still feeling uneasy. Has Qi practiced? Just looking at his physique indicates he has been living a life of comfort. When Rong playfully chided him, all right. I'm going to check on them. Is that acceptable? As she headed outside, when Qingyu called after her, make sure you eat first. There's no rush. She wasn't sure about Qi Hyang's physical condition, but Qi Jingzhou was undoubtedly robust, excelling in horseback riding, archery, and boxing. If a confrontation were to arise, he would certainly not be at a disadvantage. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, when Rong stepped through the gate and ambled down the slope toward the left asphalt road. Their home was situated such that to the right lay a serene lake and a wild bamboo grove, with a narrow, winding red brick path unsuitable for a morning jog for two. After walking for about 20 minutes, she spotted two men approaching from the front and instinctively halted in place. Qi Jingzhou and Qi Heong were running side by side, maintaining a distance of one person between them, neither acknowledging the other. From afar, it appeared as if they were engaged in a silent competition. Upon noticing Wen Rong, Qi Jingzhou suddenly quickened his pace, while Qi Heong gradually slowed, wiping his face with a towel. "Hey, have you eaten breakfast yet?" Qi Jingzhou asked with a smile as he approached, removing the towel draped around his neck. Wen Rong remained silent, merely observing him. On this early spring morning, Qi Jingzhou wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, his body soaked in sweat, his hair dampened as well. "Are you planning to run until lunchtime? Is exercise so scarce in your routine?" she remarked, dodging his outstretched arm and brushing off her shoulder, frowning slightly. Qi Jingzhou quickened his pace to catch up with her. Qi Heong followed leisurely behind. Due to his morning run, he was not wearing glasses. Yet even from a few steps away, he could clearly see the two figures walking side by side, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other in an intimate manner. Qi Jingzhou tilted his head, his gaze resting on Wen Rong. The corners of his eyes crinkled with gentle mirth as he engaged her in conversation. Although Wen Rong did not look at him, she responded to him with questions and answers. Qi Heong involuntarily slowed his pace, walking gradually more slowly until the scene became slightly blurred and less distinct. He lowered his eyes, using a towel to wipe away the sweat that had trickled down to his brow, turning his gaze away expressionlessly. Having just changed his clothes, Qi Jingzhou was about to head downstairs when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Cheng Fei, and he answered casually.
Yes.
"President Qi, I just landed in Shucheng. Aren't you at Zifengmingdu?" "Yes, I'm currently staying at Rong Rong's family home." Qi Jingzhou pondered for a moment before casually instructing him. "In that case, settle down near the Wen family community, drop off your luggage, and contact someone in the afternoon to help me with the task." "Understood, President Qi." Qi Jingzhou continued his call in his room, while Qi Heong had already made his way downstairs. Upon exiting the courtyard, he spotted Wen Qingyu sitting on a bamboo chair, gently rocking a baby stroller. He approached him. The stroller was quite large, specially purchased for the twins. Qi Heong knelt down, peering through the gaps in the sunshade to see two tiny infants lying side by side, already fast asleep. He gazed intently at them, a smile tugging at his lips, and looked up to speak with Wen Qingyu. "They are identical." Wen Qingyu smiled back. "Of course, they are twins. I mean, they resemble Rong Rong." Qi Heong's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. "Indeed," Wen Qingyu chuckled, looking at Rong Rong's childhood photos. "They are truly identical." Qi Heong smiled faintly, his gaze returning to the stroller, his eyes momentarily flickering with an emotion that was subtly concealed. Wen Qingyu glanced at him, the smile on his face slightly fading as he appeared to ponder for a moment before sighing. "Heong, sit." Qi Heong rose and settled onto the bamboo stool beside him. Leaning back and casually resting his legs, his posture relaxed and languid, his gaze listlessly directed towards the bamboo grove and the clouds outside the courtyard. Wen Qingyu steadied the stroller with one hand, his eyes gazing into the distance as he spoke softly. "The atmosphere between you and Xiao Qi has always felt somewhat off."
I can see that.
"Just the two of us today. Tell me honestly, are you still unwilling to let go?" Qi Heong's eyes flickered slightly, surprise evident as he raised an eyebrow, turning his face to look at him. "Uncle Wen, you worry too much. I wish for Rong Rong as happiness more than anyone else." He smiled, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not bring her any troubles." Wen Qingyu shot him a sidelong glance. "They have a baby now, and Rong Rong has reconciled with Xiao Qi. You should consider your own future instead of lingering in the past."
Qi Young's faint smile gradually faded.
"You are not young anymore. You should learn to let go of the past. Rong Rong has already moved on. She is continuously progressing. You should also free yourself, alright?" Wen Qingyu's tone was gentle, comforting him in the manner of an elder. Qi Heong's smile turned strained as he lowered his eyes, raising a hand to adjust his glasses. "Uncle Wen, you truly overthink things. Having been away for over half a year, I have come to terms with everything." "That is good to hear." Wen Qingyu smiled and nodded, gently patting his shoulder. "We are growing old. I hope you all can settle down soon, living well. The one I worry about the most, along with Teacher Jean, is you." Qi Heong fell silent for 2 seconds, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am indeed in a relationship, but given our age, the considerations are more pragmatic. No longer do we indulge in the fervor of youth, chasing only emotions." He smiled at Wen Qingyu, stating that should he encounter the right person, he would contemplate starting a family. However, many remain unmarried. The young women today are quite independent and not easily swayed. Upon hearing this, Wen Qingyu could not help but chuckle, encouraging him heartily. Quite right. You must keep striving. Sometimes, a strong alliance can be beneficial, depending on your clarity about what you truly desire. Qi Heong nodded with a smile, affirming his understanding. As noon approached, the guests were busy ordering food. The nanny temporarily assisting Jean Lihua, while the childcare worker was busy sterilizing the children's clothing and bottles. Everyone was diligently fulfilling their roles. When Rong took a moment to visit the children and found Wen Qingyu and Qi Heong engaged in animated conversation by the stroller, oblivious to the topic at hand. She lifted the sunshade and gently picked up the baby. May I assist you? Qi Heong stood up. No need. You want to know how. As soon as Wen Rong's words left her lips, a clear voice chimed in behind her. I will do it. Mr. Qi has never held a child. Let me handle it. Qi Heong glanced at him but remained still, refraining from reaching out. Qi Jingzhou extended his arms, confidently cradling the older child, gazing at Wen Rong with soft eyes. Let us go. Wen Rong shot him a glance before turning to leave. How proficient can you be at holding? Childish. It was evident. Qi Jingzhou smirked slightly, winking at her. My daughter should not be casually handed to others. Wen Rong, exasperated, cast him a sidelong glance and shook her head as she ascended the stairs. Behind her, the man slowly added, a son is likewise off limits. Young children are sensitive to strangers and will cry. Chapter 96. In matters concerning my family, I hold the reins. It is likely not that others cannot, but rather that Qi Heong cannot. Wen Rong understood Qi Jingzhou's intentions, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Closing the door, she turned to him and inquired, why did you go for a morning run with him? What did you discuss? Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, a topic pertaining to men. Wen Rong furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him. Is it necessary to keep this from me? Not at all. Qi Jingzhou settled at the edge of the bed, extending his hand towards her. Come here. When Rong approached, sitting in his embrace as he gently held her hand, speaking in a leisurely tone, leaving a hint of suspense. When Rong blinked, asking if he had informed him about liaising with the municipal bureau. Did the bureau decline? He was attacked due to a case involving the bureau. They bear the responsibility to clear his name and should publicly commend him at an award ceremony. It is only through the truth and authority that his reputation can be restored, silencing the neighbors. As for the petty individuals inciting discord behind the scenes, when Rome planned to address them after the award ceremony, it is not that he has not agreed. It is likely that Song Xiuming will bring it up with the higher-ups today. However, Cheng Fei informed me that a reporter previously sought an interview but was turned away by my parents, leading the municipal bureau to intervene and dismiss the journalist. Their stance is quite apparent. Neither proactive nor dismissive, and certainly not accountable. When Rome pondered for a moment, comprehending the municipal bureau's position, it is understandable that they would not take the initiative to organize a commendation ceremony for my father. The higher authorities are solely focused on the outcome of the case, while those in between seek credit for themselves. To honor my father, an extraneous figure would diminish the contributions of others. The higher-ups choose to turn a blind eye, leaving such matters to our family to navigate, yet we must still make an attempt. After a brief pause, she added, if that fails, I will write to the municipal government. Having more concerned citizens and public-spirited lawyers in Shu City is not a bad thing. If the Bureau were to entertain the suggestion, even if it were merely to hold a small commendation ceremony in the community to present a banner to Wen Qingyu, our family would be spared the turmoil of public scrutiny. Last night, while drinking, I subtly gauged my father's perspective. Qi Jingzhou remarked, he is not one to seek fame or accolades, feeling that as he approaches retirement, seeking recognition from the municipal bureau seems unnecessary. Would it not be better to hold a ceremony before retirement? A glorious retirement is indeed a commendable affair. When Rong furrowed her brow, I will persuade him. Qi Jingzhou laughed. When Rong regarded him, what is so amusing? Thus, one might wonder why we are a couple. Qi Jingzhou chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Can you guess what Qi Heong has to say? When Rong frowned, what does it matter? This is a family matter. Qi Jingzhou sighed, extending a finger to gently poke Wen Rong's forehead. The elderly couple has grown weary of this issue, seeking tranquility here. In some respects, they have no ulterior motives and thus prefer not to stir the pot, relying instead on the younger generation for ideas. Last night, I proposed that the municipal bureau hold a commendation ceremony. Qi Heong suggested that once my father spoke, he would follow up by stating that the original case was one of public good and service to the people. If the family requests a public commendation from the bureau, it bears a different significance. You see, he is well aware of the underlying dynamics. When Rong's eyes darkened slightly, is he opposing us? Indeed. Qi Jingzhou's tone grew grave. This morning during my jog, I discussed this matter in detail. It is evident that he places greater weight on personal feelings. Under those circumstances, The elderly couple required companionship and understanding, and he conveniently exploited that. Rong, he is exceedingly selfish. Qi Jingzhou articulated each word with conviction, holding Qi Heong in contempt for this trait. When Rong's expression soured, I will determine the course of my family's affairs, and I shall speak to my parents. During lunch, when Rong brought up the matter at the table, I do not quite understand my father's concerns. A glorious retirement is a positive development. If the municipal bureau were to contact you proactively, insisting on this commendation ceremony, would you still refuse? When Qingyu paused for a moment, instinctively glancing at Qi Jingzhou, realizing that they had reached a consensus, he appeared somewhat helpless, letting out a soft sigh. If the bureau insists, I certainly cannot decline. However, at present, they have not mentioned it, and my father believes that it is merely idle gossip, deeming it unnecessary to make a fuss or seek this honor. When Captain Song first approached me, I spoke of serving the people. How could I, in good conscience, seek personal gain afterward? If this matter involves the contributions of many, would it not be the case that, after doing good, I would also incur the displeasure of others? When Rome lowered her gaze in contemplation, set down her bowl and chopsticks, and declared with solemnity, who could you possibly offend? You are not part of the public security system. At most, you would receive a banner and a good reputation. If such matters arise in the future, will they not hesitate to trouble you again? You nearly lost your life. You lay in the ICU for so long. If you do not make some gesture this time, how could they possibly have the audacity to seek your assistance again? Qi Jingzhou gently pressed down on Wen Rong's hand, his voice softening. Speak calmly. Do not let emotions take over. Wen Rong took a moment to collect herself before continuing. Father, do not think that your desire to retire and accompany me abroad diminishes the necessity of standing up for what is right. In my eyes, you have always been noble and upright. I cannot bear to see you subjected to such slander and injustice. In the future, I do not want to find myself explaining to the Bao and Xiao Bao that their grandfather is not as others portray him. I shall certainly demand that recognition from the municipal bureau, and I intend to do so in front of the entire Zhanlong Garden community. This commendation ceremony is set. She made her decision with unwavering resolve, stating, if you feel embarrassed, I shall accept the award on your behalf. I want to see who among them is too ashamed to lift their heads and who dares to spread rumors. Wen Qingyu felt as if he were a reprimanded child, averting his eyes with a sigh, choosing silence. Qi Hyong glanced at him before turning to Wen Rong, speaking in a harmonious tone. Uncle Wen has not outright declined. If you insist on this approach, he will surely consider it. It is the quickest and most effective method. Wen Rong regarded him with a calm gaze, recognizing that even the elderly sometimes require the guidance of their children. This matter is mine to decide. You must heed my wishes. Qi Hyang's eyes flickered, briefly glancing at Qi Jingzhou, yet he said nothing further. Qi Jingzhou smiled faintly, giving Wen Rong's hand a gentle pat. A modest commendation ceremony does not necessitate grand fanfare. Thus, it should not prove too difficult to arrange. Before dusk on that very day, Wen Qingyu received a call from Song Xiuming. The municipal bureau had expressed their stance, and Wen Rong had also made her position clear. Naturally, Wen Qingyu no longer had any grounds for refusal. Chapter 97. Confrontation and Malice. The nanny's vehicle entered the residential complex, halting before the building entrance. A group of individuals disembarked in succession. Upon reaching the elevator, they encountered neighbors ascending and descending the stairs. Isn't that Rong? She looks even more beautiful. When Rong smiled and replied, Thank you, Auntie. One of the neighbors inquired while attempting to peek at the stroller, only to be gently restrained by the nanny, who pressed the sunshade down. The baby is asleep. Little ones have weak immune systems, and with so many people around, it's easy for them to fall ill, the nanny explained with a cheerful smile. Please speak softly. Thank you. The two aunties exchanged glances, their expressions faltering slightly, their eyes betraying a hint of unease. Just then, the elevator arrived, and when Rome gestured for the nanny to bring the child inside, smiling brightly as she bid farewell to the two women. We'll head up now, aunties. In a few days, when you have time, please come over for tea with my mother. The two women smiled awkwardly, replying, Oh, all right. When Rome proceeded up the stairs with her young ones in tow, the nanny assisted Qi Jingzhou with the luggage, 6 suitcases, which proved to be too much for just the two of them. As Qi Jingzhou was about to lock the car, intending to make another trip later, one of the suitcases at his feet was suddenly dragged away. Allow me, said Qi Heong, grasping the handle to spare himself an extra journey. Qi Jingzhou hesitated, his hand pausing over the car key, watching the electric trunk slowly close. He then tucked the key into his pocket and turned with a faint smile to Qi Heong standing beside him. Qi Heong understood the implication behind his words and couldn't help but smirk. Isn't this a bit hasty? Qi Jingzhou merely smiled faintly, saying nothing as he stepped forward. taking hold of the handle and drawing the 2 suitcases closer to himself. These belong to the children, and they contain fragile items. I shall manage this myself. No need to trouble you. Qi Heong regarded him with an expressionless demeanor, his deep brown eyes flickering slightly. After speaking, he pulled the 2 suitcases towards the entrance, ignoring Qi Jingzhou, who remained by the car. In Jinlan Garden, the accommodation for so many individuals was evidently cramped. Fortunately, the 2 little ones took up little space, and they could just about manage. Once Team Song contacts us, it will only be a day or 2 at most. We'll have to make do for now. Wen Rong remarked, suggesting that they should invite the uncles from the law firm to join them, allowing her father to discuss his retirement plans in passing. Wen Qingyu sat on the balcony brewing tea, nodding in response, but saying nothing further. The neighbors across the hall, who had lived next to the Wen family for many years, were the first to visit. Having known each other for so long, their familiarity was naturally greater. Upon seeing Qi Jingzhou and Wen Rong both at home, the neighbor lady beamed with happiness. She sat on the sofa, chatting with Jean Lihua, exclaiming, "Look how wonderful it is. You two are a perfect match, and now with 2 more little treasures, your family is truly flourishing." Jean Lihua smiled, pushing the cut fruit towards her and inquiring, "How have you been lately? We haven't been home. Has anyone visited?" "Not at all." Jean Lihua chuckled. "These people have nothing better to do than gossip behind our backs. Are you going to the square tonight? You should confront them. Let us see what they have to say then." "I won't be going," Jean Lihua replied wearily, gesturing towards the interior. "The children are so small. I need to help Rong keep an eye on them." The neighbor lady nodded in agreement, offering comfort. "Don't take it to heart. It's only those who envy you who resort to such underhanded tactics. What does this indicate? It shows that we are doing far better than they are. Just look at our daughter and son-in-law. They are leagues ahead." After chatting for a while, Jean Lihua smiled as she saw her off. Once the door closed, the smile on her face vanished instantly, and she walked expressionlessly into the living room, glancing at Wen Qingyu on the balcony. "I really should go to the square." "You should too." Wen Qingyu, adjusting his reading glasses while messaging his 2 partners, merely shrugged off the comment. "Let us leave it for a few days. No need to let that bother us. The children are home." Jean Lihua sighed deeply, placing her hands on her hips before retreating to check on the children. Presently, only the 2 little ones could temporarily distract her from the troubling matters at hand. However, while the Wen family remained composed, not everyone could maintain their calm, especially since the refrigerator at home had been empty for days without anyone residing there. Wen Rong was reluctant to allow the elderly couple to face inquiries from others, so she decided to head downstairs before dusk, intending to accompany Qi Jingzhou and their nanny to the nearby vegetable market and supermarket. However, before they could even board the car, they discovered a long scratch on the nanny's vehicle door. As she gazed at the mark that extended from the front passenger door to the rear light, a surge of anger welled up within her, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Qi Jingzhou, too, furrowed his brow in a rare display of concern, surveying their surroundings where only the entrance of their building was equipped with surveillance cameras. He composed himself, placing a reassuring hand on Wen Rong's shoulder. Wen Rong, frowning, promptly took out her phone to capture photographic evidence. The Wen family's community had seen better days, yet it remained a prestigious neighborhood in Shu City, boasting both internal and underground parking facilities. The property management was stringent, and after several layers of reporting, they finally retrieved the surveillance footage from the entrance of Building 8. As fate would have it, the perpetrator had not exercised caution during the act, and the footage clearly captured the individual responsible for the vandalism. Infuriated, Wen Rong recorded the video without hesitation. "Shall we report it to the police?" Qi Jingzhou suggested calmly. The property manager, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at the couple and could not help but exclaim, "You intend to call the police? Is this a personal grudge? You both reside in the same building. Perhaps a private resolution could be attempted first?" "We will address it with the police," Wen Rong insisted, still seething, saving the video before dialing 110. The property manager, realizing there was no room for negotiation, felt a headache coming on. However, upon observing Qi Jingzhou and Wen Rong, who both appeared formidable, he resigned himself to cooperate with the investigation, inwardly cursing the fool who had chosen to vandalize their vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, officers from the local police station arrived to inquire about the situation. "What happened? Did the surveillance capture the perpetrator?" Officer Jean Lihua asked. "It did," Wen Rong replied with a calm demeanor. "You may continue your meal. We will handle it." "I understand, Mother. I am aware of the gravity of the situation." Just as she ended the call, the police officer inquired, "Since this involves someone you know, why not call them over to clarify the matter? Attempt to resolve it amicably first. If that fails, we can pursue other avenues." "There is no need for that," Wen Rong responded, turning to the officer. "Let us go directly to her home and discuss it face to face." Qi Jingzhou glanced at her, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Since you have reviewed the evidence and the property management is fully cooperating, let us avoid causing unnecessary complications and proceed directly to her residence. The two police officers exchanged glances before ultimately respecting the wishes of the complainants. Very well, let us proceed. The local police station frequently dealt with neighborhood disputes, and incidents of intentional vehicle vandalism were not uncommon, often arising from petty grievances leading to acts of retribution. Typically, when evidence was conclusive, matters concluded with compensation. The officers did not perceive this as a particularly challenging case and followed Qi Jingzhou and Wen Rong into the building. Upon reaching the 5th floor via the elevator, Wen Rong approached with purpose and knocked on the door of the Fan household. After a few seconds, a voice responded from within, and the door swung open. She stood at the forefront, gazing at the bewildered expression on Fan Shue's face, and smiled faintly. Have you eaten? I have a few matters I'd like to discuss with you. Fan Shui remained in a daze, her gaze drifting past Wen Rong to Qi Jingzhou and the two police officers behind her, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. What are you doing?
Who are you, little Shui?
A voice inquired from behind Fan Shui. Wen Rong turned her head to see Fan Shue's mother stepping out, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she raised her phone, displaying its screen. Without a courteous introduction, she directly questioned, Is this you? Care to explain? Fan Shue's mother, cradling her grandchild, was momentarily taken aback by the scene outside, her expression swiftly shifting to one of anxiety. Fan Shui glanced at the video on the phone screen, her eyes widening, her expression shifting as she forcefully pushed Wen Rong's hand aside and stood at the doorway. Wen Rong, what are you doing? Is this necessary? You even brought the police to my home. This is too much. Wen Rong laughed in disbelief. This is what you call too much. I haven't even mentioned compensation yet. How much do you want? We'll pay. I was the one who called the police. Your words hold no weight. Wen Rong replied with a smile, and if these two gentlemen leave, you will deny everything. And I will have to make another call to trouble them again. How bothersome. What exactly do you want, Wen Rong? Fan Shui glared angrily. I said I would compensate. I will compensate. You want me to draft a written statement now before you leave, don't you? Of course, compensation is necessary. But that is not the crux of the matter. Wen Rong's expression turned cold as she stated, I have irrefutable evidence proving that you have fabricated facts behind our backs, spread false statements, and defamed my father's character and reputation. I advise you to tread carefully. By dawn, you must publicly reflect on your actions and apologize to our family. Otherwise, brace yourself for a court summons. The faces of the mother and daughter turned pale in unison. You. Voluntarily reflecting on your misdeeds and accepting punishment could earn you leniency. Otherwise, I wish you success in finding a better lawyer to assist in your exoneration. The threat of criminal charges struck a nerve with the Fan family. Their expressions darkened, revealing an unmistakable blend of apprehension and fear. Fan Shue's father, who had been hidden away for quite some time, finally lost his composure. He hurried out, wearing a forced smile as he addressed Wen Rong. Rong. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Wen Rong regarded him with a stoic expression as he shielded the mother and daughter behind him, remaining silent. Fan Shue's father, with a strained smile, implored in a subdued tone. Look, we have lived above and below each other for so many years. You and little Shui have grown up together. Old One has been concerned about our family affairs. We are grateful and would never speak ill of you. Wen Rong scoffed coldly. So, you deny it? Very well, officer. If you please. Hey, no, please don't do this, Rong. Fan Shue's father grasped her arm, his forced smile more sorrowful than tears as he choked out, We will pay. Please don't make this a bigger issue. I beg you, as an uncle. Tomorrow, I will post an apology letter downstairs in the community, saying I'm sorry, it's my fault for not managing my family well. As you observe, little Shue's children are still quite young. Consider their innocence. Wen Rong brought the police as a means of intimidation against the Fan family. She even anticipated that if they stubbornly refused to acknowledge their wrongdoing, they might resort to violence. However, perhaps due to the presence of the police, and perhaps because she had threatened legal action against them, Fan Shui and her mother retreated into silence, leaving only Fan Shue's father to plead for leniency. Ultimately, it was the accompanying police officer who suggested a truce, prompting Wen Rong to temporarily relent. By tomorrow, I expect to see your apology letters plastered throughout the entire community. They must convey genuine remorse. Otherwise, I shall not accept them. Furthermore, I will send the repair costs to Fan Shui. Should you dare to engage in any underhanded schemes again, we shall settle both old and new accounts together. Take heed. Jean Lihua inquired a few times, but Wen Rong simply stated that the Fan family had agreed to compensate and then busied herself with dinner, washing up, and tending to the children. Qi Jingzhou and Wen Qingyu enjoyed tea on the balcony, conversing with the elder couple about the Fan family matters. Jean Lihua was infuriated. Yet her gentle and cultured nature prevented her from uttering harsh words. Wen Qingyu sighed and gently patted her arm in comfort. Enough now, it's late. Do not let your anger disturb your rest tonight. Go help Rong Rong with the children while I have a word with Xiao Qi. Jean Lihua stood up, her expression stern, and stormed off. Observing this, Wen Qingyu shook his head and turned to Qi Jingzhou, speaking earnestly, throughout my life, I have never quarreled or clashed with anyone, including teacher Jean. Living life is not akin to a courtroom battle. We cannot regard everyone as defendants or criminals, especially acquaintances. In court, I argue because I represent the law and my position. I seek victory. Yet in daily life, I am like everyone else. Life does not always need to be a contest of winning or losing. It's often easier to navigate through it in a muddled manner. After listening, Qi Jingzhou chuckled. Father, you are growing old. We, in our youth, cannot tolerate even the slightest injustice. Wen Qingyu chuckled softly. You are standing up for me? And I appreciate your sentiment. He poured tea for Qi Jingzhou, raising his cup. I toast to you. Thank you. No need for thanks. If Rong Rong hears, she will glare at me, he replied, sharing a laugh as they lowered their voices. Each unit door bore the apology letters. I peeled one off for you. When Rong sat at the dining table, eating while reviewing the contents of the paper. Chapter 99. The Quarrel. After the Fan family's apology letters were posted, they sparked yet another wave of gossip within the community. They did not have the courage to apologize in person, likely out of shame. However, several residents from the same building came to visit the Wen family to express their support. The tide of public opinion shifted rapidly. Within a day, the subjects of ridicule had become the Fan family. Teacher Jean felt a weight lifted from her heart. The following afternoon, when Qingyu received a call from Song Xiuming, the result was the same. When Rong remained silent, Qi Jingzhou, however, held her hand and gently spoke. Father is right. Compared to personal pride, indeed, disseminating legal knowledge to the public bears greater significance for society. The municipal bureau certainly has its own considerations. When Rong nodded, accepting that as long as the goal is achieved, it is not a negative matter. After closing the door, he turned around, hands on his hips, and quietly spoke to Wen Rong. When Rong blinked, realizing that with so many people living at home, the children could be quite boisterous. Furthermore, it would be best for Qi Jingzhou to avoid the spotlight. Who knows if someone from the television station might recognize him. Qi Jingzhou's gaze deepened as he looked at her, and after a few seconds, he stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her waist. Are you willing to part with Dabao and Xiaobao? When Rong felt her heart flutter under his intense gaze and couldn't he help but whisper. Just for one night, Qi Jingzhou. When Rong, feeling helpless, replied, if you do not leave, then I won't tea either. During dinner, the family discussed the plans for the next day. There would be more than just the municipal bureau personnel and reporters attending. After the event, there would be a banquet with 2 uncles from your law firm, inviting the comrades from the bureau to dine together. When Xinyu glanced at Qi Jingzhou as he spoke, Qi Jingzhou smiled and replied, that's fine. I've already informed Captain Song. Once you finish, I'll have someone pick up my parents and bring them over. When Rong shot him a glance, thinking that with such an important event tomorrow, the children should stay behind to lend a hand if needed. Jean Lihua nodded in agreement, suggesting that Rong should stay back, as it would be inappropriate for just the 2 of them to take a family portrait if needed. I will stay. When Rong agreed, gently reminding Qi Jingzhou, after dinner, take the children over. We can discuss any matters tomorrow. The outcome of their discussions leaned towards following Wen Rong's arrangements. As Wen Rong raised her eyes, she noticed the visitor's gaze linger momentarily, prompting her to instinctively ask, what brings you here at this late hour? If this house were not her family's, what could he possibly be doing here? What else can I do by coming here so late? He smiled, glancing at Wen Rong, and with a hand holding his phone, he closed the elevator door. Noticing Wen Rong frown, he helplessly explained, I came to check on things. I just spoke with a friend from the television station, and I heard they are coming to our community tomorrow for an interview, specifically with Uncle Wen. When Rong paused, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized him. You have friends at the television station? Is that so strange? Is the reporter coming to our home to marry your friend? It's a coincidence. Qi Heong smiled as he explained, raising the phone in his hand. I just found out. She suddenly called to ask if I was home and invited me for dinner tomorrow night, and that's how I learned about the interview. When Rong tightened her brows, staring at him in silence.
Ding.
When Rong assessed him from head to toe, her expression cold as she crossed her arms and stepped out of the elevator, then halted in her tracks. What does it have to do with you? Why do you keep interfering in my family's affairs? Qi Heong followed her out of the elevator, pausing at her words, the smile on his face dimming. Is this the attitude you should have? Is it wrong for me to come by to check on Uncle Wen and Aunt Jean? When Rong turned to face him, Qi Heong. Why do you always appear at such opportune moments? The last trace of a smile faded from Qi Heong's lips. He raised his hand to adjust the gilded frame of his glasses, straightening his expression and retorting with a serious demeanor. Why do you harbor such aversion towards me? What have I done to make you believe that I am constantly driven by ulterior motives? You know in your heart better than anyone else. Wen Rong's gaze was distant. I do not understand. Qi Heong furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. If it is due to the anonymous report against Qi Jingzhou, that was a personal conflict between him and me. He has retaliated already. Is this matter truly so distasteful to you? What wrong have I ever done to you, Uncle Wen or Aunt Jean? Can you not let Qi Jingzhou influence your judgment? Wen Rong's brows knitted together briefly as she turned to face him, her eyes cold and questioning. Very well, then tell me, who is your journalist friend? Do I know her? Qi Heong tightened his grip on his phone, exhaustion evident as he closed his eyes, attempting to explain with fatigue. You have met her once, Sheng Shi. She is now a prominent host at the television station. Wen Rong's lips curled slightly. What a coincidence. The city bureau suddenly arranged for a television interview, and it happens to be your friend. What connection do you truly have to this matter? None. Qi Heong replied with a bitter smile. I simply do not comprehend. Even if this matter were genuinely linked to me, how could it possibly harm anyone's interests? Whatever Qi Jingzhou does for you is seen as benevolence. Yet all my actions appear suspect in your eyes. Rong, can you not view the situation impartially? Wen Rong replied, it is because you consistently engage in actions with ulterior motives. Do you not realize this? Qi Heong stared at her in disbelief, finally letting out a humorless laugh, articulating each word. Your words are truly hurtful. Chapter 100. Why do you make me feel so insecure? Wen Rong looked at him, her expression devoid of emotion, silent. If I truly harbored ulterior motives, the only intention would be to mend the relationship between us, as well as the ties with Uncle Wen and Aunt Jean. Even if our bond has ended and is beyond repair, we should at least retain half the connection of family, should we not? Qi Heong forced a smile. You need not treat me this way. What heinous crime have I committed that warrants your rejection? I can change if that would suffice. Wen Rong narrowed her eyes, exhaling a silent sigh. Qi Heong's deep brown eyes opened slightly wider. I have not. Do you truly not care? Is integrating into our family so significant to you? Are you genuinely willing to be a son of the Wen family, even to the point of changing your surname to Wen? Qi Heong's gaze flickered, his resolve evident as he nodded. Indeed, if possible, I would be willing. Wen Rong remained silent for a moment, then suddenly her lips curled into a slight smile, though her eyes betrayed no warmth. Then tell me, what was your true intention behind your last scheme against Qi Jingzhou? You know well enough. I have already spared you the embarrassment. It is time to cease. Qi Heong felt as though his heart had been pierced twice. His throat tightened, the redness of his eyelids visible behind his lenses. And he spoke hoarsely to Wen Rong. I hope you are well. This matter is of equal importance to me as it is to Uncle Wen and Aunt Jean. Even if we are no longer possible, I will not forsake my duty to honor them. You do not have the right to deprive me of my choice in family. Family. Wen Rong offered a faint smile, one that I shall never forget. You mentioned that once my baby is born, I would be unable to extricate myself from Qi Jingzhou. The intention behind your words is something you know best. Qi Heong swallowed lightly, opening his lips in an attempt to explain. Rong, I was merely. My parents would never utter such words. And you are not a part of our family, Wen Rong interjected. The air remained stagnant for quite some time until Jean Lihua emerged from the door, her expression one of slight astonishment upon seeing the two standing in the elevator hall. Heong, what brings you here at such a late hour? She inquired, before diverting her gaze from Qi Heong and stepping directly into the house. Jean Lihua observed her daughter's aloof silhouette and then glanced back at Qi Heong, who managed a forced smile, acutely sensing that an unpleasant dispute had transpired between them. Aunt Jean, Qi Heong said, tugging at his lips. I will leave after I finish speaking. I hope I haven't interrupted your rest. Jean Lihua's expression was complex as she replied, yes. I was just about to go to bed. Since you are here, come in.
All right.
She took her garments and entered the bathroom to wash away her emotions. Upon exiting the bathroom, she heard her phone ringing on the bedside table. Glancing at the screen, she answered the call. Qi Jingzhou's face appeared, clad in a deep blue silk nightgown, with what appeared to be a study in the background. He immediately began to chide Wen Rong. I called 3 times before you picked up. I knew it would be like this. Wen Rong replied, I was in the shower. Qi Jingzhou's gaze remained fixed on the screen, and his previously tense features softened slightly as he gently inquired, have the babies gone to sleep? Are you going to sleep as well? Yes, she replied. But I cannot fall asleep. Lying down with the phone in hand, Wen Rong regarded him silently. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before Qi Jingzhou suddenly chuckled. Perhaps you thought I was easy to pursue back then, more confident and more reassuring. Reassuring. Qi Jingzhou leaned back against the chair, supporting his chin with his elbow, and jested. Indeed, why do you make me feel so insecure? Wen Rong stifled a silent laugh. Why don't you question your own lack of confidence? Qi Jingzhou's smile faded momentarily, pausing before he suddenly suggested, let us get married, shall we? Wen Rong's gaze faltered, and she remained silent. Qi Jingzhou's heart sank, and after a few moments of shared silence through the screen, he managed a bittersweet smile. Why, even after reconciling, do you still hesitate to marry me, Rong? I cannot comprehend what is lacking. Wen Rong lowered her eyes, contemplating before responding, marriage cannot alter anything. Not marrying changes nothing either. You are still the father of the baby, and that fact remains unchanged. If it is all the same, then why do you refuse? Qi Jingzhou countered. Wen Rong struggled to articulate her thoughts, remaining silent for a moment before carefully stating, your situation is somewhat complex, and I have other pressing matters to attend to. Let us wait a while longer. Qi Jingzhou's gaze dimmed, leaving him unsure whether to feel disappointment or something else entirely. Perhaps this was akin to the feeling Wen Rong experienced when she insisted on marriage, yet was unwilling to agree. The wheel of fortune had turned, and he was beginning to understand. Qi Jingzhou swallowed, his lips faintly curving upwards, and then shifted the topic. Wen Rong blinked in surprise, realizing the shift, and let out a silent laugh, teasing him intentionally. Your lack of confidence is your own affair. I cannot guarantee anything for you. Let us rely on our own abilities. Qi Jingzhou furrowed his brow, his gaze intense as he fixed it upon her. It seems I shall be sleepless tonight. We shall continue our discussion tomorrow evening. You had better possess considerable skill, or else. With that, Wen Rong abruptly hung up the phone. Early the next morning, the Wen family rose with the sun. Wen Rong assisted Jin Lihua in preparing a simple breakfast. After they had eaten, they awaited Song Xiuming's call. Just before 8:30, a commotion arose outside as the doorbell rang. Wen Rong personally went to open the door, welcoming a throng of visitors. Song Xiuming, clad in a crisp police uniform, held a ceremonial banner and greeted Wen Rong with a bright smile. Wen Rong, it has been a while. Wen Rong returned his smile. Captain Song, please come in. Song Xiuming introduced the middle-aged police officer beside him. This is our Director Zhang, who has come specifically to present a banner to Lawyer Wen. Director Zhang. This is Lawyer Wen's daughter, Wen Rong. Hello, Director Zhang. Good, nice to meet you, Director Zhang replied, walking ahead with Song Xiuming, followed by 3 young police officers, 2 men and a woman. Behind them trailed the reporters and cameramen from the television station. Wen Rong stood at the entrance, observing as Wen Qingyu exchanged pleasantries with Director Zhang. Casually turning her head, she caught sight of a face that was 7 parts unfamiliar, yet 3 parts familiar. Sheng Shi, dressed in a light gray professional suit, her makeup elegant and gentle, stood beside her with a microphone in hand, smiling warmly. Perhaps the camera was not yet rolling, but she leaned in, speaking softly to Wen Rong while her gaze remained fixed on Director Zhang and Wen Qingyu. Miss Sheng, it's good to see you again. I trust you remember me. Wen Rong glanced at her, offering a polite smile. Miss Sheng. Sheng Shi chuckled. I should have congratulated you on your baby. Last night, I spoke with Heong and heard you welcome twins. Congratulations. Thank you. It seems we share a connection. He mentioned that your parents looked after him during his schooling. Chapter 101. Engagement. Wen Rong smiled as she observed Wen Qingyu and Jin Lihua, choosing not to respond further. Sheng Shi turned her face towards Wen Rong, her demeanor friendly. I am preparing to get engaged to Heong. When the time comes, I will surely invite you to the celebration. If you and your husband are available, you must attend. Wen Rong raised her eyebrows with a smile, nodding, very well, congratulations in advance. We will certainly try to come if we can. Sheng Shi studied her for a moment, the mirth in her eyes unwavering. Her lips moved as if she wished to say something, but ultimately, she refrained. Meanwhile, Wen Qingyu had already ushered Director Zhang into the study, where the discussions and interviews would take place. Song Xiuming turned to the television crew and gestured for them to follow. Sheng Shi hurried over. The study door closed behind them. Jin Lihua quietly beckoned to Song Xiuming. Captain Song, please invite a few of your colleagues to join us for tea. How polite of you, Auntie, Song Xiuming replied with a cheerful nod. Signaling for several colleagues to sit down, he added in a familiar tone, Uncle Wen has the finest tea. We shall not be polite. Jin Lihua smiled. Knowing they were coming, as soon as I knew you were coming, Old Wen busied himself early this morning. Please take a seat. A fruit platter, prepared that morning, was elegantly arranged on the tea table, with another portion set aside in the kitchen. Wen Rong personally served the fruits and placed them on the tea table, Several comrades indulged in the offerings, expressing their gratitude. Song Xiuming glanced at her and inquired, Wen Rong, why are you here alone? Has Mr. Qi gone off to attend to other matters? Yes, Wen Rong replied with a gentle smile. He is busy with work and won't be joining us today. Perhaps next time, I'll invite Team Leader Song to dine together. With a small smile, she seemed to recall something. Team Leader Song. May I have a moment to speak with you? I have a matter I wish to discuss. Of course. Song Xiuming rose and accompanied her to the dining room. In a hushed tone, Wen Rong asked, I wanted to inquire about the earlier mention of your support for the commendation conference. Was that an unreasonable request? Were you caught in the middle and reprimanded by the leadership? Song Xiuming paused, slightly taken aback by her words. Reprimanded? Not at all. What are you thinking? Uncle Wen is quite familiar with Director Zhang. There's no need for concern. Oh, you mean that? It's nothing, Song Xiuming responded nonchalantly. Didn't TA reporter come by previously? I figured since it's an award ceremony, Director Zhang, being a person who values his reputation, would be keen to participate. Especially since those reporters from the station were also in touch with me. They wanted to conduct interviews with government units before the May Day holiday, asking if we had any positive news or material to provide. So, I casually brought it up with Director Zhang. As she spoke, a touch of embarrassment crossed her face. To be honest, I feel a bit guilty. I've used a personal connection, knowing that Uncle Wen ISN T1 to seek the spotlight. And I was worried he might decline. Upon hearing this, Wen Rong's eyes sparkled momentarily, and she smiled. That's quite beneficial. My father is just looking to retire. And obtaining recognition before he does would be splendid. Additionally, this interview could serve as a means to promote legal knowledge in society, and he is quite pleased. She paused, then teased, I didn't expect Team Leader Song to be so busy with cases while also making numerous acquaintances. Even reporters seek material from you. Song Xiuming chuckled awkwardly. I wouldn't say we're very familiar. I hardly have time to make friends. I've merely encountered a few reporters while handling cases and added them on a whim. She continued, it's not easy for those in their line of work. They're always searching for material. Wen Rong laughed softly at her words and chose not to elaborate further. As the interview concluded, noon approached. Wen Qingyu had already made reservations at a restaurant. Upon learning that the other two partners from the law firm would also be attending, Director Zhang felt no need to be overly formal. The television station personnel, recognizing the long-standing acquaintance between Director Zhang and Lawyer Wen, graciously declined the invitation to the meal. After several attempts from Director Zhang, they ceased to insist. As the group descended the stairs, Cheng Fei was already waiting with the chauffeur-driven vehicle. Everyone took their respective seats, splitting into two groups. Once outside the community, the television station's vehicle departed from the convoy. Sheng Shi drove her own car, connecting via Bluetooth to dial Qi Heang. As the call connected, she greeted him with a smile. That was quick. Yes, I just happened to be free, he replied. Stop pretending, Sheng Shi rolled her eyes playfully. I just left your community. Where are you? At the office, he answered. I've finished here, so I'll come find you for lunch. Don't forget the promise you made to me. All right, come over first and call me when you arrive. I'll come down, Qi Heang said after a brief pause. Do not forget our agreement. We promised not to interfere with one another. Please tend to your young boyfriend and, ideally, do not cause me any trouble. Sheng Shi pursed her lips and shifted the topic. Let us finalize the arrangements for the banquet today. Since I have caused you some inconvenience in this matter, my family shall cover the expenses. However, the one who pays shall also have the authority to decide. I wish to choose what pleases me, and you shall not object. Come and discuss this further. I have other matters to attend to. I will hang up now. At this dinner gathering, Wen Qingyu and his two partners were to discuss business, as well as have a few words with Director Zhang. Wen Rong and Jean Lihua sat for a while before discreetly excusing themselves. The two waited in the car. Cheng Fei chuckled and chose not to say anything further. After a while, feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of the mother and daughter, he excused himself for a cigarette and stepped out. Once he left, Jean Lihua turned her face toward Wen Rong, seemingly having held back for some time, and quietly remarked, the beautiful female journalist who came today is the girlfriend of Hyang. Wen Rong put away her phone and glanced at her, her expression calm. Yes. I saw you two talking, do you know her? We've met once. Jean Lihua nodded, then inquired, last night when he came over. Did you two argue in the elevator lobby? Wen Rong Said, no. Jean Lihua scrutinized her expression but did not press further, saying, after he left last night, your father and I discussed it. Do you think he intentionally came to our home to nonchalantly announce he has a girlfriend, perhaps implying he is considering marriage? If we go to Vancouver when he gets married, he will surely call us. With no elders above him, if he wishes to invite us, it would be hard to decline. When Rong replied, that may not happen for a while. Jean Lihua furrowed her brow. Once he marries, it's only a matter of time. Jean Lihua perceived the undertone in her words and, in disbelief, lowered her voice. Is that young lady from a prominent family? Wen Rong nodded. Yes, she is quite reputable in Shu City. Jean Lihua fell silent, slightly nodding. Indeed, if she hails from a distinguished family, we must tread carefully. Your father cannot abide associations with such families. Wen Rong found it amusing, exactly, and once Qi Heian starts his own family, he will have his own relatives. Everyone must live their own lives. Mother, we cannot always assume your relationship with him is extraordinary. It is essential to maintain a proper distance in our interactions. Consistently overstepping boundaries could lead to chaos. You should be more rational. Chapter 102. Narrow Paths of Enmity. After another half hour, the dinner concluded. As they ascended the stairs, De Bao and Xiao Bao were asleep, and the nanny was watching over them while the housekeeper tidied up in the kitchen. Has Dad been drinking? When Qingyu turned his head at the sound, and when Xiao replied, no. Everyone knows my father's health. No one would dare to force him. Qi Jingzhou chuckled at this, and then looked at Wen Rong. Wen Rong casually responded but focused her attention on Wen Qingyu. I will take care of it as soon as possible. Everything requires time. After all, it is only March, and you won't be starting school until August, right? Wen Rong did not respond but merely glanced at Qi Jingzhou. Qi Jingzhou opened the door with one hand. My second uncle has contacted me. Wen Rong was momentarily taken aback before realizing he was referring to Qi Jijun. What's the matter? She gazed into his eyes, hesitating to speak. It's hard to say. Qi Jingzhou, with one hand resting on his hip, wore a furrowed brow, his expression grave. Luo Xiao just contacted me. The Qi family is conveying the same sentiments to him. Regardless of whether they are playing on emotions, I cannot turn a blind eye to this. Wen Rong understood. She sensed that whenever Qi Jingzhou mentioned the Qi family, there was an unspoken distinction in the way old Master Qi regarded him compared to others. When do you plan to go? Wen Rong nodded softly. All right. She had a few questions she wished to pose, but after much deliberation, she could not suppress her curiosity. Qi Jingzhou fell silent for a moment at her words, then leaned down to lightly kiss her temple, enveloping her in his embrace. Do not worry. Apart from you and the child, no one can keep me. Wen Rong refrained from speaking further. She heard him whisper beside her ear, How did you sleep last night? Not bad, she replied, her gaze drifting downward. I didn't sleep well. Stay with me a while. I'm quite tired. The family enjoyed a few tranquil days together. They exchanged glances and entered the living room in succession, where Qi Jingzhou emerged from the bedroom, impeccably dressed, with Wen Rong following closely behind. As Qi Jingzhou walked, fastening his cufflinks, he looked up to see them, his features softening into a warm smile. Father, mother. When Qingyu inquired, Are you leaving? Qi Jingzhou, with a melodious tone, offered an explanation and glanced at Wen Rong. That day, let Rong accompany you. Contact me if anything arises. When Qingyu blinked, wanting to say something but ultimately holding back his words. Jean Lihua smiled gently. Have you had breakfast? Yes, just finished. Well then, I won't delay you, go ahead. Qi Jingzhou smiled, raising his hand to wrap around Wen Rong. As they proceeded towards the entrance, Wen Rong said, I'll see him to the car. You two can eat first. In the underground garage, Cheng Fei assisted in loading the luggage into the car. Qi Jingzhou, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, pulled Wen Rong into his embrace. While I'm away, take good care of father, mother, and the child. Avoid unnecessary encounters. Qi Jingzhou chuckled. Did you not hear the last thing I said? Wen Rong bit her lip, contemplating his departure, yet she chose not to retort. Understood, don't worry. A tinge of worry lingered in her expression as she gazed at him in silence. Qi Jingzhou laughed, gently pinching her cheek and leaning down to kiss her soft lips. Leaving?
Yes.
Then give me a kiss. With him holding her tightly, his hand firmly placed on her waist, it was evident he wouldn't release her unless she complied. With a sigh, she rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Qi Jingzhou's smile broadened as he playfully squeezed her slender waist before reluctantly letting go and swiftly turning to enter the car. As the car door closed, he lowered the window, grinning and lifting his chin slightly. Wen Rong stood at the edge of the parking space, watching the vehicle depart before crossing her arms and heading towards the elevator lobby. When the elevator doors closed, ascending from the underground garage to the first floor, it halted again. The doors opened, and a couple outside was about to step inside when they caught sight of Wen Rong standing in the elevator, both momentarily stunned. Wen Rong maintained a stoic expression, silent and uncommunicative. The man was the first to break the silence with a friendly smile, greeting her, Miss Wen. What a coincidence. Good morning. Wen Rong offered a faint smile and nodded slightly. She had nearly forgotten that Chun-Li also resided in Zifengmingdu. Their last serendipitous encounter in the elevator had been over a year ago.
Heartbreak.
Her expression cold as she turned away and pressed the button for her floor. Chun-Li gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. His demeanor unmistakably soothing. Wen Rong observed this interaction with a stoic expression, yet she caught the barely audible mumble from Xia Miyun standing at the forefront. How peculiar. Wen Rong had no intention of engaging with her. However, it seemed Xia Ji had no concept of letting bygones be bygones. Her dissatisfaction could hardly be contained for even 3 seconds. She pivoted, crossing her arms as she confronted Wen Rong. What are you doing living here? You can't possibly be doing this on purpose. Chun-Li frowned, attempting to intervene. Yun. Wen Rong smirked slightly. Miss Xia, might I suggest that you engage your mind before speaking? Who, pray tell, is truly being deliberate here? You. Xia Miyun glared, stepping forward, only to be restrained by Chun-Li's embrace. Enough. We've arrived. Let us disembark first. My apologies, miss. When the elevator halted at the 11th floor, its doors sliding open.
Chun-Li firmly ushered Xia Miyun outside.
Yet, Xia Ji continued to cast a defiant glare at Wen Rong. You're aware that Hyang and Shishi are getting engaged and are purchasing a wedding home here, aren't you? You've shown up here intentionally. Haven to you? Wen Rong, why can't you just fade away? Silence. Chun-Li pulled her out forcefully, frowning as he reprimanded. It's not as you perceive. I'll explain later. Let go of me. You're hurting me. The two of them struggled as they disappeared from the elevator entrance. Wen Rong pressed the button to keep the doors open, raising her voice, since Miss Xia is aware of my residence. I would appreciate it if you could inform them to establish some order of precedence. It's rather inconvenient for me to have my whereabouts constantly followed. After all, Shucheng is quite small. What did you say, Wen Rong? We were here first. The elevator doors closed, effectively isolating Xia Miyun's outburst. Wen Rong's mood plummeted to a freezing point as she irritably crossed her arms and furrowed her brows. She had only just learned that Qi Hyang intended to purchase a wedding home in Zifengmingdu. How utterly amusing. Why must things be so complicated?